Howdy. Good morning. I guess it's morning. Yep, it's morning. I have discovered something I probably do. I don't know if I can tell or not. Uh-oh. Way down here. So, let's see here. Can you see what I'm seeing? Yeah, baby. We've just started a new event over here on this wall. So, figured that would be exciting for you. Yeah, you can see what I'm sort of. Yes, here, hang on. Let me do it again. Yeah, yeah, I think you can see that. Kind of looks like you can. Yay! How y'all doing? I just found that. Ah, hey Nick, hey Dave, everybody else. Looks like we got a few people on here already. We're going to be doing the Lost Books of Enki and Tablets of Thoth today. Probably not a whole lot of organization going on. um, this is our official fundraiser, and I haven't put a whole lot of into it. I just asked Polly. I said, "What we gonna do? We gonna auction off some shit? Maybe." I got a bunch of glass. Hey, Nuts, how you doing, man? God, we got some good weed going on. Thanks to Glenn and the deal of the century. Hopefully, YouTube won't cut us out. Hopefully, the internet will stay on. If not, I suppose we'll be back as long as YouTube allows it. I'm going to have to, of course, be selective on some of the things I talk about over here, unlike the Twitch. Hummus on you, beat. The Hashman got you. Me too. This is some good shit. It's like, fuck, I don't even know what the hell. Mac and cheese or some shit. Some kind of cheese. Oop, I can't even find the camera. Good God. That's not very clear, is it? Let's see what we can do about that. I wonder if that's just a dirty lens. Because I put Polly's camera on today. Hopefully, it gives a better view than mine. We're going to be moving water and such. Some people call it telekinesis. I call it human. Still not too clear, is it? Fuck me. Anyway, not a good sign there. It keeps booting you. I am on my 5G network, I believe. Make sure. Yes, I'm on the 5G, so that's the best signal I can provide for you. But like we just saw over here, we've got a spiky Schumann and a little bit of ionospheric interference going on at the moment. So yeah, we're lucky to have internet in my head. Just like that's all I got for that. We're lucky to have internet. Morning coffee, how you doing? Well, keep that fire hose out there. keep that fucking fire hose up. The water's going away. It's getting evaporated by microwave energies and thrown back at us in atmospheric rivers. So they say it's a process we're going to have to endure here. I hope y'all have been bottling water um, and keeping in mind, I'm not wrong about you. You're going to lose your homes soon. Um, get ready, folks. Just get ready. I'm sorry to hear about the fires near your house. Um, we've had a few houses here in La Junta spontaneously combust at the roof. The roofs are catching on fire, and it's damn good reason. They're abandoned homes. They have fucking flammable goddamn wood on there that isn't replenishing water. A lot of them are missing shingles and exposing that black tar paper, and that's you may as well just throw a match on it at this point. Uh, None of my neighbors think I'm crazy anymore. Even though I keep trying to convince them such every day. I don't know if you heard or not. Uh, Polly and Seamus and I are actually going to be homeless here in a couple of days. Uh, I told Mr. Landlord we were moving. He and his wife came down over the last couple months. They don't want me to move. I don't want to move either. But he's already taken money for rent next month from his niece. Um, our plans have had a hiccup since. I got the bike running. It's pristine showroom. Um, I've got it sold, but the title might take 6 months to get back from the DMV. The people that sold it to my landlord sold their business, so they've lost the records. And Mr. Landlord has them in. I mean, it's his bike. It's registered with the state, but the state now, because of the improper way the fucking title was handled, has to go through DOJ, make sure my bike is not stolen. And it might take up to 6 months. I've got a guy interested, like I said, in buying it. He was going to buy it last Sunday. He might buy it this Sunday if the landlord and him can come to an agreement. I'm contracted. I'll never see the title, unfortunately. I wanted to drive that motherfucker butt naked down the fucking street doing a wheelie. But alas, I can't even fucking tag it. So it's sitting there looking pretty. I start it every day, so it sounds pretty. San Joaquin Valley. Oh, God. Um, you know, Miss Honeybee, I found myself there as a full custody dad of wee baby Seamus up there at 6 years old, and our moon was on its side. I knew we had turned on our side. Um, it took me 1 year to get out. I'd find a way. Or start familiarizing yourself with your magnet. Feel the energy in your hands? Anyone with a magnet can. That's what moves water. That's what allows you to walk on it. You've got a magnet field that can repel every other magnet field or attract it. You have the power creator coming through your magnet instantaneously at a distance. Learn how to harness it and speak with creator directly, and you'll learn how to levitate. There ain't nothing you can't rise over. Myself, I'm not really excited about flight because I'm fucking terrified of heights. I'm afraid I'd throw myself into the ceiling. I know one thing for sure, the programming is the only reason I can't. And I embrace it on that point. I don't think I want to know how to fly. If you learn, teach us. That way I don't accidentally do it. I've seen documentation of the UK going through India, burning anybody that was levitating at the stake as a witch. And lots of documentation on it. So I'm sure we can. Magnets repel each other, and it's the electrostatic attraction that holds us down. You start reversing your own polarity, fucking around with that, you're going to fly off the planet about the speed of gravity. That's what scares fuck out of me. I don't want to do that. Uncontrollable goosebumps are not a bad thing. Hi, Rebecca. This is creators' information. This isn't mine. I'm just sharing what I've read on a wall. Hey, Evelyn, how are you? And stuff. Look, I made 800 goddamn videos to prove to myself that this is real and I'm not insane. You can look at the Angry Catfish channel as that. It's gone, but the knowing isn't. Further developments, actually, I mean, I don't know if you've been keeping track on my fucking community page, but science backs the fact that you can manipulate magnet fields with the intent at will, with the field coming out of your hands. I've been showing you this for a year or so. The study was just released publicly last month. I guess they've been working on it since 2004. Fucking amazing shit. Read it. You can't make this shit up. I wouldn't try. It's this is way too important to be mixing with ego and trying to make things more spectacular than they are. Because I don't think you could, actually. The spectacular is all this. I don't think it's crazy. The level of entanglement and division keeps us from it. And the programming for generations through cradle to grave to keep us apart and giving us different reasons to hate each other. You need to let that go. And it's probably the hardest part of this. Hey, baby.
So I'm thinking, what about if someone gives a donation over $10, we can send them a marble. I don't know what it costs for shipping. I didn't even think of that. Maybe we should do 20.
I'd say 20.
Okay,
because
and so
shipping is about as much as the marble itself.
Okay. We want to do that?
Well, it depends on what marble. Because
you like your marbles, I see.
Well, some of them are worth more than $10.
Right, some of them are very large. I get that.
Some of them take a while to do, and I get 40 for some of them on a wholesale. So some of them I get 10, and that would be cool. I always sell my shit for good prices. Yeah, you gotta. We can't
Right.
lose on the
Right.
shipping because it's
Right.
gonna be
Or
at
the
least $8.
or the material.
We're
Right.
we're
That's what I
already
was thinking.
ass out at the moment, thanks
So
to me.
we could do an auction instead. That would, you know.
Now, I'm looking at it this way. I've never seen a coincidence in this. I used to see coincidences, but I don't see them anymore.
Now you just see this is what it's supposed to be.
And I've seen this is. I've never lived anywhere on this planet longer than I have at this house.
Right.
I feel very comfortable here. And what, a couple months ago, I felt compelled to, well, okay, let's do this. Holly's here, and
Something's calling you
something's calling me,
to move on.
obviously. And come find out, we could still use a couple months here, but obviously the universe don't want us here.
Well, I don't know, maybe we're a little rooted.
Well, maybe. And I've been preaching, don't get attached to your house. It's
Right.
going away. I've also been preaching since the day I moved in here. The day I move out, I duck.
I guess I'm a little easier with it
We'll
because
see how right I was on that.
I feel like we shouldn't be in four walls 24/7. You know,
Well,
it's you and me.
it
And
was
how we feel
confusing
together
to
that
me
makes
what
it home.
progress we were going to make because I've already spoken to the natives. And I've found some of them very lacking and the rest of them pretty lacking. One, 350 Native American tribes sat there on the phone telling me, their wisdom holders in particular, and elders, telling me they've been watching the moon cartwheel as long as I have, and they haven't been sharing this with their own populations, which is very disappointing to me.
I think my issue with that is look at our leaders.
Well,
Maybe our leaders aren't really our leaders. You know, they're just leaders on paper. They're leaders on the freaking TV. They call them leaders, but we don't turn to them to lead us.
I'm going to try to say this very carefully without getting the feed killed. It's come to my great attention that these people locked themselves down and freaked out when they were wanted to do so. And now they're starting to be shown their mistakes are probably going to cost them their lives. And they'll be really open to healing. And we've kind of run into an option, being human beings in direct connection with the Creator and first created. We have the ability to be the tool to do that healing. One, your mentality has to be straight of heart, understanding I don't know how to do that. However, my Creator gave me the ability to be the tool for His energy to do so. Secondly, said magnet that you're shooting this energy into has to be receptive for it. Because Creator made a few rules. They're called laws of physics. And when those fucking field lines close, they'll push away any magnet, including Creator. Open your fucking field lines. Be a swa. Relax. That's your first step to surviving your human being tweaked out. You've got to. We were born in this energy here, and this energy is changing. You might want to join the magnet
And change with it.
and change with it instead of trying to hold your 7.83 hertz because that will kill you, studies say.
We have to reconnect. We need a more natural world. We live completely artificially, and it is killing us.
I was a sellout. I was a programmed good little soldier. Um, Even when I was fighting for truth on a marijuana and hemp angle, I had ego involved to a point that I wanted to smoke pot. I saw it was good. It helped me where other medications had tried to literally kill me. And I wanted others to understand that and have that ability to heal. My last act of desperation was in the state of Texas, and when I left there, little children could treat with THC for seizures, not adults for cancer. And as a public outcrying person, I was persecuted heavily by an awful lot of adults that were pissed off at me because I did not fight for their right to treat their cancer and merely stood up for the children that had no voice. Go figure. Um, I did that because I felt like I was tired of doing these things that you should do for yourself. Um, I've had 8 years to reflect on this. I can't say I was wrong. I'm not responsible for every soul on the planet. What I'm responsible for is to be human and live through the example. So, what I've seen is this. I can show you this all day. Until you feel it, you're not going to know it. You'll just merely believe. Anyone's antifreeze can make you believe something else. There's one truth, and you have to fucking know it. Because without the knowledge, you're gonna fucking die. And I can explain and diagram and show you why. And it's not gonna be a very pretty death. They have ensured this for you, and that is why I stepped the fuck down from the influence of being able to fucking change laws as a senator's investigator to warn you because they did want me to fucking sign a non disclosure agreement, and I refused to do so. It was my research I disclosed about the moon doing cartwheels and the polar vortex making it happen. I was confirmed in 2014 and told what was going to happen. That's how I knew what to look for. And that's why I've not been wrong, because they haven't changed any damn thing they told me. And this whole fucking time, I've had nothing but troll after troll after troll try to convince me my third level geometry was wrong on the moon. My physics are wrong on magnets. And my politics are crap. And I've never changed a word I fucking said because I know. I don't believe. I know the words I say can be proven in a court of law. I know the magnet signature of Ra is not a fucking lens flare, and it's definitely not Jesus on toast. It's court empirical evidence that I could fucking, with one snapshot, prove that Ra broke into the solar system. And I can prove it's creator's energy in my magnet field that's moving the water and pushing on you. Because when I push on you, you'll feel it.
Feel it.
And if I can take that to the people who need it, they're going to spread it. These wisdom holders are going to give this back to their tribes because this isn't the wisdom holders' knowledge. This is your knowledge. This is our fucking birthright. And it's going to get off of YouTube one way or another. I'm being homeless in 9 days to go do so on bloody fucking feet if I need to
What are these?
for the next 6 months. I don't care. It may only take a couple of weeks to get that title back, but that's $6,000 I had planned on putting on an RV. I've been working my ass off this week. I've got a lot of glass now.
You have been working so hard.
Because I can make a lot of money by myself. I'm not worried about that. A little concerned about Polly, but we all know that she isn't happy unless she's throwing her phone in a creek somewhere, counting bats and bears and the cables. So,
Are these colors?
yes, they're different elements mixed with silica at a temperature of just about 3,200 degrees, and then they form crystals just like any other crystal, and that is the way we get our color.
Is this the color that it's going to be in the glass?
Yeah. Good question, because some of these colors, as you know, change with the temperature.
Yeah. Like I like that pale
She's
pink and that
catching
pale
on.
green together.
It's all alchemy. That's another thing. Man, I've been a fucking alchemist for 30-something years. I know the molecular makeup of atomic level structures and interactions. This fucking tile layer that just keeps fucking, Jesus Christ, man. Good example of one hell of an evil fucking energy.
Yeah. Very good example. Look, I want a camera, so I'm not looking like Lee out there rolling around by the highway. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, don't lay on your back trying to make the moon flip. Stop flipping. Regardless, Tycho Crater is going to rise at the top and set at the bottom. I don't care what position you're in. You can see that.
I can show you the anomalies.
You flip all day long, that moon's still going to turn.
The anomalies that are occurring right now. I can show you in the plants how they're affecting the plants. I can show it to you. You see it in the water. There's way too much water over here and no water at all over here.
Yeah.
You're seeing these effects on our atmosphere and our electromagnetic energy. You're literally seeing it. You're feeling it. I mean, you can taste it in the dang water, in the air before a storm. It's different. The lightning itself is different now.
Yeah. And the sound of the lightning is insane.
The sound of the
It's
thunder.
almost as if your atmosphere is fucking compressed and you're no longer hearing the big long echo. It's like,
it's almost exactly like
and
your atmosphere is compressed.
What the fuck was that? Well, that was the thunder.
And maybe I'm thinking if I can point it out to some people, they can say, "Hey,
sounds like somebody dropped something on the ceiling above you."
Yes, and if you can see these correlating events, then maybe you could get closer to understanding where you are in correlation of all those events.
I'm glad you found like-minded people too, all of you. This has been a very long, strange, fucking lonely journey. Imagine 12 years ago me pointing at the fucking moon with none of this.
Right. Because I was over there going,
It's
no, dude,
tough.
You're crazy. Your hair looks like Einstein.
That theory has not been proven wrong. I am crazy, but I'm not wrong.
I was straight up, prove it. Now here we are today. I really, really wish that we could have gotten a better view of the planet we saw the other day.
Yeah.
It most definitely not one of our planets, y'all. It was not Venus. It was not one of our planets. And if you could just point it out to people, they're like, oh my God, you're right. What is that? That is you living in a 3-sun system.
How are you today?
That's you waking up to the realization.
Good to see you, everybody. If I've missed you,
you're a magnet.
I'm glad you're here. There's a bunch of folks
here. They can't
here.
see you when I lean out of the picture.
Okay.
I'll get a bench.
I'm the ugly one. They're gonna see
See,
and
this is
hear
why
from
we
me
need a
all day.
camera, because we suck at this.
'Cause I got
This technology stuff.
old the Lost Book of Enki lined up, all 3.5 hours of it. I
Woo.
will be narrating over Josh because Josh watches a lot of
'Cause
TV.
he does that.
And I like his narrative. He gets a little filthy, but you know what? I don't give a fuck.
You know, I think I
If you
wanted
can't
to
handle
say
that,
before
you just don't know what the English language is.
before we get into
Sweet
that,
spells.
I want to say the reason why I want to review it is that you get lost in the language. You start to think of these individuals as people and not planetaries, systems or planets or moons
I
themselves.
think I can.
So it's distracting to hear the story the way someone else tells it.
It is. And, well, especially, I mean, look, if you don't have the knowledge that we have, it's going to still remain confusing.
Right. It needs an angry catfish narration.
Once you get it, it don't need me at all.
You're right.
You can go read it on the wall yourself.
You're right.
That's the beautiful thing about this. As far as my work goes, I'll tell you what I will take credit for. The research of proving everything that Creator's Language described to us on those brilliant, fucking, amazing, ancient language we had globally. I had to research, like, but it wasn't just me, for fuck's sake. John brought 1700. He brought the fucking metal plate.
Right.
I didn't do this alone. Um, Although I have the metal plate on my goddamn arm, it's
I think that if
look,
there's a doorway
Creator
to understanding, you're the damn
said this
hallway
is
that
going to
leads to
happen, and
that
here
door.
we are. You're the body. You're the fucking body. I depend on you not to get a sunburn. It ain't like I'm your messiah. You're
Right.
the fucking savior of my ass.
Right. Your
So
own
wake
ass.
up. I need you
Please.
to understand your magnet a little bit better. I don't care what people say about me as a tattooed messiah or what. That ain't me. Fuck that. I'm not accepting that. This is Creator's. Creator is in every atom at 1748 hertz. I did
Prove it.
not know what the fuck this was. This is in my head. When we sat down and designed it, it was a throwing star. I hit you fucking hard and cut you deep with the fucking truth. People ain't used to that. That was the whole Ouroboros Torah and everything on this. I didn't even realize we were drawing a fucking swastika. One.
Mm.
Let me tell you something. This whole goddamn experience has been amazing, and there ain't nobody's words can change the knowledge that Creator has fucking bestowed on us. That the amazement, anything brilliant that you see is Creator shining through my dumb ass.
Amen.
It ain't nothing I did.
You're so funny.
It took me a lot to fucking, a lot more than some of y'all motherfuckers out there. I see some of you come in here asking stupid questions, and then next thing you know, I go away, and you come back with some fucking information because you did your fucking homework. I love you. I love you more than fucking I even got words for, because I'm not a fucking guru. I'm a little baby learning this shit. It's been hidden from all of us, for fuck's sake, for a long time. I appreciate each and every one of you. There's too much for me to just fucking look at. I get overwhelmed. There's 10,000 people trying to fucking send me messages all day long with little pictures and shit, and then they get pissed at me when I'm like,
when you become an angry cat.
I can't look at your pictures. They're visual pictures. I'm trying to stick in the EM field, which is not a lens flare or Jesus on toast. And then people get pissed at me, and I'm like, oh well. I can't please everybody, and I'm not here to please anybody. I'm here to give what I found, and I'm if you can change my mind, then fuck, man.
Is this what you meant by the little needle pieces?
Close. Here, let me show you.
I'm looking at shit.
More like, see these little tiny things that you can barely see moving around in the glass. Those are hollow, and they will string out like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure I might have a couple of fragments of some of this broken glass. That's why it's very dangerous to touch.
Yeah, I'm very careful with it. This is a very dangerous dungeon.
It is. I blow glass.
There are hazards in here.
Glass will cut you.
You
or
will get
burn
glass
you at
in
any
your
moment.
ass if you are not careful.
Crater can stop time to make anything happen. That's another thing that is, I mean, fuck, every atom, 1748 hertz, omnipresence, for fuck's sake. It boggles my mind when I got a Christian fucking trying to disprove omnipresence and the Trinity. There's three, not two fucking Brooklyn currents. You can see with your own eyes. I'm
There's
like,
something
Jesus,
connecting those two.
it's pretty self-evident.
How can you say there's only
I-
two when there's something connecting the two? That doesn't make sense to me.
I'm glad every one of you found me because, like I said, I need every one of you on a magnet to protect my ass from getting this sunburn that's coming to us. It only makes sense that why can life only happen in a 3-sun system? You got a fucking Birkeland current with 3 fucking energies coming through it. You have a DNA that show all 3 patterns. It's going to take all 3 suns to harness creation and to begin to create. You have to be able to have a reset just in case a disease happens, like division. It's one planet, one tribe, man. And anybody not on that frequency is going to be hummed right the fuck out. Because there's one sun sings one tone, 3 make a chord. Never on these walls have I ever seen evidence that 3 came in and sung the chord yet. Binaries travel like this. Trinaries have a central point. Sometimes only one of the 3 come back and meet and make 2. Horus pops off every now and again, every time he comes back and sucks on Set, our white sun. See, the whole story isn't a story at all. It's your reality, and they've been lying to you about it. In Peru and Giza, they correlate. Those little boats and the people in the boats, those are the planets that came back with the sun holding the staff. It's that simple. It's not a mystery. Unless you listen to other people or listen to me, you need to go fucking look at these things.
Yes.
I've shown you where to go look. I'm not wanting anyone to believe anything I show you. I want you to go look where I show you these things. And fuck, man, nobody can ever change your mind once you know these things. And especially once you start talking creator and first creation, for fuck's sake. It's done.
Right,
There's
those
no
ancient
swaying.
hieroglyphs, the petroglyphs,
That's the armor.
They're showing magnetic fields and electric symbols, and
so is the Vatican.
It's so misinterpreted that people get lost in it.
Well, I came up with about the same odds last night. When I was in the bathtub and Mama shot me the hologram view of my tattoo that I can't see it. I can't see the center of my tattoo. And I realized that John's metal plate was right in the middle of that motherfucker. I was marked with omnipresence. Kind of solidified it for me. The creator wasn't fucking around. He told this race of beings that felt as if they could come and judge over men's souls and stand between creator and created, that this will come to an end. Now, in the end, they've trapped themselves in their own machinery. And the ones here watching over the machinery fear dying on this planet because they will also be recycled in their own mayhem machines that they decided to put down here. There's one of them on a different planet named Heaven that control everything done here. So the one thing a lot of people forget, Anu. Anu doesn't live here, does he? But yet he controls everything that happens on this planet. Anu's coming back because their machinery's fixing to have a wrench in it. These folks who
That's
I'm
really
fixing to
cool.
go travel to are the actual descendants of Cain, and they know who they are. They are the guardians over the land where the old gods walk, because that, my friends, is where Atlantis is the halls of Amenti. They are not under the pyramid, as you're going to hear very fucking clearly
They
in
want
the
you to think
tablets
them.
of Thoth today.
They want you to think they are.
They want you to think they are. But when the waters came over, they rose and headed towards the morning sun over the great ocean to land in the fucking land of Kim.
And
If anybody knows anything about the land of Kim, that's Egypt. They just flew over a great ocean to get there. How in the fuck are the halls of Amenti under the goddamn pyramid then? That is just because somebody was talking from the CIA cubicle and they got the goddamn exposure, and now everybody repeats the talk instead of fucking looking for themselves in the cuneiform. Just as bad as somebody waving that Bible around, talking like it's the Word of God,
no.
poo pooing the Pope that wrote it. Go figure.
That sounds like Lee.
The hypocrisy of humanity is not to blame on humanity, on the individual. We've been fed so many fucking lies, it's hard to tell what the truth is.
Right. Religion as a whole is failing because it's not truth. People
I
are
don't blame
discovering
anybody
truth.
for not knowing.
Right.
What I do blame people for is one, believing me.
Right.
That's what got you in the fucking mess you're in the first place. Believing something. Don't do that.
Don't do it.
Don't believe anybody else. Do not come to me talking about something you believe, because I ain't got time for it. If you tell me something Roger over at Mud Fossil told you, I'm going to tell you. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to sit there and tell you. I've been giving Roger the reason his mud flood happened for fucking 8 years, and Roger has done nothing but make your own video. He won't speak of it. So keep Roger over there. I know why the mud flood happened, and it wasn't because of the Tower of Babylon. And we're going to hear that clearly here in the first 3 hours. Because you're going to hear the Tower of Babylon. And it wasn't a mud flood at all. These motherfuckers blew us up with weapons. It wasn't the flood. The flood was a different event that they brought on with Lamu, our moon. They'll tell you about that too in this one. They detail it in the Gilgamesh tale, where Gilgamesh goes and hangs out with his dad, Noah, and talks about it. And Noah tells him, "Oh yeah, man, fucking Enlil, motherfucking eagle side of the family, who rules over the planet right now, slashed and burned everything he couldn't drown." And they'll tell you, Read Hut, you're going to hear this shit. And that's your Bible canon. These are Hebrew and fucking cuneiform tablets that you can go listen to at the Met and everybody. I'm subbed to fucking half the goddamn establishment colleges because they sit there and read these things at their little hooties and they do it in public because nobody goes and looks for this shit. Obviously. But our programming tells us, I mean, the division began in the Tower of Babel. And if you go to the Bible canon, you're going to realize that the sin they speak of is us worshiping the wrong one of them. And it's like, oh, damn. You're going to hear things about Cain and Abel in here that you ain't going to hear about in the Bible. Like, who are the descendants of Cain and Abel? How did they survive the flood? Etc., etc. I mean, it goes into fucking detail that you ain't never fucking thought of in the Bible. It's going to answer so many questions, it's not even funny. You know, that's why I've got this and the tablets of Thoth already on this channel in the live fucking things. Nobody ever goes and looks at. That this one will be one of them. So I've already done this several times on this page because that's why I made this page so we could go live, because the other one that Susan took down had 8 or 10,000 fucking people on there, and they were all complaining about how many damn videos I had. So I decided to make this one so we didn't add to their having the glass blowing in the live sessions, because that's what we enjoy doing, right? I found a better venue, Twitch. We can share screens. I don't, share screens. We can listen to any fucking thing we want to, as loud as we want to, and sit and talk about anything. I don't have to be careful about the words that come out of my mouth on Twitch. I like that. And I don't, dude, if we've sat here on YouTube watching Google team censor my moderator's words, right? Google team decided, and I'm all like, what? That was one of the last lives that we did with the glass blowing and everything. I was like, that. But now, like, Twitch will send me little requests. Said somebody said a potentially harmful word or whatever, and I was like, if I can say it, you should be able to type it. I can approve what is said on my own feed. So that's why we Twitch. Simple as that. Yeah, and that's why the 1748 hertz on the movie screens. I've got that video already done. Yeah, uh, that's on this channel, and people will be asking me, "Where can I find Bible Canon?" I'm like, I may have done a video or two with that on there. I don't just talk. I try to help y'all out best I can, for God's sake. X-rated version in the dungeon. Yeah, well, you know what? Exactly. uh, yeah, yeah, it does that, doesn't it? I've cried an awful lot. Probably about a good 100 of those 800 videos that Susie took down. And the WSO on goes. Steve edited out 20 minutes of me fucking sitting there sniffling like a little bitch. The day I read that hieroglyph. Fuck, man. I wasn't sure if I was even on planet Earth that day, let alone sane or insane. I was like, fuck, what? Don't tell me things like that. from a wall. I was like, no, this is not happening. This is not part of my life. And then Logan, fuck, I was talking to him this morning, the linguist. He's, fuck, he's pretty strong in his knowledge. I like him. I went and told him he was wrong, and he agreed. He's like, fuck. I was wrong. Look, this is amazing. I was like, I know. So I had to make my first video over there. I was like, all right, this is official. This is fucking amazing. I'm not crazy. This is crazy. I just found crazy, and it made sense. Oh, yeah. Uh, there are rules over there on Twitch because we get people over there that aren't talking, and uh, they've been tracked to like a bot. I'm not sure what the fuck a bot does, um, but I got viewers that do. So we've just been killing all the bots, and if you don't at least come in the chat and say hi, nobody gives a fuck where you are, who you are, whatever. But if you can say hi, I'm here to lurk, lurk away. But if you're in the chat and you can't say hi, I'm here to lurk. Fuck, man, that's pretty rude. So you probably gonna get your head chopped off. I'm just here to lurk. We don't really care. Yeah, there you go. I'm listening in my bathtub. That's where I find my magnet seems to be amplified in water. Ooh, boy. You think I'm moving a bottle, I can make the whole fucking damn near room shake. It's nice to be able to sit in some Epsom salts and bubbles. Glad you made it, Sharon. We're all learning. Hi, Shunka. How the hell are you? Glad to see you. Oh yeah, we're fundraising today. I keep forgetting. We're pandering uh, shamelessly for money. It will go towards an RV and equipment. Um, we're putting everything we got into this. I'm well. I've said publicly quite some time we're leaving, so we're leaving on the 1st. We'll be out of here. Damn, Texas. That's I been having some serious issues with my community posts lately too. Uh, but that's why I tell people honestly go to my BitChute or Twitch because you're just not going to get the information here. You're just not going to do it. You're not going to get the information on YouTube. They censor it, period. Hi, Shrimpy. How the hell are you? how will we be in touch? I'll make lives and little videos from my cell phone. We've taken the laptops and everything. Polly's gonna already got us a campsite with Wi-Fi checked out around Denver because due to our situation, I have secured a shop in which I can work, and that would be at Anna's Rigs for Us. She literally has a scut kiln that would swallow three of mine. And any of you that have been around for any amount of time know that I can do one function and then I got to sit down and wait 10 or 15 minutes for my project to warm up before I can go lay my hands back on it. Well, out of Honest Kiln, I'll be able to run and make the money I used to be able to make, and we'll be just fine in a matter of 2 weeks. We'll have in a fucking RV. That I can tell you. I've already got damn near 1,000 of the five I was counting on, six. Actually. As soon as I got that bike sold, man, I was going to sell the car to the guy that helped me buy the car. He wants it. Damn car. I take care of the vehicles. Yeah, BitChute tends to lag sometimes, but I mean, everything is nowadays the ionospheric interference is kind of intense. I am glad y'all are here to hear the fucking lost books because what you're fixing to hear today is Zachariah Sitchin's work. People like to talk about how he was tied into the CIA, which I have no doubt of. However, as I was alluding to earlier, I am Irving Finkel's one of my heroes, man. He's an establishment, fucking the head of the Brit Museum, the curator. But he stands out there and fucking, he's got a good attitude for a fucking curator. He makes me laugh, and he reads cuneiform, and so do all the other colleges. And I'm subbed to those kind of channels because I like their presentations. They read these tablets that Sitchin will refer you to. They exist, and they say exactly what he says they say. However, in the tablets themselves, they accentuate the fact that planet heaven is where Anu is and where all these cats come from. And they also very specifically say that this Nibiru thing has a sun it travels with, and you're going to hear that today, which all these researchers and truthers seem to have missed. I don't know how. Actually, I do. But the name Nibiru it means the planet of the crossing, and that is only planet heaven is referred to as the planet of the crossing only after it crosses the ecliptic. It's a time of it's not the name of the planet is what I'm getting at. The name of the planet the Vatican couldn't exist with if they knew that planet heaven is where the fucking crown and scepter came from. Damn it. Bad timing for me, huh, Valerie? It's all good. I have two tents. I got two tents. We're gonna be okay. By the time we leave this house, I'll have a couple of grand in glass in my case, and like I said, within 2 weeks, I'm sure I could make another 3 to 5 out of Honest Kiln. It just depends on how things go. And within the next few months, I'm going to have that bike. And possibly next week, the guy might buy the bike anyways. No title in hand as long as he gets a contract signed, sealed, and delivered by the landlord. I don't even have to see the title. Hopefully. Hope. Hope. It'd be about 2 days before we left out of here. But yeah, I'm not concerned because number one, I can tell. Okay, well, I'm supposed to leave out of this comfort zone, obviously. Um, one and two, Polly and I were on our way home from Denver, securing a place to work, and uh, took a different route. Polly was hungry, and we went out and found a restaurant, and then took the 85 instead of the 25. Man, we saw 10,000 fucking RVs that were, I mean, from junkyard RV to fucking we're rebuilding RVs and fucking just God knows what the fuck some of those lots were with just RVs sitting there. And I was like, I can't help but get the hint that we're probably going to get an RV from this valley somewhere. Because I'd never seen that shit before. And I'm not exaggerating. There was at least 10,000 fucking RVs within a 20-mile span. And I was like, I think we're being told something here. So, sandpaper. Well, we will be here for at least the next 6, 7 hours. I'm going to be working and talking about what we're listening to. On Bill Carson. Um, you asking me? Well, I'm going to throw a question at you. Who the fuck is Bill Carson? Sorry. It may be important. I don't know. Just asking for a friend. I don't know. I don't know. Billy Carson. Well, hi, Hunter. I appreciate you doing your homework on Toth and Enki. Hmm. Um, ah, coffee. Nick. They know Billy. Tell you what, if they had thought that Billy might have something to add, they would have probably told me. So I'm just going to have to go with I think my wrenches know. Billy. Nice, wise owl. Yeah, I ain't going to try and embellish anything for you. Some of this stuff is hard to deal with, but it needs to be dealt with, or we just keep doing what we're doing, and it's not okay. That's my motivation. Isn't to make friends or get fans, or least of all anybody believe a fucking word I say. I really and truly desire in all of your hearts to know the questions and the answers that you've been looking for, because that has brought to my heart a calmness like nothing else. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're so angry." I'm like, "You don't fucking know. You have no fucking idea what you're even talking about." Just because they hear the word fuck, they think I'm fucking angry. And it's like, Jesus. You can ask Polly. I'm sitting over here trying not to laugh half the fucking time because I'm the angry catfish and I'm not here to be your friend. Now, I did make something funny the other day when, you know, I never even watched The Simpsons, man. I'll tell you what, I had fun making that shit. Polly, she was about irritated with me. I'm like, stop it! I'm trying to do research. I never researched a video so hard because I had no idea what I was looking for or whatever. I started doing Homer this and fucking Ned Flanders that and fucking all these things that come up. I'm sitting here watching these videos. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, I can't believe this. Maybe I should be watching The Simpsons because some of that shit was just fucking far too much. Jesus. I was like, that's fucking Lee trying to make the fucking moon stop flipping. And then Jesus on the fucking swing. He's like, I don't know what y'all did to him down there. I was like, Lee, God. Fucking poor Jesus. Oh my God. Until the shit hits the fan, what are you waiting on? Have you gone out at night in the north and looked in your north horizon at all? You, you realize that thing is like 4 times closer than the fucking moon, and it's about our size. Have you been out there looking on your north horizon at all? Because you're gonna fucking stop asking questions like, when's the shit hitting the fan? You're gonna look around and see the Danube and the Rhine and the fucking all these rivers around the world are drying up because there's 3 microwave energies making flash droughts happen after the fucking atmospheric rivers dump. I mean, there's a reason why these things are happening, and I've fucking more than clearly shown why. Now it's up to you to actually get off of my channel and go out here and use your Google search bar and start looking for some fucking answers. And that's all I got for you. Because I mean, I've given you everything I got on BitChute, not here. And I've shown you where to look so you know these things because you can't believe me. Look what belief does. It makes you wonder. It could happen next moment that we bounce from suns, but the shit has already hit the fan. You're probably less than a month away from being nuked. And that's not something I'm guessing at. That's not a prophecy. That's something I was told by a senator that I legalized CBD through, and the first hemp in this nation, and forced the federal government to legalize. And then I stepped down because of this plot they told me about. That's why I've been right, because I was told. I know what to look for. I'm warning you. You shouldn't believe me. You should probably go look. But I'm telling you what I've been told. Now, if this was the real world, yeah, I should be at The Hague right now testifying. I don't remove anything. I get accused of it all the time because fucking YouTube doesn't allow some things to show up, or they'll fucking remove that shit. But I'll leave your link there. Now, if it comes up to a stupid video, I'm going to tell you that that person needs this knowledge more than I need that stupid shit. Please don't share it. But I mean, if not, I'm going to leave you alone or thank you or whatever. If you sent something awesome, I don't censor people's words. I'll hang my trolls up so everybody can see them. I want them to prove me wrong Because if they do, we all learn. I'm about the reality, not ego or who's right. It's important what is right. I don't know if Denver's safe last night. I, you know, um, I'm sure there's other places safer than Hawaii, but safety is an illusion in this matter. The only salvation you're going to have is in your heart, and that's the reality of it. And the physical reality of it is there's nothing you can't rise above if you're in the frequency of Creator. And Creator wants you here, Mom wants you here. So just do it. A calm heart. Daniel knows. The worst is going to be on the West Coast, and they're starting to see that. I mean, I didn't make a video, but this morning, fucking, here, let me see. I got the camera. I can show you. Hawaii's out there being a wave break today, and the globe's still on fucking fire, regardless of what some people have said. It's still happening. Let's see. I don't know if you can see or not, but that is Hawaii. And in front of the islands, um, 16, 17-foot swells coming through the islands. And on the other side, we're looking at 7 foot. And that's not just Hawaii, that's the globe is starting to fucking move again as if we're tapping on the brakes. All these fucking islands are starting to show as if they are a wave break. These ones down here also. Uh, the only thing showing deficiencies are the east coasts of the globe because they're having very low tides, as the rest of the globe on the west coasts, like plural, all of them are elevated. And that just started tapping in again this morning. Um, hopefully you got to see some of that. But this isn't Twitch where you get to see everything great. But it is what it is. I mean, I'm not making this shit up. It's happening. Shit's hitting the fan. It's just not like Hollywood. It's not going to be like Hollywood as far as Earth stuff goes. It's going to get pretty bad. But Earth is intending to bring her babies with her. She literally requires us to survive in this time. Without us, Earth would perish herself. It is a symbiotic fucking relationship that she can't get out of. So she kind of needs you to wake up. And she's tapping on these brakes because the last time we got caught and flipped, made the mud flood, that was an accident caused by fucking dickheads that fucking rule over our souls. We're going to hear all about it today because they wrote it in their own language, the language of the gods, the Bible canon, the cuneiform, and ancient Hebrew, the third actual language. Arcadic came first. And we're going to hear about that too. Oh shit. Why don't we get started?
And so we'll be reading tonight the Lost Book of Enki here. This is the introduction. Some 445,000 years ago,
brings you happiness
astronauts from another planet came to Earth in search of gold.
Belief and faith.
Splashing down in one of the Earth's seas, they waded ashore and established Iridu, home in the faraway. In time, the initial settlement expanded to a full-fledged mission Earth with a mission control center, a spaceport, mining operations, and even a way station on Mars.
You're hearing the intro to
lots of evidence of that.
When he starts reading, we're pre-Genesis, like boom.
You know, it absolutely is no, to me, no coincidence.
Bunch of information.
And anybody wants to make you believe it's a coincidence is a liar.
Yeah.
That the original area of what is now Iraq, formerly Mesopotamia, was called, before it was Mesopotamia, was called Cydonia. Sorry, I had a brain fart there for a minute. And the area also on Mars where the face was found is also on Cydonia. Coincidentally enough, both places are also located on the 33rd degree parallel. Yes, you heard me right. Ancient Mesopotamia was, or is also Iraq, also located on the 33rd degree parallel, formerly known as Cydonia. Cydonia on Mars, where the face is located, is also on the 33rd degree parallel. As we talked about earlier with 33, no coincidence, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, I got to say the idea of the way station
thing definitely. Mars is named
definitely not evidence to support that.
Shit. You can't see it.
Short of manpower, the astronauts employed genetic engineering to fashion primitive workers.
My eyes are up
Homo sapiens. It says Horno sapiens, so maybe that's a misprint. Homo sapiens. The deluge that catastrophically swept over the Earth required a fresh start. The astronauts became gods, granting mankind civilization, teaching it to worship.
Yeah.
Then, about 4,000 years ago, all that had been achieved unraveled in a nuclear calamity brought about by the visitors to Earth in the course of their own rivalries and wars. Exactly what I talked about earlier. So that's coincidental yet again. This is going to be a good read, I think. I can already tell. I'm starting to see synchronicities already. Exactly what I described earlier with the Bhagavad Gita. The pre-flood ash. What had taken place on Earth, and especially the event since human history began, has been called by Zechariah Sitchin in his The Earth Chronicle series from the Bible, clay tablets, ancient myths, and archaeological discoveries. But what had preceded the events on Earth, what had taken place on the astronauts' own planet Nibiru that caused the space journeys, the need for gold, the creation of man, what emotions, rivalries, beliefs, morals, or lack thereof motivated the principal players in the celestial and space sagas? What were the relationships that caused mounting tensions on Nibiru and on Earth? What tensions arose between old and young, between those who had come from Nibiru and those who were born on Earth? And to what extent was what happened determined by destiny, a destiny whose record of past events holds the key to the future? Would it not be auspicious were one of the key players an eyewitness and one who could distinguish between fate and destiny to record for posterity the how and where and when and why of it all, the first things and perhaps the last things? But that is precisely what some of them did do, and foremost among them was the very leader who had commanded the first group of astronauts. Scholars and theologians alike now recognize that the biblical tales of creation, of Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden, the Deluge, the Tower of Babel, were based on texts written down millennia earlier in Mesopotamia. Now, keep in mind as well, folks, this is, again, why in 2003, the invasion of Iraq, they went into the Iraq National Museum for all the artifacts containing the ancient Mesopotamia, the little reptilian alien statues, all the cylinder seals, all that stuff.
Ian Fields.
This is why.
Pretty strong.
And so the Adam and Eve, Tales of Creation, the Garden of Eden, the Deluge, the Tower of Babel, were based on texts written down millennia earlier in Mesopotamia, especially by the Sumerians. And they, in turn, clearly stated that they obtained their knowledge of past events, many from a time before civilizations began, even before mankind came to be, from the writings of the Anunnaki. From those from heaven to earth came the gods of antiquity. As a result of a century and a half of archaeological discoveries in the ruins of the ancient civilizations, especially in the Near East, a great number of such early texts have been found. The finds have also revealed the extent of missing texts, so-called lost books, which are either mentioned in discovered texts or are inferred from such texts, or that are known to have existed because they were cataloged in royal or temple libraries. Sometimes the secrets of the gods were partly revealed in epic
That's a
tales such
driven
as
flame
the
at
Epic of
80
Gilgamesh.
pounds per square inch.
That disclosed the debate among the gods that led to the decision
That
to let
wasn't my
mankind
wind
perish in the
making that shit
deluge,
dance.
or in a text titled Atra Hasis, which recalled the mutiny of the Anunnaki who had toiled in the gold mines that led to the creation of primitive worker earthlings. From time to time, the leaders of the astronauts themselves authored compositions, sometimes dictating the text to a chosen scribe, as the text called the Era Epos, in which one of the two gods who had caused the nuclear calamity sought to shift the blame to his adversary. Sometimes the god acted as his own scribe, as is the case regarding the book of the secrets of Thoth, the Egyptian god of knowledge, which the god had secreted in a subterranean chamber. When the Lord God Yahweh, according to the Bible, granted the commandments to his chosen people, he first inscribed in his own hand 2 stone tablets that he gave to Moses on Mount Sinai. When Moses threw down and broke that first set of tablets in response to the golden calf incident, a replacement set was written by Moses on the tablets on both their sides.
That's how it began.
When he stayed on the mount 40 days and 40 nights, recording the dictated words of the Lord. Were it not for a tale recorded on papyrus from the time of the Egyptian king Khufu concerning the book of the secrets of Thoth, the existence of that book would have not become known. Were it not for the biblical narratives in Exodus and Deuteronomy, we would have never known about the divine tablets and their contents. All would have become part of the enigmatic body of lost books, whose very existence would have never come to light. No less painful is the fact that in some instances we do know that certain texts had existed, but are in the dark regarding their contents.
I put glitter in
Such is the case regarding the book of the Wars of Yahweh and the book of Dasher, or also known as the book of righteousness, which are specifically mentioned in the Bible. In at least 2 instances, the existence of olden books, earlier texts known to the biblical narrator, can be inferred, chapter 5 of Genesis, with the statement, "This is the book of the Toldoth of Adam."
Adam.
The term Toldoth being usually translated as generations, but more accurately meaning historic or genealogical record. Yeah, the book of, the academic, the record of Adam, or the genealogy of Isis. That's what it really means. That's what the book of Genesis means.
I can't really hold this steady.
So that's interesting that chapter 5 of Genesis begins with the statement, "This is the book of Toldoth of Adam," of the Toldoth of Adam, meaning the genealogical record of Adam. Well, Adam supposedly is the is what we know in Egyptian mythology as you have Isis, Osiris, and Horus. And that's the Trinity. That's where what we know as the Holy Trinity comes from. It's just amazing stuff. Wow. So that's exactly what the book of Genesis means. Yeah. So this is the book of Toldoth of Adam. The term Toldoth being usually translated as generations, or meaning historic or genealogical record. The other instances in chapter 6 of Genesis, where the events concerning Noah and the deluge begin with the words, "These are the Toldoth of Noah." Indeed, partial versions of a book that became known as the Book of Adam and Eve have survived over the millennia in Armenian, Slovak, Syriac, and Ethiopic languages. And the Book of Enoch, one of the so-called apocryphal books that were not included in the canonized Bible.
Can see it moving. That's for sure.
They contain segments that are considered by scholars to be fragments of a much earlier book of Noah. An oft-quoted example of the extent of lost books is that of the famed Library of Alexandria in Egypt.
That's your EM field.
Established by the general Ptolemy after Alexander's death in 323 BC, it was said to have contained more than 500,000 volumes of books inscribed on a variety of materials, clay, stone, papyrus, parchment, etc. That great library, where scholars gathered to study the accumulated knowledge, was burnt down and destroyed in the wars that extended from 48 BC to the era of conquest in AD 642.
Then it starts really
What
moving.
has remained of its
It's all
treasures
about
is a
the
translation of the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible
excitement
into
you
Greek
have for
and
creating.
fragments retained in the writings of some of the library's resident
He can power
scholars.
you up.
It is only thus that we know that the Second King Ptolemy commissioned, circa 270 BC, an Egyptian priest whom the Greeks called Mantho,
at
to
will.
compile the history
Science
and prehistory of Egypt.
I just showed you how.
At first, Mantho wrote, only the gods reigned there.
Hands.
Then demigods, and finally, circa 3100 BC, pharaonic dynasties began. The divine reigns, he wrote, began 10,000 years before the flood and continued for thousands of years thereafter. The latter period having witnessed battles and wars among the gods. In the Asiatic domains of Alexander, where reign fell into the hands of the general, Seleucus and his successors, a similar effort to provide the Greek servants with a record of past events took place. A priest of the Babylonian god Marduk, Berosus, with access to libraries of clay tablets whose core was the temple library of Haran, now in southeastern Turkey, wrote down in 3 volumes a history of gods and men that began 432,000 years before the deluge, when the gods came to earth from the heavens, listing by name and reign durations the first 10 commanders. Berosus reported that the first leader, dressed as a fish, waded ashore from the sea. He was the one who gave mankind civilization, and his name, rendered in Greek, was Kans. Dovetailing in many details, both priests thus rendered accounts of gods of heaven who had come to earth of a time when gods alone reigned on earth, and of the catastrophic deluge. In the fragmentary bits and pieces retained in other contemporary writings from the 3 volumes, Berosus specifically reported the existence of writings from before the great flood stone tablets that were hidden for safekeeping in an ancient city called Sippar, one of the original cities established by the ancient gods. Though Sippar, as were other pre-diluvial cities of the gods, was overwhelmed and obliterated by the deluge, a reference to the pre-diluvial writings surfaced in the annals of the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal, when archaeologists in the 19th century found the ancient Assyrian capital, Nineveh. Until then, known only from the Old Testament, they discovered in the ruins of a palace, with the remains of some 25,000 inscribed clay tablets, an assiduous collector of olden texts. Ashurbanipal boasted in his annals, "The god of scribes has bestowed upon me the gift of the knowledge of his art. I have been initiated into the secrets of writing. I can even read the intricate tablets in Sumerian. I understand the enigmatic words in the stone carvings from the days before the flood." It is now known that the Sumerian or Sumerian civilization had blossomed in what is now Iraq almost a millennium before the beginning of the Pharaonic age in Egypt, both to be followed later by the civilization of the Indus Valley in the Indian subcontinent. It is now also known that the Sumerians were the first to write down the annals of tales of gods and men, from which all other peoples, including the Hebrews, obtained the tales of creation of Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, the deluge, the Tower of Babel, and of the wars and loves of the gods, as reflected in the writings and recollections of the Greeks, Hittites, Canaanites, Persians, and Indo-Europeans. As all these olden writings attest, their sources were even earlier texts, some found, but many lost. The volume of such early writings is staggering. Not thousands, but tens of thousands of clay tablets have been discovered in the ruins of the ancient Near East.
Awful lot.
Many deal with or record aspects of daily life, such as trade or workers' wages and nuptial contracts. Others, found mostly in palace libraries, constitute royal annals. Still others, discovered in the ruins of temple libraries or of scribal schools, constitute a group of canonized texts. A secret literature that were written down in the Sumerian language and then translated to Akkadian, the first Semitic language, and then other ancient languages. And even in those early writings, going back almost 6,000 years, references are made to lost books, texts inscribed on stone tablets. Among the incredible, to say fortunate, does not fully convey the miracle finds in the ruins of ancient cities and their libraries. There are clay prisms inscribed with the very information about the 10 pre-Diluvian rulers and their 432,000 years total reign to which Berosus had referred.
By very definition,
Known as the Sumerian
the
king
Bible
list.
is
Let me get a
based.
drink here. Known as the Sumerian king list and on display in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England, their several versions leave no doubt that their Sumerian compilers had access to some earlier common or canonized textual material. Coupled with other equally early texts discovered in various states of preservation, they strongly suggest that the original recorder of the arrival, as well as of the preceding events and certainly of the following events, had to be one of those leaders.
Yep.
A key participant and an eyewitness. One who had been an eyewitness to all those events. Indeed, a key participant in them was the leader who had splashed down with the first group of astronauts. At that time, his epitaph name was Ea, E-A, he whose home is water. He experienced the disappointment of having command of Earth mission given to his half-brother and rival Enlil, Lord of the Command. A humiliation little mitigated by granting him the title Enki, Lord of Earth. Relegated away from the cities of the gods and their spaceport in the Eden, E-D-I-N, which, of course, Eden, to supervise the mining of gold in the Abzu, which was in southeastern Africa. It was Enki, a great scientist, who came across the hominids who inhabited those parts. And so when the Anunnaki toiling in the gold mines mutinied and said, no more, it was he who realized that the needed manpower could be obtained by jumping the gun on evolution through genetic engineering, and thus did the atom, literally, he of the earth, earthling, came into being. As a hybrid, the atom could not procreate. The events echoed in the biblical tale of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden recorded the second genetic manipulation by Enki that added the extra chromosomal genes needed for sexual procreation. And when mankind proliferating did not turn out the way it had been envisaged, it was he, Enki, who defied his brother Enlil's plans to let mankind perish in the deluge. The events whose hero has been called Noah in the Bible and Sudra in the earlier original Sumerian text. The firstborn son of Anu, Nibiru's ruler Ea Enki was well versed in his planets and in its inhabitants' past. And this is where I started to already have problems with this.
It was the Sudra's Reed Hut,
I'm not convinced that they were. I don't believe 100% what they tell us. You know, Anunnaki came from Nibiru and all that. I don't believe that. So I think that's a red herring. But that's what you always see Sitchin referring to. I still just don't. But the archaeological stuff doesn't point in that direction. It points more in the direction of Sirius or Cygnus.
Because it's Polaris. A blue sun.
I mean, it just doesn't point in the direction of some planet that we may or may not have ever even really identified.
See, Josh,
we have hard evidence that points archaeological things like the pyramids and Göbekli Tepe, and I mean, you've got all these ancient megalithic sites all around the world lined up to stars, to certain systems. And then you see things like the Freemasons being obsessed with Sirius and the whole star system's there, and then the Dogon. And I mean, I just have a hard time believing that the Anunnaki came. They just don't seem to have come from within our own solar system. I have a hard time believing that.
You know what I have a hard time believing?
An accomplished scientist, he bequeathed his most important aspects of advanced knowledge of the Anunnaki, especially to his two sons, Marduk.
They didn't.
And
that's what I have a hard time believing.
Ningishzida, who as Egyptian gods were known there as Ra and Thoth, respectively.
I know, I got a
but he also was instrumental in sharing with mankind certain aspects of such advanced knowledge by teaching to selected individuals the secrets of the gods. In at least 2 instances, such initiates wrote down, as they were instructed to do, those
Okay. First off, like I said, Josh watches too much TV and listens to too much bullshit like Graham Hancock talk about the fucking pyramids representing Orion's belt. Do you see fucking Orion's belt in any of those goddamn temple fucking around the fucking pyramids? Anywhere? Me either. I see 3 suns depicted everywhere I look. A big one, a smaller one, and then our little guy. That's what those fucking pyramids represent. That's how easily swayed everybody's been. Oh, it's Orion's belt upside down in the middle of the day. It's upside down. And it's Orion's belt, even though there's no reference to Orion's belt 100 miles fucking close to that fucking. No. Everywhere you see it's depicted the red and the blue and fucking white sun. Don't listen to Graham Hancock. Fucking open your eyes.
Divine teachings as mankind's heritage. Right, that's what I was referencing earlier in the show, our birthright.
He's going to actually cite
that's
fucking
what they were instructing him to write down.
TV shows and shit. I'm like,
one called Adapa, and probably a son of Enki by a human female, is known to have written a book titled Writings Regarding Time, one of the earliest lost books. The other called the Edmund Durang, let me get this right, Enmed Uranki, the Enmed Uranki. ENMEDURANKI, Enmed Uranki.
You got that right.
Another one of the books that was supposed to be our birthright, was in all probability the prototype of the biblical Enoch, the one who was taken up into heaven after he had entrusted his sons the book of divine secrets,
Yes.
and of which a version has possibly survived in the extra-biblical book of Enoch. Though the firstborn of Anu, he was not destined to be his father's successor on the throne of Nibiru. Complex rules of succession, which reflected the convoluted history of their planet, gave the privilege to Enki's half-brother Enlil. And Enlil is also that's where the whole thing of, Jesus and the devil comes from, that whole dynamic. That's Enlil and Enki. That's what the 2 twin towers represented, Enlil and Enki. That's it's a pretty good signal of bringing those things down, bringing down Enlil and Enki, that, these custodial rulers definitely, you want to get down to who really pulled off 9/11, there you go. In the effort to resolve the bitter conflict, both Enki and Enlil ended up on a mission to an alien planet Earth, whose goal was needed to create a shield for preserving Nibiru's dwindling atmosphere. It was against that background, made even more complex by the presence on Earth of their half-sister Ninarshag, the chief medical officer of the Anunnaki, that Enki decided to defy Enlil's plans to have mankind perish in the deluge. The conflict carried on between the 2 half-brother sons, even among their grandchildren. The fact that all of them, and especially those born on Earth, faced the loss of longevity that Nibiru's extended orbital period provided, added personal agonies and sharpened ambitions.
Schumann.
It all came to a climax in the
Planet
last century of the 3rd millennium BC, when Marduk, Enki's firstborn by his official spouse, claimed that he and not Enlil's firstborn son, Ninurta, should inherit the Earth. The bitter conflict that included a series of wars led in the end to the use of nuclear weapons. And then that's what I was mentioning earlier when the listener had asked me about, the sun symbols. That's why I said I think it has something to do with nuclear weapons and extraterrestrials, because Polaris, the
Planet Heaven orbits its
long range nuclear missiles launched by submarines, and also the just the whole thing with how they use nuclear weapons on Earth, and that being the North Star and all those sun symbols. Again, when you see those depictions of the sun in Egyptian things or anything else, it's not, that doesn't always mean our sun or our star. It could mean someone else's a star somewhere else. That's what people never think. They never teach you that in school. People need to know that information. It's very key. It changes everything once you know that.
But he thinks it's serious.
The bitter conflict that included a series of wars led to the end of the use in the end to the use of nuclear weapons. The ensuing, though unintended, result was the demise of the Sumerian civilization.
It's right on your ass at night.
And that's true, because that's one of the things. That's even that's
well,
you know
see that big ass
that they will
right
admit to
you.
actually in a high school textbook. The Sumerians disappeared.
And it's on a
Gone, poof, in the wind, in the dust. Some people think they got raptured out by aliens, but I think probably the more, I think what I believe is that they were vaporized by the use of these extraterrestrial nuclear weapons.
Yep.
And again, the reason I believe that is because, as we talked about earlier, the pre-flood ash. The initiation of chosen individuals into the secrets of the gods had marked the beginning of priesthood. The lineages of mediators between the gods and the people, the transmitters of the divine words to the mortal earthlings. Oracles' interpretations of divine utterances were commingled with the observation of the heavens for omens. And as mankind was increasingly drawn to take sides in the godly conflicts, prophecy began to play a role. Indeed, the term to denote such spokesmen of the gods who proclaimed what was to come, Nebi, was the epitaph from Marduk's firstborn son, Nabu, who had tried on behalf of his exiled father to convince mankind that the heavenly signs bespoke the coming supremacy of Marduk. These developments sharpened the realization that one must distinguish between fate and destiny. The proclamations of Enlil, sometimes even of Anu, that used to be unquestioned, were now subjected to the scrutiny of the difference between Nam and destiny, like the planetary orbits, whose course had been determined and was unchangeable, and Namtar, literally, a destiny that could be bent, broken, changed, which was fate. Reviewing and recalling the sequence of events and the apparent parallelism between what had happened on Nibiru and what took place on Earth, Enki and Enlil began to ponder philosophically what indeed was destined and could not have been avoided, and what was just fated as a consequence of right or wrong decisions and free choice. The latter could not be predicted. The former could be foreseen, especially if all, as the planetary orbits, was cyclical. If what was shall be again, if the first things shall also be the last things. The climactic event of the nuclear desolation sharpened soul-searching among the leaders of the Anunnaki and raised the need to explain to the devastated human masses why it came to pass this way. Was it destined, or was it just the result of an Anunnaki-made fate?
Yeah.
Was anyone responsible? Is there someone accountable? In the councils of the Anunnaki on the eve of the calamity, it was Enki who stood alone in opposition to the use of the forbidden weapon. It was thus important for Enki to explain to the suffering remnants that the turning point in the saga of extraterrestrials, who had meant well but ended as destroyers, had come to pass, and who but Ea Enki, who was the first to come and be an eyewitness to it all, was the most qualified to tell the people so that the future could be divine. And what was the best way to tell that it was all a first-person report by Enki himself? This is kind of in broken English. I apologize. I know how to read, but and the best way to tell it was all as a first-person report by Enki himself. It's just, I don't think Zachariah Sitchin spoke good English. I'm reading it exactly as it is on the page, and some of this stuff I'm having to like improvise because it's just bad English. I hate that. I feel like every time I find a book I want to read, it's written by a fucking first grader. Sucks. That he had recorded his autobiography is certain, for a long text stretching over at least 12 tablets was discovered in a library. Nibiru quotes Enki as saying, "When I approached the earth, there was much flooding. When I neared its green meadows, heaps and mounds were piled up at my command. In the pure place I built my house, an appropriate name I gave it." The long text continues to describe how Ea, or Enki, then assigned tasks to his lieutenants, putting their mission to Earth in motion. Numerous other texts that relate varied aspects of Enki's role in the ensuing development serve to complete Enki's tale. They include a cosmogony, an epic of creation, at whose core lay Enki's own text, which scholars call the Eridu Genesis, They include detailed descriptions of the fashioning of the atom. They describe how other Anunnaki, male and female, came to Enki in his city Eridu to obtain from him a kind of data disk that encoded all aspects of civilization, and they include text of Enki's private life and personal problems, such as the tale of his attempts to attain a son by his half-sister Ninarshah, his promiscuous affair with both goddesses and the daughters of man, and the unforeseen consequences thereof. The Atra Hasis text throws light on Anu's efforts to prevent a flare-up of the Enki-Enlil rivalries by dividing Earth's domains between them. And texts recording the events preceding the deluge render almost verbatim the debates in the Council of the Gods about the fate of mankind and Enki's subterfuge known as the Tale of Noah and the Ark tale known for the Bible, until one of its original Mesopotamian versions was found in the tablets of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Sumerian and Akkadian clay tablets, Babylonian and Assyrian temple libraries, Egyptian, Hittite, and Canaanite myths, and the biblical narratives are the main body of written down memories of the affairs of gods and men. For the first time ever, this dispersed and fragmented material has been assembled and used by Zecharia Sitchin to recreate the eyewitness accounts of Enki, the autobiographical memoirs and insightful prophecies of an extraterrestrial god. Presented as a text dictated by Enki to a chosen scribe, a book of witnessing to be unsealed at an appropriate time. It brings to mind Yahweh's instructions to the prophet Isaiah. Now come, write it on a sealed tablet as a book and engrave it. Let it be the witnessing until the last day, a testimony for all time. In dealing with the past, Enki himself perceived the future. The notion that the Anunnaki, exercising free will, were masters of their own fates, as well as the fate of mankind, gave way in the end to a realization that it was destiny, that when all was said and done, determined the course of events, and therefore, as the Hebrew prophets had recognized, the first things shall be the last things. The record of events dictated by Enki thus becomes a foundation for prophecy, and the past becomes the future. So that's the end there, the first part. This is, I'm going to try, I've got a hard copy of this. I just pulled up a PDF. Maybe this is a crappy PDF. I don't know. I'll find a better copy before next show. But yeah, I mean, looks like it's good stuff so far here. And, you know, again, don't agree with all the stuff about Nibiru, blah, 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 whatever. But still, nonetheless, I think it's going to be very, very well worth the read, and definitely can't wait to get into that. Got an email here that says, hey, Josh, I'd like to know what you think about the Kabbalistic writings of Aleister Crowley. Was it just misleading, or was he just omitting? Crowley was a trickster. That was part of his whole shtick, his whole persona, his whole thing. You couldn't tell when the guy was telling you the truth or whether he was, you know, pulling your leg. And so one of the things you find, and which is exactly the reason why I can't answer your question, because was he just misleading? Was he just omitting? Well, or was he doing both? That's a question you're gonna have to find on your own, my friend. Because I'll tell you what I found that the more that you find out about those things on your own, the different stuff that, you know, like, you know, Kabbalism and sacred magic and sex magic and, you know, any of the ancient, arts, and then you go back and read Crowley, you know, you start to get a better idea of what's what and what's not. I'll tell you this, I think the guy was way more powerful and had way more power and really, really had a lot more control over a lot more things than what the history books tell us. That's really what I can tell you. That's for sure. They try to downplay it a lot, but you know, understand he was the head of the Illuminati as well at one point. I think after Giuseppe Mazzini, something like that. I think Giuseppe Mazzini passed it to him after Albert Pike had passed it to Giuseppe Mazzini. So yeah, I think that's one thing that, you know, that's a great question. But I think it's a question that, you know, I think I'd be doing you an injustice by really answering for it. And also, I think it's a question you're going to find on your own. You know, as you research more and you read more and you find out new things every day, that's going to change. You know, what you believe today about something, or what you understand today about you know, a specific issue or topic, it's going to change. No, it's not going to be the same a month from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, or it should be. If it is, then, you know, you're not really challenging yourself to have new beliefs and have new info. I think that as you continue to research and continue to read more, you find the things that you thought you believed before, thought held as, you know, that sort of changes and is constantly in flux because you're constantly learning new things. So, synopsis of the first tablet, lamentation over the desolation of Sumer. How the gods fled their cities as the nuclear cloud spread. The debates in the council of the gods, the fateful decision to unleash the weapons of terror, the origin of the gods and awesome weapons on Nibiru. Nibiru's north-south wars, unification and dynastic rules. Nibiru's place in the solar system. A dwindling atmosphere causes climate changes. Efforts to obtain gold to shield the atmosphere fail. Alalu, a usurper, uses nuclear weapons to stir volcanic gases. Anu, a dynastic heir, disposes Alalu. Alalu steals a spacecraft and escapes from Nibiru. The first tablet. So now we're reading from the first tablet. Here we go.
A lot happens in tablet.
The words of the Lord Enki, firstborn son of Anu, who reigns on Nibiru. With heavy spirit I utter laments. Laments that are bitter fill my heart. How smitten is the land, its people delivered to the evil wind, its stables abandoned, its sheepfolds empty.
They nuked themselves into death.
Sumer was reduced to dust. That's why the Sumerians disappeared. They got wiped out by a nuclear war.
Nibiru.
How smitten are the cities?
Planet heaven.
Their people piled up as dead corpses afflicted by the evil wind. How smitten are the fields, their vegetation withered, touched by the evil wind. How smitten are the rivers, nothing swims anymore, pure sparkling waters turned into poison. Of its black-headed people, Sumer is empty, gone is all life. Of its cattle and sheep, Sumer is empty, silent is the hum of churning milk. In its glorious cities, only the wind howls, death is the only smell. The temples whose heads to heaven arose by their gods have been abandoned. Of lordship and kingship command there is none, scepter and tiara are now gone. On the banks of the two great rivers, once lush and life-giving, only weeds grow. No one treads the highways, no one seeks out the roads. Flourishing Sumer is like an abandoned desert. How smitten is the land, home of gods and men. On that land a calamity fell, one unknown to man. A calamity mankind had never before seen, one that could not be withstood. On all the lands from west to east, a disruptive hand of terror was placed. The gods in their cities were helpless as man. An evil wind, a storm born in a distant plain, a great calamity wrought in its path. A death-dealing wind born in the west, its way to the east is made, its course set by fate. A storm devouring as the deluge, by wind and not by water, a destroyer by poisoned air, not tidal waves overwhelming. By fate, not destiny, was it engendered. The great gods and their council, the great calamity had caused. By Enlil and Nirhachad, it was permitted. I alone, for a halt, was beseeching. Day and night to accept what the heavens decree, I argue, to no avail. So he's basically saying he tried to stop it, they wouldn't listen to him. Ninurta, Enlil's warrior son, and Nergal, my very own son, poisoned weapons in the great plain, then unleashed them. That an evil wind shall follow the brilliance we knew not. By now crying agony. They act like they didn't know what these weapons were going to do. They'd never used them.
Yeah, they did. On their planet, and you're going to read it soon.
Much you almost see them as almost in the same place that we are now with our technology. It's almost as if that's where they were at. You know, a little more advanced than us. They could travel places, but you know, before anybody ever dropped a nuclear weapon, nobody knew what it was going to do, even though they had that technology, you know, and knew about it, but just didn't, you know, they didn't know. It seems like this was kind of the same way.
No. Keep reading.
In their holy cities, the gods stood disbelieving as the evil wind towards Sumer made its way. One after another, the gods fled their cities, their temples abandoned to the wind. In my city, Eridu, as the poison cloud approached, I could do nothing to stop it. Escape to the open steppe, to the people I gave instructions, with Enki, my spouse, the city I abandoned. In his city, Nippur, place of the bond heaven earth, Enlil could do nothing to stop it. The evil wind against Nippur was onrushing in his celestial boat, UFO. Very clear, celestial boat. Give me a break. Enlil and his spouse hurriedly took off. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, the tough gods, these almighty, all-powerful, all-loving gods, puke. Drop nuclear weapons on us, then get in their fucking spaceships and haul ass out of here. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? As above, so below, right? Sounds like what they want to do to us. The past is prologue. Like what it said at the beginning of this, something to that effect. What's happened in the past determines the future. So the gods, the extraterrestrials, they dropped nuclear weapons on us and they hauled ass in their spaceships and got the fuck out of here and then, left us all down here to die. That very well could be what's going to happen again. A lot of evidence pointing that direction, isn't there? In Sumer city of kingship, Nanar to his father Enlil for help cried. In the place of the temple that to the heaven in 7 steps rises, Nanar, the hand of fate, refused to heed. My father who begot me, great God, who to had granted kingship, turn the evil wind away, Nanar pleaded. Great God who decrees the fates, let and its people be spared, your praises to continue. Nanar appealed. Enlil answered his son, Nanar, noble son, your wondrous city kingship was granted, eternal reign it was not granted. Take hold of your spouse, Ningal, flee the city. Even I who decree fates, its destiny I cannot bend. Thus did Enlil my brother speak, alas, not a destiny it was. A calamity none greater since the deluge, gods and earthlings has befallen, alas, not a destiny it was. The great deluge was destined to happen. The great calamity of the death-dealing storm was not. So they're saying that, again, really reinforcing that idea that the great deluge, the great flood, was destined to happen, but the death-dealing storm was not. Well, what makes that interesting is that historically people are often confused because there was more than one great flood on this planet. There's more than one great deluge. And the reason that we know that is true scientifically is, again, because of that layer of pre-flood ash. So according to this, we have the great deluge, we have this great calamity of nuclear weapons unleashed, which again, all across the earth, deep underground, there's a layer of pre-deluge, pre-flood ash. So according to this, we had a great deluge, we have the nuclear decimation of Earth, reducing it to ash. Then we had another flood after that at some point. And that's proven, because it's proven that there was a flood after this event that caused the Earth to be reduced to ashes. That's very interesting. And you see that reference, that there was more than one flood. You hear that talked about. By the breach of a vow, by a council decision, it was caused. By weapons of terror was it created. By a decision, not destiny, were the poisoned weapons unleashed. By deliberation was the lot cast. So they're saying that this was done with, impunity. This was done on purpose. There was no accident that these nuclear weapons were deployed. Against Marduk, my firstborn, did the 2 sons destruction direct. Vengeance was in their hearts. Ascendancy is not Marduk's to grasp. And Lil's firstborn shouted, with weapons I shall oppose him, the Nerta said. Of people he raised an army, vividly as Earth's navel to declare, Nergal, Marduk's brother, so shouted. In the council of the great gods, words of venom were spread. Day and night I raised my opposing voice. Peace, I counseled, deploring haste. For the second time, the people have raised his heavenly image. Why does opposing continue? I asked in pleading. Have all the instruments been checked? Did not the era of Marduk in the heavens arrive? I once more inquired. Ningish Zeta, my very son, other signs of heaven sighted. His heart, I knew, Marduk's injustice to him could not forgive. Nanartu and Lil on Earthborn was unrelenting too. Marduk, my temple in the North City, his own abode made, so he said. Ishkur, Enlil's youngest son, demanded punishment. In my lands to whore after him the people he made, he said. Utu, son of Nanar, Marduk's son Nabu, his wrath directed. And this goes on, and this is like on and on. This is like an argument. I'm gonna fuck you up. No, I'm gonna fuck you up. No, I'm gonna fuck you up. No, I'm gonna fuck you up. On, pissing contest, essentially. Nergal, lord of the lower domain, ferociously was demanding, let the olden weapons of terror for obliteration be used. The olden weapons of terror for obliteration, meaning that those were, something from the weapons of the past of this civilization.
There you go.
Kind of like what we see people in the future will see nuclear weapons on Earth.
Yeah, they've used them before on themselves.
Let the olden weapons of terror for obliteration be used.
Yeah.
At my own son, I gazed in disbelief. For brother against brother, the terror weapons have been forsworn. Mm-hmm. Sounds familiar. I mean, why do we think we're in a constant state of war? I mean, that was Bramley's sort of whole premise for the gods of Eden. Well, there you go. That's all we know. That's what the people who created us, or who we call gods,
they haven't
who we are the victims of a gigantic science experiment of. No wonder nobody's ever tried to, no wonder other extraterrestrial races haven't tried to get a hold of us, man. We're the bastard sons of the universe. We are. We're the redheaded stepchildren of the galaxy.
Still being twisted, boy.
And we wonder why we arm against each other, why we have weapons, and we're all people, man. Why do we want to kill each other? Because the people of the bloodlines who were in positions of power around the globe, from presidents to congressmen to senators to royalty to the crown to all across the board, banking houses, religious institutions, all of these bloodline people are trying to become gods themselves. And to become like their gods, their creators, our creators, to become like them because they feel that because they are the pure bloodline, that gives them the right to do it. It gives them the right to do everything that their creators did. And if that means endless war and everybody killing each other, then so be it, because that's what they did.
You're still here, Josh. What makes you think?
For brother against brother, the terror weapons have been forsworn. Instead of consent, there was silence. In the silence, Enlil opened his mouth. Punishment there must be. Like birds without wings, the evildoers shall be. Marduk and Nabu of our heritage are depriving us of our heritage.
To the lies of one of them. We're evildoers.
Let them deprive the place of the celestial chariots. I'm sort of reading this slow and kind of, it's all the words are kind of reversed into what we would say it, so I'm trying to reverse them a little bit and say them, so they're easier to understand for you. Let this place be scorched to oblivion, the Nerda shouted. Let the one who scorches be me. I mean, let me do it. Let me fucking set this place on fire. Let's scorch this motherfucker to oblivion. Let's drop it. Let me pull the trigger. That's what Nerda is saying.
Yep.
Excited, Nergal stood up and shouted, let the evildoer cities also be upheaval.
Evildoers.
The sinning cities, let me obliterate. Let the annihilator my name be thereafter.
We're sinners because we listen to Marduk.
The earthlings by us created.
The god Marduk.
The earthlings that were created by us must not be harmed. The righteous with the sinners must not be perished, I forcefully said.
Yeah, right.
Narsog, my creating helpmate, was contenting. The matter is between the gods alone to settle. The people must not be harmed. I knew from the celestial abode to the discussions was giving much heed. I knew who determines fates from his celestial abode, his voice made heard. Let the weapons of terror be used this once.
Fuck you, Ronnie, you
Let
bitch.
the place of the rocket ships be obliterated.
May
Let
your
the
penis
people be
bit
spared.
off.
Let Ninurta the Scorcher be.
May somebody
Let
bite
there
off
be
your
the
penis,
annihilated.
Anu.
So did Enlil announce the decision.
Just saying.
To them a secret of the gods I shall reveal. The hiding place of the terror weapons to them I shall disclose. The two sons, one mine, one his, to his inner chamber Enlil summoned. Nurgle, as he went by me, averted his gaze to me. Alas, I cried out without words, brother has turned against brother. Are the prior times fated to repeat? A secret from the olden times to them Enlil was revealing. They had entrusted in their hands the weapons of terror. Clad with terror, with a brilliance they are unleashed, and they touch to dust, and the heat dust, turning everything into dust, essentially, is what they're saying. For brother against brother on earth, they were forsworn, and neither region to effect. Now the oath was undone like a broken jar in useless pieces. The two sons, full of glee, with quickened step from Enlil's chambers emerged, for and the weapons depart. I mean, they launched the weapons. The other gods turned their back to the cities. None of his own calamity had a foreboding. Which means, yeah, they got the fuck out of there. Now, this is the account of the prior times and of the weapons of terror.
There you go.
Before the prior times was the beginning. After the prior times was the olden times. In the olden times, the gods came to earth and created the earthlings. In the prior time, none of the gods were on earth, and the earthlings were not yet fashioned. They were not yet made. In the prior times, the abode of the gods was on their own planet. Nibiru is its name. A great planet, reddish in radiance, around the sun, an elongated circuit Nibiru makes. It has a long orbit, allegedly.
It travels with a
For a time in the cold is Nibiru engulfed, for part of its circuit by the sun strongly is it heated. So every time it starts to it does a rotation, it gets so close to the Earth that it heats up.
No.
But because it's got such a slow orbit, life was able to flourish there, essentially is what they're saying. A thick atmosphere envelops Nibiru by volcanic eruptions. All manner of life this atmosphere sustains, but without the atmosphere, there will only be dying, perishing. In the cold period, the inner heat of Nibiru keeps the planet warm, like a warm coat. In the hot period, it shields Nibiru from the sun's scorching rays. In the midst, I guess, in the springtime, it rains and it holds and releases to lakes and streams, giving rise. Lush vegetation our atmosphere feeds and protects. All manner of life in the waters and on land has been caused to sprout. After eons of time, our own species sprouted, and by our own essence, an eternal seed was used to procreate. Which basically says, an eternal seed was used. I mean, something came along and created them. You know, they may be the gods that created mankind, but somebody created them too. Who was it? We're not even ready to ask that question as a people on this planet, are we? You know, that if there is a god or gods, most likely that god or gods has a god too, someone who created them. Well, who is that? You know, this is going to start to open up more questions than it is answers. As our numbers grew, to many regions of Nibiru, our ancestors spread. Some tilled the land, some four-legged creatures shepherded. Well, they had dogs, is what it means. I knew dogs were from another planet. Fucking cats too, bastards. I love dogs and cats though. They're great. Fucking love them. And sometimes, man, you get a good one. You're like, man, you are not from this planet. My cat, I don't know what the fuck planet my cat's from. He ain't from here though. I swear he's a spy from Sirius. Tries to get on computers, gets on people's computers and type shit. It's out of control. Some lived on the mountains, some in the valleys, and made their home. Some of them made their homes in the valleys, would say. Rivalries occurred, encroachments happened, clashes occurred, sticks became weapons. Clans gathered into tribes, and then two great nations faced each other. The nation of the north took arms against the nation of the south. And it talks about that they threw spears, which they call missiles, and they weapons of thunder and brilliance. You increase the terror. So they started out with, sticks, and then it became weapons, guns, and then missiles, and then weapons of thunder. So, it kind of sounds like the evolution of our weapons, doesn't it? Well, first it was sticks, then it was, bows and arrows and spears and all that, and swords. Then it became, bullets and missiles and weapons of thunder, which, that's our modern day weaponry, isn't it? Weather warfare, HARP and chemtrails. So, I mean, that almost, wow, it almost sounds like there was, an evolution of weapons in the same way we've seen an evolution of weapons. A war long and fierce engulfed the planet. Brother amassed against brother. There was death and destruction both north and south. For many circuits, desolation reigned the land and all life was diminished. So for many orbits, for many rotations around the sun, there was no life on Nibiru at all.
Yeah.
Then a truce was declared and peacemaking was conducted. Let the nations be united, the emissaries said to one another. There they are, forming their world order. So this is great, isn't it? They have a war, brother against brother on the whole planet. Everybody wipes everybody out except for a few, and then the few that are left form a new world order where everybody's united. Sound familiar?
Then they brought
that's what
here.
As above, so below means, folks. That's why they take that so seriously. As in the macrocosm, so in the microcosm. And it looks like this is lining up to be our fate as well. Well, you know what? Just as it said here, is it fate or is it destiny? It was destiny for that.
I love wrecking kitchen.
For that flood to happen, but it was the fate of them to be wiped out by nuclear weapons. Well, this doesn't have to be our fate. Our fate can be determined by our actions or our inactions. But if we continue to not, do anything,
or our inactions.
if we, my goodness, like I've talked about, we got listeners in like 30-something countries now. Our listenership has just been going through the roof, but yet we have 3 or 4 or 5 out of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of listeners that donate to support our work.
It's warm in the dungeon. We just got started.
Are we going to choose to do like we've always done and be lazy and assume this is somebody else's problem to handle? Or are we going to step up and change fate?
I'm stepping up, Josh.
Because if not, then this is what is going to be our fate. If we don't get involved and do something, this is going to be our fate. We are going to suffer the same fate that the people of old did. And something tells me the elite want it that way. That's exactly what they're planning.
Everyone gets their own reality, Josh.
I want to play with the big boys. I want to play at the big boy level.
Right,
we need cash to do
reality
that.
shows its fucking dick in your butt.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable, just the epiphanies from reading stuff on here. It just blows me away. Let there be one throne on Nibiru, one king to reign over all. There it is, the new game's in town.
I am only
divide and conquer.
I gotta cool down a minute. My magnet top.
Kill everybody, blow everybody, create all-out warfare, and then come in and pick up the pieces and create a new order. That's what their agenda is. Let a leader from north or from south by lot be chosen.
The new world order never lost control. And
if he be from north, let south choose a female to be his spouse, an equal queen to reign alongside him.
They've been doing this to us for a long time.
If he's from the south, if they choose one from the south, let someone from the north, a female from the north, be his spouse. Husband and wife, let them be as one flesh to become. Let their firstborn son be the successor. Let a unified dynasty thus be formed. Unity on Nibiru forever to establish. They set up a fucking monarchy is what they did. They set up the new game. Who's going to run the new game? They wipe everybody out, and then they set up a new game under that. And people 100, 200, 300 years from now have no idea why life is the way it is, and nobody really questions it. People just going around about their business, forgetting that 200,000, 300,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, everybody died, and somebody came in and set up the new game that they controlled. And people just think it's day to day, and they never know what happened. You see what happened to us? The same thing. They did it here. They did it on their planet, and then they seeded us with the ability to do it again ourselves. We've gone down the same road they are.
Under the plywood.
You know, you see these, we call them vicious cycles. You know, a father is an alcoholic and a wife beater, and so, you know, and then the son grows up and becomes an alcoholic and a wife beater, and then his son grows up and becomes, and you know, it's a vicious cycle. But all it takes to break that vicious cycle is one person standing up and saying, no more, not me. I'm not going to be the one that continues that vicious cycle. It ends here.
Fucking spewing lies.
And that's what we have to do as a people, folks. It's our only hope.
I ain't going to blame her.
We have to say, no, we are not going to allow this to play out the way it's played out before. Every person on this planet needs to know this information. We've got to get this out to the people. People need to know that our destiny is going to be death and destruction and the setting up of a new power structure, resetting the game, resetting the table, starting it all over again. And that's exactly what they want to do, because that's what their predecessors did. They're gods, the ones that tinkered on Earth and created us in this
800 individuals are still those gods. They are still the Anunnaki.
But someone can stand up to this eventually and say no more. And by God, there's never been a better time than now. It's got to be us. We have to be the ones that say, no, no, no. This vicious cycle ends here.
It's about the kids, not about me.
Otherwise, it's going to continue on. And that's exactly what the elite want. And I bet they never counted on the fact we never even identified.
Quite a few times.
But now that we have, it can't be held back anymore. The royal throne into one flesh combined, an unbroken line of kingship established, just like they did on Earth. The first king after peace was made, a warrior of the north he was, a mighty commander. He was true and fair to the people. He was chosen because his degrees were accepted by all of the people. He built a splendid city to live in, and it was called a Gade, which meant unity. So see, even the title of the city was uniting, bringing everything together, bringing together the new order. For his reign, a royal title he was.
Who's talking about bugs? You shouldn't eat bugs. Well, unless you're hungry.
Granted.
I hear cockroach milk
the celestial one.
Cricket flour make great
bread. Okay, his name was On.
Okay, maybe not.
And his name On means the celestial one.
But that's what I heard. So much for what you heard, right?
He strong-armed people into reestablishing new laws and regulations on the land. He appointed governors for each land and created restoration and reclamation tasks for the people. Of him in the royal annals, thus it was recorded on the lands unified, peace on the Biru he restored. He built a new city, the canals he repaired, provided.
I got to tell you, even though I got them late to BitChute, there's one of them on there before anybody got the first one, telling exactly what would happen if you did. Because I wasn't guessing. It only took me about 15 minutes to put that together. There's no excuse in my head for what just happened. But lo and behold, Creator can heal it. Creator can fix it. You got to be the tool, and they got to be willing to let you.
People to the food, and there was abundance in the land.
You can manipulate
For his
fields.
spouse from the south, a maiden he had chosen for
That's
both
my
love
other fan.
and warring, she was
It's not
known.
just this one I blow out.
On two was her royal title. Cute. On two, TU, like number 2. And the leader who is on spouse, the given name cleverly did mean, yeah, on two. Yeah. It even says, oh, it's clever. It was cute that they did that.
Ask him how I got that so accurate.
She bore on 3 sons and no daughters.
Won't look, I don't know.
The firstborn by her named Enki. Enki. You see, like Anu, Na, Ki. Now it's just Enki. Now you're starting to see the lineage. See this? That's what this is. That's why he said, this is the preface. This is of the times that came before. Well, that's what we're reading here. This is unbelievable. This is an account. I didn't know this. I wasn't aware of this. Wow. It's mind-blowing now that I'm reading this, now that I figured out what this is. Wow.
Does he use CBD or even understand how illegal CBD was in this nation until I fucking changed it? I mean, not bragging, just giving a fucking reference as to who the fuck I used to be and what I gave up to warn him about that. He might want to take that into fucking consideration over his fucking coffee education, sitting at the fucking dinner table, reading the newspaper and watching TV. Not you, coffee. Talking about your breakfast coffee, reading your newspaper, sucking it in. It's a horrible fucking thing. He probably even listens to and holds up fucking Snowden as some kind of whistleblower and would ignore me because I'm not on C-SPAN. That kind of logic is fucking really confounding to me. Why would C-SPAN let me talk? I've asked them. All of them. Right on down to Mud Fossil. From C-SPAN to Mud Fossil, there's very few people I've talked to that will not mention anything I know. You have a rare opportunity here just because Creator wanted you to know. Obviously, I can't help that. I can't help that I can't reach everybody. Yeah, and I don't just give the words. I show you my research. I show it. I show the research. I show the proof. And if any court had me in it, there would be many of them hanging.
Oh man, this is killer. This is a genealogical record of the generations of people that came before what we know as the Anunnaki. This is the record of their lineage.
Good, Daniel.
And of their lives and
Especially
of what
the
they
wheat
did.
plants.
And the reason this is important to us, this is amazing. I mean, people, say a lot of crap about these, translations and stuff, blah, 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 I think a lot of that's disinfo. I think a lot of people are like, oh, no, those aren't real. Those aren't true, blah, blah. I think people are real scared of this. Because what this is doing is, and that's why it said, what has happened in the past is important to the future, because they're showing what the bloodline lineage, the relatives, ancestors of the Anunnaki who came to Earth and seeded life, they're showing what they did in their lives and how they set things up. And by having that access to that knowledge, that's why this was one of the things that Enki wanted mankind to have, this book. He wanted mankind to know this because something in this information was going to be a gift to us to save us from some fate that may be forced upon us by these custodians in the future. But this is unbelievable, man. I mean, this it really it's an account of the bloodlines of the lineage, you know,
pre-Genesis,
and it talks about what they did in their times.
Genesis
and this is something we can
coming up,
learn from,
really
especially when we see how, you know, this man against man, brother against brother fighting, and then the new order comes in. This information and stuff we are supposed to know to learn something from it, to keep ourselves from going down the same route that people before us did. That's why this has been hidden from us. That's why they've, you know, gone into Iraq, gone into all of the museums and taken all these things. They don't want us to get our hands on this, because if we get our hands on this stuff and understand that what happened in the past also may happen in the future, if we don't learn what happened in the past and learn from that, you know, it's again just paradigm shift. It all makes sense to me now. That's what all this shit's about, man.
Never went anywhere. They never left.
It was just kind of strange just reading this. As I was reading this, I realized this is a
Emerald tablets. You're going to hear where they're at.
This is a genealogical account.
They tell you who's fucking ruling the planet and how.
So that somebody somewhere someday, you and I now,
it's like, oh Jesus,
here
people
in
make
2011,
woo-woo out of that shit. I'm all like, what?
Could gain some perspective or some knowledge from
tablets this. I didn't know. They usually don't.
This is what secret societies, the original purpose of secret societies was.
Talking to them.
And what they did was they took that, corrupted it, and turned it, instead of being secret societies to teach us this,
you got to stop.
They turned it in. Secret societies are there to keep us from learning this.
You know how to know how.
And only their people who are going to play the game their way.
You want to know how I figured out who shot JFK? I started at his head and watched the smoke puff out of it and roll behind the car, and I was like, well, that didn't come from the fucking observatory, did it? That was a point blank injury. We made a hero out of her.
And not tell people this are going to be initiated. This is the secret of the secret societies, ladies and gentlemen. Right here, you heard it right here on the show. I'm here to tell you right now today. This is it.
Started the
This is what they've been hiding. This is what they didn't want us to know.
Injury.
These genealogical records.
Clear. Go back
of the ancestors of the people who came to Earth, the gods who came to Earth. This is what there's something in here, and we're going to find out. If we're going to read all this on air.
That shit ain't even on the
There is something we're supposed to learn here, whatever it is and what it all may be. Like, yeah, fuck. I just don't know. But
what the fuck was that?
It's something. Alone on the throne, he was seated.
You see a wound that's not even. That should
be. He was supposed to choose a spouse
twice,
but he got postponed. Some of this stuff I'm not going to read verbatim. I'm just going to kind of give you the, you know, kind of just put it in the modern day terms.
Smoke came out that month.
In his reign, concubines were brought into the palace. A son to him was not born. So they brought in bitches for him to bang. Essentially, they dumb it down for you.
Concubines. You know how to tell the difference between blood and smoke? Blood goes pss, smoke goes poof. It kind of drifts. Big difference.
The dynasty thus began with the death of Enki, and there was no offspring. The middle son, though not firstborn, was pronounced the legal heir.
Forensics say that if you're even an inch away, there's no way the smoke's coming through a non-point blank.
The idea of this, this being the genealogical record
that shit
of
came through.
The people that came before the ones that seeded the bloodlines on Earth. It's fascinating stuff because you see now we know the answers.
Wasn't the driver
to why mankind has lived in constant warfare? It's in our blood. And just like I talked about last night on the show, if you didn't listen to last night's show, go back and listen to it. All the shows this week, I suggest you look.
First shot came from behind, hit him in the neck. She realized it wasn't going to put him down. Boop, boop, bink. Threw it behind the seat, jumped out the back. One, somebody's shooting my hubby from behind. I'm not going to jump into the line of fire. One. Two, the entire parade, woman's hanging almost outside of the fucking driver's side of the fucking vehicle. Like, I hope he's a good shot. I hope he's a good shot. I hope he's a good shot. Boom, she's on him. Bop. You know, her dad was a Jesuit priest. I didn't either until I started looking into it. Fucking Rome.
Listen to 5 shows we got this week. I think all of them been killer.
Honeypot,
I'm
anyone?
on fire right now. Even more now, you know. But I was just talking about last night about
I'm sure the driver was packing.
realizing
He was
I thought
driving
for
the
the longest time
president
that I
around, but
wasn't
it
working
wasn't
hard
him that
enough,
shot
or
him.
wasn't.
Shot him.
And it's not just that. The only thing that's holding
Came from
back
behind
me
the ear.
getting my workout on to a larger scale is
He was in the front seat.
cash backing.
So was the guy.
Everything is you got to have money
Everybody
to
else
get
in the
anything out
car
there.
wasn't
It's not about talent or anything else. It's about how much money you have to put behind something.
Look at the actual
But once I
original
realized
footage
that,
again, slow motion.
I realized that
exactly. You can see
I don't
the
have to
flash
kill
of the
myself to do
gun.
it. Trying to kill myself to do this is
Actually.
not the solution.
All road,
it was not a hindrance. It was not a weapon against me anymore.
Still.
And that's what we have to see this as.
I don't even need a video to show you that.
Yes,
you go look at it and you'll realize just from what I just
we do
said,
have it in our blood to be.
If you open your eyes and watch what happens,
but
you'll
we can
be like,
change
oh
it
my
once
God.
we're aware of it and
Stop
we
looking
realize
at the
that
grassy
that's not the way to go, and that's a mistake, and that people who exist on other planets even prior to Earth went through this.
You'll find who did that.
And people thousands of years ago were trying to get a message to us saying, hey, don't go the way we did.
Tree. There's a whole
You've got
forest,
it in your blood too,
right?
because you're of us and you're like us. And since you're so much like us, you're going to go the same route we did. And a lot of people are going to die, and it's not going to be good. Here's the warning. And the elite
fucking lied to
who set up the priest class, who set up the banking houses, the religions, the power structure, the crown.
Let me assure you, I know how crazy I sound when I open my mouth. That's why I said I wouldn't believe. If you're going to believe me, you're fucking nuts. Have you heard what I said? Have you heard the words that came out of my mouth? What you need to do is go research those words. That way you know, because you can't believe that shit. You start believing the shit I say, you're fucking nuts. Period. How you doing, Sky? Have you listened to me talk? I said we live on it was 3 years ago or so. I knew for a fact I was living on a dead rock, hurtling through space. Couldn't find God. And I didn't understand the magnet because I knew it couldn't be a molten core. That doesn't even make sense. Magnets get hot, they lose their magnetism. That's property well known. And there's no way you can crystallize that to make me believe that you're going to have a field out of it. I've been an alchemist for 30 fucking years, and I know how that works. Boy, I thought Admiral Byrd at the same time was insane. Hollow Earth. Fuck you. I was wrong. The model working screams, oh my God, every time you do it, there's a tube that runs through the planet, and every time you freeze fucking water with a powerful magnet inside, you get an egg. Huge, continents wide egg we live on the shell of. Imagine that. I was like, well, fuck. So now it makes sense, that internal burning sun, you've got one too. I didn't know we had a magnet. And that's what started opening my eyes to how Creator actually constructed the universe. And it's fucking amazing. It's fucking simple. You don't need a fucking slide rule. You don't need your calculator. It's scalar physics. It's very simple. It's slightly confusing from the physics we've been given, because the reason they refer to it as scalar physics is because traditionally they couldn't explain why a magnet is instantaneously reacted to another one on the chain, regardless of distance. Well, that rings familiar, doesn't it? Well, all of a sudden, if you have a muon, which science has backed us up on, the CERN, which isn't what they say it is, but I'll take it. There's a strong magnet field in every damn center of every atom. Well, we've seen very clearly underwater all these magnets that we've seen come up with 1748 hertz, and so do goosebumps, and so do and then you're producing extra stem cells. The fucking elitists have the same fucking plate on the back of every movie screen in your face. That again stands for something different we're going to hear about later in the tablets of Thoth. Their evil fucking wicked fucking plan has been cracked right to the fucking core. They feared us dropping our hate of our skin and religion and sexual preferences and realizing we're all on one ball, on its side, we're out of food, and there's a reason the rivers are going dry and the globe is on fire. And if everybody understood that, they would also understand without your fucking neighbor, humanity might not survive this. So all of a sudden that puts us all on the same team. It's something they can't have. Because once we start magnetizing with each other on the chain, we become so strong we can move their blocks that they cut for us. And scared the fuck out of them in the Tower of Babel when we were working for Marduk. They've divided us since that day. They've reconstructed some of us. Some of their original dark-haired people that they speak of are the descendants of Cain, who lived on the tips of Peru. We'll hear about that in detail.
The authority, the tyranny, everything. Said we.
You know how I understand and remember all of this shit? There's a couple reasons. Greg Braden pointed out to me that most human beings have a gene that was programmed into them to make them forget, actively attacking their own memories. I'm like, oh shit, that's kind of fucked up. A negative people don't have that. I don't have that, so I remember things. And two, I think, actually more importantly, I've listened to these things about 1/10 as many times as I've actually read the Bible and the Quran, trying to find these answers. Because I was told the parable thing about Jesus and all this fucking stupid shit about the Bible. Jesus didn't speak in parables, he spoke in physics. Those red words, they mean an awful lot if you have the right framework. They're not parables. You can inherit this strength in the entire magnet field of Earth and become a steward and guardian of all life. That's actually what you're designed to do. Because our Creator knew you needed to have those 3 suns to create the DNA in the first place. They each sing one tone. DNA can't be fucking made with one tone or 2. It takes all 3 of that Berkeley current to fucking come and form and make a resonant tone that can, as we've seen through research, 7.83 hertz, life frequency, create fucking DNA spontaneously and hold it. Your 7.83 hertz that you were formed in is changing. You have a magnet and the very tool in your chest the Creator gave you to survive in a 3-sun system. He didn't leave you ass out. He, she, child. What else in creation is not male, female, and child? You can call it what you want. There's 3 creators. They're symbiotically woven. Their energy comes out as such. How that works, I'm not even going to pretend to know. But I know it exists. I can see it with my eyes. I can touch it with my hands. And I can speak from our old language, not here. These things fucking distract. Listen from here. And you're going to start fucking getting some answers I can't give you. People ask me when it's coming. You know what? You'll know when you're being called and what you're being called to do. It becomes clear once you start listening. I'm about to be homeless in 9 days. I'm not really concerned about it because I know why. Josh Reeves. Let me give you his link. I think this is the link to what we're listening to. If you want to go over it on your own without my big mouth. Because sometimes it helps. Although Josh does, he watches too much TV and he's never seen the things that we've found. Hey, King Teddy. Yeah, yeah, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, there's a pattern." Well, yeah, there's also a pattern in the quakes, and I showed that to Dutch back in the fucking day on Facebook long ago. Uh, and it's just become more evident now. It's of course it's correlated right along the side. You bet with the Schumann. We can even find the double induction in the Schumann. You know, I mean, I fuck everything. Everything correlates with this wall, the Schumann. Um, and the fact that these huge planetary bodies are so fucking close to us, we look like a moon next to them without all the buildup of Cherenkov radiation. I've seen them with my own eyes, and they're huge. The thing I was taking a picture of was just like, shouldn't be there. But there's nothing like what I've witnessed with my own fucking eyes with my oxygen guy. I'm a mile above most of you. When you're seeing a crescent up there, I'm seeing topography. My neighbors are shitting their pants, talking about, you know what, you're not crazy. You remember that time you told me that? I thought you was crazy. And the word stuck to me so hard that when my 10-year-old niece started freaking out, they didn't teach me about that motherfucker in school. I was able to calm her down. Thank you for fucking being real. I was like, you bet, Nico. I was told that I was being mean to him. I didn't think I was being mean to him. I didn't scare him. He said, you know, they were useful. Don't be afraid to tell people the truth just because you look crazy if you can prove it in a court of law. Yeah, I do Facebook because it's a good place to document shit. It's a good place to document shit. That's why I started doing Facebook. I haven't really asked for friends on Facebook unless they were people I knew. And for some reason, I think when somebody asks me to be my friend, they understand I used to work for these bastards, and I'm not wrong. I haven't been wrong way too much for my own comfort. um, I don't know. And then you watch them posting up bullshit. It's aggravating. I tell people you don't want to be my friend on Facebook because I'm going to yell at you. Might end up blocking your ass. Just watch me. I'm a public channel. Yeah, the moon has been rising like that, uh, 10, 12 degrees to the left all week, too. It's well to the northeast at rise now, where a couple of days ago it was just south of east. Orion, pretty early in the evening now, because he's been in the sky for a while. About 1 o'clock, I guess, you'll see the belt starting to rise. Is laying completely on his back. That's your winter hunters sleeping on the job in the summer. It's kind of telling. Because by the time he sets, he looks more like Lee laying on his face, drunk in his pool of vomit. And it's like, God damn, who fucked Orion? But people don't look. They're watching their damn hoopties. You want to have instantaneous gratification? Go out at night tonight if your sky is clear and look in your north. Right on the fucking horizon. Now, you tell me if that isn't a planet at least our size within lunar orbit, because I'll show you where it is. I don't have to point it out to you in the sky. That motherfucker takes half the sky up most nights. Some nights you gotta look on the horizon. You'll see it about quarter of the way up. Depends on how much we're dipping. Glenn said the trees were blocking his way out there at his house. He stood out there in the middle of my fucking yard one night getting vertigo, talking about holy fuck. I can't see it like that. It's there for you to look at. Feeling blah today. Hi, David. At least you're feeling, my friend. Yeah, the moon was one of my. Hey, how you doing? Ah, shit. Fucking lurkers. You gotta watch Glenn. He's sneaky. He's got a wrench. Felt you there, bud. I'm just thinking about smoking some of that good weed of yours, man. Thank you again. Without Glenn, I wouldn't have all this keef in the bottom of my bag. Oh my god. And yeah, I usually am fucking gratified feeling gratification anyway. When that toilet paper's tickling my sphincter, like, oh, the pressure's gone. Hope you're having a beautiful day, Glenn. Don't block me, YouTube, because I'm talking about my sphincter. That's a medical term. Well, if you want to catch up to speed, we did cover this in previous videos on the Twitch. Oh my god. Handy. Um, have you seen my working model of the solar system with the magnets around the magnet? Because that's how it works. Um, but here's the part that can't show you. I don't have any other. God, these things are alive. They're sentient beings. They're very good at being planets. They understand their magnetism. It's like their feet and hands. That's how they're planets. They're very good at it. I can sit there and watch Earth induce heat and tell people, oh my god, if she keeps going, and then she stops right on time, and it's like without I'm and people want to say this is a weak magnet. I got to tell you something. Amazingly strong. We've seen some shit that should have fucking blown your house away already. It's been 3 years ago. Let alone what's happening today. It got progressively crazier. Um, we've watched these literal bodies in Iswal for about 6 months. It started out like, say, here's the edge of Iswal, and we had a finger, and I was like, "What the fuck was that?" Into today, okay, over a 3 year period, we've called it the slow train wreck. Whew. It's been very interesting to see it build to this. Um, the entire time, this huge fucking conglomeration of family members behind us hasn't crescented once. Not once. I've never seen a crescent behind us. Never once. They've masterfully fucking followed us for 3 years, getting closer and closer to the point that I'm like, God, maybe I should just start telling people, you want to look at your fucking North Horizon, because it's just without fucking question that what we're seeing are other magnetospheres responding to ours in the magnet spectrum. It's fucking, it is what it is. And you can verify it any fucking time you look at your North Horizon at night. Wait until midnight, 1 o'clock. Boy, that motherfucker's up there. I mean, we live on a ball. Oh, Lee's like, if the sun was going to be up, it would be up. Well, wait a couple hours. We'll roll around to it. Fuck. It's not, maybe it won't be there at 9. And it's not even dark at 9. You still got so much fucking light from the blue sun coming out of the fucking north. You can't even say that's dark. Wait a little bit. That's all I got to say. Just wait and then go out and look. I ain't trying to sell you anything. I'm telling you where you should fucking go look if you want to know when shit's going to hit the fan. It's right inside your asshole already. It done passed the fan. Hemp is good. Yeah, I mean, you look around, then there's a. If you're in a decent spot, you can see the outline of it if you stare hard enough. And some nights you can see that the outline has a little bit of a blue tint on the other side of it, because there's a blue ass fucking sun shining on it. The dome, Polly calls it. Yes, we see that every morning too at sunrise. The Cherenkov can't hide it all. So, I know how crazy I sound. And I wouldn't blame people for thinking I'm crazy. But if you're going to sit here and literally tell me I'm crazy before you go look, I think you're just stupid. Because if somebody told me, hey, man, I'd be like skeptical, but I'm not going to discount green eggs and ham until I taste that shit. So I'm going to go out there and look in the north until I get a clear night. Then, well, I'm going to shit my pants and fall in it. I'm going to go back and say, you know what? You're right. I ain't saying you're not crazy, but you're right. That honest to God, you should thank Angel Stone for that, because my dearest fucking, one of my dearest friends of 20, 30 fucking years, that was her idea. I was shooting for medical because she had early onset Alzheimer's. And she was like, throw in the hemp. Jack would be so happy. I was like, Jack's dead. And they're not going to legalize hemp. They don't want people to understand it's good in the gas tank. I've been wrong so many fucking times in my life. And I'm not afraid to fucking tell you when I'm wrong. It was all Angel. I gathered the information and put it together. She made sure I spelled everything right, and we presented it. It was the last thing I expected to happen, to be honest. And then the other, to the point that I'd never actually looked at the vote until the other day. And I was like, oh, Christ's sake, that's the second most fucking populist vote that ever happened in their legislature history. So I got number 1 and 2. I need to just fucking. I made a video. I'm a good investigator. Fuck. I don't investigate on YouTube. Well, the number one, the only unanimous decision in North Carolina history was against the core curriculum. That was a federally implemented fucking mandatory fucking curriculum. And North Carolina unanimously made it against the law because of a poorly punctuated, misspelled, very detailed side by side fucking comparison with their current core. And they were like, oh shit. In summary of they're purposely dumbing our children down by a factor of 1,000. I showed the math from math to science, English in a rainbow from K to 12. And unanimously, I had the legislature vote with me. I proved it. They had no choice, in other words. They would look stupid if they had voted. Anybody ever heard that they had fucking voted against what I did or presented to them? And yeah, that was that was the days I thought I was actually doing good. And honestly, I got that. That's one of the things that made me so angry um, when I presented the polar vortex had caused our lunar roll because I found a red sun and was confirmed, and then told these details and offered a bunker for my child and I. And I don't know how people can discount that and think that their opinions are going to change anything I was told. Because I have many opinions about what I was told. I actually voiced a couple of them in that office. Um, I had worked really close with Kay Davis, his sister, um, on all of this stuff. That was his personal. That was my go-to. That was my liaison. She handled all the presentation of information and updating and requests for me to do stuff. Those correspondences I've given as evidence. My DD 214s. I've verified who the fuck I am. I give detail, and I am also checkable, especially through the North Carolina State Capitol Police, where Senator Davis tried to have me arrested twice for non-disclosure agreements that did not exist, and a threat when I told Kay Davis that I hoped that the bunker that she had just offered me became her tomb. And it wasn't a threat. It was just a hope I had. I can't make it her tomb. I didn't threaten to do so. I just kind of hope it is. So they couldn't arrest me and refused to arrest me. And they took the records from the police chief that it was his main motivation for actually calling me. I think he had 3 kids, and he couldn't go over all the findings that he had in his hand that he could see something was going on. So he contacted me personally, and I informed him of what I knew, and he informed me of what he knew, and I left my son of mine every fucking thing we owned, threw him in the truck, and we drove off to Texas that night. That was a long time ago, about 8 years ago. And life has never been the same since. I think this is what, my 7th channel? People say it's hard to find me. They don't want me to be seen. Anything you see is what they want you to look at. You can trust that. Obviously, it's probably too late for anything I got to say, unless you're in one of the big cities or on the west coast of the globe. It's not too late yet. Get the fuck out of there. Half of you don't even fucking have the desire to know to the point that you even try to see if you can feel this in your hands. I can't control that. But I know this much. I can get my hands on some wisdom holders because I've been invited back to these tribes of tens of thousands. I start laying field because I ain't laying hand on nobody. On these wisdom holders, they're going to have no choice but to give this back to their tribes. This is way bigger than a YouTube thing. This is humanity. We're going to lose our houses anyways. Look behind me. Look in the north. Look in the north. Look in the north. Understand the great day, terrible day of the Lord is when the Cherenkov rolls back and you realize there's 6 of them right now that make us look like a little moon that are so fucking close that when the Cherenkov rolls back, it looks like we're sharing the same fucking atmosphere. We look like moons to these things. It ain't like Hollywood. It's in your face. It gave me. I'll never forget it. And I've even questioned my own sanity on this, except I've got living beings around me that have seen the same thing. You guys got a mile more Cherenkov and pollution and smog than I got. I'm sitting pretty high on the planet right now. I got a pretty good view of shit. I didn't have a damn camera on me, I don't think, that day. It was a crazy day. All right, let's go back to Lost Boat.
We can't allow them to know this because we won't be able to rule if they know it. We are pushing the envelope now. I mean, can you feel it? We are in the age of awakening, folks. This is it.
We've all been.
All is going to be revealed. It is being revealed right now on this show as you're listening. We are the generation that this stuff has to stop with. We have the information. We have the power.
We do, actually, Josh.
Our task now is to wake the people up from their slumber, and it's time to stop playing nice.
Wake up. Nice hasn't gotten.
I hope you'll send this broadcast to somebody. I hope you'll get it out there when it appears on YouTube, when it appears on my archives. Get it out there. Let people hear it, man. Let's do this.
Doing it.
All right, let's get into Lost Book of Enki for you here tonight.
Fucking doing it.
When we left off Friday night, the gentleman in Dubsar who was scribing the words of Enki for this tablet had just been relieved of his duties and had been successful in
Dubsar
scribing this book for Enki on this, esoteric tablet that sounded like some kind of computer system. Well, we talked about how, the pen was made of a crystal, it like etched it into the tablet. So we're picking up where after he comes to his senses after being the scribe for Enki here.
3 days.
My life senses returned to me as if awakened from the deepest sleep by the sound of the calling of my name. I was in some kind of an enclosure. It was dark, but there was also an aura. Then my name was called again by the deepest of voices, and although I could hear it, I could not tell whence the voice came, nor could I see whoever it was that spoke, and I said, "Here I am." Oh, wait, I already read this.
You did.
A page thrown off here. Yeah, I did. Wow. I don't remember what page we left off on.
You did. I heard you.
Well, that stinks.
Every time I listen to this, you read it twice.
Let me just scroll through the page. Bear with me for a minute. Oh, here we go. Yeah, because we were way past that.
He gets lost a lot. It's funny.
Yeah, this is basically continuing on the sort of genealogical history of
That's why I like this reading.
The ancestors of the Anunnaki who came to Earth and seeded life on Earth, and so this is their historical and genealogical record here. Let's see how much of this we read. It's talking essentially about how there was great cataclysms, there was nuclear weapons unleashed, and then somehow, it was just interesting because after, they said brother was pitted against brother, and then all of their people on their planet were wiped out. And out of those ashes, like the phoenix out of the ashes, which is interesting because that's one of the symbols of the Brotherhood, the double-headed phoenix. Arose these bloodlines and these kings and queens and set up the new game. And so here they're talking about the circuit of Nibiru, which is the orbit of Nibiru. A destiny it is in the orbit of Nibiru embedded. So they're saying that there's, the destiny of what's to happen on their planet and our planet is hidden in the orbit of Nibiru, and many people out there believe that this comet Elenin, which is going to pass near to Earth very soon, is actually the famed Nibiru. I don't really believe that myself, but I don't not believe it either. You know what I mean? I'm just sort of go either way. Others of knowledge of the orbit did not consider the Nibiru's destiny to be tied with that orbit. They found that there was a breaching in their atmosphere. Volcanoes, the atmosphere were belching and spitting up. I'm sort of, as I was doing Friday night, I'm sort of kind of going over some of this stuff is in kind of a weird.
Of their magnetosphere.
Doesn't really translate well in modern day English. So I'm kind of summarizing it all for you. Because it just sounds dumb to read. Volcanoes, the atmosphere forbear, less belching, were spitting up. I'd rather just say there were volcanoes and shit was coming out of them. Yeah. Nibiru's air has been made thinner. The protective shit lid has been diminished.
Shield. Protective shield.
I think it's supposed to say shield, but it says shit lid. Is that what they call it in ancient Samaria? The shit lid? Yeah, get that shit lid up there, boy, before we burn to death. Damn, put some duct tape and some baling wire on it. Do whatever you got to do. Give us some burning up.
The atmosphere was weakened because they forgot that they were the stewards of their own planet.
I think Bill Hicks was right. We've been invaded by rednecks.
Because they held the same damn thing we do.
In the reign of Anshar and Kishar, pestilences appeared, and they could not overcome them. Their son Anshar ascended to the throne, and he was of the sixth dynasty of rule on Nibiru.
They need this back over there.
His name became Master of the Shar.
To save planet Earth and have a new
with great understanding he was born. So he was born, he was already, he already had knowledge when he was born. He was born with a great knowledge of something. With much learning, he mastered much knowledge. To remedy the afflictions in the ways he sought to remedy the afflictions of people. And he spent much time studying the orbit of Nibiru. In its looping of the sun, 5 family members embraced the planets of dazzling beauty. From cures to the afflictions of their atmosphere, he examined the atmosphere. So they were finding out that people were dying on their planet, and the reason that was because of their atmosphere being depleted. To each he gave a name. Ancestral forefathers he honored. As heavenly couples he considered them. On and Onto were like twin planets. He called the first two that he encountered on and onto. Beyond Nibiru's orbit were Anshar and Kishar, and they were the largest in size. As a messenger, Gaga among the others, of course, sometimes the first Nibiru meet. I think Gaga is Jupiter or Saturn or one of those. So there's your occultic reference and the occultic explanation behind Lady Gaga. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, that's where they came from. It's all, I mean, come on. She's Italian, too. Give me a fucking break. These guys in the priest class that run the music industry and all this, they're all well aware of this stuff. I mean, every one of her videos, Lady Gaga's videos, one of her first videos, there's Sirius in the background, the twin dogs. I mean, there's occultic stuff in every single one of those. That's not there by mistake, and it's not put there by her either. Don't confuse that. The most of the time, the guys in the A&R departments of the major record labels are the ones that are the occultists and are into this, and they suggest, hey, you should put this in there, and they say, oh, okay, cool, whatever you want, yay. Give me some more coke and $1 million. I'll do whatever you want. 5 in all were Nibiru's heavenly greeters as the sun encircled. Beyond, like a boundary, the hammered bracelet of the sun encircled. As a guardian of the heavens' forbidden region with havoc, it protected. Other children of the sun, 4 in number from intrusion, the bracelet shielded. The atmospheres of the great 5 greeters Inchar set out to study. So some sort of loop, which interesting because I'll just have this story here tonight and already closed down a bit, damn it. Let me see if I can get back to it. That's just odd that it's talking about this bracelet that came from the sun that actually protected part of their atmosphere during the time in which it came around. And I had this story here tonight, and I didn't cover it, and I was thinking, no, I'll just skip that one. Here it is. Kind of seems synchronistic now. Maybe there's a connection to this. It says, sort of Daily Mail, discovery of magnetic ropes that cause solar storms will help prepare Earth for space weather damage. So they discovered these ropes that precede these solar flares, which should be able to help us be able to understand when these are going to happen and protect against them. And I'll put a link to that in the chat room so you can check it out on your own, but it just seems highly coincidental and seems almost very similar to what they're describing here as this. Maybe it was something about these ropes, as they're calling here in the Daily Mail article. Maybe that's what the bracelet was, shielding the planet. In its repeating orbit, the 5 in Nibiru's loop carefully were examined. The 5 planets in the same orbit as Nibiru were carefully examined. They observed what types of atmospheres that these planets possess. And with celestial chariots, they intensely were examined. Oh, right. So they sent spaceships to examine the planets closer. That's what it is, celestial chariots. Come on. The findings were astounding, the discoveries confusing. From orbit to orbit, Nibiru's atmosphere seemed to have more breaching. In the councils of the learned, cures were avidly debated. Ways to bandage the wound were urgently considered. A new shield to embrace the planet was attempted. All that was thrust up back to the ground came down. In the councils of the learned, the belching volcanoes were studied. The atmosphere by belching volcanoes that were created by the volcanoes. I'm just trying to figure out a way to say this. The atmosphere by belching volcanoes had been created as wound by their diminished belching had come to be. And it just doesn't, So these volcanoes cause their atmosphere, or one of the causes of their atmosphere to be depleted. And it says that they basically figured out how to make a new invention that would utilize the volcanoes to basically solve their problem. And so they were actually trying to get the volcanoes to keep spewing, even though they wanted them to stop before. Now they were hoping the volcanoes would start to spew again because whatever solution they come up with needed that to happen in order for it to work. In the reign of Inshar, the breach in the skies grew bigger. It didn't rain, the wind blew harder, and there was no water that came out of the ground. On the lands, there was an accusation the breasts of mothers were dry. In the palace, there was distress, and accusation therein took hold, as first his wife, Inshar, a half-sister, did espouse by the law of the seed abiding. Ninshar, she was called, who bears the shars of the lady, a son she did not bear. By a concubine to Inshar, a son was born. The firstborn son he was. By Ninshar, first wife and half-sister, a son was not brought forth. By the law of succession, the concubine's son to the throne ascended. The seventh to reign he was. Du-Uro was his royal name, and the dwelling place fashioned its meaning. In the house of concubines, not in the palace, he was indeed conceived. So he was like, he was like the George Bush of his time, I suppose. The bastard son who ascended to power, the more like the Bill Clinton of his time, huh? Yeah. I don't know if they still know who Bill Clinton's dad was. His mom was a dirty, dirty whore. Damn, man, she fucked so many dudes. They didn't know who the fuck Bill's dad was. I think somebody said it was, that guy from Hee Haw. Junior Samples or some shit like that. I think somebody said Junior Samples was his dad, and somebody at Dealey Plaza told me that one time. As his spouse, a maiden from his youth beloved Duru chose, and that's interesting. So Duru, the bastard son who took over power, chose his wife because he loved her, not because she was in the bloodline.
That's a problem.
Well, this is interesting, man. This story's starting to get thick. Now we're starting to see why we need to learn this. This sounds very similar to the history of some of our kings and queens and power structure on Earth, doesn't it? Da-Uru was her royal name. She who was by my side was the meaning. Wow, that's kind of a downgrade from, the wife before, when she was like, the one who does something in the sky. This is like, the bitch who stands by my side all the time. Wow, that's just beautiful, man. Wonderful, wonderful poetry there. In the royal court, confusion was rampant. Sons were not heirs. Wives were not half-sisters. In the land, the suffering was increasing. Fields had no abundance. The plants wouldn't grow. And among the people, fertility was diminished. I mean, nobody was getting pregnant, means nobody was being born, so their population was diminishing fast. In the palace, fertility was absent. Neither son nor daughter was brought forth. Of On's seed, 7 were the rulers. Then of his seed, the throne was dry. So On, which is funny because On is, if you study the genealogical history of the Anunnaki, On was, the Anunnaki were the Anunnaki were the princes of, the one God. Princes of the guy who, he was the son, the forefathers, they were the forefathers of the one who was the first person that started the bloodline, and that was On. And so after 7 of On's bloodline were the rulers, they no longer had one of On's bloodline in rule. Yep. Daru, a child at the palace gateway, was embraced as a son. Duru, in the end, was adopted. His name became Olama, meaning dryness. In the palace, the princes were very mad, and they were complaining to the council of counselors. In the end, Lama ascended the throne, though not of On's seed, He was the 8th to reign. Now, that's very interesting. He sounds very much like a Akhenaten type character, you know. In the councils of the learned to heal the breach, there were 2 suggestions. One was to use a metal to fix their atmosphere, a metal by the name of gold. On Nibiru, it was greatly rare. Within the hammered bracelet, it was abundant. So the zone, I guess, the hammered bracelet may be where we were talking about the asteroid belt. It was the only substance that, to the finest powder, could be ground up and put in high into the heaven, into the atmosphere, and would stay suspended.
Atomic level.
Thus, with replenishments, the breach would heal, and it would have better protection. Let the celestial boats be built. Let a celestial fleet to fleet the gold to Nibiru bring over. So here they are talking about let's create ships and go somewhere out, you know, on the other side of our solar system and find some gold and bring it back here. Funny, that would just be the one thing our monetary system just happened to be based on, huh? Get us all to mine it, get us all to build our whole, you know, fight and kill each other for, you know, 3,500 years or 3,600 years or however long it is, you know, and then create this power structure, then get everybody to hoard it in one spot. And then when they get to come, when the Anunnaki come back and tell us,
pathetic earthlings, bow down to me. We are the Anunnaki, and we have returned for our gold. We will take it back to our planet and leave you pathetic earthlings here on the planet to die.
You know,
Pretty much.
things have happened. Probably what it's going to be, isn't it? Folks, you're going to have to get this gold right now, folks, because Anunnaki want to take the gold away from you, folks. Ted's got a great deal on 2 gold for you today, and you need to get it now, because we don't have much time left, folks. The Anunnaki are going to take your gold, folks. I'm fucking mad about it, man! Yeah, you'll probably hear that before it's over with. Let weapons of terror be created. Now, we've established in from reading William Bradley and reading the rest of this that the weapons of terror they're referred to are the nuclear weapons, weapons of mass destruction. So they're saying they should, you know, go to this planet or wherever it is and just launch nuclear weapons and blow the shit out of stuff and go in and pick up all the gold. For decision, Lama was too feeble. What did he know about making that kind of a choice? One orbit of Nibiru was completed. In the field, affliction was not diminished. The volcanoes continued belching, and the atmosphere was still not repaired. A 3rd shar passed. A shar is a year in Nibiru, by the way. It's a marking of or a year, or marking of a sort of passage of time. So when they say a 3rd shar passed and a 4th shar passed, that's a notation of time, by the way. Still, the gold was not obtained.
Doesn't have anything to do with a year.
In the land, there was still strife. Strife was abundant. There was no food, no water. Everybody in the lands were disjointed. Everybody was accusing each other. Everybody's running around basically like a chicken with their head cut off, not knowing who to blame, playing the blame game.
Never's years.
And there's basically saying, well, then if this is our destiny to die like this, then
the star,
you can't really do anything about it. In the royal court, the princes were astir. The king's accusations were directed foolishly, unreasoning, and greater calamities instead of the cure he brought forth. From the olden storehouses, weapons were retrieved. A rebellion, there was much speaking. A prince in the royal palace was the first to take up arms. And now they're having civil unrest. And they went up to Lama and attacked him. and they killed Lama, the eighth ruler. Lama is no more. The king is no more, with glee he announced. To the throne room, Alalu rushed. On the throne, he himself seated. Without right or counsel, a king, he pronounced himself king. In the land, all unity was lost. Some rejoiced the death of Lama, some were saddened by it. Now this is the account of the kingship of Alalu and of the going to earth. So when this guy, so what's essentially what they're telling us is that this guy Lama died, and this guy Alalu, who just wasn't anybody, basically came in and said, I'm not of the bloodline. I'm just a regular person. I'm taking over. And now that I'm taking over and I'm the new game in town, I'm saying that we're going to Earth and we're going to go get the gold there. So there was no talk of going to Earth and mining Earth. That's interesting. By the power structure of people that existed on the throne in the Biru, there was no talk of even going to Earth to do this until this usurper came in and basically took over the throne.
I have heard so many versions of this on social media from like, oh, they were outlaws and they were running from this and running from that when they, it wasn't an outlaw thing and they didn't take anybody away. They're still here. It was a concerted effort, which kills me, that you can actually listen to if you listen to it. But when you listen to someone else's interpretation, it's just that. It's someone else's interpretation. I don't know why you would trust that in any format myself. Just saying. What's up, John? How you doing?
By, sheer brute force. He came in, killed the king, took over and became king. And said, we're going to Earth to get the gold to fix this problem. That's very interesting. This is why they say that the Anunnaki, the people that came to Earth,
everybody,
and did the things that they did and created humans and all this stuff, were pursued.
It's pretty self-evident
from some of the other inhabitants of the Biru. They were pursued by other Anunnaki. So that kind of clears that up a little bit, doesn't it? So it wasn't that we were even invaded or genetically manipulated by people who were of the royal bloodline. These were basically usurpers. We were. That's kind of an unbelievable thing. In the land, the unity was lost, and many people did not like the kingship of this guy Alalu just coming in and saying, "I'm taking over. I'm the new game in town." You can imagine that.
Alalu.
Princes were agitated. The counselors were distraught. From father to son, secession from on to the throne continued. Even Lama the eighth, by adoption, a son was proclaimed. Who was Alalu? Was he a legal heir? Was he a firstborn? By what right did he usurp? Was he not a king slayer? Before the seven who judged Alalu was summoned, his fate to consider. So they're bringing him to be judged by seven people. Though through neither legal heir nor son of a firstborn royal seed, he was he. Of Shargal I am descended, before the judges he claimed, by a concubine. My ancestor was born to him. Alam was his name. By the count of Shars, by the count of years, Alam was the firstborn throne to belong to him. So basically, he came in and said, no, I can prove that I am part of this bloodline. So they couldn't really argue with that. The royal annals from the House of Records were brought forth. With much care they were read. On and onto the first royal couple, there were 3 sons and no daughters born to them. The firstborn was Enki. He died on the throne and had no offspring. The middle son in his stead was Anib, and Shargal was his firstborn, and to the throne he ascended after him. On the throne of kingship by the firstborn did not continue. So it didn't continue on that far. And this goes on and on and on. They're talking about blah, blah. Is he, they're trying to figure out, does he have the right to be king? Is he a usurper? This, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Secession must be reconsidered to the assembly, he said, through neither firstborn nor by the queen of a son of pure seed am I descended.
That's a good pack.
The essence of
Cheers.
On in me is preserved, by no concubine diluted. So he's saying, basically, yes, she had, On had, my father had sex with, a person who wasn't of the bloodline, but it didn't dilute it. I'm still part of he's trying to just convince these people that he is one of them through the bloodline so that he can, maintain power. They asked for his name. It is Anu. After my forefather, I named. Now, what's interesting about that? Wow. So this is the story of Anu. So the guy who took over and usurped the throne was Anu, and we know that Anu's sons later on were Enlil and Enki. So Enlil and Enki, who allegedly caused all this havoc on Earth, the flood and genetic manipulation and all this stuff, and seeding mankind with these phony religions, were the result of someone who may or may not have actually been a part of the royal bloodline.
And Yahweh is Anu. Simple as that, in the cuneiform.
So if that's true,
totally.
And these people that are in charge and power today, and presidents, kings, queens, power structure all over the world, that are part of this bloodline, and they're basing their whole divine right to rule on the fact that they're a part of these bloodlines, right?
It's fixing to make some sense to you.
If that's true, then that would make them imposters. That would make them these, because from what this genealogical and historical record of the ancestors of the Anunnaki tells us, is that it wasn't the people who had been in the bloodlines and the power structure and everything up to that point who made the decision to Earth. They seemed to act like that was taboo. Then this guy comes in, kills the king, takes over, and then goes through this big, long drawn out ordeal of being in front of the council and look at me, and I came from this bloodline, and my baby daddy was over here, and he fucked this whore, the concubine, and just because she's a whore doesn't mean I'm not a part of the bloodline. All this convincing going on, you see. So again, that would make this very, very interesting. That would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that these people that, maybe that's what's going to happen. Maybe that's why they've been created.
What are they? Changing your hi Cat, are they censoring your text, Emily?
Creating space-based weapons. Maybe they're scared, because if there's something to this, if this is real,
rib it back at you, Lily.
Then that would mean that at some point the real bloodlines of power, if any of these people still exist anywhere,
how you been, Cat?
Could actually feasibly come back and call out the power structure here on Earth as being the usurpers and the descendants of the usurper who took over the throne on Nibiru. They could very well come here and say, we need help.
Well, Emily, that's why we Twitch. They don't do that over there. The Google teams over here. Be careful, y'all.
Fixing our
they don't like truth too much. So we're going to listen to these myths.
Our atmosphere, but, they came down here and set this up and basically did it against our wishes. Boy, that could be. No wonder they don't want us knowing what this information is. My goodness, see, it just becomes more clear every time we read it. They asked him what his name was, and he said, my name is Anu, after my forefather. Right? I am named. They inquired about his generations. Of On's 3 sons, he reminded them. Enki was the firstborn. Without a son or daughter, he died. And Neb was the middle son. Instead of Enki, to the throne he descended. Anib, the daughter of his younger brother, took to be wife from them onward to the succession in the annals was recorded.
Say anything
who was that younger brother? A son of On and Antu, that was of purest seed. The counselors looked with wonderment at each other. Inuru.
It makes you wonder what kind of pathetic small minds it takes to limit truth by reading a little list of things you can't talk about and eliminating them as they're spoken of. It makes you what kind of small mind and small life these type of people have, and how threatened they are by the reality of a fucking ever-growing, fucking immense, beautiful, complex, yet simple, to the atomic level, universe. Our Creator is amazing. And to stifle that, well, I'm not going to be the judge, but I'm going to be a witness.
Was his name. Anu to them announced that he was my great ancestor.
And not a quiet one.
His spouse, Ninuru, was a half-sister. Her son was firstborn. Inama was his name. And from the throneship, we were removed. From On's pure seed, we were not removed. So
I kind of like
they basically, at some point, took out someone who had the right to be in power and tried to say that they weren't part of the bloodline when they were. Okay. Though by different offsprings of one ancestor, we were both descended. Let us live in peace together and return abundance to Nibiru. Let me keep the throne.
Yeah, I do damage with fuck a lot. Obviously, people get freaked out. The thing, I mean, these people are so asleep. They don't realize that sweet lips put people to sleep. I mean, that's the whole thing about the English language in particular. If you actually start looking at it, and it's like, oh, fuck me.
Let you keep the secession. Meaning, all right, well, let's do it like this. You let me stay in charge and have power and get some stuff done. And when I'm done and I'm old and I die, I'll pass it on to you. And then your bloodline can keep it going after that. Nice little compromise to keep everybody happy, huh?
So you'd think.
To the council words he directed, let Anu, the crown prince, be. Let him be my successor. Let his son, my daughter, espouse. Let secession be united.
Hemp seed.
Anu bowed before the council, and to the assembly he declared,
I'll be right back. I'm hungry.
Alalu's cupbearer I shall be.
Alalu.
His successor in waiting, a son of mine, a daughter of his as bride, I shall choose. That was the council's decision, and in the royal annals it was inscribed. In this manner, Alalu on the throne remained seated. He summoned the sages, the savants, and the commanders for him to consult in deciding that, and from that he gained much knowledge. Let celestial boats be constructed to seek the gold in the hammered bracelet, he decided. So again, he usurps the crown, takes over, convinces them, hey, you let me get in here and get some stuff done, and then I'll make sure when I'm done that, we'll still continue the bloodline thing and pass down the power. And so what is the first thing he decides to do? Let's build the celestial boats. Let's build the crafts. Let's go to the hammered bracelet, the area around the earth, and let's get the gold and bring it back here and fix our atmosphere. And their first try was essentially no good. By the hammered bracelets, the boats were crushed. None of them returned. Let the weapons of terror enter the bowels of Nibiru. Let Nibiru be cut open. Let the volcanoes again erupt, he then commanded. So this asshole tries to, build these ships to go and get the gold. It fails. They are destroyed. And then he gets pissed off and unleashes, weather weapons and says, let the volcanoes erupt, unleashes nuclear weapons. With weapons of terror, skyborne chariots were armed with terror missiles from the skies where the volcano struck. Oh, so he sent up the ships and launched nuclear weapons inside of the volcanoes of Nibiru. The mountains swayed, the valleys shuddered as great brilliances with thunder exploded. In the land, there was much rejoicing. Everybody was expecting there was going to be an abundance of food and things were going to get better. And it just continued to get worse. The volcanoes did not increase. The atmosphere did not heal. And it kept going around its orbit, and it kept getting colder and colder on Nibiru. Wow, so it's getting very interesting. So we're going to leave it there, and we'll pick up tomorrow and read more of this. You know, it is kind of a tough read. Somebody pointed that out, one of our listeners, but you know, I've done that before. I've started books and I've said, oh, this is a tough read. I'm going to stop. I'm not going to do that with this. I'm going to see this one through. And the reason is because I think there's enough here to gain from reading this, you know, and I don't mind going through and kind of giving you the, you know, rough translation of what this stuff is saying. But man, it's just ultimately fascinating. Again, you know, the past is prologue. This, you know, he who ignores the past is someone who is not going to know what's going to happen in the future. And this was recorded for us so that we wouldn't make the same mistakes that they made. And unfortunately, you know, trying to figure out how to repair your atmosphere and stuff like that. Sounds like we're pretty much already there, doesn't it?
With hemp seed.
But we'll continue more with this next.
It's good lunch. Every nutrient the body needs, right there.
At chapter 40 or page 43, where we left off last night in the Lost Book of Enki. Of rocks and boulders was it together hammered, like orphans with no mother they banded together, surging back and forth a bygone destiny they followed. Their doings were loathsome, troubling their ways. Nibiru's probing chariots like preying lions they devoured. So
I'm used to being yelled at.
Something basically, you know, devoured these spaceships. The precious gold needed for surviving, they refused to dislodge. The chariot of Alalu toward the hammered bracelet was headlong moving. The ferocious builders in close combat to boldly face. There was definitely a fight going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Alalu, the firestones in his chariot more strongly stirred up. That which shows the way, with steady hands he directed. The ominous boulders against the chariot charged forward like an enemy in battle attacking. Toward them, Alalu shot a death-dealing missile from his spaceship. That's literally what it says. This is towards them, Alalu, a death-dealing missile from the chariot let loose. So he shot a missile out of a spaceship. Mm-hmm. Then another and another against the enemy. The terror weapons he thrust. So he's shooting nukes. This is great. You know, how come nobody's made a sci-fi movie out of this shit yet? Somebody will now that I've said it. Make billions of dollars, and I wish I would have done it. That always happens to me. As frightened warriors, the boulders turned back, a path for Alalu granting. Like by a spell, the hammered bracelet, a doorway to the king had opened. That sounds like a Stargate. So a Stargate opened. No. In the dark deepness, Alalu, the heavens, he could clearly see.
It said lichen. He blew a hole in the fucking asteroid belt and flew through it.
By the bracelet's ferocity, he was not defeated. His mission was not ended. In the distance, the sun's fiery ball was sending forth its brilliance, welcoming rays towards Alalu it was emitting. Before it was a red-brown planet on its orbit, the six in count of celestial gods it was. Alalu could but glimpse it.
My queen.
On its destined course from Alalu's path, it was quickly moving. Then snow-hued Earth appeared, the seventh in the celestial count. So he's getting, you know, he blows up and blows this stuff out of the way, the people that are chasing him. And then, so they're chasing him from Nibiru. He shoots these nuclear weapons, blows them up, and starts making his way towards Earth, presumably to come down and seed us with culture and information and religion and to call himself a god and everything else. Toward the planet, Alalu set his course to a destination most inviting. Smaller than Nibiru was its alluring ball. Weaker than Nibiru was its attracting net, its gravity. Its atmosphere thinner. It was thinner than Nibiru's, and its clouds were within it swirling. Below, the Earth to 3 regions was divided: snow white at the top and on the bottom, blue and brown in between. Deftly, Alalu spread the chariot's arresting wings around the Earth's ball to circle. Again, let's keep in mind this stuff came out of Sumerian clay tablets.
Yeah.
You think these people could have just made up perfect descriptions of the Earth?
That's funny. I don't know if it's just because I've heard it so many times, but I was just going to say the same thing. This is supposed to be like thousands of years older than the Bible. This is your Bible canon. And it just described the globe.
It just boggles my mind to people that say that this is hogwash or whatever. I mean, that's 5,000-year-old text. How can you explain that? In the middle region, dry lands and watery oceans he could discern. The beam that penetrates downward he directed Earth's innards to detect. I have attained it, he ecstatically shouted. So right there he tells you he had a beam that he could shoot down to Earth and determine how much gold was there. That's high technology.
Spectrometer.
I have attained it, ecstatically he shouted. Yes. Gold, much gold.
Imagine that.
The beam has indicated it was beneath the dark-hued region. In the waters it was too. With pounding heart, Alalu's a decision was contemplating. Shall he on the dry land his chariot bring down penchants to crash and die? Or chance to crash and die? So,
Hi.
Will he land on land, or shall he land on the water and risk sinking?
Yes, you did.
Which way shall he survive? Will he the treasured gold discover? In the eagle's seat, Alalu was not stirring. To fate's hands, the chariot he entrusted.
It's a trick.
Fully caught in Earth's attracting net, the chariot was moving faster. Its spread wings became aglow. Its spread wings became aglow. Was this motherfucker landing in a Klingon bird of prey or something?
Yeah, I think he might have.
Jesus Christ. Yep. Is that where the fuck they got that at too? Wouldn't surprise me.
Booby shot.
Got the booby shot going.
Ron Braun's Nazis were in on the science advisory board on the original Star Trek series. Fact.
Okay.
It spread its wings, its spread wings became aglow. He's landing in a bird ship, a fucking Klingon bird of prey. Hey, yeah. Jesus Christ, the Anunnaki are Klingons. Great. No wonder they're dumbasses. Klingons are fucking dumb.
And I'm like, 5,000.
Earth's atmosphere was like an oven.
You sounded pretty detailed.
Well, yeah, you come in through the atmosphere, you start heating up, motherfucker.
For a 5,000-year-old text.
Guess you weren't smart enough to know that in advance, were you? Guess you didn't have a nifty little laser beam you could shoot down here to figure that out, did you?
You said the globe, the round globe.
Then the chariot shook, emitting a mortifying thunder. With abruptness, the chariot crashed, and with a suddenness altogether stopping. Senseless from the shaking and stunned by the crash, Alalu wasn't moving. Then he opened his eyes and knew he was among the living. At the planet of gold, he victoriously arrived. Now, this is the account of the earth and its gold. It is an account of the beginning and how the celestial gods were created. In the beginning, when in the above, the gods in the heavens had not been called into being. And in the below, Ki, the firm ground, had not yet been named. Alone in the void, there existed Apsu, the primordial begetter. In the heights of the above, the celestial gods had not yet been created. So, see, that's exactly. Celestial gods, the ones that were the hierarchy that was the bloodlines of Nibiru that we talked about earlier. They had that genealogical record. Those are the ones that became the gods. Above and below, the gods had not yet been formed. Destinies were not yet decreed. No reed had yet been formed. No marshland had appeared. Alone did Apsu reign in the void. Then by his winds the primordial waters were mingled. A divine and artful spell Apsu upon the waters cast.
See, now this is where you forget.
On the void's deep, he poured a sound sleep.
Planets.
Tiamat, the mother of all, as a spouse for himself, he fashioned.
Yes.
A celestial mother,
We're talking about a sun birthing a planet now. That's where we're at. There's a sun, which is a combination of souls intertwined symbiotically and fucking depend on each other to survive. Riding on the Birkeland current, set with the laws of physics to create. And that's what you're listening. Primordial waters being the EM field. Every fucking atom on it is a little magnet. And you swirl that shit around.
There, a watery beauty he was indeed. A watery beauty she was indeed. Now, Tiamat is said to be this, the mother of all, which is supposed to be this other planet that was once in our solar system that was a water planet that looked like a second sun from Earth because of the way the sun reflected off the water on the planet. Beside him, Apsu, little Mumu, then brought forth, as his messenger, him appointed, a gift for Tiamat to present. A gift resplendent to his spouse, Apsu, granted, a shining metal, the everlasting gold for her alone to possess. Then it was that the two, their waters mingled, their waters mingled, yeah. You know what it says when their waters mingled, right?
See, now he makes it all sexist.
You know, like Jesus turning the water into wine. Now Jesus turned the water into wine. Shot a fat load right in some girl's mouth.
Yeah.
Divine children, yeah, really. That's what the water was, the magic water he told them to drink for. Yeah, man, it was the semen. The semen worshippers.
No, he's not wrong, but it's in the wrong
male
context.
and female were the celestials created, Lamu and Lahamu by the names they were called. In the below did Apsu and Tiamat make them an abode. Before then, they had grown in age and in stature, and the waters above Anshar and Kishar were formed. Surpassing their brothers in size, they were. As a celestial couple, the two were fashioned. So hear what they're saying here. They're talking about forming these celestial. They're talking about. He's talking about forming moons and forming things like of that nature, and planets.
He's starting to catch on.
In order for life to be able to flourish on Earth, because if we didn't have a moon, we wouldn't,
That's it exactly.
We wouldn't have any sort of tides or any ability for life to be created. A son, On, in the distant heavens was their heir. Then Onto to be his spouse, and as On's equal was brought forth, as a boundary of the upper waters, their abode was made. Thus were three heavenly.
What am I denying, Harley? You speak a little clearer there. Wondering exactly what you're accusing me of.
What did they say?
Well, it says, you see Eric denying what I said. He had to be TS. You don't work for them without being TS. I'm not sure what TS means. He's speaking in, like, I don't know.
What is TS? Well, let's ask him.
Well, I think I just did.
Be a little more clear.
If he could be a little more clear there. Hang up top.
Couples below and above in the depths created by names that were called the family of Apsu with Mumu and Tiamat they formed. At that time, Nibiru had not yet been seen.
I'm good on that.
The earth was not yet called into being.
All mine.
Mingled were the heavenly waters by a hammered bracelet. They were not yet separated. At that time, circuits were not yet fully fashioned. Oh, so that even, okay, well, that's interesting. That tells you right there. They're talking about forming planetary systems. I've talked about this and speculated about this for a long time. That I believe that at some point during one of these cataclysms, the Earth was re-terraformed.
In regards to celestial
I think that's what these guys have been doing. They've been going around terraforming planets forever.
Isn't it?
And that's kind of what it's talking about here. I mean, that is what it's talking about.
Another reference?
I mean, it says at that time the circuits were not yet fully fashioned. Well, the circuits, we know, they're referring to orbits.
Hold on. All right, top secret. Okay, so
top secret.
You don't work for them without being top secret. I was never top secret, actually. I don't even think I had top
I don't think they
secret
know what they're
clearance.
talking about because my mother is freaking got a Q clearance. They don't call it top secret. They call it Q clearance.
Yeah, that's a street term. It's kind of like stratospheric aerosol injections.
Right, right. And really, what it is you don't work work for them without
Well,
being investigated by them first.
Yeah, I was definitely. I mean, they know who I am. No, I was just wondering what TS meant. So I'm
Right.
like, what the hell's he saying I was?
He's saying you're a top secret.
I'm too
agent.
sexy. Don't be
You're
talking
too
about me
sexy
like
for your
that.
shirt.
So that's
Nah.
an admission that they had.
Well, it was my work that I had done secretly about the polar vortex and lunar roll. Honestly, I was terrified that the motherfuckers were going to try to take Seamus from me.
Thinking you were crazy.
I didn't tell anybody I was doing that work until I felt confident to present it to them and was confirmed and then told everything. I really had kept that to myself, except for my neighbors, the Ploufs, who helped me witness everything because I felt the need of witnesses to document the charting of everything for 3 years.
It is 122 degrees in here.
It's a little warm. I ain't even breaking a sweat. It's because that's what I do. I no, it's not. No, it's not. What? It was. What? You have to be top secret. Why do I have to be top secret? See, it's registered and documented in the North Carolina State Capitol Police that they attempted to have me arrested twice for a non-disclosure agreement that never existed, and that is why the fuck I am walking around. It didn't exist. I felt afraid to present this to a senator, dude, until I had established beyond doubt first and second top voted laws in the state to this day. I didn't need top secret clearance. I didn't need top secret clearance when I picked out, I don't know, the mark of the beast and everything that would happen 6 months before it happened. I didn't need top secret because Kay Davis had broken her non disclosure agreement when I hit on the truth of our asses being turned on our side. And she, working with me for a long time, figured I was on her side. See, Jim got his own sister in trouble. She couldn't be his assistant for the last 4 years. She had broken hers. That's how I got the plane. No one made me sign dick. What doesn't exist? Why are you talking like, I mean, one target investigated by FBI. Good. Have you even tried to investigate me? Or are you just sitting here?
You can go to the
talking shit?
FBI database and just type in FBI
What doesn't
database and type in
exist?
Eric's name.
What doesn't exist? The North Carolina State Capitol Police? That doesn't exist? Is that what you're talking about?
Jim Davis doesn't exist.
Baloney doesn't exist. How old are you, Harley? This is the best you've got. Just everybody hold on. Can you see how John over here kind of makes an actual
Forms actual
form
sentences.
full sentences and complete thoughts?
Could you try that?
just use John. Here's an example. He starts out with a word and then ends up, and then you can read the ones in between and be like, wow, I get it, what he's trying to say. I'm not getting what you're trying to say at all. You haven't been clear. Okay, I get it. I'm top secret. Really? That's what doesn't exist now. What are you talking about?
It's not top secret information. It's written on every wall and every ancient freaking language they could freaking put it in. How is it top secret? We just had to figure it out.
What cave have you been in? You just wait for me to come on live on YouTube because that's your job? I mean, I know because I was investigated.
Okay.
I'm fixing to investigate you.
Right? You're fixing to be investigated by actual investigators.
I don't even know. See what I mean? What does that have to do with anything about baloney and
I've been investigated by the FBI. Not a hard thing to do.
You try. You give these kids books, you send them to school, and all they want to do is eat the teacher. It's like, Jesus Christ, kid. Settle down a minute. Learn how to read first. Jesus, Daniel. All right, just slow down. It's one key after another. I'll be here for hours.
There you go.
The technology to be able to create orbits for particular planets. I mean, that's insane.
The technology to create
Their celestial kinfolk banded together, erratic were their ways.
I like Josh.
Their ways to Apsu were very loathsome. Tiamat, getting no rest, was aggravated and raged. A throng to march by her side she formed, a growing raging host against the sons of Apsu she brought forth. With 11 of this kind she brought forth. She made the firstborn Kingu, chief among them. When the celestial gods of this herd did hear, for counsel they rallied. Kingu she has elevated to rank as on command to him she gave. A tablet of destiny to his chest she has attached, his own orbit to acquire. To battle against the gods of her offspring Kingu she instructed, who will stand up to Tiamat, the gods asked.
Tablets of destiny. Thank you. God, I've been waiting for that, and I missed it. Did you hear that about the tablets of destiny? Do you know the queen sits on the stone of destiny, the one from Mesopotamia, the one they're just now starting to mention? The very same rock. Oh, here we go. So you're saying you were not top secret in the military? Oh, no. Nope. I mean, I couldn't tell people where we were going. But I mean, that was 30 fucking years ago. And more, actually. God, I'm old. I'm fucking old. No, I learned the basic electronics and electricity. I learned higher level nuclear electronics and physics. None of that's really top secret. Christ's sake, it's pre-graduate shit in any college to build a nuclear bomb. I drove the Texas. I couldn't tell people where we were at. I taught people how to drive the Arkansas for a very short time, right after it got out of dry dock, before the lady fucking sent me 66 feet and hit a telephone pole. I don't know what part of, I mean, not everybody in the military is top secret. And then after the military, I had several decades that I was doing other things, which would include helping Jack Harrer at his home on Van Nuys Boulevard legalize medical marijuana in California. I had the first cannabis club in Fresno County. Because I keep doing things that nobody else does, which more people should. I'm not getting offended. I'm answering your question. You don't get offended just because you don't like the answer. I mean, if you ask me a question, I'm going to fucking detail it, buddy. I already have, and I've made several videos detailing my biography, and anybody listening today will know, if they listened then, not a word has changed. And I'm not scripted. I don't have to remember anything because I lived it. I wasn't top secret, never claimed to be. I was an angry parent when I first approached the North Carolina Senate about the core curriculum. And I sat down by myself on my own volition to put a side by side comparison, which I've shown in several videos. That very same email that I sent off to Davis became the first unanimous decision in North Carolina's entire legislature history. And then I had several senators wanting me to do work for them. And I've cited some of the major works that I can be fucking absolutely entangled and tied to, which would include the Davis Hemp Bill. I even dropped names on who helped me with that. One other person on this planet. And their entire family's fucking aware. And extended thousands of people know what I did in fucking Texas after I ran from Davis. I made enemies because I legalized for children to use THC for seizures in Texas. And I didn't legalize for fucking grown adults, cancer patients. I didn't argue for that. Well, I mean, I've done these things. I can be tracked to all of this stuff. The senator asked me to give him info. What are you talking about? So after that, off of my information, because the senator said, "You're my investigator. You tell me what happened. How did Core get into North Carolina?" And I found out. And uh, the state fucking superintendent was prosecuted, fired, and fucking prosecuted because I gave the information that I found. I exchanged spittle with the woman, discussing the finer points of dumbing down standards to raise test scores. He was a seated senator, Jim Davis, the Davis Hemp Bill. Yeah, I submitted it about 3 days before I submitted my findings on the polar vortex lunar roll, and found that there were irreconcilable differences between he and I and his sister. Forced 40. Dude, I got everything fucking vaccinated. I don't know what you're talking about, but they shot me with everything. I went around the globe. Yeah, Lee might be top secret. I'm still waiting for you to fucking. What are you getting at? I'm top secret. Okay, I was top secret. I would give you the color of my underwear, but I'm not allowed. Only Polly is privileged to know that. How's that? I don't know what to tell you, man. I really don't know what to tell you. I'm a trackable person. I'm very public and have been involved in your well-being for a very long time. You ever use CBD? It's good for you. You ever eat hemp? It's good for you. Ever use THC? Wouldn't be legal without people like myself. I had an awful lot of help with that. The hemp, one other person on the planet helped me. She suggested it and then proofread my shit, made sure I spelled it right, because that's not my strength. Then I began telling you crazy things. And then NASA, 11 years later, starts telling you, you know, our Earth axis did tilt. Now, if you think that doesn't have anything to do with what the moon's doing or why Orion's rising on his back and setting on his face, then you haven't looked. That's not my fault either. I know what I sound like. I'm like, goddamn, moon's doing a cartwheel. Well, it is. And it's because we tilted. And I sound crazy when I say, look, there's a planet our size right behind you that you can see on the northern horizon every night until you look and then shit your pants and fall in it. What did I do in the military? Well, you would have to specify at what time period, because I did an awful lot in the military. I was an ET. You act like you know something about me, and I've said these things 1,000 fucking times. Dick face fucking prick troll. Say something or shut the fuck up. We're trying to listen to canon here. Take your time.
Each other. Now this is crazy.
You're about to
turning
get
into
smacked by Glenn.
This like sort of mythological story of these planets.
Then I'll investigate.
In our solar system battling each other. That's just bizarre. So who shall stand up to Tiamat? So let me guess. Somebody's going to defeat Tiamat.
Billy? Is your name Billy?
And then when they defeat Tiamat, that's what's going to cause the asteroid belt to form. It's going to cause all the water to rush.
You know my name.
And that's what they're going to refer to in the book of Genesis as the waters above the firmament, right?
How do you know me?
Let me guess.
Pussy. You want to come knock on my fucking door, Billy?
Defeated, and that's what that's symbolic of.
I gave you my
None
DD
in their orbit step forward.
Too.
None a weapon for battle would bear.
I gave you my DD-214 several times on the lives and the fucking biographies. You can't fake that. You also can't fake about being a legislator and fucking writing law. You could have me fucking federally fucking prosecuted for fucking lying to you. And I've been doing it for fucking 12 years. Do you not think if somebody had something on me, they would have had me a long time ago? Prick face fucking bitch. Come knock on my door, Harley. You want to say something to me? Come knock on my fucking door. You know where I live. I get that feeling. You know me from town, and you know nothing about me, you fucking little bitch from La Junta.
At that time, in the heart of the deep, a god was engendered. In the chamber of fate's a place of...
I served on the USS fucking Arkansas and the Texas, CGN 39 and 41.
Of destinies, he was born. By an artful creator was he fashioned. The son of his own son he was. From the deep where he was engendered, the god from...
I got several letters of accommodation, including spotting a fucking Russian destroyer-class submarine less than a fucking 100 yards off our fucking starboard bow at midnight in the Bering Sea. You want any more specifics, prick-faced little fucking bitch? Why are you afraid to come knock on my door? I'll bring the live camera up. We can talk about this.
From his family and a rushing departed. A gift to his creator, the seed of life he carried with him.
I'll take your fucking kneecap
to the void
off
he set his course, a new destiny he was seeking. The first to glimpse the wandering celestial was the ever-watchful Enki. Alluring with his figure a radiance he was beaming. Lordly was his gait. G-A-I-T gate. Exceedingly great was his course.
Patches will let me
of all the gods, he was the loftiest, surpassing their orbit he was. The first to glimpse him was Antu. Her breast by child never sucked. Her breast by child never sucked. I bet there's an anagram in there, Alice. Come be my son, she called to him.
All you have are questions that I've actually already proven with the hard documents. The hard fucking documents. If you're going to fucking accuse me of something, let's go, man. What are you trying to tell me? And everybody else here. You got 78 people. Start making some news about me. I already put this in form of, look, here's my DD-214. That's illegal to fucking forge. Fuck stick, bitch. Fuck you. And your mother.
Let me your mother become.
Your mother.
He cast her net and made him welcome, and made his course for the purpose suited. Oh, whoa.
Your
Nice
mama.
orbit pulling in something in the orbit there.
God.
Her words filled the newcomer's heart with pride. The one who would nurse him made him haughty.
Fuck me, man.
His head to double size grew larger. 4 members at his side he sprouted.
Wasting
lips,
all of our time over here with shit
he
I've
moved his
already
lips in
covered.
acceptance. A godly fire from
Harley.
him blazed forth. See, this is talking about, probably Jupiter forming.
What? You act like you researched something and you missed everything.
Toward Anne to his course he turned, his face to Anne soon to show. When Anne or On saw him, my son, with
Love
exultation
you too,
he shouted. To leadership you shall be consigned.
I love Harley
A host
too,
by your side
but
will be your servants. Let Nibiru be your
It's getting
name, as
old.
crossing forever known. He bowed to Nibiru, turning his face at Nibiru's passage. He spread his net for Nibiru, 4 servants he brought forth. So this is saying that the gods themselves are the planets, and the
Yes.
planets themselves are the gods.
Yes. Well, not the gods.
As in they are conjugates in each of the planets.
They're technically creator's first creation. How could they not be first creation? It even says so in that book. Everybody upholds as the word of God. It comes straight out of the language of the gods, the cuneiform. You're trying to verify me. I have given my verifications. I really have. Who here, raise your hands, has not seen my DD-214? My fucking correspondences through fucking and everything else. I mean, I've given you where to find me. It legally too. I do a background check. It's on record. It might cost you a couple bucks, but you're wasting everybody's time because everybody else who's tried to expose me or investigate actually with fucking an intent of looking into me instead of just talking fucking shit has gone and looked at what I've presented. And you're just sitting here. How long have you been here? Years, man. You have no excuse. No excuse, Harley. You've been here for fucking 2 years, man. I've seen your mouth running for 2 fucking years. Have you fucking totally ignored everything I've given? Have you totally ignored all the biographies and all those fucking videos? I fucking sat there and fucking proved all these questions you've been asking today. 2 fucking years, dude. It's been verified. Just because you didn't look, that ain't my goddamn fault. You're fucking stupid, man. I am not changing my view on that.
Planets are actually living entities.
I am going to get to work though, because I have some money to make, Harley.
That would have unbelievable implications for our planet and all planets, wouldn't it? But that's what they're saying here. His host by his side to be the south wind, the north wind, the fast wind, and the west wind. With joyful heart on to Anshar, his forebearer, the arrival of Nibiru announced. Anshar, upon hearing
Let me
this,
clarify this too.
Gaga, who was by his
You
side,
can't do
as an
this
emissary,
after a
sent
night of
forth words
drinking
wisdom
or
to On to
heroin
to
addicting
task
or
Nibiru
anything
to
like
decide.
that. That requires a very
He
steady
charged
hand
Gaga,
to take
which I believe
30
is Venus,
fucking lines and twist them into an
to give
amazing,
voice to what was in his
close,
heart.
detailed
On, thus saith
fucking
he,
pattern without crossing
she
any
who is
lines.
now
And if I
detested.
cross one, they
She
would
has set
all
up a
show
warring
it.
host. She is
Where's my
furious
camera?
with rage.
Now, one thing I'm not
Against
good
the
at is
gods, her
making
children,
videos.
11 warriors, marched by her side. Kingu among them she elevated. A destiny to his chest she attached without right. No god
You can't do
among
that
us
without an extreme
against
amount
her
of fucking
venom can
calm in
stand
your
up.
ass.
Her host in all of us has established fear. Let
I love
Nibiru
you.
become our avenger.
I'm trying to save your life.
Let him vanquish Tiamat.
You
Let
need
him
to go
save
look
our
at what
lives.
I've given you.
For him to decree a fate, let him go forth and face our mighty foe. To On, Gaga departed. He bowed before him. The words of Enshar, he repeated. On to Nibiru's forebearers, words repeated. Gaga's message to him, he revealed. To the words, Nibiru with wonder.
I literally
of
gave
the mother
up
who
the
would her
offer of a
children devour
bunker
with
for my
fascination he
son
heard.
for your
His
fucking
heart, without
ass.
saying, to set out against Tiamat, he
Wake
had
up.
already prompted.
Get
He
the
opened his
fuck
mouth to On,
over
and
there and start
Gaga
learning
said,
something.
if indeed I am to vanquish Tiamat to save your lives, then convene the gods to assembly and proclaim my destiny to be supreme. Let all the gods agree in council to make me the leader and bow to my command. When Lamu and Lahamu heard this, they cried out with anguish. Strange was the demand, its meaning cannot be fathomed. Thus they said, the gods who decree the fates with each other consulted. To make Nibiru their avenger, they all agreed. To him an exalted fate decreed. From this day on, unchallengeable shall be your commandments. To him they said, no one among us gods shall transgress your bounds. And we're about to pick up, it's about to get into the celestial battle. So I'm going to read this little bit and stop before it gets to the celestial battle. Go, Nibiru, be our avenger. They fashioned for him a princely circuit towards Tiamat, a orbit. They gave Nibiru blessings. They gave Nibiru awesome weapons. Anshar, 3 more winds of Nibiru brought forth, the evil wind, the whirlwind, and the matchless wind. Kishar, with a blazing flame, filled his body, and net to enfold Tiamat there within. Thus, ready for battle, Nibiru toward Tiamat directly set his course. So this is talking about this, the battle of the gods and the gods being planets and what led to that. So we know, as we already know, that Tiamat is going to be destroyed.
Totally.
That becomes the asteroid belt. The water comes rushing down to Earth, covering much of the land on Earth with water. It was already covered with a great deal of water, but that's where the rest of it came in. And that would lead us to the next timeline of them starting to use genetic manipulation and start to use mankind as
I got to tell you another thing. I'm pretty hard pressed. I've been thinking about it. But what cult leader takes you to their source of information? I didn't do any top secret or any clearance. I can't. I scored a 98 on their stupid ASVAB at 17 years old, Harley. And I looked at the recruiter, and when he explained to me what that meant, I said, we're all in fucking deep shit then, aren't we? I don't think I had any clues to how deep as shit we really were at all at that moment. I had just signed my life up to go fight for the Crown Vatican DC Corporation. I'm a brainwashed fucking idiot that stumbled into some truth because someone put it in front of my face. I didn't ask to look at a hieroglyph, but that hieroglyph made fucking sense to me the moment I looked at it. And I had linguists look at it. And when he confirmed, one of the first things I did was to bring forth my DD-214, my name, my full name, what I did, how you can find me. I used to be a fucking heroin addict, shoot up with fucking Tanqueray because I wanted to fucking buzz so bad. God damn it. I have come out and bore my soul, and I can't think of another motherfucking human being on this fucking planet that has ever done that. Because the information I came across was so fucking important, I couldn't afford Harley to dig up a skeleton out of my fucking closet and come and ruin that kind of fucking information with something I did. So anything I've ever done publicly or privately, my friend, sitting in a trailer fucking like a goddamn junkie does, has been made public.
Slave race. This is fascinating stuff. It's one thing to already have an idea of this stuff being there, but man, oh man, it's totally different when you really start to look at it in this way. And I'm glad we're reading this, and I'm glad we're starting to get some information on some of these anagrams. Now, this is the account of the celestial battle. We had the lead up to that last night, so tonight we're going to actually have the battle and how the earth
Because I saw you coming.
And of Nibiru's destiny. The Lord went forth, his fated course he followed.
Now what?
Toward the raging Tiamat.
Now what?
He set his face, a spell with his lips he uttered.
Now what?
This is interesting that these people, they seem to be, these gods are using spells and magic. And Tiamat, of course, we know this is the battle of the planets, the account of the celestial battle, meaning the battle of the planets. And Enki talks about these planets being gods, which is funny. Yeah, somebody was talking about that email we got from some crack nut a few months ago saying, all the planets are Satan. Oh my God.
Satan's God, bitch.
Oh my goodness.
They're not Satan.
And so, again, this is bear in mind what we're talking about here in this segment, that this is supposedly a planetary battle between gods, the planets themselves being gods and battling. And of course, we know what the outcome that's going to be: the destruction of Tiamat, which was allegedly this water planet that, when viewed from Earth, made it appear from Earth that there were two suns, because it was a water planet and the sun shining on it made it reflect, so it looked like a second sun. And supposedly it was blown up. The pieces of it became the asteroid belt, and all the water came rushing down to Earth, causing the Great Deluge. And so this is essentially what this is going to be talking about right here. Toward the raging Tiamat, he had set his face, a spell with his lips he uttered. As a cloak for protection, he, the pulsar, and the emitter put on. Pulsar and emitter, so that's like, this sounds like high technology, doesn't it? I mean, again, you have to understand that this is talking about very, very advanced technology, advancing on what we even have right now in 2011, way beyond that. With a fearsome radiance, his head was proud. On his right, he posted the smiter. On his left, the repeller he placed. These, some sort of laser weapons, it sounds like. This is just insane. The seven winds, his host of helpers, like a storm he sent forth. Toward the raging Tiamat he was rushing, clamoring for battle. The gods thronged about him, then from his path they departed. To scan Tiamat and her helpers alone he was advancing. The scheme of Kingu, her host commander, to conceive. When he saw vigilant Kingu, his vision became blurred. As he gazed upon in the direction of the monsters, he was distracted, and he got off course, and he was confused. Tiamat's band tightly encircled her. With terror they trembled. Tiamat gave a shudder to her roots, and a mighty roar she emitted. On Nibiru, she cast a spell and engulfed him with her charms. The issue between them was joined. The battle was unavoided. Face to face they came, Tiamat and Nibiru against each other. They were advancing. They approached for battle, and they pressed on for single combat, meaning one-on-one, man-on-man. The Lord spread his net to encompass her. He cast it. With fury, Tiamat cried out like one possessed. She lost her senses. The evil wind which had been behind him, Nibiru drove forward. In her face, he let it loose. I'm not trying to be sexual, dirty, or be vulgar here, but you know what that kind of, you know what that sounds like, right? He drove forward and let it loose in her face. I mean, I don't think it's very hard to figure that out. I mean, shot a load. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Go ahead, John.
She opened her mouth, the evil wind to swallow, but could not close her lips. Oh, The evil wind charged her belly into her innards. It made its way. Yeah, this is totally what this is. I mean, okay. Wow. So this is the ejaculation of the gods into the mouths of the gods. This is dirty, man. This is triple X. The FCC would have a major problem with this if this was on terrestrial radio. Nibiru drew forward.
Nibiru drew forward. In her face, she let it loose. She opened her mouth, the evil wind to swallow, but could not close her lips. The evil wind charged her belly. Into her innards it made its way. Her innards were howling. Her body was distended. Her mouth was wide open. Through the opening, Nibiru shot a brilliant arrow, a lightning most divine. It pierced her innards. Her belly it tore apart. It tore through her womb and it split apart her heart. Oh, this is good stuff.
Satan needs to come in every now and again. Having thus subdued her, her life breath he extinguished. The lifeless body surveyed, like a slaughtered carcass Tiamat now was. Beside their lifeless mistress, her 11 helpers trembled with terror. In Nibiru's net they were captured, unable to flee. Kingu, who by Tiamat was made the host chief, was among them. The Lord put him into fetters. To his lifeless mistress he bound him. He wrestled from Kingu the tablets of destinies unlike. Well, that would mean that he made Tiamat be in orbit. It didn't get destroyed. No, that's all. That's kind of odd. So stamped it with his own seal and fastened the destiny to his own chest. The others of Tiamat's band, as captives he bound in his orbit, he ensnared them. So he's making them his planets by ensnaring them in his orbit. He trampled them underfoot and cut them up into pieces. He bound them all to his orbit. To turn around them, he made and to rotate backwards in course. So he made them have a reverse orbit. From the battle of Nibiru, then departed. To the gods who had appointed the victory to announce, he made a orbit around Apsu. To Kishar and Anshar, he journeyed ahead. Gaga came out to greet him as a herald to the others he journeyed. Beyond An and Antu, Nibiru to the abode in the deep he proceeded. The fate of lifeless Tiamat and of Kingu he then considered. To Tiamat, whom he had subdued, the Lord Nibiru then returned. He made his way to her, paused to view her lifeless body, and to artfully divide the monster in his heart that was planning something. Then, as a muscle into two parts, he split her. Her chest from her lower parts he separated. Her inner channels he cut apart. Her golden veins he beheld with wonder. Trotting upon her hinder part, the Lord, her uppermost part completely severed. The north wind, his helper from his side, he summoned. To thrust away the severed head, the wind he commanded to the void, in the void to place it. Nibiru wind upon Tiamat, then hovered, sweeping upon her gushing waters. Nibiru shot a lightning. To north wind he gave a signal. In a brilliance was Tiamat's upper part to a region unknown carried. With her then bound, Kingu was also exiled. Of the severed part, a companion to be, the hinder part fate Nibiru then considered. As an everlasting trophy of the battle he wished it to be, a constant reminder in the heavens, the place of the battle to enshrine. With his mace, the hinder part, he smashed to bits and pieces, then strung them together as a band to form a hammered bracelet. So was that Saturn? Locking them together as a watchman. No, that's the asteroid belt. The hammered bracelet is the asteroid belt.
Yep.
Locking them together as a watchman, he stationed them, a firmament to divide the waters from the waters. Yeah. Waters above the firmament. That's what we're talking about in the book of Genesis. The destruction of Tiamat. The
Doesn't
upper
have
waters
anything to do
above the
with
firmament
Earth.
from the waters below it he separated.
The firmament don't have dick. to do
Artful
with Earth.
works Nibiru thus fashioned. The Lord then crossed the heavens to survey the regions. From Apsu's quarter to the abode of Gaga, he measured the dimensions.
Keep in
The edge of
mind,
the
this is the
Nibiru then
third
examined
telling of
towards
the
his
anomaly.
birthplace. He cast his gaze.
The original Tiamat
He
was totally
paused and
destroyed.
hesitated then to the firmament, the place of the battle. Slowly he returned.
Details added in this
Passing
one.
again to Apsu's region of the sun, missing his spouse that he thought
And
about with
omissions.
remorse. He missed her because she was dead. He gazed upon Tiamat's wounded half. To her upper part he gave attention. The waters of life, her bounty from the wounds, were still pouring. Her golden veins, Apsu's rays, were reflecting. The seed of life, his creator's legacy, Nibiru then remembered. When he trod on Tiamat, when he split her asunder, to her the seed he surely imparted. He addressed words
Marduk
to
is
Apsu,
an
to him
even
saying,
older version of it.
with your warming rays to the wounds give
Marduk.
healing.
When he's Tiamat.
Let the broken part new life be given.
It's well
In your
after this
family
one.
as a daughter to be. Let the waters to one place be gathered. Let firm land appear. This is when they're transferring the water to earth, folks. That's what this is. By firm land, let her be called Ki.
He-
Henceforth, her name to be. And Ki, before it was named Earth, was Ki, K-I. Apsu to the words of Nibiru gave heed. Let the earth join my family. Ki, firm land of the below. Let earth her name be henceforth. By her turning, let there be day and night. In the days, my healing rays to her I shall provide. Let Kingo be a creature of the night to shine at night. I shall appoint him. So Kingo became the moon.
Mhm.
Earth's companion, the moon forever to be. Which is just odd considering, our moon seems to be an artificial construct. I mean, it seems, it doesn't orbit. It orbits us in a geosynchronous pattern like a satellite.
The
Not like an
Dogon
orbit
said
of the
they
moon.
drove
That's what's
it
very
here.
odd about it.
They used it in the day.
Nibiru the words of Apsu with satisfaction heard. He crossed the heavens and surveyed the regions. To the gods whom had elevated him, he granted permanent stations. Their circuits he destined
Noah
that
said the
none
same
shall
thing.
transgress nor fall short of each other. He strengthened the heavenly locks,
And
gates on
Gilgamesh.
both sides he established. In outermost abode he chose for himself beyond Gaga were its dimensions. The great circuit or the great orbit to be his destiny, he beseeched Apsu for him to decree. All of the gods spoke up from their stations. Let Nibiru's sovereignty be surpassing. Most radiant of the gods he is. Let him truly the son of the sun be. From his quarter, Apsu gave his blessing. Nibiru shall hold.
And Gilgamesh is a king of the land. In the Bible, it tells Noah his children will be the king of the land. Fucking Gilgamesh calls his Kapikan father. And father gives us a really good fucking explanation of what happened. Enlil happened. And they used the moon. Enki helped.
The crossing of heaven and earth. Crossing shall be his name. The gods shall cross over neither above nor below. He shall hold the central position. The shepherd of the gods he shall be. A shar, or a type of a way of measuring time. A shar shall be his orbit. That his destiny will forever be. Now, this is the account of how the olden times began, and of the era that in the annals of the golden era by the name it was known, and how from Nibiru to earth the missions went the missions to earth to obtain gold happened. The escape from Alalu from Nibiru was its beginning. With great understanding was Alalu endowed. Much knowledge he had learned. He learned much knowledge by his forefather Enshargel of the heavens and the orbits. Much knowledge was amassed. By Enshar was acknowledged greatly augmented. Of that Alalu made much learning with the sages he discoursed, savants, and commanders he consulted. Thus was the knowledge of the beginning ascertained that Olalu had learned. The gold in the hammered bracelet was the confirmation. The gold in the hammered bracelet of gold in Tiamat's upper half was the indication. At the planet of gold, Olalu victoriously arrived in a high chariot with thunder crashing. So, a loud spaceship comes crashing down. With a beam, he scanned the place, his whereabouts to discover. So, there again, Olalu comes down in his ship, his UFO, scans a beam down, and then decides that where he's going to land. The same thing that he did before when he decided there was gold there. He shot a beam down. I mean, this is amazing stuff here. 5,000-year-old text talking about UFOs and shooting beams down. Crazy shit. High chariot on dry land descended. At the edge of extended marshes, it landed. He put on an eagle's helmet, and he put on a fish's suit. So he put on an eagle's helmet. That's funny. And a fish suit. So he put on something where he could swim into the water. The chariot's hatch he opened. At the hatch, he stopped to wonder. Dark-hued was the ground. Blue-white were the skies. No sound there. No one to bid him welcome. Alone on an alien planet he stood, perchance from Nibiru, forever exiled. To the ground himself he lowered. On the dark-hued soil he stepped. There were hills in the distance. Nearby, much vegetation there was. Ahead of him there were marshes. Into the marsh he stepped. By the water's coolness he shuddered. Back to the dry ground he stepped. Alone on an alien planet he stood. With thoughts he was possessed of his wife and his offspring, and with longing he remembered them. Was he forever exiled from Nibiru? Of that, again and again, he often wondered. To the chariot or the spaceship, the UFO, he soon returned with food and drink to be sustained. Then deep sleep overcame him, a very powerful slumber. How long he slept he could not remember. What awakened him he could not tell. A brightness there was outside, a brilliance on Nibiru unseen, the sun. A pole from the chariot he extended. With a tester it was equipped. It breathed the planet's air. Compatibility it indicated. The chariot's hatch he opened. At the open hatch he took a breath. Another breath, then another. The air of Ki indeed was completely compatible with Nibiru. Olalu clapped his hands. A song of joy he was singing. Without an eagle's helmet, without a fish's suit, to the ground himself he lowered. The brightness outside was blinding. The rays of the sun were overpowering. Into the chariot he returned, a mask for the eyes he donned. He went and got his ass some sunglasses. Good call. Glad you have those with you. Smart thinking. Always carry sunglasses when you go to an alien planet. Okay? Put that on the fucking board. Always carry fucking sunglasses when you go to an alien planet. Smart thinking. I'm glad we had some sensible people in our ancestry here. He picked up a weapon that he carried with him, and he picked up a handy sampler. What's a handy sampler?
A tricorder.
Everything in there. Oh, I got a gun. I got me a laser beam. I got me a tractor beam. I got all kinds of stuff in here, man. To the ground he himself lowered. On the dark-hued soil he stepped. He made his way towards the marshes. Dark green were the waters. On the marsh's edge there were pebbles. Wally picked up a pebble and flushed it into the marsh. In the marsh, and moving, his eyes blinked. The waters were filled with fishes. Into the marsh, the sampler he lowered, and looked at the murky waters. For drinking the water, it was not fit. Lalo was greatly disappointed. He turned away from the marshes in the direction of the hills he went. He made his way through the vegetation. Bushes gave way to trees. This place was like an orchard. The trees with fruits were laden with fruits. By their sweet smell, they enticed him, and Olalu took the fruit and put it in his mouth. It smelled very sweet and tasted very sweet, and he was greatly delighted. Away from the sun's rays, Olalu was walking toward the hills. He set his direction. Among the trees, a wetness under his feet, he sensed, a sign of close-by waters. In the direction of the wetness, he set his course. In the midst of the forest, there was a pond, a pool of silent waters. Into the pond, the sampler he lowered. For drinking, the water was good. Alalu laughed, and unstopping laughter seized him. The air was good. The water was was fit for drinking. There was fruit. There were fishes.
More intensely.
What more did he need, right? Let me go find something I can bang, and we'll be all set. You know, I got food. I got fucking water. I can breathe air. Now I need something to put my dick in. So
That's
you know
always
that's
a good
pretty
thing.
much where we're going next. Got to be.
Where are we going, Josh?
He's a man, right? He's got his food. He's got his shelter. What's he need next? He needs vagina.
What?
And boom, here you go. That's how the human race got here. The end. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Boom, that brings us up to date. That's how we got here. Some dude, you know, with a big ego, crashed on an alien planet.
What, are we still on?
Found some food, found some shelter, found breathable air, found something to fuck, and bam. This is how life was created. I don't know, we'll just walk into a classroom and teach that, you know.
Glenn, have you seen my DD214?
All right, kids. Here we go. We're going to learn about creation and evolution today. Here's how it happened.
Secret.
5,000 years ago, an alien, drunk ass, horny. He could.
Let's say I ever had any kind of top secret clearance ever. Which I never did, but let's say I did. And so we can finally get past. I mean, we're a couple hours into this fucking conversation, partly. What are you trying to say, dude? I keep seeing you over here just talking. I'm wondering why Glenn hasn't beat the fuck out of your ass. Put you at least in fucking time out or something. Give people a break. You fucking retard, man. I think I'm the most researched person on this channel. I mean, Conspiracy Daddy fucking looked at me for months before he started looking at the moon. I think. Yeah. I've been told as such. I don't know. I've had 5 eyes on my ass forever. Bunch of trolls. I mean, you've been here for a couple years, Hart. Long enough to see me be right an awful lot. Is that what you're striking me on? That I'm right? Is that my fault? And I mean, like, are you faulting me for being right? Because so, I think I know your name. Dumbass. I'm just wondering. I mean, shit. At great risk to my health, I've done this. Many people have watched them try to kill me and subvert my life in several different ways because theirs were affected too directly because of interaction from me. And I have felt compelled to warn people, if you come here and start talking on my channel, you're on a list. I'm the real goddamn whistleblower. And yeah, I served my nation. I've given my DD214s and I've given my fucking soul to the fucking truth. Now, are you getting on me because I've been too right? Because you've only been around a couple of years. You haven't even seen shit, especially if you haven't looked into it. Think how much fucking Glenn tortured and Polly. How many times they thought I was fucking crazy. They met me before the whole fucking poop fucking situation going on with the fucking mark of the beast and shit. Think I sound crazy now. Should have heard me back then, man. You're going to fault me for being so right? I mean, that what is the only solution for you that I was top secret clearance. That's why I've been so right. It doesn't matter what the fuck clearance I had, which I'm still wondering what, man. I've asked you, can you fucking make a complete sentence and tell us what the fuck is your problem? I've been right too much. I've been accused of being right too much.
No, he's just
And
attacking you,
stuff.
not the freaking information.
I know, that's what I'm
just you.
saying. I mean, what the fuck,
I
man?
brought you something.
Hi, baby.
Hey, baby.
I'm curious where all this shit comes from. I know where most of it comes from, but Harley here, I'm
If
not
you go
making
check
sense
his
out of it.
page,
Because,
the
as
only
usual,
connection he has to anyone on YouTube is to Dutch.
Oh God,
So
that's delicious.
he
Well,
claims
Dutch ain't
to be a
sending people
military
after me.
operative.
Dutch hides from me.
He would
Dutch
look
doesn't
for
want everybody to know I'm the one that taught him how to do what he does.
military targets. That was his occupation, was to seek out military targets, which means that you're an active military investigator.
well, you
you're
know,
not
bud.
doing great research, dude.
You know, if you got buddies, you might want to ask them about me.
Yeah. You know?
God. Jesus Christ.
If you're looking
kidding
for
me.
military targets, you are military intelligence. They don't send just anybody out there looking for military targets. They send military intelligence
I
personnel.
got a guy
out
living
looking
next
for
to me,
military
Bo.
targets.
I bet you know his name.
Yeah.
Ask if the right person.
That's a pretty color.
Jesus.
He's just a troll. I don't think he's just talking shit.
I think he's a local.
Yeah. Might be the dude
I
next
get
door.
I get the feeling it's somebody Billy knows or it's Billy. I just get that feeling.
It just makes you feel that way.
Yeah, because that's about when he showed up.
All right, well.
And I mean, look, the locals around here are just fucking dumb as fuck.
Yeah, for
She's met a few.
a military operative, he doesn't seem very bright. He keeps saying top secret, like maybe he's way older. I mean, 70s, 80s. I mean, I don't know. Either that or he's just freaking making shit up, you know?
Glenn's been here a couple times now. I'm real. I'm not top secret.
He's a real person.
Even if I was, that would probably mean that I broke top secret, didn't it? You know, and fucking told you something because I've been so fucking
in which
accurate,
case he would be
funny.
imprisoned.
Yeah, I think I would.
Hello.
They don't want me in prison because I'm not top secret.
And not only that, it's felony to impersonate a military personnel. And if
you know, I'm not sure if Harley is Dutch sense or what, but if he is, he's still a bitch. Because I taught Dutch how to do it. And Dutch told me I was crazy back in the day when I told him there'd be multiple 5.0s if I was right. He said, "You crazy old man." Old man, he called him. Crazy old man. On fucking Facebook. On my Facebook. It's still there.
That's what I'm saying. And this kid is like, top secret. Like he had never heard of fucking Q clearance in his life.
I really, if he's just somebody that, I mean, look, every magnet is fucking needed.
Yeah. Get on board.
I can't blame somebody for thinking I'm crazy, but I can blame them for being ignorant, not looking for the questions that they just asked me.
Just look.
I offered the fucking God proof, man.
So what you been making over here, Mr. Brooks?
Reverse balls. And now I'm putting one of them together over here.
Things that were up there.
Uh-huh. See, that's how that's going.
Well, that's how that went, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's the little lollipops. Look how pretty.
Yeah, those lines are pretty close. Huh?
Let's show that to my camera. Can y'all see that? Look at the swirlies. It's so perfect.
That's some steady hands.
Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous?
You just gotta be kind of sober to do it.
He's very talented.
And relaxed.
Yeah. Get your magnet right.
Everybody
There's
always
another
accuses me of being uptight and angry. I'm like, you just don't fucking understand my damn language, do you? Motherfuckers.
Is that not the coolest thing ever? Look at the detail in that.
Yeah, it's some pretty good detail.
Lovely, isn't it? I like it. Watch me smash one and I'll be like, oh my god, just throw me out.
I've got a belt.
But this one's tiny. Did you just threaten me with an ass
I
whooping?
did.
This one's a little bit. And you gotta imagine, look, this thing is little. It's tiny. It's like my thumb size. You see how little that is? And it's got all these little patterns and swirls.
And glass blowing, that's just like.
And this man don't even wear freaking glasses. I couldn't see that similar.
That's me showing off to other glass blowers. They'd be like, God damn it.
Very, very
There he is
talented,
again making
everybody.
twisties.
You're very talented.
I show you all how to do it. It
It's
takes
just teeny
practice.
tiny.
I've been doing it 30 fucking years. I'd better get something right.
You got that right for sure.
Shit.
For sure.
It ain't talent.
That's talent.
Oh, God, you should have seen me 30 years ago. You'd be like, fuck, you've come a long way, baby.
I think you've come a long way since last week, Derek Briggs.
Didn't start out that way. Oh, shit. You know, if I still stay sitting on my old laurels, that ain't no good, is it? I got to keep improving every day. That's the way we do it here on planet Earth. Thank you, Glenn, for the motherfucking deal of the century.
Right? Where would we be without Glenn right now?
I know, right? So
Yikes.
we're hanging out on the chill, and fucking there's Glenn.
There's Glenn.
He brought his beautiful wife. You know, I mean, there's Glenn. And he sent her off into the store as sexist do instead of going in and handling it himself. And we was hanging out, talking about his glitter fuck, and kept
Next
hearing
thing
this,
you know, they're singing to the dude on the corner.
kept hearing, yeah, he's over there singing with the guy in the corner. I'm like, God damn.
This story gets better every time we tell it.
He's all like, I got $20 ounces. Glenn's pulling out $20. I'm fucking throwing $20 at us. Because the first one he brings out is a fucking ounce and a half. And I was like, holy shit, let me look at that. Yeah, I'm looking at it. He hands me my own. I'm sitting there looking at it, smelling. I'm like, God damn, that's some citrus bud. And I was like, because I was a little skeptical. I'm like, is this hemp or no? I don't know where he got the big bag, but here comes Polly. Can I get on this? He's like, I'll give you the rest for 40. So we ended up with a couple of pounds for $80. It's really good weed.
We just went from 2 ounces to a couple pounds.
I was like, God damn. So, me being the only legal resident here, grabbed hold of that shit. Was like, here, let me hold this till we get back to the car. And out comes Glenn's wife, and she sees the look on all three of our fucking faces because we're standing at the scene of the crime. And fucking, I'm standing there doing math. I'm like, okay, where'd this come from? Because this is a lot of weed, and I'm outside of 5 dispensaries right now, and it with some foreigners. And homie took off across the street. He's gone with his backpack. And we just standing there. So here she comes. And we all got that look on our face. And she said that the first thought that came to her head was, Glenn, what the fuck did you do? And how long is it going to take for the cops to get here? So we... He didn't get a word out of his mouth.
Apparently, Glenn has been in this kind of predicament before.
So we started studying. Glenn might have done some shit like this. I take the
Kimmy
good
was
with the
not
bad. I can have
surprised. She was
fun with it,
completely
Harley.
prepared.
I ain't blocking you. I ain't that way, man. If you ain't got nothing to say, I'm just saying, don't waste everybody's time. We got shit to talk about.
Kim's looking at Glimmy like, which is it, fight or flight?
So we ended up over at the fucking car. She looked at the bag of weed and there. I mean, everybody's buttholes was really tight, except for mine. I was just glad to be in the car with 2 fucking pounds of weed in the middle of the street. So we're driving along looking for somewhere to eat, and we get GPSed into this stupid gas station. And it was a real tight little parking lot. And as we're going to get out, fucking all of a sudden, Kimmy shit yourself right in the front seat. So, God, we're being pulled over. Because there's a cop behind us. But, once she gets pulled in, he kind of pulls him beside us because it's really tight. And everybody's like sitting here with tight assholes, and I'm doing the math. I'm like, yeah, we're good. We're within our legal limit, and I'm in a car with a bunch of weed. I'm allowed to. Everybody else is crinkling seats with their fucking asshole fucking tightening up. Fucking Kimmy's like, I'm just going to get out anyways. And she goes there, I forget what she went in for. But fucking cop just wanted something to drink, man. She got back in the car and we drove off. Had some lunch. It was great. I said, when the cops pulled me over and I got on this t-shirt, the look of disappointment is priceless because they know I'm not breaking the law. And I'm probably not causing any kind of trouble. So they've just wasted my time and theirs.
Yeah.
And they usually let me go. They ask me, I got any weed in the car? And I'm like, yes! Fucking hey, I wouldn't dream of traveling without it. Have a nice day. You been smoking any? No. I got it from my destination, buddy. I'm hours away. Have a nice day. And it usually is a beautiful day here in Colorado because they got legal marijuana and the cops can't take you to jail for it. So if you ain't a heroin addict, you good. You in there.
You in there.
You in. Yeah.
John Q. Citizen.
That's kind of the way it rolls. I like that. And I don't take it as being mean. I don't. I swear to God, man, I don't. I understand. I'd be fucking questioning you too, but I would at least go in there and be like, oh, this guy got a biography. Shit, there's DD-214. Although I think Susie took that down the last couple months.
Is that dude still going on and on?
No, I'm just explaining. Yeah, I don't hate him. I just want him to go over there and learn something. Because what I got ain't. I mean, shit, man.
Really,
We're doing a fundraiser today, but I ain't asking you for no money for that shit. It's none of that shit. We're fixing to fucking roll out. Polly
I want
is
some
in
money.
charge of the fundraiser.
I want cameras. I need access to archaeological sites, and I'm gonna need to freaking meet with some people that are gonna want money for information and access to their data and research materials. And I really, really want a better camera that we can travel with and take outside and show y'all things like the way the clouds are being affected by the compression in the magnetosphere. I can show that to you. I just need a really better camera, one that's mobile.
Especially too, you can see.
Oh my goodness. You see it so clearly. I don't know how anyone's missing it.
Well, we're almost a mile higher than most everybody.
Well, I mean, even when I was in Texas, which is a very low point,
right.
You could still see what they call gravity wave clouds.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So, yeah. You could see that clearly in many, many places.
We got even better
gold view. Or mica? What is that?
Mica. It'll turn silver.
That's why I was asking if it was.
No, it's mica. It's got to be cooked still. Or actually, it's no. Put it right there. Now it looks like trash. Now it looks like mica. Thank you.
Okay. I know you're organized. You're in your own way. I'm
I
trying
got
to.
rocks and
I'm trying
broken
to
glass.
put it back where it goes.
You did a beautiful job. Thank you. You can't put the rocks with the glass.
Okay.
Although they mix, I'll throw them away.
Right. I
They'll mix
understand.
in the trash can.
Right. Right. You'll sweep it all up
Mhm.
into there. I get it.
Oh, that's one for Polly to answer.
What?
What sort of camera? I don't know.
You know, I'm really wanting something with an immaculate zoom. What was the
How about
camera
you
that
have a seat, young lady? I've got work
Glenn
to
was
do.
telling me that I need? I
Well,
want a
now
camera
we're
with a
listening
good
to
zoom
Glenn.
because there is in the noon sky. Yes, what 3 days ago, Eric? 2 days ago, we were outside. I was going for a walk. I noticed 2 rainbows in the sky. I'm like, holy shit, that's incredible. And I'm walking along and I'm looking at the 2 rainbows and I noticed that they are literally shaped like this. I mean, it's above my head, so it's an eye above my head, where this rainbow's curved this way, this rainbow's curved this way. And so I turned around. I said, I gotta somebody else got to see this. So I come back here and I show it to Eric, and we're looking at it, and I'm like, oh my God, look, there's 3. There was 3 rainbows because way back from the other 2, the 2 that looked like, they were curved in the opposite direction, was a huge, bright, thick band rainbow. And it was just one certain strip of the sky. It wasn't like a full arc rainbow. It was just those 3 in a strip across the sky. Certainly anomalous.
I tried with
right?
a shit camera, but
Yeah, we did get it on video, but it wasn't, great video. We just have the phone camera and it sucks. Literally sucks. But while we were standing there looking at these awesome 3 anomalous rainbows, we see a planet in the fucking sky. And it was, I think we're determining it to be, the sun was 15 degrees off the eastern horizon. It's rising a little more northeast, right? Than normal. So the sun's about 15 degrees off the horizon, and this planet was directly 12 o'clock ahead of us,
Yeah, right over our heads.
east of the
The
sun.
moon was about 30 degrees off to the
I mean, like if you look straight
south.
up, the sun's over to your southeast, basically, and straight up, it was a planet. Now, that was not Venus. I've seen Venus a million times, and I've never seen a planet that large
Oh, yeah.
and that bright. At 10 o'clock in the morning, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning,
At
this
night.
was daytime sky.
At night, that was 10 times bigger than any planet I've ever seen.
Right.
At night.
And it
bright
looked to
and
me, now
close.
I went inside and got my binoculars. I
It was
couldn't
about
stand
half the
it.
size of the moon,
So,
maybe a quarter size of the moon.
I'm thinking about a quarter size of the moon. When you look at it through the binoculars, I think it was a moon for one of these planets that we are not seeing because they're further off and the radiation is blocking them.
Off of the light source out there.
And man, I just really would like to get that on live. Like us viewing something anomalous like that occurring, because I'm out there all the time. I'm not going to sit inside. It drives me crazy. I got to get outside. So I'm out there all the time, and I am looking at the sky, and I'm looking at the plants, and I'm looking at the, everything that's going on. I'm seeing these things, and I so want to be able to record it, but I can't carry a laptop around and, do rock hounding at the same time. That just doesn't work. But if I have me a camera or a GoPro, even something, I don't know. I'm not very technical, so the technical part will be thrust upon Seamus.
He's the one who's got to come in.
He's
here
a
and rescue
genius.
Dad.
My son's going to be coming, up to join us eventually, and he's a freaking technical genius. He'll do all that for me. He doesn't like being on camera. He doesn't like speaking in public, but he will do all that nerd stuff that I haven't a clue how to do. So we'll get it all together eventually, or we are just beginning our, adventure. And this guy just makes these things. I'm fascinated by how it's just, a little bit of fire, a little bit of sand, poof. Just like watching him do it. You should see it. It's amazing. Really incredible. It happens so quickly.
It's 3,200 degrees at Furnace by Honey. You better
I think we should.
be convinced of what you're doing.
I don't know. Thank you, Handy. I appreciate that. The Nikon 900. I will check that out. I will most definitely check that out. I'm looking for something that can record video, something I can hook up and do live, something that'll take, photographs. I don't know if they have things that do all that. But I'm sure there's an app for that somewhere. That's what my son always told me. If there's an app for everything. Are you setting shit on fire?
Yeah. Just me.
He loves this stuff. It's dangerous.
I'm throwing stuff in my water cup. That's probably the noise you hear.
Okay, well, how about you come back over here and make the Lost Book of Enki play for these folks. And I will go let the dogs outside.
Tomato hard.
That's
typical alien crash from Earth.
Guys, I'll be upstairs in the chat.
He missed his wife and his kids. Mostly he missed his wife because he couldn't get any poontang.
Making sure y'all behave
yourself. And, he found some fucking fruits and berries and some water and some breathable air. Like, this is badass. Now I got to get my dick wet. And that about brings
okay,
up
on that
kids.
note,
We'll have a quiz on this on Friday.
I'll be back.
I'll be right back. I'll be right there with you.
Okay? Guys, be safe. Thanks.
I gotta get my dick wet.
I'm fixing to change format.
So yeah, this guy's like, living it up. How long I need to have find something to have sex with. The daughters of man. That's what he's going to have sex with. Yes. With eagerness, Olalu bent down. Together, he cupped his hands and put water in his mouth. It had a different taste from the water of Nibiru. Once more, he drank, and then with fright, he jumped. A hissing sound he could hear. A slithering body by the poolside. Oh, a fucking snake, dude. We got snakes down here on this planet. All that technology and laser beams and shooting beams down to see where the gold is and shooting beams down to see where the optimum landing spot is. All that fucking technology couldn't save you from a fucking water snake. Now could it? I mean, that really, it's funny because that's what, that's what it seems like what the elite do, what the New World Order does. It's that kind of shit, You guys can pull off all these operations, but you don't have a fucking brain between you. It's just, didn't count on that fucking snake, did you, Bubba? He seized the weapon that he carried and blasted away. You pussy. Shot the snake with a fucking laser beam. The moving stopped. The hissing was ended. To examine the danger, Olalu stepped forward. The slithered body lay still. Dead was the creature, a sight most strange, like a rope its long body was, without hands or feet. Fierce eyes were in its small head. Out of its mouth, a long tongue was sticking. Fucking snake, dude. A sight on the Nibiru never beheld it was, a creature of another world. Was it the orchid's guardian? Olalu by himself pondered. Was it the water's master himself? He asked. In his carried flask, he collected some water and made his way back to his flying saucer. The sweet fruits he also picked and took them back to the flying saucer as well. The brightness of the sun's rays were greatly diminished. Darkness it was. So he crashed out in the UFO. The shortness of the day, Olalu pondered. Its shortness amazed him. So not used to our orbit, so the days are much shorter. So you age a lot quicker. From the direction of the marshes, a cool lightness on the horizon was rising. A white-hued ball in the heavens was rising. Kingu, the earth's companion, he now beheld. What in the accounts of the beginning his eyes, the truth could now see? The planets and their orbits, the hammered bracelet, Ki, the earth, Kingu, its moon, were all created, all by names that were called. Names were called. In his heart, Alalu knew one more truth that needed beholding. The gold, the means of their salvation, needed to be found. If truth be in the beginning tales, if by the waters the golden veins of Tiamat were washed, in the waters of Ki, its cut off half, gold must be found. So essentially now I understand what they're saying. Earth, Ki, was actually a part of Tiamat that was cut off from. Very interesting. It's not really what you hear oftentimes in the research community and stuff. Very, very interesting stuff. With hands unsteady, Alalu, the tester, dismantled the chariot's pole. With trembling hands, he donned the fish suit. The fast arriving daylight eagerly awaited him. He left the chariot, the UFO, at daybreak and quickly stepped into the marshes. Into the deeper waters he waded. Into the tester, into the waters he inserted. Its illuminated face he eagerly watched. In his chest, his heart was pounding. And it's funny, its illuminated face literally is describing this, device having a screen on it. You sit there and tell me some guy 5,000 years ago in Samaria just made that up? I mean, if you don't believe anything else, I mean, the idea that he's looking at an illuminated face of this tester, wondering what it's going to tell him. I mean, that's a screen. How did that guy know to describe a fucking LCD screen or a display screen 5,000 years ago? I mean, that question alone, out of all of this, should have everybody in the scientific community wondering what's going on here. Its illuminated face he eagerly watched. In his chest, his heart was pounding. The water's contents was indicated by the tester by symbols and numbers its findings disclosed. So right there, he's looking at a screen. Then Alalu's heartbeat stopped. There is gold in the waters, the tester was telling him. Unsteady on his legs, Alalu stepped forward. Deeper into the marshes he made his way. Again, the tester into the waters he inserted, and again the tester announced that he had found gold. A cry of triumph from Alalu's throat emanated. Nibiru's fate in his hands was now in his hands. He made his way back to the UFO. He took off the fish suit and occupied the commander's seat. The tablets of destinies that knows all orbits, he enlivened to Nibiru's orbit to find the direction. The speaker of words he stirred up toward Nibiru the words to carry. Then to Nibiru words he uttered, thus he was saying, the words of the great Alalu to Anu on Nibiru are directed. On another world am I. The gold of salvation I have found. The fate of Nibiru is in my hands. To my conditions you must give heed. So right there, he's basically blackmailing them. He's saying, I
didn't clean it good enough.
I found it. I found the gold. I found what can save our planet. How badly do you want it? Because if you want me to come back and save our planet, then you're going to have to, when I come back and bring it, I'm king and I get to be in charge, and because hey, I'm the one doing the hard work, all the work, right? So that's the end of the second tablet of the Lost Book of Enki. And tomorrow on the show, we'll get into the third tablet. Well, the synopsis of the third tablet, which is coming up next, and then obviously the third tablet after that. So I guess next we're going to be getting into him finding, the daughters of man and getting his groove on and doing a little, genetic crossbreeding to create slaves to hunt, to mine the gold. Fascinating stuff here. Lost Book of Enki. Again, I don't always read everything that I read. Is not always stuff I always agree with. I'm not reading this because I endorse it or I agree with it. I'm just reading it because it's highly interesting, and we are, I think, by reading it like this and sort of dissecting it and going through it day by day and page by page, I think it gives us all, myself included, you, more of an opportunity for us to decide for ourselves what's bullshit and what's not, instead of somebody just telling us, oh, Zachariah Sitchin, he's, CIA, and yeah, he was, blah, blah, whatever, but still, let's decide that for ourselves. Let's go through this. Let's see if we can get anything out of it. We'll call what's bullshit, bullshit, and we'll take the rest and go about our own merry way. We don't have to fucking buy into anything or support, this clown or his ideology, what he stood for, or anything else. But the fact of the matter is, the reason why we've been told not to look at this is because this is indeed what mankind is supposed to know, so we don't repeat those same vicious cycles. And with the knowledge of this stuff, mankind would know that this happened in the past and this is where we're heading, and we would pull ourselves out of that before we had a chance. That's why they will not let us have this info. And that, again, is why the whole, operation of the phony controlled patriot movement, truth movement was set up.
Just don't
because then
want
when
us
people
to know
start
what
looking
we
for
are.
conspiratorial topics, they eventually get into this stuff. But that's why you hear Alex Jones, that stuff's a distraction. Talk about the bankers, folks. Just quacking it up, running block, being the cock block for the priest class. Keep on doing it, Bubba.
They said they
people are
couldn't
awake
read
now.
our language. Well, they'll get
a
into
lot more
that.
people have figured this out,
They haven't
and
said it yet.
that, to me, like I talked about last night,
Spoiler
that's the
alert.
fight. That's what we got to do. We got to continue trying to get this information out to people, let them know.
They're so smart they
these
couldn't read
these
physics.
priest class bozos are hiding at the very top is they're hiding our birthright. They're hiding our information. They're giving us these phony things like the phony state of Israel and the telling us that these people over here are the Semites when it's not actually them, and they're going and killing the other people that are actually the bloodline descendants of these ancient civilizations. I mean, it's just insane. But it's all happening because of our sheer lack of knowledge of things that we've never been allowed to know.
Yes.
If we had a history of what had happened on other
being.
planets where possibly our forebears came from, and that they had gone down the same route we did, we might see that and go, oh man, they fucked up. We don't want to go that route. We got to change things. If we were to do that, there'd be no more New World Order. There'd be no more power structure. So you see, this is why this is important. That's why I'm for you to look at this information and
have fun.
As usual, decide about it for yourself.
Get happy about life.
This is the account of the judging of Alalu and of the happenings thereafter on Earth and on Lamu. In his reed hut, Anu was hurting.
Hey,
in the reed hut to him, Enki applied healing. In his reed hut, Alalu was sitting. Spittle he spat from his mouth.
I'm sorry.
He's sitting there like, spitting shit everywhere. In his innards, the malehood of Anu was like a burden.
Oh.
Ugh, that sounds gross. In his innards, the malehood of Anu was like a burden. He had the malehood of Anu inside of him.
Bit that shit right the fuck off.
With Anu's semen or his innards impregnated, like a female in travail, his belly grew. A dude got pregnant like Arnold Schwarzenegger from Anu, like the god of the Anunnakis. Oh, God, I'm sorry, dude. I feel for you.
Steve's got it right.
Maybe you should, keep the back door closed more often. I don't know.
We're all on one ball.
Ugh.
One little egg.
This is some sick stuff in here.
You want in the middle, you better love
On
everybody.
the third day, Anu's pain subsided. His pride was greatly hurting. To Nibiru, I wish to return. Yeah, get me out of here with these ass fuckers, please. To his two sons did Anu say, beforehand upon Alalu, there must be a judgment, a sentence, the crime befitting must be imposed.
Oh, no.
By the laws of Nibiru, 7 judges were required, the highest rank of them to preside. In the square of Eridu, the heroes were assembled. The trial of Alalu they were observing.
That'd be 422 or something.
For the 7 who judged, 7 seats were provided. And they provided the tallest seat of all to Anu. Yeah, because he's a fucking giant, right? To his right was seated Enki. On the left of Anu, was seated Enlil. On Enki's right, Anzu and Nungal were seated. Algal and Alagar to the left of Enlil sat. Before these 7 who judge Alalu was brought, his hands and feet were united. Enlil was first to speak. In fairness, a wrestling match was held. Alalu, the kingship to Anu, was forfeited. What say you, Alalu? Enki asked him. In fairness, the wrestling match was held. The kingship I forfeited, Alalu said. Having been vanished, Alalu, an abominable crime performed. He bit the malehood, the cock of Anu, and swallowed it.
Swallowed that shit.
I'm not making this up. Who really says this?
Said you ain't getting it back,
So
Anu.
he did a Mike Tyson on him, only he didn't go for the ear. He went right to the cat.
This is some
and bit the fucker off and swallowed it. You heard that about, like, what was it? The Isis, Osiris, Horus thing,
It's fucked up.
Like Set cut off the penis of Horus or something like that and fed it to this fish. I mean, what was up with these guys?
Well,
I'll make sure that fucker never comes back. Cut his cock off. Feed it to a fish. Jesus. Thus, Enlil
he did.
Enlil
He
made an accusation of the crime. Death is the punishment, Enlil said.
He swallowed the whole package.
What do you say, Alalu?
It counted on.
Enki, his father by marriage, asked. There was silence. Alalu did not answer the question. We all witnessed the crime. Alagar was saying judgment must be in accordance. If words you wish to utter, speak before the judging, Enki to Alalu said. In the silence, Alalu slowly began to speak. On Nibiru, I was king. By right of succession, I was reigning. Anu was my cupbearer. The princes he aroused. So he turned on the males, the princes. To a wrestling match, he challenged me. For 9 counted orbits, I was king on Nibiru. To my seed, kingship belonged. On my throne sat Anu himself. To escape death, I made a dangerous journey to the distant earth. For the salvation of Nibiru, I, Alalu, discovered the alien planet. Return to Nibiru, I was promised, in fairness, the throne to regain. Then to earth came Ea, the one by compromise, the next to reign Nibiru, he was designated. Then came Enlil, the succession from Anu to himself he claimed. Then Anu came, and he tricked Ea a lot, and Enki, the lord of the earth, he was proclaimed. Of earth, not Nibiru, to be the master. Saying, this is your domain. That's why Ea, earth, is called earth. It's the realm of Ea. That's what it means. Nobody ever thinks of where that term comes from or why we call the earth, earth. It's the realm of Ea. The first 2 letters of earth are Ea. Ea. Hello? If that's not enough to bitch slap you out of your comatose state, I don't know what is. And just people go through their everyday lives never even knowing that fact or even, questioning. But it's a fact. Of earth, not Nibiru, to be the master. Then to Enlil, the command of earth was granted. Enki was delegated to the distant Abzu. My heart of all that was aching, my chest from shame and anger was bursting. Then Anu placed his foot upon my chest and began to tread upon my aching heart. In the silence, Anu spoke up. By royal seed and law, by fair wrestling, did I gain the throne. My malehood you bit off and swallowed. My offspring line to discontinue. Enlil spoke up. To the crime the accused admitted, let the judgment come. Let the punishment be death. Death, said Alagar. Death, said Abgal. Death, said Nungal. Death to Alalu by itself will be coming. What he had swallowed in his innards, death will bring. Enki said, let Alalu rest of his days on earth be imprisoned. Anzu was saying that their words, Anu was contemplating. Anger and pity engulfed both of them. To die in exile. Let this be his judgment, Anu was saying. So in other words, banish him to earth. And that would tie into the whole thing we were talking about earlier. That's they banished Alalu to earth and then created the etherical barrier, the Valhalla radiation belts around him. Here.
There.
At least that's how I understand it. Very interesting. We'll see if this indeed tells us that. That's what I understand.
Obviously bigger than we are.
In amazement, the judges at each other glanced. What Anu was saying that they wondered, neither on earth nor on Nibiru shall the exiling be. Anu was saying, here. On the way there is here. The Lamu planet
doing that.
with waters and an atmosphere it is endowed. Enki, as Ea thereon made a pause. Of it as a way station, I have been thinking. That's supposedly supposed to be Mars, I believe. The way station was Mars, from what I understand. Its net force is less than that of Earth forceful, an advantage and wisdom to be considered. And the celestial chariot, Alalu, shall be taken. On my departing from Earth, with me he shall make the journey. Around the planet Lamu we shall make the orbit. To Alalu a sky chamber we shall provide. To the planet Lamu, in it he will be descended.
Quite exciting.
Alone on a strange planet in exile he shall be. His days to his last himself shall count. Now
listen to this part. This is
what did he refer to it as? The sky chamber? Could that possibly be what this guy found on Mars?
All right, look. We're going Alalu. NASA knew these things. Number one, they've got the all-seeing eye of Enlil in the middle of fucking space showing you the damn solar system every day. They knew Alalu was the name of the cat on Mars when they found his face. And you're going to hear it right here.
Did that do with the face on Mars?
They get detailed in this shit. It tells you fucking who and why.
Mars is. It's highly interesting that they would banish him there, the way station. We know that they referred to the Mars as the way station. Very interesting that we have Cydonia on Mars, which is what ancient Mesopotamia, what is now Iraq, used to be called. Iraq, Cydonia, Mesopotamia. It's located on the 33rd degree parallel on Earth. Cydonia on Mars is also located on the 33rd degree parallel, and that's where these pyramids on Mars are also located. It's very likely that that's what that was. Thus did Anu utter the words of judgment. In solemnity, the words were intended. By unanimity, it was a unanimous decision.
Yes,
let's just say that.
I've suffered one of those.
To impose this judgment upon Alalu. In the presence of the heroes, it was announced. Let Nungal be my pilot to Nibiru. There from chariots bearing heroes again to Earth to pilot. Let Anzu join for this journey so that he can take charge of the descent to Lamu. Lamu will be in charge of the descent down to the planet. So did Anu commandments utter. On the morning they departed, they were ready. All who departed by boat to the chariot were ferried. A place for landings on firm soil you must prepare, Anu to Enlil was saving. How Lamu as a way station to utilize the plans to utilize this you should be making. There were farewells, both joy and sorrow. Limping, Anu was limping when he embarked on his chariot.
Because he just had his cock.
He had his hands, and with his hands he tied Alalu, and then drug him into the chariot, the spacecraft. Then to the heavens the chariot soared up, and the royal visit had ended. They made an orbit around the moon, and Anu was enchanted by the sight of the moon. Toward the red-hued Lamu, which is again Mars. They say here it's red-hued. There you go.
6,000 years before the Bible, you can't make this shit
and they circled around it twice. Lower towards the strange planet they came, mountains, sky high, and tears in the surface, tears in the surface they noticed.
For God's sake.
Where Ea's chariot had once landed, they saw that it was located by a lakeside. Slowed by Lamu net power in the chariot and sky chamber, they ready.
Everywhere.
Anzu, its pilot, then unexpected words said to Anu, with Alalu to the firm soil of Lamu I shall descend. With the sky chamber to the chariot to return I wish not. So he's saying he wants to stay down there with him.
Mm-hmm.
With Alalu on the strange planet, I shall stay. Until he dies, I shall protect him.
Alalu.
When he dies of his innards poison, as befits a king, him I shall bury. As for me, I shall have made my name. Anzu, they will say, against all odds, to a king in exile, a companion he was. He saw things by others unseen. On a strange planet, he faced unknown things. Anzu, they will to the end of time shall say, has fallen like a hero. There were tears in the eyes of Alalu. There was amazement in the heart of Anu. Your wish shall be honored. To Anzu, Anu said, hereby let a promise by me to you be made. By my raised hand to you I this swear. On the next journey a chariot by Lamu shall circuit and orbit. Its skyship to you shall descend. If alive it shall find you, the master of Lamu you shall be proclaimed. So he's making him the
Lamu being
Mars here.
Yep.
When a way station on Lamu's shell has been established, its commander you shall be. Anzu bowed his head. So be it. To Anu he said. Into the sky chamber Alalu and Anzu were ushered. With eagles' helmets and fishes' suits they were provided. Meaning suits they could fly in, space in, and suits they could go underwater in.
Yeah.
With food and tools they were supplied. From the circling chariot the skyship left and departed. Its descent was what they watched its descent from the ground. Then from view it disappeared, and the chariot to Nibiru continued. It just scrolls down on me sometimes. Here it is. For 9 years was Alu the king on Nibiru. For 8 years Iridu he commanded. In the 9th Shar, or year, to die in exile on Lamu was his fate. Now this is the account of the return of Anu to Nibiru. So this is a new segment we're starting here, a new part. The account of Anu's return to Nibiru. And how Alalu on Lamu was buried, how in Lil on Earth the landing place built. On Nibiru for Anu there was a joyous welcome. Anu gave his account to the council and the princes of what had happened. Neither pity nor vengeance from them all he sought. To discuss the task ahead of them, he instructed them all. And he outlined a great vision that he had, a symbol of great vision to let the council know about. He wanted to establish way stations from Nibiru to Earth and have all of the sun's family in one kingdom. The first on Lamu to be fashioned, the moon for the plans he also considered, and the other planets or their circling host stations to set up. So he wanted to set up stations on moons on other planets as well. And have a constant caravan of ships just going back and forth between every planet. Sounds smart to me. We will bring the gold from Earth without any interruptions to Nibiru. Perhaps we will find gold elsewhere. So they're saying, we're going to bring all the gold from Earth, and maybe we'll find it on some of these other planets where we have way stations set up as well. The counselors, the princes, the servants, all considered Anu's plans. The salvation of Nibiru they saw in the promise of his plans. Savants and commanders, knowledge of the celestial gods perfected. They added a new kind of rocket ship, so a new technology to their chariots and skyships. So their technology apparently has already evolved at this point of the telling of the story. Heroes were selected for the tasks. I'm guessing heroes. They keep saying heroes. I'm guessing those are like, people of extraordinary strength.
No.
And for the task, there was much to learn.
They mean
the plans were beamed over, I guess, sent by laser fax machine, laser email to Enlil and Enki.
Those are the heroes.
And they were told to hurry their preparations on Earth.
Citizens of planet Heaven.
on Earth, there was much discussion of what had happened and what there is to be done. Enki, Alligar, to be of Eridu, the overseer, made his own steps to the Abzu he directed. Where to obtain gold from the Earth's bowels, he then determined. What heroes to the task are needed, he calculated. What tools will be required? An earth splitter with cleverness, Enki designed. An earth splitter, something that would open up the earth. There within the earth to make a gash and reach its innards by way of tunnels. Could this be where these ancient underground tunnels that have been found under the earth, found in places like Dallas when they first built the city sewer system here? They found tunnels that were older than there had been people here, laser etched tunnels under the city of Dallas. Got these little green creatures in there. Yeah. That which crunches and that which crushes was the name of the machine. Of other matters, Nibiru savants he had to contemplate. So of matters in health and well-being of heroes, he needed to listen. To the heroes, Earth's quick circuits were upsetting. Yeah, they were not happy about the quick orbit because, they're getting older faster. So they're trying to mine this gold, and they're getting older much quicker than they were on their planet.
Now,
so
just
they can't get the
listening
job
to
done.
their tale,
And that's what led to the creation of mankind as a slavery.
they had no idea why they were getting old.
Earth's quick day
And
and night cycles were causing
It had nothing to
dizziness
do with it.
to the heroes. The atmosphere, though good, was lacking in some things and too abundant in other things.
Frequency. They're shooting
Of the sameness of the food, the heroes
Planet
were
Heaven's
complaining.
way bigger than we are.
We eat the same thing all the
This
time.
human's
We eat
much
fucking
lower.
chicken.
than 7.83 hertz.
Enlil, the commander,
Ours is driving them
was
fucking
afflicted
nuts.
from the heat of the sun on Earth.
And they
For
figured that
coolness
out.
and
finally.
shade, he was longing. While in the Abzu,
That's why
Enki
we're
was
here.
making preparations.
They decided to entrap the souls.
Enlil in his skyship was surveying the extent of Eden. Of the Eden, E-D-I-N. That's the place where they were setting up Eden, E-D-I-N, what later became what we know in biblical
They'll tell
terms
you.
as Eden. See? Of mountains and rivers he took account. Of valleys and plains he measured. He wanted to establish in Eden
I do not approve.
a landing place for the rocket ships. So the rocket ships that landed Earth landed in a place called Eden. Give me a fucking break sandwich. Ah, damn. Enlil, by the heat of the sun, was afflicted and was searching more for a coolness and a place of shade. To the snow-covered mountains of the Eden's north side, he took a liking. The tallest trees he ever saw grew there in a cedar forest. There above a mountain valley with power beams, he flattened the surface.
You hearing it? They cut them down.
Is that what the tops of the mountains in Brazil, where the Nazca lines are at? The tops of the mountains are just sheared off as if by a laser. Is that what he did?
Yeah.
Flattening the surface of this mountain valley? Very well could be. Great stones from the hillside the heroes quarried and cut to size. To uphold the platform with skyships, they carried and placed them there. With satisfaction, Enlil was satisfied with the handiwork. A work beyond belief, indeed it was, the structure of everlasting. An abode for himself on the crest of a mountain was his desire. Of the tall trees of the cedar forest, long beams were prepared. Of them, the construction of an abode for himself he decreed. The abode of the North Crest, he named it. On Nibiru, a new celestial chariot was soaring off for preparation. New kinds of rocket ships, sky ships, and that which Enki had designed was transporting people. A fresh group of 50 from Nibiru was taking. Chosen females were among them. By Ninmah, exalted lady, were they commanded. In succor and healing, they were trained. Ninmah, exalted lady, a daughter of Anu she was, a half-sister, not a full sister of Enki and Enlil she was. She was greatly learned in the treating of ailments. She excelled in that. To the complaints from Earth, she gave much attention. A healing she prepared. The courts of prior chariots on tablets of destinies were recorded. And Nungal did follow its pilots. Unharmed, it reached the celestial god Lamu. It circled the planet slowly to its surface, descending. A faint beaming group of heroes followed. Ninmah was going with them. They found Anzu beside a lake shore with signals
On
beaming from
Mars
his helmet.
by a lake shore.
Anzu himself was without motion, prostrate. He lay dead. Ninmah touched his face. To his heart she gave attention. From her pouch she took out the pulsar. Upon Anzu's heart pulsing she directed. From her pouch she took out the emitter, its crystal, life-giving emissions on his body she directed. 60 times did Ninmah direct the pulsar. 60 times did the emitter. So this is some sort of crystal that puts out a frequency, and I guess after
Defibrillator.
60 pulses of the
He acts like it's
frequency,
magic.
it brings
We have
organic life form back to life. These guys have the technology to bring people back to life.
those.
No wonder they don't want us to get our hands on this alien technology. There you go.
God.
I mean,
Stop
it would
watching
suck
too
if we
much
were
TV.
able to just go over and walk the flash of crystal in front of somebody's heart 60 times and they can come back to life, didn't it? That would just suck for this country.
Defibrillator.
Man. On the 60th time,
You gotta
Anzu
understand
opened
these
his eyes.
guys just didn't use the thing.
He
It's all
began to talk.
semantics.
Gently upon his face, Ninmah poured the water of life and wetted his lips with it. Gentle into his mouth, she placed the food of life. Then the miracle happened.
Defibrillator.
Anzu rose from the dead.
Defibrillator. Not a miracle.
They inquired to him about Alalu.
Not a miracle.
Anzu told them of Alalu's death.
God.
He led them to a great rock, protruding heavenward from the plain. There he told them what happened.
Uh-huh. Listen.
Alalu, soon after the landing, began to scream from unremitting pain.
Because he had a cock
From
in
his
belly.
mouth, his innards he was spitting. In agony, he peered over the wall. He's puking his guts out, literally.
Yes.
Thus, Anzu was saying to them, he led them to a great rock, like a mountain from the plain,
Hey.
heavenward uprising.
Uh-oh.
In the great rock, a cave I found.
Uh-oh.
Alalu's corpse therein I hid.
Uh-oh.
Its entrance with stones I covered. So
And then what'd you
Anzu
do?
was saying to them, they followed the rock and they removed the stones and entered the cave. Inside, they found what remained of Alalu. He who once on Nibiru was a king was a pile of bones in a cave now.
Yep.
The first time in our annals, a king not on Nibiru has died. Not on Nibiru was he buried. So, said Ninmah, let him in peace for eternity rest. They then again covered the cave's entrance with stone. The image of Alalu upon the great rock mountain with beams they carved. So, somewhere on Mars, there are probably still evidence of that rock carving done with lasers. Now, some of the rock carvings we've seen on Earth
Come on,
appear to
Josh.
be
Put
done
it
with
together.
lasers.
Put it together.
Stuff we've seen in Egypt, stuff we've seen in South America, all over
He's
the
a little
place.
slow.
Samir. So there again, whoever these people are, they have that technology. They showed him wearing an eagle's helmet. Oh, I see what they're saying.
There you go.
Oh, now I get it. Okay. So on top of the great mountain,
Alalu is the name of the man
Oh, my
on
God.
Mars.
this is on top of the face.
Alalu.
The
Bible
face
tell
on
you that?
Mars is Alalu's face.
Yeah.
That's why
This-
it's on
this is
the
before the
33rd
Bible.
degree parallel
This is
in
before the
Cydonia.
fucking Bible. They're telling you
where it
who's
just
the
happens to
goddamn
be
man,
where
man on the
Enki set
goddamn
up the
face of Mars.
landing for Eden. Where was that? The 33rd degree parallel on Earth in Mesopotamia, formerly known as Cydonia, Iraq.
You gonna argue something
Who
with
gets
me?
bombed and blown
There's
the
a
shit
face
out
on
of
Mars and
and
his
taking all their
name's Alalu.
antiquities because they can't
I heard
allow
it
this
from
info
Bible
to get
canon.
out to everybody. And he had a helmet on. And the guy on the face on Mars has what? A helmet.
He got a helmet. Got mud on his helmet. It don't bother him.
It's unbelievable.
It's unfucking believable that this has been kept from people.
That's exactly what it was. It was a helmet. And they're saying right here that they laser etched into this rock on this mountain an image of Alalu wearing a helmet.
Is there a face on Mars? Yes, there is.
With his face uncovered. My goodness. Let the image of Alalu forever gaze up towards Nibiru, toward Earth, whose gold he discovered. That explains the face on Mars and why they wanted to cover that up.
It does. Crown Vatican, DC Corporation.
So Ninmah, exalted lady, in the name of her father Anu, did declare, as for you,
you thought your vote counted.
To you, Anu, the king of his promise, he shall be keeping.
Read your Bible.
20 heroes with you here shall remain.
There's a pattern there. Now you're out
the way station's building to begin.
Over who's president's who.
Rocket ships from Earth, the golden oars shall here deliver.
Jesus Christ.
Celestial chariots from here, the gold to Nibiru shall then transport. Hundreds of heroes shall make their abode on Lamu, on Mars. You, Anzu, shall be their commander.
These fuckers are still here.
Thus did the great lady, in the name of her father Anu, to Anzu say, my life I owe to you, great lady.
And the very
my gratitude to Anu shall not have any limits. From the planet Lamu, the chariot departed toward Earth and continued on its journey.
Because they need to fix what they've done.
So that's the end of, I guess, the 4th tablet. The next chapter is the synopsis of the 5th tablet.
What are you doing, Thomas? Oh. Let's see.
Let's get into it now. Synopsis of the 5th tablet.
There we go.
Ninmah arrives on Earth with a group of female nurses.
Uh-oh.
She delivers seeds to grow elixir-providing plants.
Like grapes, maybe. They're weed.
What, marijuana?
Yeah, baby!
Psilocybin, peyote.
Food of the gods.
Hemp. I mean, that's probably what it was. She brings in little news of their out-of-wedlock son, Inerta. In the Abzu, Enki establishes an abode and mining sites. In the Eden, Enlil builds space and other facilities. He's building a spaceport. Nibirians on Earth, who on Earth are called the Anunnaki or the Anunnaki, number 600. So there's 600 originally brought down to Earth. I did not know that. 300 Igigi operate the facilities on Lamu or Mars.
They are also Anunnaki.
Exile for date-raping Sud, and Lil learns of the hidden weapons. Date-raping Sud?
It's just the Igigi or the Anunnaki or the cats from heaven that are on Mars. That's the distinguishing difference. That's the only difference. They're the same race of people. It's just Anunnaki are here, the Igigi are there.
Really said date rape in there? I think old Zechariah might have been hitting the...
He gets it confused later. I felt the need
to when he wrote that. I don't know. Maybe he misinterpreted. Oh, yes, it says date rape. That's what it says right there. Or date rape. Don't you know? Sumerians were all into date rape. Yeah. It's just ridiculous.
What you know?
So exiled for date raping Sud, and Lil learns of the hidden weapon. Sud becomes a little spouse. And then Lil bears a son named Nanah. Ninmah joins Enki in the Abzu and bears him daughters. Nenki, Enki's spouse, arrives with their son Marduk. See, they named their son
that's
Marduk.
some fucking trouble right there.
Going back to the conversation we were having with the email from Cherry earlier. Plans form on Earth as Enki and Enlil beget more sons. Beset by hardships, the Gigi launch a coup against Enlil. Ninurta defeats their
You want to
leader
know top
Anzu
secret?
in
That's my
aerial
great
battles.
grandpa.
These are what I interpret to be like the Virmanas that we talked about
I already told that
in
secret
Eastern
too.
mythology. The Anunnaki, driven to produce gold faster, mutiny. Enlil and Ninurta denounce the mutineers. Enki suggests to artificially fashion primitive workers. So here we go. Now we are jumping smack dab into the fifth tablet. From the planet Lamu, the chariot departed towards Earth. The journey continued. Around the moon, they made an orbit and went there to explore a way station. Around the Earth, they made more orbits and slowed down so they could have a splashdown in the water. In the waters beside Eridu, Nungal brought the chariot down to a quay by Enlil constructed. They stepped off. Boats were no longer needed. There was some sort of platform built of the spaceport there by the water, probably the Red Sea. Enlil and Enki, their sister, with embraces greeted with Nungal, the pilot. They locked arms. The heroes, male and female, by the present heroes, were greeted with shouts. Everything that was brought on the spaceship was quickly unloaded. Rockets, skyships, and the tools that were designed by Enki, and provisions and food of all kinds. Of all that transpired on the Biru, the death, Ninmah was told of the death and burying of Alalu by her brothers. She also related to them the story of the way station that on Lamu that was being commanded by Anzu. Enki uttered his approval of that, and Enki's words gave them bewilderment. That is a news decision. His word is unalterable. Ninmah to Enlil was saying, for the maladies relief I have brought. Ninmah to her brother said, from her pouch, a bag of seeds she brought, seeds to be sown in the soil. A host of bushes shall sprout from the seeds, and they will produce a juicy fruit. The juice shall form an elixir, for drinking by the heroes it shall be.
Wine, baby.
Their ailments it will chase away, and it will make their mood happier. In a cool place, the seeds need to be sown. By warmth and water, they need nourishing. So Ninmah to her brothers did say, the place that for this is perfect, I will show you, Enlil said. Of course, this is probably going to be Eden, E-D-I-N. It is where the landing place was fashioned, where an abode of cedar wood I have made. In Enlil's skyship, the two of them, Enlil and Ninmah, soared towards the sky.
Yeah.
To the landing place in the snow-covered mountains by the cedar forest, brother and sister went. On the great stone platform, the skyship landed. To Enlil's abode they went. Once inside, Enlil embraced her. With fervor, he kissed Ninmah. Oh, my sister, my beloved. Enlil to her whispered. By her loins, he grabbed her. Uh-oh. Keep it in the family. Where the interbreeding started. Into her womb his semen he did not pour.
He can't pass this stuff. You'll have to forgive me.
That is the greatest thing I've ever been able to say on radio in my almost 40 years now doing this show. I gotta say it one more time. You're the greatest thing I've ever been able to say on the show. Here it is.
Into her womb, his semen he did not pour. He poured, he did not pour her semen, because she waited for mine, because she wanted to suck seeds.
Into her womb his semen he did not pour. It's beautiful. Poetry. So basically, he had sex with his sister, but he didn't come inside her. He pulled out. Well, good job. I can't believe Samaria Dex went as far as to tell us about pulling out. You know, There's a message in the Sumerian text. Yeah, there is a message in the Sumerian text, you dumb fucks. Pull out.
Oh my
He said
God.
to Britney Spears and her sister, my gosh, been there for thousands of years. So he fucked his sister, but he pulled out, so it's all good. Basically what's the point. So the moral of the story is, it's okay to have sex with your sister as long as you pull out. Well, thank you. Thank you, Sumerian text. Thank you, Anunnaki. Thank you for clearing that up for us. We were all confused. Thank you. Of our son, Minerto, I will bring you word. Ninma said to him softly. He is a young prince. He is ready for adventure, and he is ready to join you on Earth. He is prepared. If you stay here on Earth, let us, Minerta, bring over our son, Enlil to her said. To the landing place, heroes were arriving. Rocket ships and sky ships were carried to the platform. From the house of Ninma, the seeds were obtained. In the valley soils, they were sown. A fruit from Nibiru was to be grown here on Earth. In the skyship, Enlil and Ninma returned to Eridu. On the way, Enlil showed her the landscape and showed her the extent of the Eden. From the skies, Enlil to her explained the plans. I have designed an everlasting plan, he was saying to her. That for which all time construction shall determine I have laid out. That means like he's talking about like all time construction. He's talking about, see, that's a very interesting thing. That's something I've come across in my research and wondered about, but never been able to really prove. He says that for which all time construction shall determine I have laid out. And what I mean, I take that to believe from my research is this. Now I could be off the mark on this, but I'm going to tell you, I've come across that, but seeing that statement there is very telling. It seems that when you see the way that cities are laid out and the grids are laid out, and you can even look at official mainstream documentation on the civilization of Sumeria, the first civilization. And they got it right, even when you go look at like the Library of Congress, real milquetoast mainstream information, historical information regarding Sumeria. You find that it talks about how they had societal structure that we follow to this day set up, one shop, one tribe, where they get that knowledge from. They had sewage systems, they had, credit systems, they had a very sophisticated society that's not much different from ours today. And that's what he's saying here. And so when you see new cities built, you see the way these grids are built and the way they put them on certain parallels and things, it almost gives you the idea that the reason why we see, the Statue of Liberty, Queen Semiramis, going back to this time, or we see, Washington, D.C. built the way it is, and these obelisks everywhere. It's almost as if it's in the elite's playbook that
they're still
from this
here.
ancient creed from the Anunnaki that they have to continue to build throughout time in the way that Enlil had said that they had to build. Away from Eridu, where dry lands begin, I shall make my quarters. La Arsa will be its name, a place for directing it shall become. On the banks of the Brunel River of the deep waters it will be located. A twin thereof a city shall in a future arise. Lagash I shall name it. Between the two plans a line I have drawn. 6 leagues thereafter a healing city shall come into being. A city of your own it shall be, Shurabak. The Haven City I shall name it. On the center line it shall be located. In the 4th city it shall be leading. Nibiru, Key. Earth's crossing place I will name it. A bond, heaven. Earth in it I shall establish. The tablets of destiny it shall house. All missions it will control. The tablets of destiny. This could be what
Queen sits on these tablets to this day. The throne was built around the tablet of the fucking stones of destiny from Mesopotamia. I didn't know that till
they're looking for the tablet of destiny with all these, basically these missions for what to do on Earth and in other places. They very well probably have found them by this.
The throne is
built
With
around
the reading
that
5 cities that
stone.
shall be counted, to eternity they shall exist.
Not her
On a
fat
crystal
butt.
tablet in
It's
Littleton
built
Nimrod
around that
was showing
stone.
this master plan. On the tablet, she saw more markings and inquired of them to enlil. Beyond the 5 cities, I shall place a chariot, and I shall from henceforth build this chariot, a spaceship, from the Biru to Earth directly to arrive. No, not a spaceship, a chariot place. This is talking about a stargate.
A landing place for the fucking
He's not saying
chariot.
he's going to build a spaceship
They ain't
itself,
that
a chariot
high
or a
tech.
skyship like they refer to it. This is a chariot place, meaning a place that is itself a chariot to carry you from one place to another. This is a stargate. Let me read it again. It's exactly what this is. Watch my film, The Sumerian Stargate, Norway Spiral film, Beyond the Illusion Series Part 2. It's up on YouTube. It's also on my website, eaglereality.com. Because that's where I drew all that from. Because I had remembered, I had read about this somewhere. This is the first time I've seen it again in a very long time. Because I think I had seen, probably clips from this book posted on a website just long ago, but never come across it again. And that's where I got that from, was in that movie, because there are, in that film, I've got a picture of a Sumerian, it's like a big rock carving thing, and the guy's got a watch on. It just appears that he's in a fucking Stargate.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what this is. So he's talking about the Anunnaki built a Stargate beyond the 5 cities. So if we determine exactly where these 5 cities are, we know they're in the Middle East, we'd be able to determine where that Stargate is. Now, wouldn't we? Beyond the 5 cities, a chariot place I shall henceforth build. From the Biru to Earth directly arrive. So meaning you could derive directly from Earth by just walking through this chariot. There you get it. The portal.
I think he
Enlil
forgets.
was responding to her. Why
These
by
cats are very
Anu's
specific
plans
in
for
the way they
Lamu?
do things. The waypoint on
Enlil
Mars
was
is for a
bewildered,
different
then
point than the
understood.
fucking chariot house.
My brother, magnificent is your
They
plan
come
for the
straight
5
from
cities.
Nebaru to that.
The creation of Shurabak, a city for healing, is my
He gets
abode.
confused.
For my own to be is a matter for which
That's
I am
not
grateful.
what they were telling him.
Beyond that plan, do not transgress your father. Do not offend your
They were
brother.
telling you that if the
You
king,
are as
like
wise as
Anu
you are
or
beautiful,
somebody
Enlil said to
came
her.
straight from Nebaru,
In the Abzu
they would
Enki
have a
plan, it was
palace
also
for their
conceiving
fucking
plans
chariot to
on where
land
to build his house.
That's all that is. Everything else was
For where
industrial.
would he
Industrial
prepare a
commercial,
hero's dwelling?
basically.
Where in the bowels of the earth to enter? So Enki wanted to build his where? Underground in the bowels of the earth.
Yeah, they did.
Where the first underground. This is why people have found these,
Toth will tell us about that.
ancient underground tunnels under the earth. They were built there thousands of years ago.
Before they came.
In his skyship, the extent of the Abzu was measured, and he did survey its districts very carefully. A distant land the Abzu was, beyond the waters from the Eden it was away. A rich land it was, bursting with riches, perfect in fullness. Mighty rivers rushed across the region. Great waters there rapidly flowed. An abode by the falling waters Enki himself established. To the midst of the Abzu, to a place of pure waters, Enki betook himself. In that land, the place of deepness, Enki determined for the heroes into the earth of the bowels to descend. The earth sputter Enki there established there within the earth to make a gap. So he cut open the earth to make a way to go to make tunnels into the earth. By way of tunnels, they reached Earth's innards, and they hoped to uncover its golden veins. They hoped to dig into the earth and pull the gold out. Nearby that which crunches and that which crushes he in place, which we determined that was some big mover, some big thing, that machine that did the work of mining the gold. The gold-bearing ores to crunch and crush and to be carried by the skyships to the landing place in the Cedar Mountains to be brought. Therefore, by rocket ships to the way station on Lamu to be transported. So they transported them from Earth to the way station on Mars, and then
and they didn't go straight to Nibiru, did they? No, that's a different
makes total sense.
route.
On Earth, more heroes were arriving. Some to the Eden they were assigned, and some
Those
to the
cats
Abzu
came
they were
straight to
given
fucking
tasks.
Earth. in the
Larasa
chariot
and Lagash by
place.
Imkul were constructed,
That's the
and Sherbarak
difference.
for Ninma he did
All that
establish.
was.
Within her therein a host of female healers were dwelling. In Nibiru, Ki, in Lil, a bond heaven earth was assembling. From there, all missions to command. So they were to command all their new missions for their new, revitalizing and re-strengthening of Nibiru from Earth. That was how they were launching their operations. Between Iridu and the Abzu, Enki was journeying back and forth for supervising.
They decree everything.
On Mars,
they decree their
construction
farts.
was
As
progressing,
of the anus of
and a
Enki.
way station for
Like
the
he did
heroes
something.
was starting to be constructed.
You gotta keep that in
shard,
mind
two
when they're
shards,
reading
which is a
these
period of
things. It's
time,
like, fuck, man.
lasted for the preparation. So it took the preparations, took them a few years. Then Anu gave the word. And now you'll see where this came from. Again, much older than Christianity. Anu gave the word. We know what the word is. On earth, the seventh day it was.
Amazing.
A day of resting. At the very beginning was decreed by Enki on the seventh day.
Oh, on the seventh day, you
So the
gotta rest,
idea that
Enki.
the seventh day being day of rest
Enki
goes back to
said
the
that.
time of
Let's
Enki.
keep
Not,
that in
wait,
mind. Who said that?
way before the Bible, ladies and gentlemen. There you go.
See, there's two gods in
damn,
the
get over.
Bible. One's Yahweh and one's
At
Jehovah.
every place the heroes were assembled. A message from Anu and from Nibiru they beamed overhead.
Yahweh
In the Eden
is
they were
Anu.
assembled. Enlil was there in command.
They don't distinguish that except.
And with him Ninma, her host of young ones by her side, was assembled.
Who was Constantine helping?
So they're assembled in Eden, assembled there in getting ready for something obviously to happen next. Let's see.
Well, I've been known to burn
All
a
right.
fucking spider right there with
Says
my torch. But yes, we're all
in the
heroes.
Abzu were the
We're all
heroes
heroes.
assembled under the gaze of
We're all
Enki. They
made
stood.
with the same design.
With
Creator
Enki
did design us.
was his vizier Izamud. Nungol the
Every
pilot
atom in
was there too.
existence.
On Lamu, the heroes were assembled. With their proud commander Anzu, they stood. 600 were on Earth, 300 on Mars were gathered.
It's just we
In
did
all,
our
there were
homework and
900.
learned how to be a human again.
The words of Anu the
'Cause that's
king
what
they
we're
all
made to
heard.
do, is heal.
Heroes of Nibiru, you are the
Be
savior.
cool with each other.
The fate of all is in your hands. Your success shall for eternity be recorded. By glorious names you shall be called.
And righteous anger
Those
is not
who
off the table.
Who are on earth shall be forever known as the Anunnaki.
Damn it.
Those who from heaven to earth came. So that what we refer to as heaven, we now know to be Nibiru.
Yes.
Those who are on Lamu, Mars, Igiki it shall be named. Those who observe and see shall they be. So saying that basically they've been, observing and watching the activities from their way station on Mars all of this time. Unbeknownst to us, that could have been that structure that guy found on Google
point.
Earth or Mars.
From what I can see, our
Google
timeline's
Images
really
type
fucked.
thing
They've
recently.
been here for many, many, many
All that is
years
required
since
is
6,000.
ready. Let the gold start coming. Let Nibiru be saved.
Long enough to get themselves caught in their own trap. It's kind
Now, this is the account of Enki, Enlil, and Ninma. So this is actually where we left off last night. I just want to back up.
This one doesn't really go into what they're doing here.
Their loves and
Tablets of
espousals,
Talk
and by their
does.
sons, their rivalries.
Real
The
in-depth.
offspring of Anu
But you got to listen
were
to
the
it.
three leaders, and they
Instead
were
of
all
someone's
born by different
interpretation of it.
mothers.
It'll
Enki
tell
was the
you what
firstborn
they're
son. A concubine of Anu was his mother. Enlil was born by Antu, the spouse of Anu, who was born the legal heir he became. Ninma was born by another concubine, a half-sister of the two brothers she was.
These things are very
The
enlightening.
firstborn
if
daughter
you
of
actually
Anu,
listen
she
to
was.
them.
By her title name Ninma, this was indicated. Greatly beautiful she was, full of wisdom, one quick to learn. Ea, as Enki then was named.
Baby,
See, they clarified that for you. Ea was called, or Enki was called Ea back then.
Down here, huh?
And later on, as you're reading this, I talked about this last night, you'll hear them, they'll be calling him Enki, but when they're on Earth, Enlil will address Enki as Ea sometimes. It's like a nickname.
Like his
You know how
bitch
sometimes somebody's name will be Frank or John or David, and some families will just name that kid Bubba. I mean, I don't know if a lot of you are from, I mean that's just a southern thing from where I'm from down here in Redneckville, but where I come from, people do that. Hey Bubba, hey Bubba, get over here, Bubba, and they'll just call him Bubba as they knew. It's kind of that's what it is, So he refers to Enki as Yah. That's kind of like a childhood name.
We know it's never.
As Enki
duck.
was then named by Anu to espouse Ninmah was chosen.
I couldn't spell even with.
And thereby check. Their offspring would be the legal successor to the throne of Nibiru. Ninmah of Enlil, a dashing commander, was enamored. Oh, this is going to get into the incest. Is the best? Put your sister to the test stuff, isn't it? By him she was seduced. Into her womb he poured his seed. Uh-oh. I thought we had another thing where it said something about not pouring the seed into their womb. Oh, he poured it.
That's half sister, buddy.
Oh, he poured the seed in her.
It's Enki you're talking about, too.
Try saying that to your woman next time you're doing your business. Probably wind up with a snipped penis. A son from Enlil's seed she bore, and Anerta, the two have named him. Anu was angered by the deed. The dirty deed. Yeah, baby.
I'll tell you what, this definitely
as punishment
opens my bronchial tubes.
He forbade Ninmah to ever be the spouse of Enlil. And made her be Eah's wife. Oh, that's fucked up. So Eah, his bride to be by Anu's decree, abandoned a princess named Damkina he instead espoused. Okay. A son and heir to them was born. Marduk, they named him. One in a pure pace born it. It meant. As for Enlil, a son not by a spousal he had, a spouse by his side.
I just take little hits.
He did not have. It was on earth, not Nibiru, that Enlil found a wife. Ah, there you go. Okay. So they're on Nibiru, and they're kind of passing out wives and setting up who's going to be with who to continue the bloodline. But then it says here it wasn't on Nibiru that Enlil became a spouse, meaning Enlil found and acquired a spouse. He acquired a spouse on earth. So this must have been what the Bible talks about with the Nephilim and mating with the daughters of man. And Enlil, got down there and did some banging and created mankind and said, "Oh, we got a slave race." Unfortunately, because these folks
Enki's the one that pours
we're talking about here, obviously, if they're talking about the secession of their bloodlines, it's pretty clear these people weren't slaves, right? No, we're not talking about. So it was the arrogance of these royal genetic seed bloodline Anunnaki. Was their arrogance to believe that they could create a slave race using their own DNA that would want to be or would be okay with their enslavement. It is not in our DNA to be enslaved. That's why it is natural to rebel against your slavery. Spiritual slavery, money slavery, job slavery, whatever it may be, relationship slavery. It is not within our construct to be enslaved. We didn't come from that. That's why we feel the need to break free from it. But they'll tell you you're crazy if you don't want to go along with it and be a good slave.
Sounds like Josh is hitting some blows too.
The account is one of rape and exile, a love that brought forgiveness, and of more sons that were only half brothers. On earth it was summer. To his abode in the cedar forest, Enlil retreated. In the cedar forest, Enlil was walking in the cool of the day. In a cool mountain stream, some of Ninmah's young ones that were assigned to the landing place were bathing. By the beauty and grace of one, Sud was her name, Enlil was enchanted. To his cedarwood abode, Enlil invited her. Oh, it's getting hot now. We're going to get just hot civilian text for you. Oh, yeah. It's hot. to his cedarwood abode, and Lil invited her. Come partake with me in the elixir of Nibiru's fruit that grew here. To her, he said. Sud entered in Lil's abode, and he gave her a cup of elixir. Oh, what's in that elixir? Sud drank, and Lil drank it too. To her and Lil, of intercourse he was speaking. Oh, shit! And Lil is a pimp. P-I-M-P. The dude doesn't waste any time. So he rolls up on it, sees this chick playing in the water. He ain't there 2 seconds. He's already inviting her back to the cedarwood abode. He hands her a cup of an elixir, and she doesn't even take more than a couple sips off this. And dude's standing over there with his cock out. Well, what do you think about it, baby? We're going to have intercourse or what? Jesus Christ, slow down, dude. You know? We get to know each other first, where you go right into just, bam, cock is just out. No wonder humans are a bunch of fuck crazy maniacs. You know? All we do is, Can I fuck it? No. Can I eat it? No. Can I kill it? No. Well, I'm bored with it. Fuck it.
Okay.
I mean, seriously. No wonder we want to fuck everything that moves. We were created by a bunch of horny maniacs.
Mm-hmm.
We wonder why there's fucking 500 trillion of us on this planet. My God. The people that created us were fucking all the time.
Fucking all the time.
What do you think we want to fuck all the time? When we look at, oh my God, we have to have eugenics. We have to kill us. There's so many of us. Well, my God, well, maybe go talk to your bloodline ancestors about that then, Rockefeller. This guy gives her a sip of some drink, man. She didn't get 2 drinks down. He's like, oh, wow, look. Now listen to this. Listen to what she says. I'm not kidding you. You can get a copy of this book. I'm not making this up. I'm not trying to be perverted. This is what it says. So he was talking about intercourse, and it says, unwilling was the lass. Aye, unwilling was the lass. What is this, written by a fucking drunkard Irishman? Aye. And Lil was speaking of intercourse, but I, unwilling was the lass. A bunch of pirates. Pirate aliens. And look, I'm not kidding you. This is what she said. She says, my vagina is too little. It knows not copulation. To Lil, she was saying. So she said her vagina is too tight. It knows not copulation. So she's never been penetrated. So he's like, so he's totally, like wanting it bad now. He's like, oh shit, you're a virgin too? Fuck. Oh man, I'm good. Damn it. So you're swimming around over there. I mean, shit, I move fast, but damn.
Get him in, Lil.
Doing her and Lil was kissing and was speaking. Unwilling still was the lass. My lips are too small. They know not kissing. And Lil laughed and embraced her.
Suck Satan's cock. That bitch getting one pecker down your gullet, baby. You're gonna like it. Yeah. Kiss it, yes. That's what I like. Lil likes that. You didn't know that Lil was also Lucifer, did you? Suck Satan's cock, baby.
His semen poured into her womb. This is dirty. Triple X Sumerian text. No wonder they don't want us reading this stuff. 5,000-year-old porn etched into rocks. Who knew, right? I sure as fuck didn't.
I didn't either until I come looking.
That's what I'm saying. You're getting these letters from people all the time. Can you not cuss on your show?
Wait a minute.
I want to allow my little kids to listen to it. This is an NC-17 show here for that reason. Because if I would have been reading this on air on some, FM station or something, or somewhere where I couldn't cuss, that wouldn't have been my fault. I didn't know all this stuff was in there. Literally, this is talking about my pussy lips are too tight and pouring semen into the womb. I didn't have any idea any of this stuff was in there.
Poor John.
So I'm sorry, and I'm sorry there's people out there that
sorry,
want to
I've
allow
heard
their
him
kids
read
to get
these
this information,
things
but
2 dozen times at least.
sometimes
This one.
this stuff. I mean,
This
it's,
one
I don't know. I mean, you gotta let kids be kids. You know, I mean, get them. I understand it's important. Also, you want to start teaching these kids at a young age, but I'm just saying, man. Sometimes this stuff gets into dirty territory. It's not necessarily just me, you know, ranting, raping, and using cuss words all the time. My goodness. I mean, every other page, somebody's pouring womb and semen into somebody's womb, or like the other night, biting somebody's cock off and then puking up blood, and there's, you know, tight vag and stuff in here. This shit is fucking filthy. But guess what? You know what? You know what's funny about it all? This is where all the teachings of the Lord came from, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
That's why they try to tell you, you know, oh, sex is sin and the devil. Don't have sex. That's why they do that. That's why those Christians do that. Oh, you know, oh, it's of the devil. Yeah, because they don't want you to know where we came from. I mean, everybody knew our ancestors were a bunch of, you know, fuck crazy maniacs just going through the galaxy, fucking everything you get their hands on. Look down there. We got some life forms. Let's see if we can go down there and fuck them. Take me to your leader. We are here to fuck your women. You know, I mean, we're the horny guys just flying around in sky chariots going down and going, yes, we're gods. Yes, bow to us. Yeah, I'm a god. Yes, I am your god. And never do anything that says anything bad about your god. Always make sure that your god comes first. Don't have sex. Don't do anything like that. No. And also, yeah, do you have anything I could fuck, by the way? Thanks. Yes, I am your god, Balvin. Now give me something to fuck. That's pretty much what some of these guys went around doing. It's totally out of control.
Isn't wrong.
This is just filthy. To Ninmah, Sut's commander, the immoral deed was reported. Enlil, immoral one, for your deed judgment you shall face. So did Ninmah to Enlil in anger say. In the presence of 50 Anunnaki, 7 who judge were assembled. 7 who judge on Enlil a punishment decreed. Let Enlil from all cities be banished. To a land of no return let him be exiled. In a sky chamber they made Enlil leave the landing place. Abgal was his pilot. To a land of no return, Enlil was taken, never to return. Well, that's why they call it the fucking land of no return, isn't it?
Yeah,
But you don't return from it.
Be.
Idiots! My God. A little editing, please. You guys are etching this out on fucking,
You should
you
read
know,
the cuneiform.
clay tablets and shit.
He
You had
thinks
time
they
to repeat
repeat
yourselves.
now.
I mean, you had room
The
to repeat yourselves.
cuneiform is fucking
Wow.
insanity with the way it repeats.
In the sky chamber, the
It
two of them
repeats
journeyed
and
to another
repeats.
land
It
was their
don't want you to
direction.
forget shit.
There, amidst forbidding mountains, at a place of desolation, Abgal, the sky chamber, landed. This, your place of exiles, shall be, Abgal to Enlil was saying. Not perchance have I chosen it, to Enlil he was saying. A secret of Enki in it is hidden. In the nearby cave, Enki 7 weapons of terror has hidden. Also, he hid 7 nuclear weapons in there. Oh, that was smart.
He did. He did.
This guy's going around banging your half sister, getting her pregnant, and you know, you want to give him nuclear weapons?
Yeah. Just do that.
Again, you know, we have to start coming to grips with the fact that it could be possible the people that we think are gods were very smart. You know, just as dumb and irrational and as any of our elite leaders are today, it sounds like, doesn't it?
They're the same ones. It's not a
Kind of
coincidence.
bumbling their way through things. Everything's new.
God.
That's why it seems that the spirit world is so much more removed from that reality. Because we're still talking about the physical plane here. But now that we get into the stuff where, you know, these people have the technology to manipulate that as well, it's a totally different thing. From Alalu's celestial chariot, he had them removed. Take the weapons into your possession. With the weapons, you will attain your freedom. So was Abigail to his commander saying, a secret of Enki to Enlil he did reveal. Then Amgel departed from the secret place, and Enlil rather was alone left there. In the Eden Sud to Ninmah, her commander's words were speaking. By Enlil's seed I am pregnant. The child of Enlil in my womb has been conceived. Ninmah Sud's words to Enki conveyed, the Lord of the earth he was. On earth he was supreme. They summoned Sud before 7 who judged. Will you take Enlil as your spouse? They asked her. She said yes. To espouse Sud Enlil from his exile was returned. By that, Enki and Ninmah to him gave a pardon. So they pardoned him and allowed him to come to earth. Enlil's official spouse was Sud. It was declared her name title to be Ninlil, Lady of the Command. She was bestowed. Thereafter to Ninlil and Enlil a son was born, Nanar, the bright one. Ninlil named him. He was the first of the Anunnaki on earth to be conceived. One of the Viru's royal seed on an alien planet was born. It was after that Enki to Ninmah was speaking. Come be with me in the Abzu. In the midst of the Abzu, in a place of pure waters, an abode I have established. With a bright metal, silver is its name. It is embellished. With a deep blue stone, lapis lazuli, it is adorned. Come, Ninmah, be with me. Your adoration of Enlil to be abandoned. So he's saying, okay, now you've banged my brother. You shit out one of his kids. Now, make it fair. Let's get some double incest going on over here and come back to my abode. Let me hit it too, and pour the royal water in you, and we'll just have us a whole little clusterfuck here. No wonder the people that run our planet are sick, incestuous, inbreeding bastards. Sounds like that's what these fuckers were. No wonder our elite interbreed and do all this stuff. My God. This is why. That's why everything in our realm on this earth is a blueprint that was taken and done somewhere else on another planet, transplanted here.
They never left.
Again, that's the answer to the question of why humans are the only thing on this planet that just doesn't fit. Because we were planted here by a bunch of fucking inbred, disgusting idiots, it sounds like. No wonder we got a bunch of inbred, disgusting idiots running this planet. Hello? Everybody figured that out now? My goodness.
Yet. They're still here, Josh.
I'm glad we figured that out. I'm glad we now know where the source of this came from. It all makes sense to me now. No wonder these fuckers are like this. Sick. Enlil spoke loving words to her of how he intended, of what he intended for her. He spoke sweet words. You are still my beloved, he said to her. He embraced her and kissed her, and she caused his phallus to water. She caused his phallus to oh shit, he starts like, oh, fuck, stuff's coming out of it. We haven't even done anything yet. Oh my God. Enki, his semen into the womb of Ninmah poured. Give me a son. Give me a son, he cried out. Damn, that's fucked up. Like this dude's like, pounding away and like he's rolling dice or something, Give me a son, give me a son. Bet all six. Fuck, you rolling dice over there, dude? Oh, these people are fucked up. She took the semen into her womb. The semen of Enki impregnated her. Pastor Hagen. One day of Nibiru was a month of Earth time for her. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days of Nibiru, months of Earth they were. 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 days of month were completed. The 9th count of motherhood was completed. Ninmah was in travail. To a child she gave birth. The newborn was a female. On the banks of the river in the Abzu, a daughter to Enki and Ninmah was born. Enki, by a daughter, was disappointed. Kiss the young one, to him, Ninmah said. Kiss the young one. Enki to his vizier Ismid said, I desired a son. A son by my half-sister I must have. Again, he kissed Ninmah by her loins and grabbed her. His semen into her womb. Again, he poured. God damn, he didn't even wait. She just shits one out. He walks over there and goes, I wanted a son. You gotta wait a little while, dude. You can't just go sticking it in there right after she popped one out. Again, these are some dumb motherfuckers that created us. You gotta wait, dude. Again, she was with child, and again, a daughter to Enki she bore. A son by you I must have. Enki cried out to her again. Ninmah he kissed again. Thereupon Ninmah against Enki a cursing tittered. Whatever food he ate was poison in his innards. His jaw hurt, his tooth hurt, his ribs were hurting. Izamud the Anunnaki summoned to Ninmah for relief, they were pleading. To distance himself from Ninmah's vulva, Enki was raised. He raised his arm and swore. One by one, she and his ailments removed from his curse. Enki was freed. So he started like going after the vag again, and she had to cold-blooded put a damn curse on his ass to keep her away from the vag. Make him sick so he wouldn't want it. Damn, dude, that's hardcore. Ninki, lady of the earth, the title was given to the child. By her and her concubines, Enki had 5 more sons. These were their names: Nergal and Gibal, Ningal, and Ningshadiza, and Dumuzi was the youngest. To earth, Enlil and Ninmah their son Ninurta summoned. By his spouse Ninlil did Enlil one more son have. To Nanar a full brother. Ishkur was his name. 3 sons in all did Enlil have. None by concubines were they born. 2 clans were thus on earth established. Their rivalries to wars did lead. So what that means is that, and this is really a very proper explanation of something I've had a question about for a very long time here. Enki ended up having all these sons, but it says in this last statement here that the two clans were thus on earth established, and their rivalries led to wars. So they established 2 clans on earth that were both based on Enlil and Enki's family. This was the same family. They created one tribe over here. Another tribe over here didn't tell them they were family, and then pitted them against each other, and this led to wars. So this is proof that they've been pitting us against each other, man against man, family against family, since time immemorial.
And they haven't left.
And why
yet.
would they do this? They had to do this to set up a culture of war, a culture that established itself on that so that they could control it.
Yep. Control.
That's unbelievable to me. So, and that makes so
Not the
much more
money.
sense. This is why
It's the control. The money is a tool.
the elite have tried to wipe out these certain bloodlines in the Middle East, the Arabic bloodline
Keep reading.
in Iraq and
They're
Syria,
playing
because
games
supposedly
with us to keep us divided, because they found
there
out
are
if they
people
left
there
us
that
alone,
still have
we
this
rebel.
royal blood in their
we
systems,
resort to
and the
peace.
elite for some reason see it as a threat to them. Because if some of these people that
Keep reading.
are descendants of these original Anunnaki, of the Semitic Arabic bloodlines, they would be a challenge to the power structure. That's why this genocide in Iraq and the Middle East, folks, that's the real reason behind it. There's something there in those bloodlines that the elite's afraid of. They see it as a threat to their power.
They were looking for something.
Unbelievable stuff. Well, this starts next with the account of the mutiny of Agigi. And I think Agigi, I can't remember what planet that said that was.
Mars.
It's one of the planets, Jupiter or Mars or something, but we'll pick up on that next time. We're going to leave off here for tonight.
God, he must be.
Now, what we're getting into now
Or
is
that
the
gene that makes you
account of the
forget.
mutiny of the Agigi. And as we've established in our previous readings, the Agigi is the name for the people that were brought to Nibiru,
From Nibiru.
to Earth from Nibiru,
No.
and were put in charge of mining the gold,
No.
and essentially started to revolt.
On Mars.
because they felt that the labor was too heavy and they couldn't get all the gold
See, I told you,
mined.
you'll get it
So
confused.
allegedly,
The
this is
Anunnaki
why
are the ones on
the
Earth,
Anunnaki
and the
created
Igigi are the
mankind
ones on
as
Mars.
a slave race to mine the gold for them. So that's what we're going to be getting into now, is this
You'll hear
mutiny of the
They go
Igigi
into
and
the
these
detail of it.
workers basically saying, we're tired of this, no more.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is the account of the mutiny of the Igigi and how Anzu was put to death for stealing the tablets of
Anzu.
destiny and was punished.
Tablets of Destiny that the queen to this
From
day
the
sits her
Abzu,
fat ass
gold
on.
from Earth's veins was carried to
The queen's throne, the crown, the throne, is literally built around this same stone of destiny from Mesopotamia. I did a video.
landing place. And they transported them in rocket ships to the way station on Lamu, which of course we have established Lamu as being Mars. So there,
I'm not.
They sent rocket ships, and this is 5,000-year-old text openly talking about rocket ships being sent to the way station, also on the 33rd degree parallel,
On Mars.
from the transport station on the 33rd degree parallel in Cydonia on Earth, which is what we know as modern-day Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq. From the planet Mars, the celestial chariots brought the precious metal gold to Nibiru. On Nibiru, the gold was fashioned into the finest dust, and it was employed to protect the atmosphere. Slowly, the breach in the heavens was healing. Slowly, Nibiru was saved.
Slowly.
In the Eden,
Piezoelectric.
and here, of course, Eden is E-D-I-N.
That's why they needed the.
Well, we know it to be the same thing as what we know in biblical text as Eden, E-D-E-N.
E-D-E-N.
It's the origination. Again, it's just puts holes in modern day Christianity left and right here. In the Eden, the 5 cities were perfected. Enki in Eridu, a sparkling abode made upon the soil and raised it skyward. So he built a large house that was basically a skyscraper. The ziggurats at Ur, it's what I believe those to be.
Yeah, you don't get answers as to what.
You ever seen the ziggurats at Ur? That's essentially what
you
that is.
Present your arm or you don't go. And
like a mountain, he raised it above the ground
if you
and
don't
built it in a good place. Damkina, his spouse, dwelt there, and he taught his son Marduk. Enki taught his son Marduk wisdom there. In Nibiru Key, in Lil, the bond heaven earth established, a sign it was to see. So he's talking about establishing. In Lil was basically the one in charge of establishing this link with heaven and earth, and establishing Nibiru as heaven. And we're told heaven is. And heaven being Nibiru is what they claim here, or what they claim in these texts. At its center, a heavenward tall
could not
pillar
exist if the general
was reaching the
population
sky
knew
itself.
Crown and scepter came
on
from
a platform that cannot
heaven,
be overturned.
and the
it was
queen's
placed.
ass was sitting squarely
There, with the words of
on
Enlil,
the same
all
tablet
settlements
of destiny
encompassed on
they're
Lamu and in
talking about
Nibiru,
here.
they were heard. For their beams were raised, the heart of all the lands they could search.
How's that for some top secret?
So they're talking about a beam that they can shoot on across great distances on any planet and tell if there's life there. Its eyes could scan all the lands. Its net, unwanted approach, impossible made. In its lofty house, a crown-like chamber was the center. To the distant heavens it peered. This is like setting up the Watchers. This is where the term the Watchers came, because they had a beam that could look over everything and a tower that was up and into the heavens. So this is where the biblical term the Watchers came from. This is why they were called that. They had a beam. They could scan across the sky.
Yeah.
And they could scan every living thing with it. So this is where the idea of the all-knowing God came from. It's not an all-knowing God. It's a technology that enables the user to be virtually an all-knowing God. You see? This is where all the mythologies of religion are held within these texts, if we're brave enough to look at them and not just dismiss them as, the ramblings of the crazy CIA agent Zachariah Sitchin. Again, as I talked about earlier, associating real truth.
And like I said earlier, I don't just go off of Sitchin. They'll give you the tablets that he gets these off of, and you can go fucking any of the colleges, read them out loud. I'm subscribed to a few of them, and that's what I do in my spare house. Sit there and listen to this shit. I had to track down some stuff, and I found it in the
with
original
people who are easy
books.
to discredit. So then you attempt to use cognitive dissonance to try and negate the information. That's what that Zachariah Sitchin, another case of that. Towards the heavens, what horizon was its gaze. The heavenly zenith was perfected. In its dark, hallowed chamber, 12 emblems was the family of the sun marked. Now that's interesting. 12 emblems.
Your zodiac.
12 tribes of Israel that allegedly correspond with 12 extraterrestrial races.
Now,
which
he hits on something there that should probably be explained right now, too. 12 tribes, the 12 families, the 12 that rule over us. In detail, they pass out MEs, which are basically rules. You get spears, you get axes, you get metal, you get fucking stone. Rule over and fucking war with each other with these motherfuckers and keep them fucking separated and hating each other. That's the game they play with us. And there's 600 of them doing it to this day.
Which can then be communicated using the 12 jewels and the 12 stones of the ephod. Starting to see the pattern here.
I'm not the enemy. I'm just, jeez.
Ephod being, highly.
You're the one coming over here talking about me and my service and challenging me. Have I ever served and etc. I mean, you seriously, Harley. Have you been diagnosed with schizophrenia because you're acting like a narcissist? You've been over here pointing fingers at me for years, asking questions on my. I gave my duty to 214, and I've proven everything, and I've never said anything I couldn't prove in a court of law. If you question me, why don't you call the FBI and fucking tell them that I'm impersonating a politician and or a legislator that has legislated any goddamn thing. Because they'll tell you, I have. And I'm not top secret. So I'm just trying to be clear here. You're going on about anthrax now, because that was another thing you were talking about earlier, I remember. And the shots that I took in the military. So I was just merely confirming for you that you were right. And now you're telling me I think you're the enemy. I've explained to you that I have put my son at great jeopardy for your raggedy ass, dude. I refused a fucking bunker, man, for people like you. Because I understood I would sound motherfucking insane. But one of these days you're going to fucking see the truth. It's going to be shoved in your face. And I'm just trying to help you accept it. Now tonight, when things get dark, after the fucking sun goes down, if you're so fucking interested in the truth, my friend, go look on your north horizon and you tell me what the fuck that is. Okay? I think that should override any fucking shot I ever had or who my mother was raped by to create me. I think that should outweigh anything I could say to you. I should certainly fucking hope so, man. Because if not, you sure fucking hell didn't get your ass out there and look, did you? You were fucking sitting around here thinking about fucking what more can I pin on him. I told you I was a heroin junkie, man. I shot up with Tanqueray because I didn't have water. I was fucking lowlife. I've told you everything I've ever done. Have I ever asked anything about you? Who the fuck are you? I really don't care. How can you be my enemy? Are you my father? If so, yeah, I'm coming for you. And your bloodline. If not, then settle the fuck down. Because in truth, the bloodline isn't our enemy either. They're just as misdirected as we have been by their own hand. They've died generations not knowing what the fuck is going on. Listen to their fucking panderings over here in their own writings. They don't even know why they're dying early. Because they didn't read our language, and their arrogance fucking told them that we were fucking lower than them, and they fucking victored over our souls and decided they would step in and fucking pull this goddamn shit with us because we scared the fuck out of them with the power we hold in our chest. And they've kept this from us for too long, man. That's an awful lot more important than what shot I got when I was in the Navy. Now, if you got a point, could you please fucking make it? Thank you.
Regarded in religious practice, Kabbalistic practices, it's extraterrestrial technology.
Huh.
On Emmys were the secret formulas of the sun and the moon, Nibiru and Earth, and 8 celestial gods recorded.
I don't get it.
The tablets of destinies in the chamber, their hues emitted. With them, Enlil saw all comings and all goings on. So Enlil was the one that was put in charge of this all-seeing technology, the real all-seeing eye. That's what the real all-seeing eye represents.
North Horizon.
The all-seeing eye of Enlil.
North Horizon. It moves.
Representing his.
We
That's
move.
why you saw the government group, Total Information Awareness. That's why they use that.
The later, the better.
The eye in the sky. You've heard that song, right? I am the eye in the sky.
We live on a ball. We got to rotate around to it, but it's big.
There you go. By Earth's quick orbit, they were disturbed. Of the elixir, they had only small rations. See, that's another thing.
Yeah,
these Anunnaki started noticing that when they came to Earth, because our orbit is so quick, they age a lot quicker.
Blacker than what's around. It's a fucking planet inside.
Which goes to explain why the elite are wanting these portals and stuff to open. Because allegedly they can't break free of the Earth because of the etherical barrier, the Van Allen radiation belts that's placed around our Earth, which won't permit humans to break free from it without massive exposure to radiation. So building these stargates and these different things where they can jump from one planet to another very easily is very important to the elite. Because they want to be able to jump to another planet that has a different orbit and thus slow down their aging cycles.
What agent?
That's undoubtedly what they.
We just went over this. I'm not going to repeat myself, except for the fact that I couldn't find out what they were giving to me, and I really didn't give a fuck. I took the shots. Now, what's your point?
We've been doing this. Of course, this technology goes back. It's admitted that the Anunnaki had this technology. Hell, they admit that they had the technology to shear off the tops of the mountains down there where the Nazca lions are in Peru. Carved the lion, half man, half lion, helmet, face on Mars that we talked about earlier here. They talked about another device that would bring back a dead man to life.
Man. You don't listen.
In the Eden, the Anunnaki toil. And the absence of the work was more backbreaking.
Bring on a point.
By teams, the Anunnaki were sent back to Nibiru, and new teams were arriving on Earth.
Never again
The Igigi on the Lamu dwelling were the loudest in
complaint.
complaint.
Time in the Seattle Brig. You want to look that one
So
up?
it was the ones that were
6
on
months.
Mars, essentially, I guess, that were complaining the most.
I've even told you
When
about that.
from Lamu to Earth, they
Several
descend
times.
a rest place. They were demanding a rest place on Earth.
I should have. You know what?
With Anu,
I volunteered to go help a guy that jumped off a donkey with a fucking rocket launcher because Al Qaeda, our CIA made fucking force needed me. They were freedom fighters. And then I helped lead 400,000 of them to their death, man. After getting a lot of shots. You happy? I volunteered to take a bullet in the fucking face. What do I give a fuck what they're shooting in my arm at the point in time where I'm getting ready to go, buddy? Have you ever served your fucking country, Harley? Have you? You sitting here asking me, have you, motherfucker? It sure don't seem like it. You're so stuck on what they shot in me instead of what they were shooting at me. You fucking fuck. You're really pissing me off, dude. You're fucking stupid. Make a point, motherfucker. Or is it just your point to disrupt what we're here doing? I'm beginning to think so. And I'll make sure you can never do it again, Harley. I've had enough. You're showing your ignorance, man. And you seem really proud of it. Why don't you share with us your real name? Harley? How brave are you, Harley? Can you tell the world who you are? You want to sit here and talk about me for fucking 4 hours, dude. You're a douchebag. Right? That's what we're talking about? Is this fucking Dutch? Are you kidding me, dude? Are you mad because I blocked you on Facebook and you didn't learn how to be more accurate than the Israeli model of predictions? Because we're up in the 90s, 98%, I believe, Harley. We can hit that shit. We can hit, Glenn can fucking hit that shit with his eyes closed, dog. Put you to fucking shame. But do we fuck with you, man? Who the fuck are you? Are you a fucking a fucking gook? Fucking behind this fucking thing of fucking CIA fucking goonery? Are you Mr. fucking Goon? Are you paid? Did the USGS fucking buy you out? Are you really Dutch sense? Who the fuck are you, Harley? You're sitting here grilling me. How about you answer some questions, man? You've shown your ignorance. What you got? Oh, Jesus Christ. Somebody block him. Somebody block him forever. Please. Never mind. Harley, I'm going to take care of you myself, buddy. Motherfuck you, man. Where is this guy? Hide this user from my channel. Forever. God. You're like a sex bot now. I don't even do that to people. Only sex bots. Thank you. Fucking Christ, man. Sorry I wasted y'all's time. I thought he had something to say. I really did. I try to help people.
And Lil and Enki exchanged words, and then they consulted the king. Let the leader come to Earth and with Anzu have discussions. So Anu did say to them.
That's all they can pick on.
Anzu
What
to
shot
Earth from
I
the heavens
had in
descended
the
the
Navy.
words of complaints to Enlil and Enki he delivered.
Pollyanna made a
Let
beautiful
Anzu
muffin
of
for
the
me.
workings gain understanding. Enki to Enlil was saying, I will the Abzu show him and reveal to him the bond of heaven and earth.
I've got better things to do.
To the words of Enki, Enlil consented. Enki to Anzu, the Abzu did show the toil and the mines to him he presented. Enlil invited Anzu to Nibiru and let him enter the hallowed dark chamber.
I love you, Pollyanna.
In the innermost
Thank you
sanctuary
for
of the tablets of
understanding
destiny to Anzu, he explained.
And being so
What
fucking
the
awesome.
Anunnaki were doing in the 5 cities was explained and shown to Anzu. To the Agigi who at the landing place
Thank
were
you for
arriving,
being a
he
friend.
promised relief. To discuss the complaints of the Agigi, he then returned to Nibiru. A prince among the princes was Anzu. Of royal seed, his ancestry could be counted. Evil thoughts filled his heart when to the bond of heaven and earth he returned. He was scheming to take away the tablets of destiny. In his heart, he was planning to take control of the decrees, rather, Decrees. In his heart, he was planning to take control of the decrees of heaven and earth. The removal of the Enlilship in his heart, he conceived to rule the Igigis and to rule the Anunnaki. That was his aim.
This is the guy that buried a lot of on fucking Mars.
The entrance to the sanctuary, Anzu stationed himself
in
there.
case you forgot.
Unsuspecting, Enlil left the sanctuary for a cooling swim. He went away. With the purpose of evil, Anzu seized the tablets of destiny.
Oh,
in a sky chamber, he flew away to the mountain of the sky chambers and went there swiftly.
You there?
There in the landing place, rebellious Igigi were waiting for him.
Look, these motherfuckers.
They were preparing to declare Anzu the
they
king
ready to
of
blow
Earth
up the world
and
over
Mars.
that. And that bitch is fucking throwing his.
In the sanctuary of Nibiru, the brilliance petered out, the humming quieted down.
Fucked up.
Silence prevailed in the place. Suspended were the sacred formulas. In Nibiru, Enlil was speechless.
I don't even know if it was a year ago.
Overwhelmed by the treachery.
I was like, what? Wait a minute. Rewind.
To Enki, he spoke angry words of the ancestry of Anu to him. He questioned.
Fuck me.
No, hey, this isn't our blood doing this, is this? Somebody that's related to us wouldn't do this kind of fucking shit, would they? Is it one of our bloodlines? We're going to have to kill this motherfucker. In Nibiru, the leaders gathered. The Anunnaki who decree fates with Anu were consulting.
Oh my God.
Anzu must be seized. The tablets to the sanctuary must be returned. Thus did decree Anu. Who shall face the rebel? Who shall retrieve the tablets? The leaders asked each other. With the tablets of destiny in his possession, Anzu is invincible. They were saying to each other. Ninurta, by his mother, encouraged from the assembled, and he stepped forward. Enlil's warrior I shall be. Anzu I shall vanquish. Ninurta was saying. That's pretty badass. The woman stepped up. What did the guys? You notice that?
Yep. No.
Well, the women stepped up. I'll kill this motherfucker. Fuck it, let's go. Let's ride. You know?
It's usually a female turn, but he's
wasn't a dude. No. It's the woman that steps up. Let's ride. Let's go fuck this dude up. Come on, let's go do a kick door. Fuck this dude up. I'm ready. I'm the chick. Let's go. You got dudes biting off cocks. I guess the women got to step up and, control some stuff here. To the mountainside, Ninurta said, Ninurta, I'm sorry. I guess Ninurta is a female. So Ninurta said his quote. I thought they said Ninurta was a female. I must be getting confused. Okay, apparently Ninurta is a
female.
To the mountainside, Ninurta set his course to vanquish the fugitive Anzu he undertook. Ninurta was mocking Anzu from his hideout. Oh, you motherfucker, you suck. I'm coming to get the tablets, bitch. Mocking. The tablets are my protection. I am invincible. Ninurta directed lightning darts at Anzu. But the arrows could not approach Anzu. They turned backwards and fired back away towards him. The battle was still. Ninurta's weapons Anzu did not vanquish. Enki then to Ninurta gave counsel. With your whirlwind, stir up a storm. Let the dust cover Anzu's face. Let the wings of his skybird ruffle. So this is, ruffle the wings of his skybird. And again, they're using the terminology of a skybird as a ship. This is a space battle. And they're using weather warfare weapons and changing the weather and, basically exploiting the territory of Earth as their weapon. Sound familiar? Wonder where these guys in charge got it from. Oh, here you go.
Because they're still here.
For his son Enlil, he fashioned a mighty weapon. It was called a Tilu missile.
Yeah.
To your stormer weapon, attach it. When wing to wing near an Anzu, shoot it. Thus did Enlil his son Ninurta instruct. When wing to wing were near each other, he let the missile fly as fast as lightning. Again, Ninurta in his whirlwind soared, and Anzu against him in his skybird rose to the challenge.
Whirlwinds, helicopters,
Wing to
skybirds,
wing,
a plane.
Anzu in anger shouted, "This battle will be your destruction."
That's the difference.
Ninurta followed the advice of
Ooh,
Enki,
Paul.
and with his whirlwind, he created a dust storm. The dust covered Anzu's face, and the pinions of his skybird were exposed.
Whirlwind is a helicopter.
Into their midst, Ninurta let the missile
Skybird,
fly loose, a fiery
airplane.
brilliance of Anu's pinions engulfed. Like butterflies, his wings began to flutter to the ground. Anzu came falling. The earth shook.
God, that's good.
The skies became darkened. Well, why do you think that is? He shot a nuclear weapon at his hands.
You know?
The fallen Anzu Ninurta made captain, and he retrieved the tablets of destiny from him. From the mountaintop, the Igigi were watching.
Sitting on him with her fat ass.
When Ninurta came to the landing place, they trembled and kissed his feet. Ninurta, the captain Abigail and Anunnaki, he set free. To Anu and Enlil, his victory, he announced.
I didn't make this shit up.
He then returned to Nibiru, and in its innermost chamber, he reinstalled the tablets.
And you can look.
Once
That bitch
again,
is
the
sitting on
brilliance
the same
therein
damn tablet.
returned. The hum of MEs in the tablet were restored. I don't know what this MEs
The
is.
Stone of
This hum
Destiny
something
from
with MEs in the- Figure out
Mesopotamia.
what that is. ME. Anybody out there know? Send me an email.
ME is basically
Before this,
a list of divisive tools you're allowed to use to build your armies. It's a game of Risk globally every day with these fucking assholes. How you doing, Beats?
7 who judged Anzu, a judgment was taken. Enlil and Ninlil, his spouse, Enki and his spouse Ninki, the one beforehand as Demkina was known. The sons of Nanar and Marduk were there. Ninma was also in the judging. Ninurta spoke of the evil deeds that there were no justification for. Let death be the penalty, he said. The Igigi were right by complaining.
Ask your uncle
A
why
rest
the
place
moon
on earth they
rises
do
like
need.
that and sets like that.
Marduk in counter argued, by his
See what
evil
he says.
deed, all the Anunnaki and Igigi and Anzu did in danger, Enlil said.
Probably
Enki
did lay
and
on his
Ninma
back
with
right
Enlil
there.
agreed. The evil must be extinguished, they said. To death by execution, the 7 judged Anzu. With a killing ray, a laser beam, Anzu's life was extinguished. Let his body to the vultures be left, Ninurta said.
Anzu, the one that buried
Let him be
fucking
buried on
Alalu
Lamu,
Mars. Next to
In the
Alamu.
cave next to Alalu, let him be laid to rest, Enki was saying. From the same
I've listened to this shit so much I know that little bit.
ancestral seed the 2 of them were. Let Marduk the body to Lamu carry.
Mm-hmm.
Let Marduk there as commander stay.
Mm-hmm.
So was Enki to the judges suggesting, let it so be, Enlil said. Now, and so that's it. There you go. So they judged him and they buried him there on Mars, where the other one was left. So that's the end of that. And wow, more interesting stuff there.
The first pissing of
And this
Marduk.
whole idea, and while we're reading this whole thing about this Lost Book of Enki, what it's supposed to be, for those of you who may have just been tuning in and just now hearing me read this, what's so fascinating about it is that it's a pre-history. It gets into the whole history of the bloodline and the genealogy of the people who came from wherever, Nibiru allegedly, to Earth and created mankind.
Planet Heaven.
And supposedly what we see now, the reason for this, why this has been kept away from us, and why Enki felt that mankind needed to know this information, is so that we could truly know who we are, where we came from, and all the basis for all these phony religions and all religions of the world are based on the restriction of this knowledge. So I'm glad that we're reading this and getting into this on air. It really is a good read.
It's been slow motion for people watching it. It's been
We're at the end of tablet number 5.
12 years for me. That's pretty slow motion.
We're going to be moving into tablet number 6 here tonight.
10 years, 5 months tribulation. That ended a couple years ago.
Yeah, we read this last week, the judging of
They rolled out the
Abzu.
mark
We
of the
read
beast a
that.
couple days right after. On
Finished
schedule
up that.
was their script. GMO engineered.
What was not conceived
starvation.
of was the unrest by the new coming Anunnaki who in the Abzu toiled. Okay, that's where we left off. Truth be said, Enki, to what was brewing, heed was not given. So they're saying that, you know, the Anunnaki who were sent to Earth to mine the gold were getting, you know, they were getting tired and restless. They were mad because, you know, they were essentially given a death sentence coming to Earth.
Yep.
Because Nibiru has such a long orbit, you know, there was 3,600 years or something like that. So each one of their years, which they refer to as a shar, S-H-A-R, shar.
A shar is not a year. A shar is every time their sun comes around ours. Period. A year is whatever their orbit is yearly around their sun. Completely different measurement, distinguished throughout the whole text. Just saying.
A shar on Nibiru, one travel around the sun is 3,600 years. So, you know, these people are used to living, you know, well, we go once around the sun every day. So they're coming to Earth and, you know, they're reaching old age at a much faster pace, and it's not allowing them to keep up.
Because they are out of their Schumann frequency. Their planet is much larger than ours, and the speed of light being a pretty constant, therefore their Schumann would be set at a much lower frequency. Just them speculating as to why screams they had no idea what the fuck they were even doing over here. At first.
So they need something that, you know, they basically are getting ready to revolt because nobody's listening to their ails. No, and that's what it's saying here. No, Abzu was not paying attention. Of the differences between on what is on Earth and what else in Nibiru appeared, and he wished to learn how the maladies of Earth cycles and the atmospheres were caused. He wished to uncover. In the Abzu, by the gushing waters, a wondrous study place he erected. With all manner of tools and equipment, he furnished it. House of Life, he called its place. And to his son, Ningishida, he invited. Sacred formulas, tiny MEs, the secrets of life and death possessing they shaped. Absorbed in Enki was those studies. And it was among the Anunnaki, he noticed the brewing of the unrest. First to notice the trouble was Ninurta, a lessening of gold ores he had discovered. By Enlil, Ninurta was explaining what was going on. Unbearable is the toil, Ninurta was saying.
Like sharing information.
Ninurta said this to his uncle Enki. Let us summon Enlil, Enki said. Enlil arrived in the Abzu, in a house near the excavations he was stationed. Let us unnerve Enlil in his dwelling, the mine-working heroes shouted.
Well,
of the heavy work, let him...
commonality that they have with everybody they take to planet heaven gets sick, goes crazy, and dies. Because they're out of their Schumann. I was like, Christ. When I started hearing the Schumann research, I was like, you know, I've heard this before.
Him relieve us. Let us proclaim war with hostilities. Let us gain relief, others shouted. The Anunnaki in the excavations, the words of incitement heeded. To their tools they set fire. Fire to their axes they put. They troubled Inugi, chief officer of the mining in the tunnels. They seized him. They held him as they went to the doorway of Enlil's dwelling. It was night and halfway through the watch.
That's why they changed the way they do things. That's what
Excuse
that
me. Sorry about that.
1748 hertz on the
I
back
think I
of the
felt it
movie
coming.
screen stands for, what they're doing.
Enlil was dwelling was surrounded. They had their tools held as torches high in the air. Kalkal, the gateway's guardian, bolted the door.
We'll get to that soon enough.
And aroused Nusku. Nusku, Enlil's vizier, roused his lord, got him out of bed, and said, "My lord, your house is surrounded by battling Anunnaki."
That may be true. So's mine. I'm pure bloodline. I'm A negative. It doesn't make us all bad. It's a good thing for us. Creator doesn't give a fuck what bloodline you're in. It's that frequency and that magnet. That's the only thing. Doesn't care what bloodline, color, race, religion. Where's your frequency? Do you know who Creator is? Do you know who his first creation is? Do you know who you are? Without that knowledge, you've got a good chance of fucking dying in this time.
Enlil summoned Enki to his presence. "What do my own eyes see? Is it against me that this thing is done?" Thus was Enlil to them, saying, "Who is of the hostilities? Who is the instigator of these hostilities? Who's the one that is trying to get this going here? Who's
We got
responsible for this?"
1748 hertz, and you're
Thus,
talking around 9.
Enlil was saying to them, "Who is the instigator of these hostilities?"
3 now.
"Every single one of us has these hostilities," the Anunnaki declared. "The toil is excessive. Our work is heavy. The distress is great.
No one's more important than another, including me.
The work
You're more important to me
is causing the trouble."
So without
Enki
you,
to Anu was
I'm gonna
saying,
get sunburned.
"The lamentation is
okay with
heavy. Every day the complaints we hear. The gold must be obtained," Anu was saying. "The work must continue. Release Anugi for consolations," Enlil to the hostile Anunnaki said.
Shake it.
Anugi was released to the leaders, and he said, "Ever since Earth's heat has been rising, the toil is excruciating and unbearable to us. Let the rebels return to Nibiru. Let new ones come in their steed."
Stead.
Their steed is their ship or their chariot or whatever that's what they refer to as their ship. "Perchance you can fashion new tools," Enlil said to Enki. For the Anunnaki heroes to avoid the tunnels.
Are you talking to me?
"Let us summon my son," and they make reference to these tunnels as if they found tunnels that were already existing.
You've got my attention. What are you referring to? Just to be clear. Asking for a friend. Blood of the sun. Yes, we all do. We all do. That magnets our soul. And it's the very tool Creator gave us to get through this and help Earth get through this. But we can't do that unless we love each other. You gotta shut your ears and your head down. Start listening with our old language. Fun enough, it's that scalar magnet in your chest. You can feel it pulling on you. Now you can feel it pushing, playing in between your fingers. Because you've got one too. Creator drives that. You gotta learn how to use that again. Science says we can manipulate fields with the fields emanating from our hands. I find released it last month. It's in writing, big long study. I was like, wow, I thought that's what we were doing. That's what makes sense. As soon as you find out you have a magnet, if you know anything about magnet properties, you know yours is going to be pretty unique in the universe, like your fingerprints. Now everything starts to make a little bit of sense of why these people in particular would footprint the baby at birth. Because it's unique too. And they know what soul just came out of the halls of Enki. Because they knew you your last lifetime and they know what to expect from you this time. Ish. Thank you, Frog. Because for the longest time I had a real issue with how the fucking fuck did Derek Bros and all these medicine people accumulate around me. And when I read that hieroglyph, they all in unison started talking about, I knew that was you. Who? Who the fuck did they know I was? Well, I know how now. They printed me at birth, and they knew who I was before. They're looking for something. I still haven't figured out what, because I shunned all that bullshit a long time ago. I figured out their game. I figured out how they do it. And I did it with y'all's help. No, not all of you. Quite a few of you. Who I owe my sanity to. Well, Daniel, put that in your pocket, baby. RH negative blood. It's the bloodline of Ninjagita and Lil and Enki. The only division really is us. They fight using us. You'll hear that more throughout the text as we get populated. Quite telling. Yeah, I've been an alchemist for 30 some years. That's how I get my colors. That's how I align magnetic properties into glass, because you got to know your material. Well, it turns out that I'll say negative folks from color changing eyes, um, shape changing eyes. I haven't noticed my shape change, but my eyes do. All of those tricks. We don't have the Reese gene, the monkey gene, the original gene of humans. I don't have that programmed safety measure of a genetic disposition to destroy your memory as you form it. I retain a lot of stupid information that sometimes clicks together that they would rather not have human beings in general knowing or remembering. That's medical. I can't say that that's an accident. I wasn't there. And again, what doesn't matter is your blood. What does matter is what's in your soul. And our souls have been lied to and tied up and kicked and fucking beat the fuck out of and scorned for a long, long time. And pitted against one another in every manner. And it's 800 motherfuckers doing it. I don't care which 800 they are. You shouldn't either. Just stop doing it. Simple as that. But it's really difficult if you don't know what the fuck we know. And I see one solution. I have the perfect opportunity to reach medicine and wisdom holders and take what we've learned to their face so they can touch this. So they can learn who they are and feel their magnet, eye to eye, soul to soul. And I can be really grateful for the opportunity to heal them and take some of their pain from them through Creator's energy in my fucking hands. And they're going to feel that. Then they're going to feel better. And then they're going to fucking give this to their entire tribe. So instead of having to repeat myself 5,000 fucking times, make 800 fucking videos to reach 5 or 10,000 people, I'm going to have to hand the wisdom person their magnet. And that's my intent. Because we're all healers and we're all designed the same way, and I've proven that beyond a shadow of a doubt. To me. And I can do it in the court of law. And I implore you, do it yourself. You gotta understand you're just a tool. I don't know how to fucking heal anybody. I don't know how to take their pain, but I thank God that I am able to fucking put that energy into them and it work. And you're just gonna get goosebumps. And they're gonna feel that. You can feel it before I get goosebumps. I've had people swear I pushed them. But no. Terrified I've never touched anybody doing this. With people watching every time, always a witness. No, he didn't touch you. Didn't even get close to you. You can do this. I was beat the fuck out of psychologically while I was learning how to do this. Playing with my little bottles and the toilet papers and being like, oh my God, I'm like fucking 4 foot from this thing and it's dancing around. And I can feel it in my hand. To the point where I put stuff over this with cowls and everything. I couldn't get to it. Now the fucking conspiracy daddy, he got an A-frame with fucking wrap around it, the saran wrap, so you can see in, but you can't fucking wind in. You moving magnets around and shit. You can do this. Everybody can. That's what we are here to do. That's our design. That's our purpose in creation. We're healers and we're stewards and we're protectors of all life. We come from a blue sun. That's why we have this biological fucking match to Ra in the middle of our head. The half slice of your pineal gland is the blue sun's magnet signature. It's also an ultraviolet sensitive organ hooked up to your fucking ocular nerves. Is all of that coincidence? No. Ra is a blue ultraviolet fucking sun. It screams in your biology. What we're reading on these walls is real. Ra is Mother Earth's father, son, literally a living being of creation. There's no question, after watching 3 years of that thing that's in your northern horizon creep up on us without showing itself. We've been lied to. And I'm offering something you can look at. That's all I got. We are going to do amazing fucking works. I traced this down to the Hopi, to Giza, to these books, and found other books where they're writing about the creator of all, giving them nightmares. I don't know about nightmares. They describe them as horrible dreams. But he's just making clear, you can't be fucking judging over men's souls. Those souls are mine. They're going to inherit their earth. And they say all these things. And this is coming straight from the creator of all, infiltrating their dreams, putting physical objects beside them when they wake up. In the case of Sasudra and his reed hut. No, creator of all told it, they in the prelude they tell you about how Enki went and ruined the secret, but they didn't tell you why. But the creator of all, fucking Gadzu, in this tale, you're gonna hear it. I'm spoiler alerting you. So I know not everybody's got a million hours to sit here with us, but it's fucking amazing the detail you can learn just listening to these texts. And if you ever doubt that those texts exist, go to Irving Finkel and the Metropolitan Museum, the Brit, the establishment plays these tablets. But the painful thing about them is you're going to realize about halfway through some of the readings that every single person they run into in the story is going to hear the whole fucking half story and the setup of the story. It's like a verse over verse over verse over verse. It repeats the fuck out of itself for pages. It's great. That's kind of like a no. I mean, I know the question you're asking is, are they good to us? Do they look at us as poodles? They justify everything they do out of ego. And when in the tablets of Thoth, for example, when the children of dark are sitting in the halls of Amenti, it's horrible for men. And when the children of dark being the eagle side, the Enlil side, the children of light being the snake side, the Enki side. It's great. Oh, it's wonderful for man when they're sitting over our souls and judging who comes and stays. They've been recycling 7 billion motherfuckers for too long. They put a fucking etherical barrier. They tell us a little bit in here about how they dig into the pits of Earth, into the deep crusts of Earth. In some of those deep crusts, they're setting up powerful electromagnetic fucking machinery to make the halls of men's souls and the fucking halls of Amenti and all that, all this. And, we're going to, like I said, that's what Creator's pissed at. We're prodigal children of creation, and we're granted the spark of life. Earth has a spark of life. Hers is bigger than ours because she's obviously been to college. I'm still in grade school, so my little spark's like, and I'm learning, and as I learn, the spark gets stronger, which is way tangible. And when I take it back to Creator, he's going to be like, oh, wow, the prodigal child. Oh, thanks. Here, all creation grows. We've been being robbed of that shit for a lot of years. The whole creation has suffered for what they've done. Well, Creator has a set beginning and end in a 3-sun system when, one hangs out and they do the central thing, and then another one comes and fucking When 3 of them come, they make the chord, boom, voice of God, reset. If you're not in the right frequency, you're done. I can't speak for you and tell you you're a nice guy. You have to be the steward you were created to be. So Enki and then Little need to get their ass, if they were still alive, back over there on planet Heaven and make the magnet stronger. Because their shield, their magnet, their EM field is weak because they nuked their asses to death several times and forgot who they were, to the point that when they got here and saw us doing what we do, scared the fuck out of them. Because they forgot they could do the same things. Now the whole fucking tiddlywinks is, you can tell they're not very smart. By their own writings, they're all arrogant and fucking braggarty about what they're doing. I would hope they start seeing the fallacy of what they've been doing soon. Things could get ugly. So, all the way back to fucking Giza, I've tracked this cat that breaks the old language that they couldn't read. And he's always got that fucking mark on him. All the way back into Sumer. From Giza to the 4 corners here. I tried to figure out any way I could to prove that not a prophecy. And then I found where it began, and I was amazed. And it made me realize, okay, well, for a really long time, he's been giving these cats hints. And for a really long time, we've been, I don't know. I don't know what, I can't think for it. But nothing's changed. The language has been deciphered, and that marked a time. And now I've come to realize y'all are the most important part of this, because you're going to make greater works than the previous cat that was a physicist speaking heart and inheriting earth. Your creators look inward. He was a physicist. He knew scalar physics really well, and creator, and understood the EM field, because those are not parables I'm reading in red anymore. They're distinct formulas of magnetic fact. So it's all I'm left with. It was real. His name was not Jesus. But yeah, we're hearing the beginnings of their whole fucking operation here. Some really interesting shit. It's the cuneiform, it's the Bible canon. It's the language before Arcadian and Hebrew. Everything derived from this. And they've told us this truth. This isn't something I made up. This is the way they do it. They put this in our face and expect us not to look. And I kind of require people to look. It answers questions that I can't.
Thing that we're under the ground. See, as if the inner Earth, world was already there prior to the Anunnaki coming to Earth. That's where they reference that a couple of times, and you don't ever see people really key in on that. I've noticed this a couple of times since I've been reading this, that they reference when they were digging into the Earth to find the gold, they found all these massive tunnel systems under the Earth. And they had to find a way around them
Because they feared us.
So I think that goes a long way towards this idea that the whole inner Earth thing was there long before there were humans on the Earth.
And the ant people.
Let me summon my son Ningashita.
Those fuckers.
And would take counsel with him. They summoned him to the House of Life. He huddled with Enki and exchanged words with him. Enki said that a solution is possible. Let us create a Lulu, Lulu, a Lulu. That's a human, a primitive worker. The hardship work they will take over. Let this being carry the toil of the Anunnaki on his back. Astounded were the besieged leaders, speechless indeed they were. Who ever heard of a being created fresh? A worker who can do the work of the Anunnaki. They summoned Ninma, one who of healing and succor was much knowing. Enki's words to her they repeated. Who ever heard of such a thing? To her they asked. The task is unheard of, she said to Enki.
Unheard of.
All beings have a seed from which they have descended. So that's an interesting conundrum there, isn't it? And that's why at the beginning of this book, they describe the genealogical and historical record of the Anunnaki and the importance of the bloodlines to them, and they describe their entire lineage on Nibiru, and that was a very interesting sort of capsule thing to look at, because it tells us 100% why the importance of the bloodlines is there for the elite running Earth today. And so right here, Ninma says, we can't just create a being out of nothing. It's not right. A being has to have a seed, has to have a lineage of something they came from. And as we're going to see from reading this, from what I understand from my research, the problem they had with humans and why they wanted humans to be destroyed, and Lil wanted humans to be destroyed, was the fact that, humans started to revolt. Because when they used their own DNA to make this slave worker, as we've read here, these Anunnaki weren't slaves. They genetically imbibed into their structure of their bodies. They're not slaves. They were princes. They were kings. And so they overlooked that fact that when they tried to make their slave race out of them, they were inadvertently created a being, us humans, who will never, ever succumb to being enslaved. That's why they've had to resort to fluoride in the water and MSG in the food and chemtrails and electromagnetic brain entrainment like HARP and the programming of Madison Avenue and Edward Bernays and of the school systems. They had to create all of this stuff, folks, to distract us from the fact that we are genetically not inclined to be slaves. And so each and every one of you out there, from now on, in your daily life, when you're doing your slave job, wherever it is, always remember, never forget that you are not designed to be a slave. So your lack of wanting to participate in their system has, people try to tell you, oh, you're just a bum, or you're just lazy, or you're blah, blah, blah. If you don't want to have a job, work in their system, you're a bum, you're lazy. No. You are trying to call me names because you are not hip to the fact that you are not supposed to be a slave. Just because you're comfortable in your slavery doesn't mean me or you or anybody else has to be. We were not meant to be slaves. It was a misjudgment. They made a mistake.
They made a lot of mistakes.
They thought they could just, create something on this planet, on some stuff that was existing there, and have themselves a slave race, and, do their work, and they'd be done with it. But it was a big time error in judgment on their fact, and we see that from their other history of what we've read. And this is why Enki wanted to. Enki, who was also we all wanted. This is these texts that we're reading, the Lost Book of Enki. Those of you who don't know,
I went to take Tom to the park.
These texts are the very core texts that the elite have not wanted us to see for years and years and years, and have wanted us to misinterpret, because these are the texts that he wanted, that he set up the Brotherhood of the Snake with, the Brotherhood of the Serpent. This is the stuff that mankind is supposed to know.
Want me to go beat up a dog?
No.
And the reason we're supposed
they
to
were
know
kind
this
of
is we're supposed to know that our
intimidating,
true ancestors made all of the mistakes, nuclear war,
I
they,
bet
they,
they
they
were.
killed their planet,
Especially with Tom.
they made all these mistakes with technology, warfare, they wiped out most of their planet with nuclear weapons.
Well,
And Enki says at the beginning of this that the reason he's having the person
What's it?
scribe this and write it down and put it there for
What's it?
mankind is so that mankind can find out what their forefathers did. And so, since we are from them and from their DNA, we have a very good chance, and of course, more than a chance, it's here, of going down the same road that they went down.
Glenn,
But if you have this information, you can keep our planet from going down the same road these Anunnaki went down allegedly.
I love that line.
Then their whole system comes crumbling down, doesn't it? This is why the priest class and the Vatican and then the Jesuit order and all this stuff were created. To give people bullshit stories and not give them the context about things that could change the whole course of human history just by knowing and understanding. This
Just
is our
by knowing
calling
and
here.
understanding.
They are telling us, look, don't go down the same route we did. Don't do what we did to your planet. And this is why people have try to downplay this text and try to get you to not look at it and hear it. Well, that's why we're reading it on the air, because no more.
Yeah, no more.
You are not supposed to be a slave, and you should never feel bad about not succumbing to someone who wants to enslave you.
Thank you.
Be it emotionally or financially or anything else. All beings have descended from a seed, one being from another over eons to develop us. No one ever came from nothing. How right you are, my sister, Enki said, smiling. A secret of the Abzu, let me reveal to you all. The being that we need already exists.
It's like the most comfortable thing I have.
All that we have to do is put on it.
I remember all my clothes got stolen in Texas, so I'm limited now.
Thereby, a Lulu, a primitive worker, shall be created. So Enki did say to them, let us hereby make a decision and give blessing to my plan to create a primitive worker by the mark of our essence and fashion him. So that looks like that's the end of tablet number 5. Let me scroll down here. Yeah, this is the synopsis of tablet number 6. We're going to read some of that here for you. To the incredulous leadership, Enki reveals a secret. In the Abzu, there roams a wild being akin to the Anunnaki. By augmenting its life essence with that of the Anunnaki, it can be upgraded to be an intelligent primitive worker. Now, these parts, now this is the key thing that people need to understand. These parts right here that I'm reading that are in good English, they're synopsis of each tablet. These are the parts that are actually written by Zachariah Sitchin. He's writing basically a little synopsis on what the tablet says. So don't confuse that with the actual translations themselves. Now, you can actually get ones that have been printed off and stuff like that, Sumerian text, and get code keys for Sumerian language and interpret this stuff for what you can. But because of Sitchin's supposed connection to the CIA, which we've never seen documentation, but different things like that in stuff that, he also says that they're coming to, that the Anunnaki want to come and save us, which runs contrary to Christianity. So he's been demonized for a lot of reasons, and I'm not necessarily saying the guy's right either, but the fact of the matter is, these texts are there, and there has been a massive campaign throughout alternative media, mainstream media, everything else to keep us from ever looking at this, and they always just say, oh, Zachariah Sitchin's a spook or whatever else. He's a clown, don't listen to him. And so then people don't ever actually get a chance to understand and read and find out that these are actual real texts. These are 5,000-year-old texts that came from the Sumerian kingdom. It's there. You can do this yourself. So these little synopsises here are what's written by him, but I'm going to skip the synopsis and just get right into the 6th tablet. We will create a primitive worker We will fashion him by the mark of our essence, Enki said to the leaders. The being that we need already exists. Thus did Enki tell them the secret of the Abzu. With astonishment, the other leaders heard Enki's words and were fascinated. There are creatures in the Abzu, Enki was saying. They walk erect on two legs. Their forelegs they use as arms. With hands they are provided. Among the animals of the steppe they live. They do not dress in any garments. They do not wear clothes. They eat plants with their mouths. They drink water from the lake and the ditch.
Butt motherfucking naked.
Shaggy with hair is their whole body. Their head hair is like a lion's. With gazelles they jostle. With teeming creatures in the waters they delight. The leaders to Enki's words were listened to with amazement. No creature like that has ever been seen in the Eden, Enlil said, disbelieving. Eons ago, on Nibiru, our predecessors like that may have been. Ninma was saying, it is a being. It is a being, not a creature. To behold it must surely be a thrill, Ninma said. To the house of life, Enki led them. There in strong cages were some of the beings. At the sight of Enki and the others, they jumped up with fists on the cage bars they were beating. They were grunting and snorting, making no words. Male and female they are, Enki was saying. Male hoods and female hoods they have. They have parts. Like us from the Biru coming, they are procreating. Ningasita, my son, their fashioning essence is tested. Akin to ours it is. Like two serpents, it is intertwined. Right there. So the essence, that's why he said that we had to give them our essence to them. So when they refer to essence, they're talking about DNA. He says, just like ours, it is entwined like two serpents. That's why in the ancient Sumerian different buildings and stuff and structures that you see that you see the caduceus there for the first time. That's what that represented.
Long before the fucking Bible was written.
Yep.
When
When
their
Abraham
life
was
essence
alive.
and our life essence is
Both
combined,
Abrahamic, all the Abrahamic
our mark
religions,
shall be upon them.
all of the
A primitive worker shall be
Why don't you
created.
say that?
Our commands he will understand. Our tools he will handle.
I think I need a cigar.
He shall perform the toil in the excavations. To the Anunnaki, in the form of the Abzu, relief shall come. So with enthusiasm, Enki was saying, with the excitement of his words, and Lil was hesitating. This matter is one of great importance. On our planet, slavery has been abolished long ago.
Long fucking ago.
Tools of the slaves, not other beings.
Did you just make
You see, they're
this?
having problems with this because, they know slavery's not right. They know they're not slaves.
And us.
So, they're having a sort of moral conflict here of making another being enslaved, which with good reason. You should always
That's the
be against
fancy stuff.
enslaving another being of any kind.
You're
A new
so
creature,
clever.
non-existing, you wish to bring
When you
into
put it
being.
in, all you see is the color. The clear
Creation in the hands of the Father of all, beginning alone is hell.
That's why those.
See, they're saying, no, we can't play God. But that's exactly what they did. And these fuckers just went around all over the planet setting
Secrets
up
of the
shop,
master.
telling the poor people of Earth
Come hot,
they were
come
gods.
upstairs. I love you.
Yes,
And giving them some technology. All the religions of the world are based on this.
You can come upstairs and cool off anytime you want to.
So Enlil, in opposing, was saying, stern in his words, Enki said to his brother, not slaves, but
I
helpers
still have a mango.
is
You
my
want to try
plan. We
some?
want, it sounds like
Maybe a little.
New World Order speak, doesn't it? Oh, no, they're not slaves, they're helpers.
Upstairs.
Chase me. Come on.
It's not a draft, it's a
I'll go slow.
mandatory service.
She's a mango.
Nice double speak there. Nice to see the double speak goes back,
multi-mango,
longer than just our
Death
civilization.
joint. Milky Way mango.
They're double
There you
speaking.
go.
Machiavellianism is nothing new. It's
I
been
knew
around
something about galactic.
for a very long time. Not a new creature, but one existing more in our image will be made, Enki said. With a little change, it can be achieved. Only a drop of our essence is needed. So
Just a
only a
drop
drop,
of
only a
our
little bit of our
essence.
DNA. That's what they thought. That's what they thought. They thought that only a little bit, but
Enki
when
got
what
involved.
they found out is to
I'll be back.
get what they
It's
what
fixing
they
to get
really
messy.
want to get a really good one. They had to use the most of their DNA, and what they ended up doing was they ended up using the most of their DNA with the white-skinned people that were found in the Caucasus Mountains region, and those became the Caucasoids, and those were the ones that were made with the most Anunnaki DNA. And since they were white, those are the ones that were put in positions of kingship. And to this day, that's where the whole origins of white power and white supremacy and all that stuff come from, because they believe that because they were made with the most essence of the gods, that's why, the divine right to rule for white people is there. That's honestly, that's where it comes from. That's the root of it. A grave matter it is. It is not to my liking, Enlil was saying. It is against the rules of planets. By the rules of Earth, coming to it was forbidden. To obtain gold was our purpose. To replace the father of all beginning, it was not. So we came here to get gold. We didn't come here to become God. After Enlil thus had spoken, Ninma was the one to respond. My brother, Ninma said to Enlil, with wisdom and understanding has the father of all beginning endowed to us. To what purpose have we so been perfected, unless it is to make use of it? With wisdom and understanding, the creator of all has filled our essence. To whatever using it we are capable of, is it not that for which we have been destined? With that which in our essence was granted, tools and chariots we have perfected. Mountains with terror weapons we have shattered. Skies with gold we are healing. So was Ninurta to his giving birth mother, saying, let us with wisdom fashion new tools, not create new beings. Let by new equipments the toil be relieved, not by slave beings. Where does our understanding lead us? Does it lead us to that which we have been destined? What knowledge we possess, we cannot prevent its use. Destiny indeed cannot be altered. From the beginning to the end, it has been determined. To them, Enlil was saying, destiny it is, or fate it is. That to this planet we have brought no gold from the waters. To put Anunnaki heroes excavating the toil a primitive worker created to do its planning. My kinfolk, is the question. So they're saying, is it destiny or is it fate? Because, the Anunnaki are saying, we believe that everything that is supposed to happen is going to happen. But how do they know if it's destiny or if it's fate for them to create the slave race? I think it would be very realistic from our perspective right now today to say that it was destiny, wouldn't it? Is it from the beginning ordained, or is this coming about from us choosing it? Yeah, it's a quandary. It's a philosophical quandary, because they're saying, by us creating this new people, we're going to change the whole face of everything, of the whole universe. For the first time, we're going to create that's why we have so many questions. That's why we don't know where we came from. We haven't been allowed to know where we've come from. Because according to the Anunnaki, everything else in the universe, every other creature in the universe knows full well where their species originated from, but we don't. And so they're saying, is that destiny? Is that fate? If we make it happen, then it's fate. It's not destiny. So it's a philosophical quandary. They decided to put the matter before anew. And they presented the council, the matter before the council. The elders, the savants, the commanders were all consulted. Long and bitter were the discussions, life and death, fate and destiny. Can there be another way to obtain the gold? Survival is in danger. If gold must be obtained, let the being be fashioned. The council decided so. So it shows you here that, sort of the regular people on the ground of the situation were having, philosophical quandaries about whether or not they should do this genetic manipulation or not. But of course, much of the same way as it is on Earth, they went and took it before, the High Council. High Council says, yeah, fuck it, do it. Do whatever you're going to do. We've got to achieve our master plan. So who gives a fuck if we mess up the natural order of things? Create a fucking being, get the fucking gold. Let's go. Let's do this right now. What are you waiting for? Go, go, go. Don't ask questions. Do it. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Let Anu forsake the rules of planetary journeys. Let Nibiru be saved. From Anu's palace, the decision to Earth was beamed. It delighted Enki. Let Ninmah be the helper of such matters. She has understanding in this. At Ninmah with a longing he was gazing. Let it so be, Ninmah was saying. Let it so be, Enlil said. By Inugi was the decision to the Anunnaki and the Abzu announced. Until the being is achieved, to the toil willingly you must return. So they said, hey, that's fine. We'll build you guys a new fucking slave race, but your asses are going to have to get in there and mine that gold till we get this shit done, We can breed enough of these fuckers to take over. And so they were like, all right, we won't rebel. So there was disappointment, but rebellion there was not. To the toil, the Anunnaki returned. And the House of Life in the Abzu, how to fashion the being Enki to Ninmah was explaining. So he starts talking to his sister Ninmah about how they're going to create the slave race and how they're going to do it and the technicalities of it. All right, let's get into the Lost Book of Enki for you here tonight. We left off last time. We're going to just read about a sentence back here. They were was about to be a rebellion, a revolt of the Anunnaki that were mining the gold, and they returned to the work in exchange for the agreement for Enki to create a slave race. So he started explaining to Ninmah how he was going to do this. So that's where we're picking up tonight. To a place among the trees, he directed Ninmah. It was a place of cages. In the cages, there were odd creatures, the likes that no one had ever seen in the wild. 4 parts of one kind they had, hind parts of another creature they possessed. Creatures of 2 kinds, by their essences combined, to Ninmah, Enki was showing to her. They returned to the House of Life, a clean place with brightness shining. They led her. In the clean place, Ningashita to Ninmah was giving and explaining the secrets of the life essence, the soul. How the essence from, essence, no, it doesn't mean the soul here. I'm sorry, it means DNA and that kind of thing. How the essence from 2 kinds of creatures can be combined, he was showing to her. The creatures in the tree cages are too old. Monstrous they are, Ninmah was saying. Indeed so, Enki responded. To attain perfection, for that you are needed. I need to know how the essences combine. How much of this? How much of that to put together? In which womb is conception to begin? In which womb should the birth be given? Implying that males have the ability to actually give birth, but males or females were designated as that. For that, your succor and healing understanding are needed. The understanding of one who gave birth, who is a mother, is required. A smile on the face of Ninmah because of the 2 daughters that by Enki she mothered and she well remembered. With Ningashita, she surveyed the sacred formulas that on MEs were secreted. how this and that were done of him, she inquired. The creatures in the tree cages, she examined the two-legged creatures and contemplated them. By a male inseminating a female are the essences transmitted. The two entwined strands separate and combine an offspring to fashion. Let a male Anunnaki a two-legged female impregnate. Let a combination offspring be born, Nimrod did say. That we have tried and it has resulted with failures. Enki responded to her. There was no conceiving, there was no birth. Now, this is the account of how the primitive worker was created. How Enki and Ninmah, with Ningish Zeta assisting, this is how the being was fashioned. They tried another way to obtain the admixture of essences. How the two strands, the double-strand DNA, how to combine another, how to combine the two strands of essences together, another way must be found. That which from the earth is the portion that must not be harmed. To receive our essence in graduations, it must be shaped. So they want to slowly add more and more of their own DNA to these earthbound creatures. From the ME formulas of Nibiru's essence, only bit by bit could be attempted. In a crystal vessel, Ninmah was preparing a mixture. The oval of a female two-legged creature she gently placed. With ME Anunnaki seed, she impregnated the oval. That oval she put back into the womb of the two-legged female. This time there was conceiving. A birth was indeed forthcoming. The allotted time for birth giving the leaders awaited with anxious hearts, seeking the results. The allotted time arrived and there was no birth giving.
Done. Crap.
In desperation, Ninmah made a cutting.
C-section.
That which was conceived with tongs, she drew out.
C-section.
A living being it was. With glee, Enki shouted, "We attain!" Ningazita with joy cried out. In her hands, Ninmah, so they had to cut the umbilical cord. They didn't know about that. Once they did that, they were like, okay, cool, we got this. With joy, she was not filled. Shaggy with hair all over was the newborn.
Oh, no.
His foreparts like that of the earth creatures. His hind parts like that of the Anunnaki. They let the two-legged female nurse the newborn with her milk for him to suckle. Fast growing was the newborn. What was a day on Nibiru was a month in the Abzu. Taller the earth child grew in the image of the Anunnaki. He was not. His hands were not suited for tools, and his speech was only a grunting sound. So they basically made a Cro-Magnon man. We must try once more, Ninmah was saying. The mixture needs adjusting. Let me try this or that, and then let me try this endeavor again, she says. With Enki and Ningazita assisting, they repeated the procedures. The essences in the MEs, Ninmah carefully considered. One bit she took from one bit she took out from another. Then in the crystal bowl, the oval of an earth female she inseminated. There was conception. At the appropriate time, there was birth giving. This one more in the likeness was in the likeness of the Anunnaki. They let his birth mother suckle him. They let the newborn child grow. Appealing he was by his looks. His hands were shapen to hold tools. His senses they tested. They found they're deficient. This earth child could not hear. His eyesight was faltered. Again and again, Ninmah rearranged the mixtures of the ME formula. She took bits and pieces. One being had paralyzed feet. Another, his semen was dripping. So his sperm just falling out of this creature. What the hell is that?
That's such a problem.
One hand had trembling hands, another had a malfunctioning liver. One had hands too short to reach his mouth. One had lungs that were unsuited for breathing. Enki was disappointed by the results. A primitive worker is not attained to Ninmah, he was saying.
Damn it. Ninmah.
What is good or is bad in this being by trials I am discovering. Ninmah responded to Enki, to continue for success, my heart prompts me. Once more an admixture she made. Once more the newborn was deficient. Perchance the shortfall is not in the admixture, Enki was saying to her. Perchance neither in the female's oval nor in the essences is the hindrance. Of what the earth itself is fashioned of, perhaps this is what is missing. Not of Nibiru's crystals use the vessel, of the clay of the earth making. So this is the idea, mankind being created in God's image. Or the idea of God creating mankind out of clay, these clay vessels. Mm-hmm. We have the reptilian statues that were stolen out of the Iraq National Museum that were also made out of clay. So she was putting the oval, the egg, in this crystal vessel that came from Nibiru, and Enki saying, no, make it from the earth. You're going to make a human creature. It has to come from the earth. The earth has to be involved in it. You can't just put it in the stuff that came from another planet. It's got to come from the earth because you're making it out of the earth. Enki was possessed with great wisdom. Perchance what is earth's own mixture of gold and copper is required. Thus Enki, who knows things, prompting her to use the clay of the Abzu, made a vessel in the house of life and made it from the Abzu, or earth's clay. As a purifying bath, that's why they call clay earth. Earth and clay. As a purifying bath, she shaped the vessel. Within it to make the mixture. Gently into the clay vessel, the oval of an earth female was placed. The life essence from an Anunnaki's blood she extracted and placed in the vessel. By the ME formulas, the essence was directed, bit by bit, correct bit in the vessel was placed. Thus, the oval fertilized into the womb of the earth female, and she inserted it. There is conception, Ninmah with joy announced. The allotted birth-giving time they awaited. At the allotted time, the earth female began to travail. A child, a newborn, was forthcoming. With her hands, Ninmah extracted the newborn. It was a male. In her hand, she held the child. His image she examined. It was the image of perfection. In her hand, she held up the newborn. Enki and Nigashita were present. With joyful laughter, the three leaders were seized. Enki and Nigashita were backslapping. Ninmah, Enki embraced and kissed. Your hands have made it, Enki said with a gleaming eye to her. They let the birth-giving mother suckle the newborn. Quicker than a child on Nibiru, he was growing. From month to month, the newborn progressed. From a baby to a child he was becoming. His limbs for the tasks were suited. Speech he knew not. Of speaking he had no understanding. Grunts and snorts were his utterings. Enki pondered this matter. What step should be done next in the mixture, he considered. Of all that we had tried and changed, one thing never altered, he said to Ninmah. Into the womb of the earth female, the fertilized oval was always inserted. Perchance this is the remaining obstruction. Thus, Enki was saying, Ninmah gazed with bewilderment at him. What in truth are you saying? Of the birth-giving womb I am speaking, to Enki was responding. Of who the fertilized oval nurtures, the birth-giving carries. In our image and after our likeness to be, perchance an Anunnaki womb is required. In the house of life there was silence. Never before heard were the words that Enki was uttering. They gazed at each other about what in each other's minds they were thinking. Wise are your words, my brother, Ninma at long last was saying. Perchance the right admixture in the wrong womb was inserted. Now, where is the female among the Anunnaki who will offer her womb? Perchance the perfect primitive worker we will create. Perchance a monster into her belly we will place. We don't know what the fuck's going to come out of here. Might be perfectly what we need. Might be some fucking monster. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's try it. Roll the dice, right? Ninma said to Enki with a trembling voice, "Let me of Ninki, my spouse, inquire of that," Enki was saying. Now, let me go talk to my broodmare real quick. I mean, I know I fucked you twice, and you're my own sister, and I got you pregnant, and we had a couple of kids, but I still got my broodmare that I married, Ninki. Well, you're my sister, my hoe on the side. So let me go talk to Ninki, my spouse. She's popped out a few fucking shit rats. Let's go see if she'll pop out another one here. Hey, baby, I got a job for you. I need you to come open up that pie hole you got down there between your legs and come squeeze a fucking earth baby out of it. What do you think about that? Let's go.
Let's go.
No, she said to Enki. The admixtures were made. Reward and endangerment should be mine. I shall be the one Anunnaki womb to provide for good or evil, fate to face. Enki bowed his head, gently embraced her. So be it to her, he said. In the clay vessel, the admixture was made. The oval of an earth female and Anunnaki male essence they put together. The fertilized egg Ninma put into the womb of Ninma by Enki was inserted. There was conception. The pregnancy by an admixture was conceived. How long will it last? To each other they wondered. Will it be 9 months of Nibiru, or will it be 9 months of Earth? Longer than on Earth, quicker than on Nibiru, travail came. To a male child, Ninma was giving birth. Enki, the boy child, held in his hands the image of perfection he was. He slapped the newborn on his hind parts, and the newborn uttered proper sounds. So that's where we're told that comes from. Is that if you don't slap the baby on the ass, they don't learn how to speak properly. And that's why they always do that. You know, people ask, why do they always slap the baby on the ass when they're born? Oh, it's just a tradition. They just do that. Or, they give you whatever bullshit explanation. No, that's not what they're saying here. He handed the newborn to Ninma, and she held him in her hand. My hands have made it victoriously, she shouted. And that's the end of that section. Yeah, drink here. All right. Now this is the account of how Adamu, by his name was called Adamu, being Adam, and the beginning of the Adamic race. And how Tiamat, as in Tiamat, as a counterpart female was fashioned for him. The newborn's visage and limbs were carefully examined by the leader. His ears were in good shape, and they were not clawed. His limbs were proper, his hind parts like legs, foreparts were shaped like hands. Shaggy like the wild ones, he was not. Dark black his head hair was. Smooth was his skin, smooth as the Anunnaki skin was. Like dark red blood was its color. Like the clay of the Abzu was its hue. They looked at its malehood. Odd was its shape. By a skin was its forepart surrounded. Yeah, he had a foreskin. Unlike that of the Anunnaki malehood, it was a skin from its forepart was hanging. That's supposedly why they do that. That's why the Jews do the circumcision. You've got the 12 tribes of Israel, 12 tribes of Judah, 12 extraterrestrial races. Supposedly that's why they cut the foreskin off, and the rabbis suck the blood out of it and shit. They literally do that. You can look it up. I'm not making that up. There's pictures of it online. You don't fucking believe me? Look it up. Rabbis cut the fucking foreskin off and suck the blood out of the baby. It's a fact. They do that because they are trying to make the offspring of the Anunnaki. It's to take us and basically make us like them. Keeping the foreskin is supposed to make you, actually make you more human, I suppose. Let the earthling from us, the Anunnaki, by this foreskin be distinguished, so Enki was saying. The newborn was beginning to cry. Ninmah held him close to her chest. Her breast she gave him. The breast he began to suckle. And supposedly that's what one of these reptilian clay statues stolen from Iraq depicts. You can see the depiction of it. Supposedly that's what it is. It represents Ninmah suckling the human, the child, the crossbred child they made to her breast. You can see that. And where did those statues go? And why were they stolen? Question we all need to ask. Perfection we did attain. Ningishita with elation, he said. Enki was gazing at his sister, a mother, a son, not Ninmah, and a being he was seeing. And what name will you give him? Enki inquired. A being he is, not a creature. Ninmah cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers his dark red skin she was caressing. Adamu, I shall call him. One who is like earth's clay. One who is like the earth, the clay of the earth. That will be his name. For the newborn Adamu, they fashioned a crib in the corner of the house of life. They placed him. A model for primitive workers we have indeed attained, Enki was saying. Now a host of workers like him are needed. A model he indeed shall be. As for himself, like a firstling he shall be treated. From toil he himself shall be protected. His essence alone as a mold shall be. So was Enki saying, by this degree, Ninmah was greatly pleased. From here on out, whose fertilized ovals, whose womb are going to carry the fertilized ovals? Ningishita was asking. The leaders pondered the matter, and Ninmah offered a solution. From her city Shurabat, Ninmah summoned female healers, and she explained the task required to them. To the crib of the Adamu she led them, the newborn earthling to proceed. To perform the task is not a commandment, Ninmah said to them. Your own wish is the decision. Of the female Anunnaki assembled, 7 stepped forward. 7 accepted the task. That's an interesting number. Let their names for all time be remembered, Ninmah said to Enki. Their task is heroic. By them, a race of primitive workers shall come into being. The 7 stepped forward, each one on her name was announcing the names Ningishita had recorded. Ninima, Shuziana, Ninmada, Ninbara, Ninmug, Musardu, and Ninguna. These were the names of the 7 who by their own wish were to be birth mothers on earth. Earthlings they were to conceive and carry in their wombs. Primitive workers they were to create. In 7 vessels of the clay of the Abzu they were made. Ninmah placed ovals of the 2-legged females in their wombs. She extracted the life essence of Adamu, and bit by bit she inserted into the vessels. Then in the male part of Adamu, an incision she made, a drop of blood to let out. This is a sign of life be that the flesh and soul have combined, let it forever proclaim. So the combining represents, okay, they let the drop of blood out when they circumcise them, and it represents the combining of the flesh and the soul, which is exactly what the rosy cross on the Rosicrucian order means. The flower, the rose on top of the cross, represents the soul, the non-material part of the body, being crucified upon the body, the physical being trapped. So what they're saying here is that when the drop of blood comes out from the circumcision, that is a sign of life and the combination of the flesh and soul. So if a rabbi sucks that blood out, they take the blood of the combination of the flesh and soul into their bodies. I don't know about you, but that sounds like some cannibalistic alien shit right there if I've ever heard of it. She squeezed the male part for blood, 1 drop of blood in each vessel she added to the mixture. In this clay mixture, earthling with the Anunnaki shall be bound. In this clay mixture, earthling to the Anunnaki shall be bound, Nimble was saying. She was pronouncing an incantation. Now that's interesting. You read Masonic historians, people like Manly P. Hall, they talk about the Kabbalistic origins of the creation of life. In the beginning, there was the Word. And that when you master the Kabbalistic system, of which I don't think you can even go into until you're what, in your 40s or something like that. But supposedly, if you really truly master it, you can master the ability to create material life, material being, anything into creation using only the voice. So it's interesting that they do the circumcision, then she starts doing an incantation. Again, you see where the tradition of the Jewish rabbis and the Jewish stuff comes from. 12 extraterrestrial races, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 stones on the ephod communication alien device.
Family members.
Start to see the pattern here, folks.
Zodiac signs. Indicating which one. Just keep reading, Josh.
And so Nimba was saying in incantation, she pronounced, "To a unity shall the 2 essences, one of heaven, one of earth, together be brought. That which is of the earth and that which is of Nibiru shall be forever bonded in a blood kinship." So was Ninmah pronouncing her words, Ningazita also recorded. In the wombs of the birth-giving heroines, the fertilized ovals were inserted. There was conception, with anticipation was the allotted time counted. Oh, I lost my place. Hold on 1 second. So with Ninmah pronouncing, in the wombs of the birth-giving heroines, the fertilized ovals were inserted. All the allotted time, 7 male earthlings were born. Their features were proper, good sounds they were uttering. By the heroines, they were suckled. 7 primitive workers have been created. Let the procedure be repeated. 7 more to undertake the toil. My son, to him Enki was saving, not even 7 by 7 sufficient shall be. Of heroine healers too much is required. Forever their task will be this way. Indeed, the task is too demanding. Glow beyond enduring it is. Female ones we have to fashion, Enki was saying, for males to be their counterparts. Let them each know each other as one flesh, the 2 to become. Let them by themselves procreate on their own, the childbirthing make. To primitive workers by themselves give birth, Anunnakis, females to relieve. The formulas you must change from male to female, make the adjustment. For a counterpart to Adamu is to be fashioned in the womb of an Anunnaki female. Conception is needed. Enki gazed at Ninmah directly. Before she could speak, he raised his hand. Let me this time, Enki, my spouse, summon, with a strong voice, he said. If she is willing, let her be the mold for the female earthling to create. They to the Abzu, to the house of life, summoned Enki. They showed her Adamu, and all the matters of this situation were explained to her. Of the task that is required, they gave explanations of successes and danger to her. By the task, Minky was fascinated. Let it be done, she said to them. Yeah, fucking here you go. I'll open up. Yeah, fucking put that bitch in me. Yeah. I'll shit one out for you. shit out another fucking gold mining slave for you. There you go. There's another one. Let's keep cranking them out here. Maybe we can get this fucking gold in our atmosphere and save our asses here. Come on, let's go. It's fucking 9 months for one of these things to be going. I've said that for the longest time. It seems that they allowed a population to explosion to happen on this planet to get, their agenda achieved. And once they've got their agenda achieved, now they started instituting eugenics to get rid of those extra people that they created to get their agenda this far. It's sick, man. But it's very much the real reality that's going on in this world. There was conception in the allotted time. Enki was in travail. A birth there was not. Enki counted the months. At the 10th month, the month of evil fates, they began to call. Ninma, the lady whose wombs had opened, made a cutter inside the incision. Her head was covered. On her hands, she wore protection. Also, they're doing a cesarean section, huh? A female to birth was given. The newborn's visage and limbs were then carefully examined. Of good shape were her ears. Her eyes were not clogged. Her limbs were proper. Hind parts, like legs, foreparts for the hands were shaped. Shaggy she was not. Like beach sands was the hue of her hair, blonde. Her skin was smooth, as that of the Anunnakian smoothness and color it was. Ninma, the girl child, held in her hand, she slapped her hind parts. Proper sounds were uttered from the newborn. To Ninki, the spouse of Enki, she then handed the newborn to be suckled, nourished, and raised. A name will you give her? Enki inquired. A being she is, not a creature. In your image she is, after your likeness. Perfectly she is fashioned, a model for female workers you have attained. Ninki cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers she caressed her skin. Tiamat, let her name be, the mother of life. Like the planet of old, which the earth and the moon were fashioned, let her be called. From her womb's life essences of other birth givers shall be molded. To a multitude of primitive workers she shall thereby be giving life. Thus was Ninki saying, the other words of concurring were uttered. So there you go. So they've now bred themselves a perfect male and a perfect female, and are going to go about the business of continuing to see what they can do to use this. Very interesting because you sort of get this idea that there was some care involved.
A multitude, yes.
But you just sort of see this hapless idea of, they're just going around. They don't know what the fuck's working. They're just going, I'll try this. It didn't work. Trial and error.
I'm not going to go GG.
It's nice to see that trial and error is not something that exists just in our realm. It seems that, But this is where the elite get this idea of, experimenting on animals and doing experimenting on humans. And this mentality comes from the quote-unquote gods, the ones that fashioned mankind. That's why our rulers are so bloodthirsty and do the kind of things that they do. Because it's in their fucking DNA. It's in their blood to do that.
It tells you what's going on pretty well.
It is genetically programmed into the elite to always do nothing but the continuation of the great work and be damned anything that gets in its way. Be damned how many people it kills.
Still here.
The only thing important is their work. And you see them saying that here. The only thing that's important is that we mine the gold. The only thing that's important is that we fashion the slave race. Whatever we have to do to get our agenda accomplished is what we have to do. And, whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. We just got to try this until we get it to work. And you see that sort of same thing happen with countries and governments and everything today, don't you? You guys are like, fuck it, let's just keep trying until we get it right, Unbelievable stuff there. Great stuff out of Lost Book of Enki. All right, let's see here. Now, this is the account of the Adamu and the Tiamat in the Eden. So I guess I don't have to tell you. I have to tell you where this is going. The Adamu and the Tiamat in Eden, which is Adam and Eve in Eden, But here it's Adamu and Tiamat in the Edin, Edin. See? But it just smashes the whole idea of, all that's original stuff. That came from the Bible. Yeah. Yeah, right. Long before that, Bubba. Here we go. This is basically the original story of Adam and Eve, I suppose. Here we go. And how they
Yep.
and how they, knowing of procreation, were given and to the Abzu expelled. The Abzu, I guess, is earth or the land. After Tiamat in the womb of Enki, she was fashioned. And 7 vessels of the clay of the Abzu made Ninmah ovals of the 2-legged females. She extracted the life essence of Tiamat. Bit by bit in the vessels she inserted. And the vessels of the clay of the Abzu she made.
I've had a couple.
And formed the admixture. Incantations as the procedure befits she was uttering. I think I read this last night. Didn't I read this last night? Or something similar to some of this stuff repeats itself. So sometimes I can't remember whether I read it already or not. But we'll just read it again for the heck of it. Their features were proper. They were uttering good sounds. Thus, there were 7 female counterparts for the primitive workers created. 7 male and 7 female did the 4 leaders create for them. After the earthlings were thus created, let the males inseminate the females. Let the primitive workers themselves beget offspring. So was Enki saying to the others, after the allotted time, offspring's other offspring will beget. Plentiful will be the primitive workers' numbers. The toil of the Anunnaki they shall bear. Enki and Ninmah and Ningishida were joyful. The fruits, elixirs they were drinking. For the semen and the 7 cages they made, among the trees they placed them. Let them grow up. Malehoods and femalehoods attain. Let the males inseminate the females. Let them by themselves beget offspring.
An orgy over here.
So they were saying to each other, as for Adamu and Tiamat, from the toil of the excavations they shall be protected. Let us to them the Eden bring over to the Anunnaki, therein our handiwork we will display. They want to take, basically they're saying they want to take Adam and Eve and show them to the Anunnaki and say, hey, look what we did. This is our hand. Look, we've got ourselves a slave race here. Aren't you proud of us?
Yeah.
To Eridu in the Eden in the city of Enki, Adamu and Tiamat were taken. An abode and an enclosure for them was built for them to roam where they could. So they built them like a little dome. It was like, that's what Eden was, is what essentially what they're saying here. It's like, was like a nature preserve, like a habitat, like their little, area they let them frolic in, much like we've always kind of thought it was. The Anunnaki came to the Eden to see them from the landing place they came. And what they refer to as the landing place is described previously here in the Lost Book of Enki, identically to the area in Peru where the Nazca lines are located, where we see evidence that it was a landing strip. They even describe here in the Lost Book of Enki the shearing off of the mountaintops, which are indeed there in Peru where the Nazca lines are. So apparently they come down to the landing place, essentially Peru, Nazca lines, and then they travel in their ships from there over to, Sidonia, the 33-degree parallel.
In their helicopters.
Well, later became Samaria, Iraq. And Lil came to see them,
Small bass.
and his displeasure was diminished once he saw them. Ninurta came to see them. Ninlil did as well. From the way station on Lamu, which is Mars, Marduk, the son of Enki, also came down to see.
Yeah, Marduk.
It was a sight most astounding. A wonder of wonders it was to behold. Your hands have made it. The Anunnaki were the fashioners. The Agigi, who were between Earth and Lamu, shuttled and were also agog. Primitive workers have been fashioned. Our days of toil now can end, they were all saying. In the Abzu, the newborns were growing. For their maturing, the Anunnaki were anticipating. Enki was the supervisor. Ninma and Ningishita also came. In the excavations, the Anunnaki were grumbling. Patience to impatience gave way. Enugi, their overseer of Enki, was often inquiring. For primitive workers, the outcry he conveyed. The circuits of Earth, the orbits of Earth, rather, grew in number. Maturity of the Earthlings was overdue. No conceiving among the females was observed. There was no birth giving. By the cages among the trees, Ningishita a couch of grass made for himself. Day and night he watched the Earthlings to ascertain their doings. Indeed, he saw them mating.
He made
The
himself
males
a
were
blind.
inseminating the females. Conceiving there was not. Birth giving there was not. Enki pondered the matter deeply. The creatures once combined, he contemplated, none of them had offspring, had begotten any offspring. By combining the two kinds, by combining the Anunnaki and the humans, a curse had been created, Enki said to the others. Let us afresh examine the essences of the Adamu and the Tiamat,
He made a jackass.
Ningishita was saying. Their MEs, which we're assuming is their DNA,
It's their formulas.
will be studied bit by bit to ascertain what is wrong. In Shurabak, in the House of Healing, the essences of Adamu and Tiamat were contemplated. With the life essence of the Anunnaki males and the females, they were compared. Listen to this. Like two entwined serpents, Ningishita separated the essences. Arranged like 22 branches on a tree of life were the essences. So, wow, 22 branches of the DNA corresponded to the 22 branches of the tree of life. No coincidence there. Their bits were comparable. The images and likeness they properly determined. 22 they were in number. The ability to procreate they did not include. Another 2 bits of the essence of the Anunnaki present Ningishita to the others showed. 1 male, 1 female. Without them, there was no procreating. So they had to add extra little bits of their DNA to that. In the molds of Adamu and Tiamat, they were not included in the combining. Ninma heard this and was distraught, and with frustration she seized Enki. The clamor in the Abzu is great. Mutiny is again in the making, Enki said. Primitive workers must be procured, lest the gold extraction shall be ceasing. Ningishita in these matters learned a solution was proposed. To his elders Enki and Ninma in the House of Healing he whispered, let all the heroines who Ninma were assisting sin away. They locked the door behind them, the 3 with the 2 earthlings alone remaining. Upon the 4 others, Ningishita, a deep sleep, descended into a deep sleep before he made unfeeling. From the rib of Enki, he extracted the life essence. Let's depart with the rib. Whose rib? The rib of Enki. Into the rib of Adamu, the life essence of Enki he inserted. From the rib of Ninma, a.k.a. Isis, the gene of Isis, here we go, the life essence he extracted. Into the rib of Tiamat, the life essence he inserted. Where the incisions were made, the flesh thereon closed up. Then the 4 of them by Ningishita were awakened. It is done, he proudly declared. To their tree of life, 2 branches have been added. With procreating power, their life essences are now intertwined. Let them freely roam as one flesh, let thorn knots each other, Ninma was saying. In the Eden's orchards to freely roam, Adamu and Tiamat were placed. Of their nakedness, they became aware. Of malehood and femalehood, they were knowing. Tiamat made aprons of leaves, so they would be distinguished from the wild beasts. In the heat of the day, Enlil was strolling in the orchard.
Oh, shit.
He was enjoying the shade there.
Mm-hmm.
Without expectation, Adamu and Tiamat he encountered.
Here's the problem.
He noticed the aprons on their loins. What is the meaning of this? Enlil wondered. He summoned Enki to explain it to him. The matter of procreation Enki explained to Enlil. The 7 and 7 had failed to Enlil, he admitted. Ningazita examined the life essence and noticed that an additional combining was needed. Great was Enlil's anger. Furious his words.
Anger. Oh, man. Anger is the Lord.
Oh my God. What happened to Joshy? We ain't done with that yet. Oh, let's see what happened. God. I don't know why y'all watch this shit. Damn it. My bad. Let my
You will bestow.
speaker go down.
He's saying, yeah, that's what that's. This is where you get into the moral conflict between the brothers Enlil and Enki, because on the one hand they both were in agreement that they needed to fashion a primitive worker race, but Enlil's idea was to basically make a non-conscious animal essentially that would do the work. And when they couldn't get that to happen, that was when Enki and the whole clan decided that, hey, we've got to put some of our DNA inside of them to make them be able to make what we need. But
Enlil's anger.
Enlil here is saying that
that's funny.
Perchance our life cycles will be. He's having a problem because they're saying you're going to bestow our life cycles onto them, and that right there explains why humans have the we should live for a lot longer than we do. The Anunnaki have they orbit around the sun.
It's been worse.
Once every 3,600 years. So 1 year, which is a shar on Nibiru, is 1 year for them. But they started noticing when they came to Earth, that's why they had to build the slaveries, that they were growing old and aging and dying rapidly here on Earth. And so Enlil's problem with this was that you were going to create, by using their DNA, a species that would have a relatively short life because of the rapid orbit of the Earth around the sun. So he was concerned with that. And we'll find out later, this is why, of course, Enlil ordered the Great Flood and ordered mankind to be wiped out. But because Enki had love and compassion and saw the primitive workers as, his creations, this is where he allegedly created the Ark, the spaceship, and, kept the DNA essences inside of them so that they could, continue to thrive. And that's what this whole book of Enki is supposedly about. This is his account, the account that he attempted to use to set up the Brotherhood of the Serpent.
I like that.
In order to teach mankind in secret the history of the Anunnaki, so that we would not repeat those same mistakes ourselves.
A little closer, doesn't it?
And of course, they just relegate this stuff to the fringe and act like it has no historical context, when in fact very much does. So, thus Enlil did speak angry words to Enki. Enki, Ninmah, and Ningazita were summoned to pacify Enlil with words. My lord Enlil, Ningazita was saying, knowing for procreation they were given. The branch of long living to their essence tree was not. Ninmah then spoke up to her brother. So they're again, admitting right there that they could add, more essence to the DNA, which would make them live longer, but they didn't do that.
They didn't.
So maybe that's what we should be looking for. How can we add stuff to our DNA to make us live longer? Obviously, it can be done. There's proof right there. Why isn't science on that? They know. They're full of well aware of that.
Makes those
Any
stem
kids in your
cells
Rockefeller in their fucking 90s,
repair
and
every
they're
system
in better
your
shape than
body,
some of us are.
make your hair darker.
Ninma then spoke up to her brother Enlil. She said, "What choice, my brother, did we have? Just to let it all end in failure and let Nibiru face its doom? Or try by procreation
Try again.
to let these earthlings undertake the toil?
Stem cell production, damn straight.
Then let them be where
Fountain
they
of
are
youth.
needed," Enlil said with anger.
Produced when you get
"To
excited
the
about it.
Abzu, away
Life.
from the Eden, let them
Be right
be
back.
expelled." There you go. There's the explanation of Adam and Eve from Eden, throwing them out there.
Get them,
Get them out of paradise, throw them out there into the fucking gold mines where we need them, and get their asses out there mining this fucking gold for us if that's what you want them to do. Don't put them here in a paradise and make them think they're free. Get them out there and make sure they know they're fucking enslaved. Sound familiar? Yeah, that's what it's just great stuff right there, isn't it? That's what all your religions are based on right there. Okay, so we're moving into the seventh tablet now. We're moving right on through this book. The seventh tablet. "To the Abzu, away from the Eden, let them be expelled." So did Enlil command the decree from the Eden to the Abzu, and the Adamu and Tiamat were expelled. In an enclosure among the trees, Enki placed them. He left them to get to know each other. With joy, Enki did see what Nigazita had come to be. Tiamat was now with child and frolicking. Ninma came to the birth giving to watch. A son and a daughter, twins, to the earth beings were born. With wonderment, Enki and Ninma watched the newborns. They watched how they grew and developed, and it was a marvel to them. Days were as months, months to earth years accumulated. By the time Adamu and Tiamat had other sons and daughters, the first ones were by themselves procreating. Before one shar of Nibiru had passed, the earthlings were proliferating. With understanding were the primitive workers endowed, of commandments they were comprehending. To be with the Anunnaki they were eager, for food rations they toiled well. Of heat and dust they did not complain, of backbreaking they did not grumble. Of the hardships of the work of the Anunnaki and the Abzu were relieved. The vital gold was now coming to Nibiru, and Nibiru's atmosphere was slowly healing. The Earth mission was proceeding with satisfaction to all. Among the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, there was also espousing and procreation. The sons of Enlil and Enki from sisters and half-sisters from healing heroines took spouses. To them on earth, sons and daughters were born. Here we go. The watchers, they were watching Adam and Eve grow, watching their progression. And now what are these watchers doing? They're procreating with these earth beings that have now been born and having children by them. Uh-oh. This is going to be problems. This is going to be trouble. Though by the life cycles of Nibiru they were endowed, by earth cycles they were quickened. When on Nibiru they would still be in diapers, on earth they became a child. When who on Nibiru began to crawl, they on earth were running around. Special joy there was when to Nanar and Ningal twins were born. A daughter and a son they were, Iana and Utu, by Ningal they were named. With them, a third generation of Anunnaki on earth were present. For the offspring of the leaders, tasks were allocated. Some olden chores were divided easier among the offspring. They were made to the olden chores. New tasks were added. Upon the earth, the warmth was rising. Vegetation flourished. Wild creatures overran the land. The rains were heavier. Rivers were gushing. Abodes, houses were in need of repair. Upon the earth, the heat was increasing. The snow white parts with water were melting. I see, global warming. weren't any cars running around back then, but the earth started getting hotter, right? And the ocean started to rise. No SUVs running around doing that back then, right, guys? The bars of the seas of the oceans were not containing. From the depths of the earth, volcanoes and fire and brimstone were belching. The grounds were trembling each time the earth was shaking. In the lower world, the snow-white hued place, the earth was grumbling. At the tip of the Abzu, Enki made him a place for observing. So the earth's undergoing catastrophic changes. The Watchers have now mated with their creations. In other words, they've created these, this slave race, and then and themselves, had children with them. And this is where you start to see the beginning of the separation of the bloodlines. And we're going to start moving into more and more of this, these cataclysmic changes happening on Earth, the judging of the creatures, the rest of that, the fighting between Enlil and Enki. It's getting interesting. So page 152, remember that, page 152, that's what we'll pick up next time. And boy, good stuff there tonight out of the Lost Book of Enki. To his son Nergal and his spouse Ereshkigal, he therefore entrusted command to them. A thing unknown, an untoward thing thereunder is brewing. Nergal to his father Enki said, in Nibiru Key, the place of the bond of heaven and earth, Enlil was watching the heavenly orbits go by. By the immies of the tablets of destiny, celestial motions he was comparing. There is turmoil in the heavens, Enlil said to his brother Enki. From the planet Laranu, the place of the way station, Marduk to Enki, his father, was complaining. Strong winds are disturbing us, and annoying dust storms they are raising on earth. So Marduk to his father Enki was beaming his words. In the hammered bracelet, turmoils are occurring. Upon the earth, brimstones from the skies were falling. Pitless demons, havoc causing violently, they approach the earth. Now, what's interesting is this being caused because of the orbit of Nibiru coming close to the earth and the cataclysmic effects that it's said to have on our planet when it gets closer? That's what I think this is. That's what I think they're referring to. I could be wrong about that. Into flaming fires in the sky, they were bursting. In a clear day darkness, they were causing storms with evil winds that raged around. Like stony missiles to the earth, they were attacking. Well, the hammered bracelet is the asteroid belt. So I guess the asteroid belt starts hammering the earth with asteroids. Kingu, Earth's moon, and Lamu, which is Mars, was too affected by these habits. The faces of all three were covered with countless scars. Enlil and Enki to Anu the king were beaming urgent words. They alerted Nibiru's savants. The Earth and the Moon and Lamu, Mars, are facing an unknown calamity. From Nibiru, the savants were responding, and their words from the leaders' hearts were not calming. In the heavens, the family of the sun were taking stations. The celestials, of whom Earth is the seventh in a row, were choosing places. Again, 5,000-year-old text here, folks. In the heavens, Nibiru was approaching. The sun's abode it was nearing. By the seven in a row arraigned was Nibiru distracted. The path through the hammered bracelet it was missing. From the bracelet bits and pieces it had been displacing. So Nibiru is passing close to Earth in its orbit around the sun, and it starts displacing pieces of the asteroid belt, and those start hammering Earth and the moon and Mars. Bereft of the celestial bar, Lamu with Mumu near the sun were crouching. In the heavens, Lamu was abandoning her glorious dwelling place. Toward Nibiru, she was attracted to the heavenly queen, a queen of heaven she wished to be. To quell her, Nibiru made a monstrous demon appear from the celestial deep. A monster once playing host to Tiamat by the celestial battlefield fashion. From this celestial deep made its way by Nibiru and was from its slumber awakened. From the horizon to the midst of heaven, like a flaming dragon, it was stretched. 1 league was its head, 50 leagues was its length, awesome was its tail. By day, the skies of earth it darkened. By night, upon the face of the moon, a spell of darkness it cast. To her brothers, the celestials, Lamu was calling for help. Who will obstruct the dragon? Who will stop and kill it? She was asking. Only valiant Kingu, once Tiamat's protector, stepped forward to respond. To intercept the dragon in its path, Kingu was making haste. Fierce was the encounter. A tempest of clouds upon Kingu was raised. By its foundations, Kingu was shaken from the impact, and the moon quaked and shaked. Then the heavenly havoc was calmed. Nibiru was returning to its distant abode in the deep, meaning it was going back to its normal orbit. Lamu did not abandon its place of dwelling. The stony missiles upon the earth in Lamu ceased their raining. Enki and Enlil with Marduk and Ninurta gathered. They undertook a surveying of the havoc on earth. The foundations of the earth Enki surveyed, and he examined what had befallen of its platforms. The depths of the oceans he measured, in earth's far corners the mountains of gold and copper he scanned. Of the vital gold there will be no shortage, Enki was saying. In the Eden, Ninurta was the surveyor, where mountains trembled and valleys shook. In his skyship, he soared and journeyed. And here we are, 5,000-year-old Texas, openly talking about people flying around in fucking skyships. No big deal. Again, ask yourself why this is the first thing they did when they invaded the Iraq National Museum in 2003. Why did the first thing they did was go in and get, text like this so we can't see them anymore? I mean, duh, hello. The landing platform was intact in the valleys of the north. The earth's fiery liquids were pouring. So Ninurta was telling his father Enlil about sulfuric mists and bitumens that he was discovering. On Mars, the atmosphere was damaged. Dust storms were interfering with life and work. So Marduk said to Enki, I wish to return to Earth. He disclosed to his father. Enlil, to his olden plans, betook himself. What cities and their tasks he planned, he reconsidered. A chariot place in the Eden must be established, to the others, he was saying. So he wants a landing pad in the Eden. He doesn't want to have to land over at the Nazca lines of Peru and fly all the way over anymore. No, he wants front row service. The olden designs of the layout of the crystal tablet he showed to them. The conveying from the landing place to the way station on Lamu is no longer certain. To soar toward Nibiru from Earth, we must be able to do, Enlil was saying to them. For the count since the first splashdown, the count of 80 shars it was. So they've now been on Earth 80 shars, which a shar is how long it takes Nibiru to go around the Earth, but the Earth goes around the sun, to go around the sun, but the Earth goes around the sun much quicker than that. So they age a lot faster. Now, this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk. Well, you've seen some of David Hatcher Childress's research. He's got some evidence, pictures, photographs, where he's taken, a picture of the moon and it serves close up, from telescopes from 1 year, and then shows that same area 2 years later, and you can see tracks, and you can tell where stuff has been mined. Somebody's been up there mining on the moon for a very long time. Who? Well, I'll leave that up to you to guess. I have a feeling that's where it's going to go here. They're probably looking for gold and all that stuff on the moon.
Gold.
Now this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk, and how Enki
That's cool.
determined the 3 ways of heaven and the constellations.
Mm-hmm.
Let the place of the chariots near Bad Tibiara, the metal city, be established. From there, let the gold from Earth to Nibiru in the chariots be directly carried. So Ninurta of Bad Tibira the commander, to them the words he was saying. Enlil, to the words of Ninurta his son, gave heed. He was proud of his son's wisdom. To Anu the king, Enlil quickly conveyed the plan. He said to Anu, let a place of celestial chariots in the Eden be established. Near the place where the gold ores are smelted and refined, let it be built. Let the pure gold in the chariots directly from Earth to Nibiru be carried.
Shit.
Directly to Earth from Nibiru, let heroes and supplies be coming. Of great merit is the plan, my brother, Enki was saying to his father Anu. A great disadvantage it is holding in its core. The net pull of Earth, its gravity, is much greater than Mars. To overcome the gravity, we shall exhaust our powers. Before there is rush to deciding, let us examine an alternative. Nearby, the Earth a companion has, the moon it is. Smaller is its gravity. Ascent and descent thereon will require little effort. Let us use it as a way station. Let me and Marduk thereto journey. The 2 plans I knew the king before the counselors and savants considered presenting. Let the moon first be examined, the king did advise. Let the moon first be examined, I knew to Enki and Lil beamed the decision. Enki was greatly joyed. The moon to him was always alluring. Isn't that interesting? We'd be reading this once and we'd be reading this tonight on the full moon. We're talking about Enlil and Enki going to the moon. Obviously, here to this, they're saying here to set it up as a way station. Maybe that's why, there's been this thing where people have been kind of afraid of the moon. Maybe they're up there using it as a way station still to this day. Who knows? Whether somewhere it was hiding water and what atmosphere it possesses, he always wondered. Isn't that interesting that Enki was wondering, if it had water? And of course, what did we do? We, straight out of Mr. Show, we blew up the fucking moon. No, we're going to blow it up, find out if there's water there. And India's going, hello, Mr. America, we already found the water. Why did my Indian sound like a Mexican? God, I'm terrible. I'm sorry.
Succeeds cock.
Its sleepless nights, its silvery cool disc with bewitchment he observed. Its waxing and waning, a game with the sun it played, a wonder of wonders. What secrets from the beginning he wished to uncover of the moon? In a rocket ship, Enki and Marduk did journey to the moon. Thrice, they circled the Earth's companion
Every bit of Josh is
and created a deep wound, or they observed a deep wound that was created by the dragon. By many hollows, the handiwork of smashing demons had marked the face of the moon. In a place of rolling hills, they set the rocket ship down. In its midst, they landed. From the place the Earth they could observe, and the expanse of the heavens. Eagles' helmets they had to don. The atmosphere for breathing was insufficient. With ease they walked about. In this, in that direction they went. The evil dragon's handiwork was dryness and desolation. So maybe this explains, that they were sitting at the way station. There's that thing called the shard. You guys ever heard of that? The shard, S-H-A-R-D. If you type the shard on the moon into Google, you should find that. It's this fucking structure. It's like a tower for giants. This thing's like 20 miles thick or something like that. I mean, it looks like this giant tower that was made for, to the scale of giants. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why there's been so much, obfuscation and lies about what's really on the moon. With ease, they walked about any direction they wanted to. The evil dragon's handiwork was dryness and desolation. Unlike Lamu, it is, for a way station, it is unsuitable. Marduk said to Enki, "Let us abandon this place and let us return to Earth. Do not be so hasty, my son." And Enki said to Marduk, "Are you not by the celestial dance of Earth and Moon and Sun enchanted? Unobstructed from here is the viewing of the quarter of the sun is at hand. The earth is like a globe in the void, by nothing it is hanging. With our instruments we can scan the distant heavens. A handiwork of the creator of all in this solitude we can admire. Let us stay and observe the orbits of how the moon circles the earth and how the earth is making its orbits around the sun." So Enki was agitated by the sights and was saying to his son Marduk. Marduk was persuaded by his father's words. In the rocket ship, they made their dwelling, their home. For one orbit of Earth and for 3 orbits on the moon, they remained. Its motions about the Earth they measured. The duration of a month they calculate. For 6 orbits of Earth, for 12 orbits around the sun, they measured Earth years. How the two were entwined, causing the luminaries to disappear, they recorded. Eclipses, that kind of thing. Then to the sun's quarter they gave attention. To the paths of Mumu and Lamu they studied. With the Earth and the moon, Lamu, Mars, constituted its second quarter. 6 were the celestials of the lower waters, so Enki was explaining to Marduk. 6 were the celestials of the upper waters beyond the bar, the hammered bracelet they were. Anshar and Kishar, Anu and Nudimud, Gaga and Nibiru. These were the 6 other planets, and I believe Gaga was the original name for Venus or Jupiter or something like that. Maybe it was Jupiter. Which one was also known as Lucifer? Is that Venus or Jupiter? One of those. Well, whichever one it is, that's what Gaga relates to. So there you go. Lady Gaga, Lady Lucifer, blah, blah, blah. We already see that. We already knew that. But, I want to point that out since we're reading 5,000-year-old text here. It becomes pretty obvious where these occultists that run the music industry get their fucking stuff from. If you read that's why they don't want you to know this stuff. Because then you'll be able to point out, when you see Lady Gaga on TV and you see, some video where she's got Sirius in the background and 2 dogs flanking on both sides. You go, oh my God, the dog star, rising star. I mean, my God, that doesn't get any more Illuminati than that. And most people just don't see it because they don't read. 12 they were in all. Of 12 did the sun and its family finally make the count.
Mm-hmm.
Of the most recent upheavals, Marduk was inquiring to his father Enki. Why have 7 celestials in a row taken place? Their circuits about the sun, their orbits, Enki then considered. Their grand band around the sun, their progenitor, Enki carefully observed. The positions of Earth and Moon therein on a chart Enki marked out. Now, my question is that he's talking about marking out the positions of the Earth and the Moon on a chart and showing, where the planets are in relation to the sun. My question about that is that the same thing that we've seen in some of the Sumerian artifacts? There's a Sumerian artifact that I've seen that's over 5,000 years old, long before the times of telescopes or anything else. And it's exactly that. It shows the planets, in addition to two that we allegedly don't know about or talk about right now, added to it, and they're all in the right position around the sun. So this could be where this information originally came from. They got it on the moon and then brought it back to Earth and gave it to the primitive people later on. Same reason why we see the Caduceus representing Enki and genetic manipulation being its first usage in ancient Sumeria on the rock carvings there. Same one that's used today in the medical field. That's why. Because the medical field is based on the original medical field, which was the technology that the Anunnaki had that they gave to mankind, which was the knowledge of DNA and how to extract it and use it for whatever purpose, genetic manipulation, everything else. By the motions of Nibiru of the sun, not a descendant, the width of the great band he outlined. The way of Anu, the king, Enki decided to name it. In the expanse of the deep heavens, the stars were observed by the father and son. By their proximities and groupings, Enki was fascinated. By their orbit of the heavens from horizon to horizon, he drew images of 12 constellations. In the great band, the way of Anu, one each with the sun's family of 12 he paid. To each one he designated a station. By names they were to be called. And notice how anytime they always say that anytime anything is given a name, when you give it, they indicate that giving a name to something separates it from being, just an animal or something, and actually indicates that it's a living spiritual entity. Then in the heavens below, the way of Anu, whence Nibiru is approaching the sun. He designed a band-like structure, the way of Enki, he designated. To it 12 constellations by their shapes he also allotted. The heavens above the way of Anu, the upper tier, the way of Enlil he called it. 13 therein to the stars into 12 constellations he assembled. 12 constellations, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 stones in the ephod communication device, 12 extraterrestrial races. Starting to get the idea here. 36 were the stars' constellations in the three ways where they were located. So we will position the Earth position designated as it travels around the sun. The start of the cycle of celestial time will measure it. When I on Earth had arrived, the station that was ending by me, the station of the fishes, was named. Right, the age of Pisces. He's openly talking about setting up what we know as the time period that an age is. Enki says, when I arrived on Earth at the station that was ending, which here, that's what we're referring to as an age, is a station. The age that was ending was named the age of the fishes, or the age of Pisces. The one that followed after my name title, he of water, I called it. Enki was saying this with pride and satisfaction to his son Marduk. Your wisdom embraces the heavens. Your teachings, any own, extend. Sorry. Let me try to see. I'm trying to, I have to try to kind of fucking make this sayable. Your teachings, any own understanding, extend. I don't know what that means. Your teachings extend understanding is what it's supposed to say. There you go. But on Earth and Nibiru, knowledge and rulership are separated. Marduk said to his father, my son, what is that you do not know? What is it that you are missing? To him, Enki was saying. The secrets of the heavens, the secrets of the earth I have shared with you. Alas, my father, Marduk was saying, there was agony in his voice. When the Anunnaki were toiling in the Abzu on Earth, when that ceased, and you sent the primitive worker to fashion, not my mother, Ninmah, the mother of Ninurta, to assist you, was summoned. Not I, but Ningizida, the younger, you invited to help me. With them, not with me, your knowledge of life and death you did share. My son, Enki responded to Marduk. To you, command was given of the Agigi, the workers, and of Mars to be supreme. You were given rulership over Mars and its workers. Alas, my father, of supremacy by fate we are deprived. You, my father, are Anu's firstborn, yet Enlil, not you, is the legal heir. You, my father, were first to splash down to Endu and establish it, which is Earth. Yet Iridu is in Enlil's domain. Yours is in the distant Abzu. I am your firstborn. By your legitimate spouse on Nibiru I was born. Yet the gold in the city of Ninurta is assembled therefrom to send or to withhold it. The survival of Nibiru is in his hands. It is not in my hands. Now that we are returning to Earth, what will be my task? Am I to fame and kingship fated, or will I be humiliated? In silence, Enki embraced his son. On the desolate moon, he made a promise to him. Of that of which I have been deprived of you, your future lot shall be. Your celestial time will come. A station adjoining mine shall be yours. So there he says, you know, we're gonna fix this. We're gonna make sure, you know, you feel like you're part of this. And we're gonna see more of these conflicts coming up between these. We're gonna see conflicts coming up between Lil and Enki and apparently, from what I understand from reading some of these other Sumerian texts, the workers start to revolt. They don't want to be enslaved because they've been made with too much of this princely DNA of the Anunnaki, and you know they just say, "Oh, fuck them," you know, wipe them out, great flood, whatever. But Enki was the one that said to have had compassion. This was the whole thing of, you know, Lucifer and the devil and Jesus, and you see where all these myths come from. All this stuff originates out of ancient Sumeria, and this is the big reason why there's been such a moratorium on this info, because they really don't want people, you know, it really just don't want people to see that. Unbelievable stuff there. Now this is the account of Sippar, the place of chariots in the Eden. And we've established that the Eden, E-D-I-N, is of course Eden that we all are familiar with already. For many, this is the account of the Sippar, the place of the chariots in the Eden, and how the primitive workers were returned to Eden. So the primitive workers that were cast out of Eden were then returned to Eden. So this is where we're picking up tonight. For many circuits of the earth, from the earth were father and son absent. No plans were implemented on Earth, and on Lamu, Mars, the Agigi workers were in turmoil. Enlil sent Anu secret words about his concern and beamed them from Nibiru to Anu. Enki and Marduk have gone to the moon. For countless orbits now they are staying. What they are doing is a mystery. What they are scheming is not known. Marduk has abandoned the way station on Lamu on Mars. The Agigi are a god. By dust storms, the way station has been affected. What damage there is to us is not known. The place of the chariots in the Eden must be established. Therefrom, the gold can be carried directly from Earth to Nibiru. No way station on Mars shall henceforth be needed. The plan of Ninurta it is. Great matters, great understanding in these matters he has. Let him establish a place of the chariots near the Bad Tibiara establishment. Let Ninurta be its first commander. Anu gave much consideration to the words of Enlil and said to him, Enki and Marduk are returning to the earth. What have they found out about the moon? From the moon, Enki and Marduk departed and returned to Earth. Of the conditions there, they gave an account. A way station is unfeasible now, they reported. Let the place of the chariots be built, Anu was saying. Let Marduk be its commander, Enki was saying to Anu. The task is set aside for Ninurta, Enlil was shouting angrily. For the Agigi, the Anunnaki workers, their command is no longer needed. Marduk has knowledge of these tasks. Of the gateway to heaven, let Marduk be in charge. So Enki did say to his father. Anu contemplated the matter with much concern. Rivalries have now affected the sun. With wisdom, Anu was endowed. With wisdom were his direction. The place of the chariots for the new ways the gold is to handle is designated. Let us henceforth come in the hands of a new generation place. Neither Enlil nor Enki, neither Ninurta nor Marduk shall be in command. Let the third generation take responsibility. Let Utu be the commander. Let the celestial place of the chariots be built. Let Sipar, the bird city, be its name. This was the word of Anu, unalterable. It was the word of a king. In the 81st Shar, or year of Nibiru, was the construction started. The plans of Enlil it followed. Nibiru Key was in the center. A navel of the earth by Enlil it was designated. As on circles by their place and distances in the olden cities they were located. Which is another reference to what we discussed earlier here in the book, with the creation of the face on Mars. So they like to. The interesting thing about, according to these texts, is that the Anunnaki had a hard-on for building stuff in similar locations as to how they built it on the Nibiru. It's very premeditated. So this is why you had the face on Mars and the 32-degree parallel on the place on Mars known as Cydonia, where pyramids were also found, and then, of course, in the area of ancient Mesopotamia, which is now Iraq, it was once firstly known as Cydonia as well, also located on the 33rd-degree parallel. So they really had a penchant for building things, they liked building things that was familiar to them. They would build things, it seemed, that were very close and similar to how they had it on their own planet, so it would remind them of that. Like an arrow from the lower sea, they were arrayed pointing towards the mountains. A line on the twin peaks of Arata to the skies in the north reaching, he drew. With a pointing arrow, the Arata line intersected. The place for Sipar, the earth's place of the chariots, he marked out. To it, the arrow directly led from Nibiru Key by an equal circle, precisely located. Ingenious was the plan. By its precision, all were made to wonder.
Been putting
In the
stuff in there all
82nd
day.
Shar, the construction of Sipar was completed. To the Heru Utu of Enlil, the grandson, its command was given. An eagle's helmet was fashioned for him, and with eagle's wings he was decorated. It was the first chariot from Nibiru to come directly from Sipar, and Anu was traveling there as well. To view for himself the installations that he desired and to marvel at what was attained that he wanted. For the occasion, the Agigi by Marduk commanded from Mars to come to Earth. From the landing place from the Abzu, the Anunnaki were assembled. There was backslapping and hailing, a feast and a celebration. For Anu, Mana, Enlil's granddaughter, singing and dancing presented. With affection, Anu kissed her. Anu-Nitu, Anu's beloved, he fondly called her. Before departing, Anu assembled the heroes and the heroines. A new era has begun, he was saying to them. Supplied directly with the golden salvation, forthcoming is the end of our toil. Once enough gold for protecting has been piled in storage on Nibiru, the toil on earth can be diminished. Heroes and heroines can return to Nibiru. Thus did Anu the king promise the assembled and extend a great hope for the future to them. A few more shars of toil and homeward bound they shall be. With much pomp did Anu to Nibiru soar back. Gold, pure gold, with him was carried. His new task, Utu, with cherish performed. Ninurta of Bad Tibara retained command. Marduk did not return to Lamu with his father. Over the lands he wished to roam in his skyship to comprehend the earth. So he just said, fuck it, I'm not going back. I'm going to fly around Earth and see if I can go set myself up as a god somewhere, Find myself a fucking primitive people.
Fucking A.
Give them technology, give them some little knowledge, have sex with their daughters, and set myself up as a god. Fuck. I got things to do. I'm out. Sounds like that's exactly what these guys did, right? Of the Agigi, some on Mars and some on Earth, Utu was made the commander of. Anu returned to Nibiru. He had great expectations of the leaders on Earth. With renewed vigor, they returned to their labor. Gold began to quickly amass, and thereby the Anunnaki believed they were going to be homeward bound quicker. It says gold. It just words it in a weird way, but that's what they're saying. That, alas, was not what came to pass. And the Abzu relief, not continued toil, was the Anunnaki's expectation. Now that the Earthlings are proliferating, let them provide the labor.
Mm-hmm.
So were the Anunnaki and the Abzu saying. In the Eden, the tasks were greater. More abodes, more provisions were required. For primitive workers, to the Abzu, they were confined. In the Eden, the heroes clamored. For 40 shars, only relief the Abzu provided. The heroes in the Eden shouted, our toil has increased beyond endurance. Let us have the workers too.
Genesis.
While Enlil and Enki were debating the matter, Ninurta took the decision into his own hands. With 50 heroes, he led an expedition to the Abzu. They were armed with weapons. In the forests and the steppes of the Abzu, they chased the Earthlings.
We're doing
They
the war in
captured
heaven
them
here.
with nets,
People getting cast
male
out
and female,
shit.
and brought them to the Eden.
Oh shit!
They made them do all manner of chores in the orchids in the cities and trained them. Enlil was angered by these doings.
Of course he was.
Enlil was enraged.
So that's
my expelling of Adamu and Tiamat, Adam and Eve, you have overturned. So Enlil said to Ninurta, let the mutiny once in the Abzu occurring not in the Eden be repeated. With the Earthlings in the Eden, the heroes have been calmed. A few more shars, it will no longer matter, Enlil said to Ninurta. Enlil was not appeased with the grumbling. He said, let it so be, to his son. Let the gold pile up quickly. Let us all soon return to Nibiru.
Mm-hmm.
In the Eden, the Anunnaki and the Earthlings were in the Eden, the Anunnaki were observing the Earthlings with admiration. They possessed intelligence, and of commands they had understanding. They took over all manner of chores, unclothed they were for the tasks that they were performing.
I got on shorts.
Males with females among them were constantly mating, and quick were their proliferations.
We have not yet seen
doing work and fucking sounds familiar. That's what they get us to do. Go to work, fuck. Go to work, fuck. Go to work, fuck. Go to work, fuck. No wonder that's all we do. In one shar, sometimes 4, sometimes more were their generations. As the Earthlings grew in numbers, the workers that the Anunnaki had with the food, the Anunnaki were not satiated. In the cities and in the orchard, in the valleys and in the hills, the Earthlings for food were constantly foraging. In those days, grains had not yet been brought forth.
Uh-oh.
There was no ewe. There was a lamb had not been fashioned yet.
Masao.
So they're basically saying here that they were genetically responsible for creating, the animals that we use for food. That's an interesting thought.
Yep. We used to eat grass.
About these matters, Enlil was saying angry words to Enki.
He read that.
By your doings, confusion was created. You must devise a salvation. So that stops there. Now, this is the account of how civilized man was brought about.
Yeah.
Now, this
Now
is
we're getting to it.
interesting here, folks. How by a secret of Enki, Adapa and Titi in the Eden were brought forth.
Oh, man. Not a damn.
By the proliferation of the earthlings, Enki was pleased. He was also worried. The lot of the Anunnaki was greatly eased. Their discontent was diminished. By the proliferation, the Anunnaki shunned the toil. The workers were becoming serfs. For 7 shards, the Anunnaki's lot was greatly eased. Diminished was their discontent. By the proliferation of the earthlings and how fast they were growing, the food was insufficient. In 3 more shards of fish and fowl, there was a shortage. What by itself grows, Anunnaki and earthlings did not satiate. In his heart, Enki was scheming a new undertaking to create a civilized mankind that he had conceived in his heart. Grains that are sown by them be cultivated. Ewes that become sheep, let them shepherd. In his heart, Enki was scheming a great undertaking and contemplating how to attain it. The primitive workers in the Abzu he observed for this scheme. The earthlings in the Eden and the cities and the orchards he considered. What for the tasks made them suited? By what life essence has not been combined? The offspring of the earthlings he observed. An alarming matter he noticed. By their repeated copulations back toward their wild forebears, they were degraded. They're de-evolving with each successive generation.
Enki's going to take care of that.
Enki looked about the marshlands. He sailed on the rivers and observed.
Uh-huh.
It was only him and his vizier who kept secrets. On the river's bank, bathing and frolicking earthlings, he noticed. 2 females among them were wild with beauty. Firm were their breasts.
Uh-oh.
The sight that the phallus of Enki caused to water, their sight caused the phallus of Enki to water.
Read it right.
That's some funny shit, dude. I told you guys. 5,000-year-old alien porn is just great.
What's up?
So he rolls up and sees these chicks and their tits out bathing in the water, and he just nuts himself right there. I mean, that's what it says. He saw him.
It's what it said.
Just auto rubbed one out just right there, dude. Their sight caused the phallus of Enki to water. I want to hear. I'd like to hear Captain Kirk say that line. The sight caused the phallus of Enki to water. A burning desire he had. Shall I not kiss the young ones? Enki was asking. I will row the boat for you to kiss the young ones, Izimud said to Enki.
Get him, Izimud.
Enki stepped onto dry land. A young one, Enki called to him, a tree from the fruit she offered him. Enki bent down to the young one and embraced her and kissed her lips. Lips sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breasts. Into her womb he poured his semen. In a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the holy semen. By the semen of the Lord Enki she was impregnated. The second young one called to him. She offered him berries from the field. Enki bent down and embraced her and kissed her on the lips. Sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breasts. This guy didn't waste any time, man. Rolls up, sees him, kisses on the lips, and just proceeds to pouring the semen.
Pouring it.
Not squirting it or spurting it, just straight pouring it, as if Enki's just rolling around with like pitchers full of sperm, dude. Here, I'm gonna pour this shit in you, girl. Bend over. I mean, that's fucking dirty.
Pouring it in there. Damn it.
Into her womb, he poured his semen.
Fucking pouring some
In a
more.
mating, he knew her. Into her womb, she took the holy semen. By the semen of the Lord Enki, she was impregnated.
Damn, now he's got two of them going on.
Stay with the young ones and ascertain whether or
What's he
not
gonna
their
tell his
pregnancies
wife?
come about, Enki said to Vizier.
Fuck. How about his brother?
Ismud sat
I
down
bet
by
you
the young
Enlil
ones.
doesn't like that.
By the fourth count, their bulges appeared.
Oh, shit.
By the 10th count, the ninth having been completed, the first young one squatted and gave birth.
Uh-oh.
By her, a male child was born. The second young one squatted and gave birth. By her, a female child was born. At dawn and dusk, at the same day, the two were born. So one was born at dawn, the other at dusk.
Uh-oh.
The gracious ones, dawn and dusk, thereafter in legends they were known. In the 93rd shard,
Dawn
the
and
two
dusk.
that were fathered by Enki were born in the Eden. Word of the births Ismud quickly brought to Enki.
Oh, man.
By their births, Enki was ecstatic. Whoever has known such a thing? Between Anunnaki and Earthling, conception was attained.
He's like, woo.
Civilized man I have brought into being. That's an important distinction, you know. That's where the whole thing with the Nephilim and stuff comes in. Anunnaki created man. They did genetic manipulation to create a worker race. Then after the worker race had been,
The Enki just started pouring it in.
basically multiplying itself, Enki steps in, gets two of these pregnant, and then that's where you had the first real crossbreeding
It
coming.
takes you about 3-4 hours to realize.
A lot of people forget that.
God,
it seems that according to the Anunnaki, we're a result of not just
realize in your
a
head
genetic
where
creation, but
this
then
fucking text came from.
crossbreeding between them
It's
after
like,
the creation
shit.
took place. A lot of times people leave that
This is
out. I think it's a
canon.
very, very important thing to understand. It's not just that they created us through genetic manipulation.
Tells you a wee
once
bit
they created
different
us,
story,
they
don't
had
it?
sex with us and made a crossbreed.
Oh yeah. On top of it.
Civilized man I have brought into being.
Wait until
Enki gave instructions to Ismud. A secret my deed must remain.
Probably get pissed off.
Let the newborns be suckled by their mothers.
Those two.
Therefore, after that, bring them into my household. Among the bulrushes and reed baskets I have found them. Thus to all you will say, by their mothers, the newborns they were suckled and nurtured.
Good God.
To Enki's household in the Ridu, Ismud brought the children.
We still got 2 hours to go in this chapter. I can't do
Enki
it.
took the families took a liking to the foundlings as her own children and raised them. Adapa, the foundling, the boy she called Titi, one with life, the girl she named. Unlike all other earthling children, the twosome were. Slower
Unlike
to grow up
all
than
the rest.
earthlings they were, much quicker in understanding. They were endowed with intelligence.
I
They were
believe
capable of
so. We're
speaking with
closer
words.
genetically to pigs than
Beautiful
we are
and
monkeys.
pleasant was the girl, and her hands were greatly dexterous. Ninki, the spouse of Enki, to Titi took a liking. All manner of crafts to her she was teaching. To Adapa, Enki himself gave the
Use
teaching.
pig valves to fix her
How
hearts.
to keep records he was instructing him in. The achievements with pride Enki to Ismud was showing. A civilized man I have brought forth. A new kind of earthling
Got a
from my
couple
seed
pretty
has been
things.
created in my image and after my likeness. There you
We had
go.
a good day today.
Man was created in God's image. There you go.
We'll have to do it again tomorrow, but it's
From
going to be
seed,
on Twitch.
they will grow food. From ewes and
That way
sheep,
we can
they will
look at
shepherd.
You can look at what I've been
Anunnaki
looking at. I
and
went up and
earthlings
looked at
henceforth shall all be
fucking this
satiated.
was amazing all day.
Enki
I've been
sent
missing
word
it.
to Enlil, and from Nibiru to the Eridu, Enlil came. In the wilderness, a new kind of earthling has come forth, Enlil, Enki was saying.
In the wilderness.
Quick of learning they are, knowledge and craftwork to them can be taught. Let us bring down seeds to be sown from Nibiru. Let us bring ewes that sheep can come from Nibiru to earth and deliver them. Let us the new breed of earthlings farming and shepherding teach. Let
I'm
the
gonna go kill my
Anunnaki and
oxygen.
earthlings
I'll be
together
back.
satiated be, so Enki was saying to Enlil.
I shall return.
Akin to us Anunnaki in many ways, indeed they are, Enlil said to his brother. A wonder of wonders it is, in the wilderness by themselves they have come about. Izamud was summoned. Among the bulrushes and the reed baskets I found them, he said. Enlil pondered the matter with graveness. With amazement, his head he shook. Indeed, a wonder of wonders it is. A new breed of earthling on earth has emerged. A civilized man has the earth itself brought forth. Farming and shepherding, crafts and tool making he can be taught. Let us send word of the new breed to Anu, Enki said to Enlil. Of the new breed, word was beamed from earth to Anu on Nibiru. Let seeds that can be sown and sheep come to earth, he said. And so Enki did make a suggestion, and so Enki and Enlil to Anu made the suggestion. By civilized man, let Anunnaki and earthlings become satiated. Anu heard the words and was amazed by them. That by life essences one kind to another leads is not unheard of. To them he sent word back that on earth a civilized man from the Adamu so quickly appeared, that is unheard of. For sowing and husbanding great numbers are needed. Perchance the beings are unable to proliferate. Did I lose my spot? No, I didn't. It just scrolled down too far. Give me just a second. While the savants on Nibiru contemplated the matter, in Eridu, occurrences of import took place. Adapa, in a mating, Titi knew into her womb he poured his semen. Uh-oh. More semen pouring going on, more crossbreeding going on. There was conception, there was birth giving. To twins, two brothers, Titi gave birth. Word of the birth to Anu was beamed to Nibiru. The twosome for conception are compatible. Proliferation by them can occur. Let on earth farming and shepherding begin. Let us all be satiated. So Enki and Enlil on Nibiru did say to Anu, let Titi in Eridu remain. The newborns are to be suckled and nurtured. Let Adapa, the earthling, to Nibiru be brought. Anu did declare his decision. So that's the end of the 7th tablet. We'll read the synopsis of the 8th tablet, and we'll get into that next time on the broadcast. This is the synopsis of the 8th tablet. Adapa's wide understanding amazes Nibiru's savants. On Anu's orders, Adapa is brought to Nibiru, an Earthling's first ever space journey. Enki reveals Adapa's parenting truth to Anu, and Enki justifies his deed by the need for more food. Adapa is sent back to start farming and shepherding. Enlil and Enki create crop seeds and sheep lines. Ninurta teaches Ka in crop cultivation. Marduk teaches Abel shepherding and tool making. Fighting over water, Cain strikes and kills Abel. Cain and Abel, Cain and Abel, Kain and Abel. Yeah. Ha ha. Cain and Abel, there you go. Cain is tried for murder, sentenced to exile. Adapa and Titi have other offspring who intermarry. On his deathbed, Adapa blesses his son Sati as his heir. A descendant Enki is taken from Marduk to Lambu. So crazy stuff there. And wow, getting more into the genetic manipulation. And apparently, you know, that's where we start to see the problem. The original, a lot of times historians and researchers don't specify this. They created the original workers to mine the gold. That was it. Enki found them beautiful and decided to do some crossbreeding, have a little fun, get his dick wet, and boom, then you have apparently have modern, what we call modern civilized human beings. I don't know what makes it so civilized, but that's what they say anyway.
It's still
and,
hot
apparently,
down
as the story
here.
goes, they ordered man to be
It's been
wiped
hot
out.
all day.
And,
I'm fucking.
it
My
didn't
head
happen.
hurts.
So
So
it
hot.
seems that we're just here as a result of a bunch of these aliens from some other civilization just dicking around
So
and are
for
rolling
you
dice,
new
and now
folks,
we're here. That's just great, isn't it?
I'm gonna let this play because I need a shower. I'm gonna go take a shower, but you should hear this. This is Cain and Abel.
The 8th
I'm gonna
tablet.
leave you the link too, so you can
Let
listen
the
to it on your own without my
let
bullshit.
Adapa the Earthling be brought to Nibiru. Anu
'Cause this is
declared,
the second set of
and Lil was not
books.
pleased by this decision. Who would have ever thought that this would happen?
I'll be right
That by a primitive worker fashioning
yeah, a
like
little
us,
bit.
we would become with knowledge endowed between heaven and earth to travel.
Cheers.
On Nibiru, the waters of long life he will drink. The food of long life he will eat. Let one of us Anunnaki become the one of earth. So was Enlil to Enki and the other lady saying that by the decision of Anu, Enki too was not pleased. Sullen was his face after
No
Anu had
one's
spoken.
pleased when fucking Anu speaks.
After Enlil had spoken, Enlil
I
agreed
shall
with his brother
return.
Enki. Indeed, who would have thought of this? The others said to Enki. The brothers sat and contemplated. Ninmah was also deliberating with them. The command of Anu cannot be avoided to them, she said. Let Adapa by our young ones to Nibiru be accompanied, his fright to diminish, to Anu things to explain. So Enki did say to the others, let Ningishzida and Dumuzi his companions be. By the way, Nibiru for the first time, with their eyes they shall also see. By Ninmah was the suggestion favored. Our young ones born on earth of Nibiru are forgetting its life cycles by those of earth and are overwhelmed. Let the two sons of Enki, as yet unmarried, also travel to Nibiru. Perchance brides there for themselves they shall find. When the next celestial chamber from Nibiru arrived in Sipar, Elibrat, a vizier of Anu, stepped off from the chamber. I have come to earth to fetch the earthling Adapa, he said to the leaders. The leaders to Labrat presented Adapa. Titi and her sons to them they also showed. Indeed, in our image and after our likeness they are, so did Elibrat say. To Elibrat, Ningishzida, and Dumuzi, sons of Enki, were presented. To accompany Adapa on his journey, they have been selected, he said to Enki. Anu will be very pleased to see his grandchildren. So did Alibras also say. To hear instructions, Enki summoned Adapa to him. To Adapa, he said, Adapa, to Nibiru, the planet which we had come, you will be going. Before Anu, our king, you will come. To his majesty you will be presented. Before him you shall bow. Speak only when asked. To questions give short answers. New clothing will be given to you. Put on these new garments. A bread on earth not found they will give to you. The bread is death. Do not eat it. In a chalice, an elixir to drink they will give to you. This elixir is death. Do not drink it. With you, Ningishzida and Dumuzi, my sons, will journey. Hearken to their words, and you shall live. So did Enki instruct Adapa. This I shall remember, Adapa said. Enki, Ningishzida, and Dumuzi summoned. They summoned the Adapa and gave him a blessing and advice. Before I knew the king, my father, you are coming. To him you shall bow and pay homage. Thy princes and nobles, do not be coward. Of them you are equals. To bring Adapa back to earth is your mission. By Nibiru's delights, be not charmed. This we shall remember, Ningishzida and Dumuzi said. His young one, Dumuzi, Enki embraced and kissed him on the forehead. The wise one, Ningishzida, Enki embraced on the forehead, he kissed him. A sealed tablet he placed, unseen, in the hand of Ningishzida. To my father Anu, this tablet in secret you shall give. So Enki did say to Ningishzida. Then the two with Adapa to Sippar departed. To the place of the celestial chariots they went. To Ilbrat, Anu's vizier, the three of them themselves presented. To Ningishzida and Dumuzi, the garb of Agigi was given. Like celestial eagles they were dressed. As for Adapa, his unkempt hair was shaven. A helmet as that of an eagle he was given. Instead of a loincloth, a tight-fitting vestment he was made to wear. Between Ningishzida and Dumuzi, inside that which ascends, he was placed. When the signal was given, the celestial chariot roared and shuddered. In fright did Adapa cower and cry out, "The eagle without wings is soaring." This guy's flying in a fucking UFO and freaking out. Holy shit, we're flying off the ground. Oh my God. You know, somebody with no reference for technology, it's unbelievable. Upon his sides, Ningishzida and Dumuzi placed their arms, and with soothing words they calmed him. When 1 league aloft they were borne, upon the earth they glanced out, its lands they saw, by seas and oceans, into parts separated. When 2 leagues aloft they were, the ocean to a tub grew smaller. The land was the size of a basket. When 3 leagues aloft they were again, they cast a glance whence they had departed. The earth was now the size of a ball. And by a sea of darkness in the vastness it was swallowed. Once again Adapa was agitated. He cowered and cried out, "Take me back," he shouted. Ningishzida put his hand on the neck of Adapa. In an instant, Adapa was quiet. He put the fucking, Vulcan grip of death on him. He's, take me back, Zip. Just knocked his ass out. Captain, this Adapa is not logical. When they landed on Nibiru, there was much, much curiosity. The children of Enki, born on Earth, they wanted to see, even more so to encounter an Earthling. A being from another world has arrived on Nibiru, the crowds were shouting. With Lobrat to the palace, they were taken to be washed and perfumed with oils and anointed. Fresh, befitting garments they were given. Heeding Enki's words, Adapa put on the new clothing. In the palace, nobles and heroes milled about. In the throne room, princes and counselors gathered. To the throne room by Illibrat they were led. Adapa behind him, then the 2 sons of Enki. In the throne room before Anu, the king, they bowed. From his throne, Anu stepped forward. My grandsons, he cried out. He hugged Dumuzi, he hugged Ningishzida. With tears in his eyes, he embraced them, he kissed them. To his right, Dumuzi, he bade to be seated. On his left, Ningishzida sat. Then Illibrat to Anu, the earthling, Adapa presented. Does he understand our speech? Anu inquired. Indeed he does. By the Lord Enki he was taught. Illibrat so answered. Come hither, Anu to Adapa said. What is your name and your occupation? Adapa stepped forward. He again bowed. Adapa is my name. Of the Lord Enki I am a servant. So did Adapa speak in words. His speaking was causing great amazement. A wonder of wonders on earth has been attained, Anu declared. A wonder of wonders on earth has been attained. All the assembled shouted, "Let there be a celebration. Let us, our guests, thus welcome," Anu was saying. To the banquet room, Anu, all who were assembled, led to the laden tablets that he happily gestured. I just want to say this. Let's stop right there. I'm just going through my head as I'm reading this. If there's nothing to all of this Enki stuff and Eon, if there's absolutely nothing to it, this is all hogwash. The fact that our planet we call our planet Earth, which has the root Ea, Enki in it, the realm of Enki, the realm of Ea. That if it's all bullshit, man, that's kind of coincidental, don't you think? At the laden table bread of Nibiru, Adapa was offered. He did not eat it. At the laden table's elixir of Nibiru, Adapa was offered. He did not drink it. Anu was puzzled by this and was offended. Why has Enki sent this ill-mannered earthling to Earth? To reveal the celestial ways to him? Come now, Adapa, Anu said. Why did you neither eat nor drink and reject our hospitality? My master, the Lord Enki, commanded me, the bread do not eat, the elixir do not drink. So Adapa did say to Anu, how odd is this thing, Anu was saying, for what has Enki from an earthling our food and elixir prevented? He asked Illibrat, he asked Dumuzi. Illibrat did not know the answer. Dumuzi could not explain either. He asked Ningazida, perchance in this lies the answer, Ningazida said to Anu. The secret tablet that he carried hidden to Anu, to give to Anu the king. Anu was puzzled and concerned. He went to his private chamber with the tablet to attempt to decipher it. Now, this is the account of Adapa, of civilized mankind, the progenitor, and how by his sons Cain and Abel, satiation on earth was started. In his private chamber, Anu broke the tablet seal open. Into the scanner tablet, he inserted it and began to decipher the message from Enki. Adapa by my seed to an earthling woman was born. So did the message from Enki say. Likewise was Titi by another earthling woman of my seed conceived. With wisdom and speech they are endowed. With Nibiru's long lifetime they are not. The bread of long life giving he should not eat. The elixir of long life he should not drink. To live and die on earth, Adapa must return. Mortality his lot must be. But the sowing and shepherding of his offspring on earth, satiation shall be known. So Enki did reveal the secret of Adapa to his father. The fact that, everybody was under the impression that this just, they just came about as the result of their original genetic tinkering to create a worker race, when in reality, this came as a result not of the genetic tinkering, but of Enki sticking his penis in multiple genetic offspring and then creating a whole new species, which was bred from the Anunnaki and the created slave race. Thus, supposedly now we have human beings. By the secret message from Enki, Anu was astounded. He didn't know whether to be angry, to laugh. He didn't know what to do. Illibrat, his vizier, to his private chamber he summoned and said to him, that son of mine, Ea, even as Enki, his free ways with females has not mended. The Ea is like his bitch name. That's what they call him back on Nibiru. Enki's like his formal, soldier god name. Ea is like a nickname, that Bubba, He has not mended his free ways with the females. To Illibrat, his vizier, the message on the tablet was shown. What are the rules? What is the king to do? Anu inquired. Concubines by our rules are permitted. Of interplanetary cohabitation, no rules exist. So he's like, hey, he's like, well, this may be a problem, but, we've never encountered this situation before. So we don't, there isn't technically a law that says you can't go stick your penis in something that came from another planet. So you really can't get mad about this. So Illibrat did respond to the king. If there's damage done, then let it be restricted, and if there isn't, then fuck it. Why not? Let Adapa forthwith be returned to the earth, and let Nigazida and Dumuzi stay longer. Anu then summoned Ningazida to his private chamber. Do you know what your father's message said of Ningazida he acquired? Ningazida lowered his head with a whispering voice. He said, I know not, but I can guess. The life essence of Adapa I have tested, of Enki's seed he is. That indeed is the message, Anu said to him. Adapa to earth forthwith shall return. To be of civilized man a progenitor, his destiny shall be. As for you, Ningazida, to earth with Adapa you shall return. Of civilized mankind at your father's side, you will become the teacher. Anu, the king, made the decision, and the destiny of Adapa and Ningazida he determined. To the assembled savants, nobles, princes, and counselors, Anu and the other two returned. To the assembled words of decision, Anu announced, the welcome to the earthling must not be overextended. On our planet, he cannot eat or drink. Of his outstanding abilities we have all seen, let him now return to earth. Let his offspring there on earth till and feel the meadows and shepherd the meadows. To ensure his safety and avoid his agitation, Ningazida will be back with him and travel with him back to earth. With him, the seeds of Nibiru grains which multiply on earth will be sent. Dumuzi, the youngest, for Ashar, will stay with us. Then to earth with ewes and the essence of sheep he shall return. This was the decision of Anu. To the king's words, all in agreement bowed their heads. At the appointed time, Ningazida and Adapa returned to the celestial chariot and were taken to earth. Anu and Dumuzi, Illibrat, and counselors, nobles, and heroes all bade them farewell. There was roaring and shuddering, and the chariot was lofted. The planet Nibiru grew smaller as they saw it from horizon to zenith, and they saw the heavens as well. On their journey, Ningazida explained the planet gods to Adapa. So right there, they confirm what we talked about earlier in the book, the idea that the planets being gods. So he explained that the planet, explained to Adapa the planets being the gods themselves. What was that one person that says that email? Oh, the planets are Satan. Of sun and earth and the arid moon, he gave lessons. Of how the months chase one another and how Earth's year is counted, he taught to him. When they returned to Earth, Ningazida explained to his father Enki all that had happened. Enki laughed and struck his loins. It all went as I expected, with glee, he said. Except the detention of Dumuzi. That is a puzzle, so Enki did say. By the prompt return of Ningazida and Adapa, Enlil was greatly puzzled. What is the matter? What on Nibiru transpired? Of Enki, Ningazida inquired. Let Ninma too be summoned. Let me hear from her also what transpired, Enki said to him. After Ninma arrived, she told all to Enlil and Ningazida. She also related Enki's cohabitation with earthling females. No rules I have broken. Our satiation I have ensured. So Enki said to them, no rules did you break. The fates of Anunnaki and earthlings by a rash deed you determined. So did Enlil in anger say, now the lot is cast. Destiny by fate is overtaken. With fury, Enlil was seized. With anger, he turned and left them standing. To Eridu, Marduk came, and his mother, Demkia, was summoned. The odd goings-on to verify of his father and brother he demanded. He decided to keep the hidden secret from Marduk, and Anu, by the civilized man, was very enthralled. He commanded all at Earth on once to be satiated. So they only revealed part of the truth to Marduk. By Adapa and TD, Marduk was impressed. He took a liking to the boys. While Nigazita was instructing Adapa, he said, let me be the boys' teacher. So Marduk did say to his father Enki and to Enlil, let Marduk teach one and let Ninurta teach the other. To them Enlil responded. In Eridu, Ningazita with Adapa and Titi stayed. Numbers and writing Adapa he taught. The twin who was first born in Ninurta to Bad Tibiara, his city took, Cain. He who in the field grows food, he is called. To dig waters for canals, we taught him. Sowing and reaping, he was taught. Now, this is the explanation as to why the Sumerians had literally overnight a perfect functioning society with agriculture and water and sewage and an economy and a government that were made up of the priests. They had it in one fell swoop. They had it overnight and disappeared overnight. A plow from the wood of trees Ninurta made for Cain. He made it to be a tiller of the land. The other brother, son of Adapa, was taken to the meadows by Marduk. Abel, he of the watered meadows, was his name after that. How to build stalls, Marduk taught him for shepherding to start. The return of Dumuzi they awaited. When the Shar was completed, the Nibiru year, Dumuzi returned to Earth. The essence seed of sheep for the growing of with him he brought. He also brought four-legged animals of Nibiru to another planet, to the Earth. He conveyed. His return with essence seed was cause for much celebration. So right there's admits that they're bringing, animal species to Earth for food purposes. Into the care of his father Enki, Dumuzi was returned his precarious cargo. The leaders then got together and considered how to proceed with the new breed. Never before was there a new ewe on Earth. A lamb has never from Earth or from the heavens been brought to Earth and dropped.
I feel better.
A she-goat has never before to her kid given birth. Here's my question. Does this finally answer? I think it does. Does this finally answer the whole conundrum of which came first, the chicken or the egg?
I am about 4 hours from my usual get out of bed time.
For
Start my day.
Purposes by the Anunnaki. That's why we don't know which came first.
About 20.
Right? Well, maybe not. I don't know. But
we love you too, Lauren.
It sounds good. And maybe next time somebody says, "Hey man, which came first, the chicken or the egg?"
Polly's already
just go. It was brought here by a fucking Anunnaki seed from the fucking planet Nibiru. Next.
I'm fixing to go to bed.
Some sort of shit like that,
I just wanted everybody to hear Cayenne and Abel.
Anunnaki food brought here from Nibiru. Next. Weaving of sheep's wool has never before been established.
We are fixing to be
the Anunnaki leaders, Enlil and Enki, Ninma and Nigazita, were the creators. a creation chamber, a house of fashioning, they decided to establish.
You would sleep.
Upon the pure mound of the landing place
Well,
in the
good
Cedar
morning.
Mountains, it was
You got to
established.
sleep when they're down now.
Near where the elixir seeds by Nimna were brought and planted there was the creation chamber established.
Get your sleep 2 to 4 hours at a
There was the
time.
multiplying of the
You
grains
get
they
used
used
to
on
it.
earth had begun. Of Cain for sowing and reaping, Ninurta was the mentor.
And then they're
Of Abel, the arts of ewe and lamb rearing and shepherding, Marduk was the mentor.
Uh-oh.
When the first crops were reaped, when the first sheep matured,
Yeah,
let there be a celebration of firsts. In lieu of a decree
I just
proclaimed.
wanted y'all to hear this Cain
This is
and
where you
Abel
start getting into
story.
the tradition of first, May Day, May 1st, blah, blah,
It's like
blah. Another
fucking
tradition.
incredible.
Before the assembled Anunnaki, the first grains and first lambs were
I wanted to
presented.
thank everybody for coming, listening,
At
putting
the
up with
feet
the
of
shit.
Enlil and Enki, Ninurta guided Cain for him to place his offering. At the feet of Enlil and Enki, Abel, guided by Marduk, placed his offering. Enlil to the brothers gave a joyful blessing. Their labors he extolled. Enki his son Marduk embraced. The lamb for all to see he raised, meat for eating, wool for wearing. To the earth have come, Enki said. Now this is the account of the generations of Adapa. And we know Adapa was the
That's the best
first,
you get, Lord.
just to
For a
clarify who
couple
Adapa
years.
is. Adapa was
That's
the
the fun
first
times.
boy, the first male born of the
Brown chicken, brown cow.
This is Enki. I'm here with the reality of
Enki's been out pouring shit in everybody.
That sweet earth pussy. It's so good, baby. I can't resist. Oh, yeah. I'm back.
Oh, Enki. Yeah. So he was the first result of the little hanky panky alien sex going on where Enki decides to get break him off or dip his spoon in the pudding for one more go,
What more?
and he's the result of that. That was the account of the generations of Adapa and the killing of Abel by Cain and what thereafter
Enki,
transpired.
don't stop.
After the celebration of first was over, there was a sullen look on Cain's face. But the lack of
Oh
Enki's
yeah,
blessing,
you know
he was
you're living
greatly
life if
aggrieved.
you ain't sleeping much.
As to their tasks, the brothers returned to them, and Abel was
Scared
boasting
yourself
before
today.
his
You
brother.
know what? I have done that.
I am the
That's
one
amazing,
who
isn't it?
brings abundance.
I'm glad to hear it.
I am the one who satiates the Anunnaki.
Oh, that's awesome.
I am he who gives strength to the heroes, who wool for their clothing provides.
You know,
Cain, by his brother's words, was
starting to
offended.
figure out who you are now,
At his
aren't
boasting,
you?
he strongly
What
objected.
the fuck?
It is I who the plains luxuriates, whose furrows with grains makes heavy, and whose fields birds multiply, and whose canal fish become abundant. Sustaining bread by me is produced. With fish and fowl, the Anunnaki's diet
Oh, they
I
fighting.
variate.
They fighting now.
On and on the twin brothers, each other disputed. Through the wintertime they argued. When summer began and it was not raining and the meadows were dry, the pastures dwindled. Into the fields of his brother Abel drove his flocks from the furrows and the canals to drink water. Cain was angered by this. He commanded his brother to move the flocks away. Farmer and shepherd, brother and brother, words of accusation were uttered.
Oh man.
They spat on each other, and they fought each other with their fists. Greatly enraged, Cain picked up a stone and struck Abel in the head with it. Again and again he hit him until Abel fell. His blood was from him was gushing. Oh yeah, Cain and Abel, they always, they really should. Yeah, these motherfuckers, he's stoning this bitch to death. Bam, take that. You like that? That's more where that come from. Huh? Take that. He's just not stopping on him. He's going nuts. Blood was gushing from him. When Cain saw his brother's blood,
Fighting over
he shouted,
Anunnaki
Abel, my brother.
gods.
Motionless on the ground, Abel remained. Yeah, you beat his fucking brains into oblivion with a rock, dude. He ain't getting up from that. From him, his soul had departed. By the brother whom he
You
had
can feel
killed,
it.
Cain remained,
You
and
can.
for a long time he sat crying.
You know, once you start
It was
killing that
TT who was
programming,
shown
it
of the
becomes a
killing
little
first
easier and a
by a
little easier
premonition.
and a little easier and a little less
In a dream
shocking
vision,
every
as she
time.
was sleeping, she saw Abel's blood in the hand of Cain.
It's
She awakened Adapa from his sleep,
biggest
and she
secret
told
kept
him
from
her
man.
dream vision. A heavy sorrow fills my heart. Did something terrifying happen?
So I don't see how any human being
So
can sit on
TT
this
did say to
knowledge
Adapa,
knowing
greatly agitated she
this is
was.
what we are. It's what we meant to be.
In the morning, the two from Eridu departed. To the whereabouts of Cain and Abel they went. In the field they found Cain. By the dead Abel he was still seated.
Oh,
A great cry of agony, TT shouted. Adapa spread mud on his head. What have you done? What have you done? To Cain they shouted. Silence was Cain's answer. To the ground he threw himself and wept. Adapa returned to Eridu city, and he told what had happened to the Lord Enki. Enki confronted Cain with a fury. Accursed you shall be, he said to him. From the Eden you must depart. Among Anunnaki and civilized earthlings you shall not stay. As to Abel in the fields, his body cannot for the wild birds remain. As the Anunnaki custom is, he in a grave below a stone pile shall be buried. How able to bury Enki to Adapa and TT show, for the custom was not known to them. For 30 days and 30 nights, Abel was mourned by his parents. To Eridu for judgment, Cain was brought. The exile sentence to pronounce Enki wished. For his deed, Cain himself must be slain, so Marduk said with anger.
Marduk's pissed.
Let the seven who judge be assembled. So did Ninurta, mentor of Cain, say. Who ever heard of such an assembling? Marduk shouted.
Yeah, it's good to give it a little bit of a rest.
For
Go
one,
back
not
at
from
it fresh in
Nibiru,
the day
Anunnaki
after
leaders
you
shall be
scare
called to
yourself a time
judge.
or two.
Is it not enough that one by Ninurta mentored the one by me, and that was favored has been killed?
Don't be surprised.
Is it not that as Ninurta and Anzu did vanquish, so did Cain in against his brother rise? Like the fate of Anzu, Cain's fate should be. His life breath should be extinguished.
I'm still
Marduk said in anger to Enki and Lil and Ninurta. Ninurta was saddened by the words of Marduk. She sat with silence. Let me with Marduk my son's words, have words in private with my son, to them, Enki said. They went into private chambers with Marduk.
Nice, yes.
My son, to Marduk, Enki softly spoke. Your agony is great.
It's like,
but it's not agony with
it's
agony
just that
compound.
Coming from your hands.
A secret that is on my heart has heavily burdened me, and let me tell it to you.
Easier.
Once upon a time, as by the river I strolled, the two earthling maidens caught my fancy.
Quieting that shit down as a bitch. And
by them
just
from my seed were Adapa and TT conceived. Yeah, I mean, according to this guy, he's pouring just, he just walking around just pitcher full of sperm. He just walked over to some girl, spread them.
You can move it.
He just poured, because that's what
whatever it is.
Poured his semen into her. He just, hey, what's going on? Oh, it's just a pitcher of semen. Oh, would you like if I poured some in you? Well, you could create a new species. It'd be great. Come on.
You're fucking Enki.
I wouldn't suggest trying that at the bars, though, guys. There was always that one guy.
Well, sure you can. You're a human being.
Everybody's known this guy.
You got a magnet. I didn't know that.
Everybody's known somebody like this. Guaranteed. This guy, he would go to every single chick at the bar and go, just straight up, just out of the blue, walk and go, hey, you want to fuck?
Human beings at will can manipulate.
And he gets slapped and kicked in the nuts, and he just keep going back for more.
Man fields. That's what science says. I posted it.
Get out of my face, creep. Hey, you want to fuck? And eventually at the end of the night, you'd see him throwing up the deuces, dude. Going out to the parking lot with some chick.
I don't need to study.
Eventually
Tell
he
me
got to
I'm
one,
doing
and
it.
eventually one said yes. Oh man.
Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like.
A new kind of earthling, a civilized man, was brought upon
They
Earth.
pull and push, and you can feel it.
Whether they procreate or were able to or not,
Here's another
Anu was
thing.
in doubt. By the birth of Cain and
Alright.
Abel, the council on
When you do
Nibiru
this,
and Anu
you
were
get your
convinced.
pull.
A
And
new
when you come
phase of
back
the
out and
Anunnaki
you get your
presence on this
push,
planet was welcomed and
when you got your
approved.
push going on, nice and
Now that Abel has
good
been
in
slain,
your hands,
and if Cain too shall be
concentrating on it a little
extinguished,
bit, do a
satiation will
real
come to an end,
slow
and mutinies will be repeated.
spin in a circle.
All that was achieved
With your
shall
hands
crumble.
like that. And when you cross the
No
east-west
wonder that you
accretion
took a liking
lines,
to Abel, the
you're going
son
to
of
feel
your
it go
half
through
brother.
your
He
hand
was.
and then touch this hand. It's like,
Now
whoa,
on the other one,
center
have
that
pity.
up. You'll never be
Let the
lost. That's
line
east
of
and
Adapa
west.
survive. So did Enki with sadness reveal the
You
secret to
feel
his
it in
son
your
Marduk.
hands. You can compass.
By the revelation, Marduk was at first astounded,
It's freaking crazy.
and then he was overcome by laughter. Of your lovemaking prowess, it was much rumored to me.
Good.
Now of that, I am
You know,
convinced. Ah!
seeing
That's
someone
too
else
funny.
show you
Marley's like, man, I
data
heard you were a fucking
on something I
pimp, dude.
just tell you about, that's
Damn,
gonna.
after that. You don't have to try
It
to
ain't my
convince me.
words.
Shit. You
I read it
created
on a
these fucking
wall. I figured it out.
humans out of nothing, and then you went and
And
fuck not one,
The
but two
homie's
of them
been
at the same
testing
time.
it this whole time. So
You are a fucking pimp, man.
yeah, I
Fuck.
was like, fuck.
Indeed,
The
let Cain's
article I
life be
saw
spared.
released last month. I guess
To the
that's been
ends
floating
of the
around in
earth.
libraries and shit, and
Let him
accumulating
be
for
banished.
years. But
So did Marduk from anger
I
to
don't know. I
laughter
was happy to
changed to
find
his
it.
father. He said, in Eridu, judgment upon Cain by Enki
like
was pronounced.
seeing
Eastward to a
in
land
writing,
of
I'm
wandering
not
for his
fucking
evil
wrong.
deed, Cain must depart.
Yay.
That his life must be
Fuck.
spared, that he
And
and
it
his
helps
generation shall
fucking
be
solidify. You can do
distinguished.
this. You know, it's like, wow, okay,
Binding
I
Gazeta,
get it.
the life essence of
We're
Cain
not
was
wrong
altered.
about this. You can do this.
That
And,
his face, a
you
beard
can.
should not grow. Cain's life essence, Nigazita, changed.
Like
With his
down
sister
dowsing
Alon
rods,
as a
yeah.
spouse, Cain from the
Except
evil
you can do it
departed
with your
to the land
hands,
of
just your
wandering. He
hands.
set
You
his
can
course.
feel that east-west line.
Now,
What else you can? I don't know what else
the
you can feel.
Anunnaki sat among themselves and wondered.
These are just
Without
things I've
Abel,
discovered.
Without Cain, who shall for us grow the grains and make the bread?
Stumbling
Who shall be
around,
the shepherd
playing with my
and
magnet.
multiply the flocks? Who will provide wool for the clothing? Let there be more proliferation. By Adapa and Titi, so the Anunnaki did say.
Proliferation.
With the blessing of Enki, Adapa, his spouse Titi, knew again and again.
Yeah, it's
one
pretty
daughter, another
amazing
daughter,
what
each
you
time and again were born. In the 95th Shor, a
get
son,
the information,
Adapa, and
start
Titi
playing
finally
with
had.
it. I couldn't imagine having the information
Sati,
and not
he
playing
whom
around.
life binds again,
I
Titi
love
him named,
magnets in the first
and by
place.
him were the
Find out
generations
we
of
got
Adapa
one and
counted.
we're a haulback too. It's pretty crazy.
In all, 30 sons and 30 daughters Adapa and Titi had. Of them tillers of the land and shepherds for the Anunnaki, they toiled.
Yeah, give it the time.
By them did
Truth
satiation to
comes
the
out.
Anunnaki, and civilized earth beings come back.
I still
97th
can't believe
Shar,
that shit's been
Sati,
written on those walls
a
for all this
son by
time
his
and nobody
spouse
read it.
Azira, was born.
It was pretty easy to see. It's like, fuck. Now we know.
By the name
You know.
Enki, in the annals he was recorded.
Yeah,
Master
read the
of
rock,
humanity
study
meant
it.
his name.
Be it's like your
By Adapa,
eight-handed
his
deities
father,
and shit. They ain't got
Writing
8
in numbers he
hands.
was made to understand.
They're showing you something. What? I don't know, but they're
And
showing
who
you
the
how to
Anunnaki
do
were
something
and
with
all
your
about
field.
Nibiru.
I don't know what
Enki was
positions
told
come
by
first.
Adapa.
I don't know which hands go with
To
what.
Nibiru Key, the sons
But
of
I tell
Enlil, he
you
was
this
taken.
much, they ain't got no fucking
They
8
taught him the
hands.
secrets of the Anunnaki.
They're showing us some shit. Just like Buddha.
How the perfumed
I was like,
oils for
oh,
anointing
damn,
Minar
what's
and Lil
that?
on
That's
earth
some Harry
the
Potter
elders showed him.
shit.
How the elixir from the Inbu
Cheers,
fruits
Nick.
were to be prepared. Ishkur, Enlil's youngest, instructed him.
I'd
It was
never
since then that by
even
civilized
taken the
men,
time to try
the
to feel
Anunnaki
something
were
between my
called
hands.
lords. And of the rites of worship of the Anunnaki, that was the beginning.
Yes.
Thereafter, Enki to his sister Nome was born. See, right there, they tell you they're setting themselves up for
Yes,
worship.
Judy. And it's the same mechanism that
They
the
come
dogs
right
hear
out of
us
pits.
and
No
all the
playing with
animals. They all nature
Certainly, whoever
speaks
the
that same
Anunnaki
language
were,
of
they
intent.
wanted to advance to
That's how the
to
dog
some
knows
people.
you're almost home.
They
You
set
know you're
themselves up as
almost home.
gods. There's just no question.
It hears you.
For by Nibiru in Bad Tibiara, he was tutored. He
Good,
learned of
Nick.
the furnace and kindled there.
It makes for a good Friday.
With bitumens, how to make fire, how to
Cheers, my
smelt
friend.
and refine, he was taught. And the smelting and refining of gold for Nibiru, he and his offsprings toiled. In the 98th Shar, this matter of record came about. Now, this is the account of the generations of Adapa.
Of a dapper. And the big deluge is coming up tomorrow. We'll be back on Twitch too. Tomorrow. I'll put it up in the community post. We'll finish this off. I feel a lot more comfortable on Twitch because they don't censor your chat. I get people mad at me. Oh, you're erasing my comment. No, I'm not erasing your comments. Google does that. We don't do that. As you see clearly, I allow my trolls to tell me what's wrong with me. Most of them tell me I'm too accurate. So I'm sorry. Anyway, I really appreciate y'all coming and listening and learning. Um, it's an eye opener once you start finding canon and understanding where it came from and why in the hell they twisted this shit just to divide us. And yeah, I'm tired of being lied to. Same Catfish's Corner on Twitch. I'll leave a link. I leave links on the community page. I post a lot on there, mostly to Lee, because I know nobody else pays attention. But our live links over there. Oh, I know. If I left Lee alone, I would have never found half of the information we found about this shit. Because every time he says something stupid, I go over there and I type something in. It'll be like, humans can feel magnetic fields. God. So there you go. I can't just let that shit go. You can't buy that kind of entertainment, man. Jesus. Anyway. Thank you for coming and hanging out. I hope y'all got some good out of it. And I know this ain't like me, but if you feel like donating, we'd appreciate it. We gonna be out of here about 8 days, 9 days, something like that. On the 1st, 9 days. I am gonna be working every day on Twitch like a fucking madman. Because, like I said, I didn't anticipate the goddamn motorcycle title being fucked up, and I'm not blaming landlord because how the hell is he supposed to know either? He doesn't deal with cars. The only cars he's ever sold is to me. I've been driving the one around for 6 years. That went great, but yeah. So the motorcycle's in limbo, even though I've got it sold. We're hoping the guy that wants to buy it is going to go ahead and contract with the landlord to get it. But boy, that'd sure be helpful to getting us an RV. Because after I sell that, I got the car sold too. The guy that wanted to buy well, he helped me buy my car. It's Vince. Vince. I'm working for Vince all the time. Vince wants to buy my car. So I told him I would after I sold the bike. I'd walk to a fucking RV and drive it home. But as for now, she's got us a camping spot that picked up out there in Denver. We have some Wi-Fi and all that, so we ain't gonna disappear. We might be in Denver for about 2 weeks before we get our RV. I think I found where we're gonna get one. We was driving home, found a different route. I was half lost, but I know where we were now. Saw a shit ton of fucking RVs. But I only got 2 old. Yeah, we ain't never lost. We're always together, and that's another thing that Judith touched on. We don't really need the internet once you get to talking with your intent and listening with your heart, which I'm not a master of, but I have definitely successfully attempted that a few times. And that, I mean, that's how we met Marilyn. Yep, no coincidences. I am certain we'll be just fine. Polly said I got us a place in Denver we could stay at, but Polly wants a tree in a creek. I said, okay, we'll do that for 2 weeks. P.O. Box. Yeah, I don't have P.O. Box. I got an address. Fuck, my address is on Robert Lockwood's channel. You know, that Derek troll that tried to frame John and I for fucking hate crime. He's got a picture of my house on fucking his channel and shit. It's fucking crazy. Oh, the GoFundMe. You know, Pollyanna has it's her PayPal. And I think she has a link to that on her channel on her Facebook. I'm not sure for sure, but I think it's somewhere in Messenger or on her page. On withdrawal, they do. Yeah, it isn't much, I don't think. I don't actually know. Polly set it up. But yeah, I know she has a PayPal. If you want to do it directly on there, it's on her Facebook. I'm not sure where though. Never looked. What, in the mail? If you'd like, fuck man, we're only gonna be here 9 days though. We're gonna be here 9 days. I told the landlord, fuck, for the last 2 months we're moving, and I've got the bike sold. he feels like shit. He wanted to give us $1,000 just to hold us over until I sold the bike. Because he's like, dude, I'm so sorry. I'm like, honestly, man, he's a friend of mine. I value his friendship. He's very honest. And he feels like crap because, one, he didn't want us to move. Um, but, feeling compelled. People need healed. And I know how to get this to people now. So that's just where I'm at. I know doing this work for Creator, it ain't going to leave me stranded. But yeah, we're only going to be here about 9 days, and I'm not sure what our address is going to be for the 2 weeks that we're in Denver. Rigs for us, I guess. That's not going anywhere, I hope. Yeah, I've never asked people for money, so that's a good idea. Actually, I don't know. Overnight express. I wouldn't worry too much about overnight. So that shit's expensive, especially now the gas is up. Man. Let's put a stamp on it. Well, the thing is, my landlord will keep it. I trust him. But yeah, it's 810 Raton. Um, I guess I could spell that. I can't do wire transfers. Um, Post a money order. But we've had for years. I'll sell glass to folks online here through Messenger, and we would send like Walmart to Walmart and the Western Union. After about 4 or 5 of those, they usually lock up my account and send back people's money. Yeah, I've never done it, but I also realize once we start, I'm not gonna be able to blow glass like I can here. Um, I intend to be teaching people how to heal themselves and others around them. Um, I'm not really worried about the the funding myself too much. Um, to be honest, I know it'll come. We've stumbled on Reiki on steroids. I can teach these Reiki. I could go out right now and just teach a Reiki master and make some money. I know that because they take weeks to learn just how to Reiki a little bit. And I was, I mean, just a little bit. I told the story a couple times over on Twitch. Lady cut my beard. She was cutting my friend's hair. And I was doing some work on her, and she was like, Christ, man, that is fucking intense. And she's been dealing with 3 different Reiki masters in the Denver area. And I don't know what it takes to be a Reiki master, but I know my friend B, he was sitting in the chair doing his friends do, right? And giving me shit. He's like, oh, catfish ain't touching nothing. I walked up behind him, and he's one of the ones that thought I pushed him. And she was like, he didn't push you. He didn't touch you. He's like, wow. Sat there and realized it. And then all of a sudden, she kind of freaked out because, well, she had that thing, the barber thing on him. And as I was working his energies. The barber thing was dancing, and she realized that she's like, "Oh my fucking god! Wow! Oh my god!" I was like, "What?" She's like, "Man, I've never seen anybody move anything." I said, "Oh," I said, "It's." I said, "Maybe that's because I know what causes that." And I'm sitting there bouncing her little schmuck, and she's just like, so I think it comes from understanding how it works instead of being trained by somebody about that doesn't understand how it works. I think that has a lot to do with it. No. It took me about 6 months before I finally figured it out. I just gotta relax. The more I relax, the easier it is. You just gotta relax into it. You gotta know that your field lines are coming through your hands. The Creator's got your back. That's just all there is to it. And practicing, for me, was the only way I could get that in my fucking thick head. And it took scientific Lee beating the shit out of me every day for me to better and better and better my shields against me, making sure it's not wind or whatever, and just I think that process was needed. I think I needed Lee to push me so I could prove to myself that, you know what, this is fucking real, for God's sake. I'm moving stuff with my EM field, whether it be statoelectric attraction, which at some point some of it is, I'm sure, but you've also got that field. That is what's charging all that attraction, and that's what you can interact, obviously, with other fields. So says science. No, I wish I'd have known that before, but I mean, really, do I? Because I am such a fucking pragmatic prick. I, God, I've got to see it. I've got to see it. I got to touch it. It's not real if it doesn't fit into physics, and it's the whole program. I needed someone to push me to convince myself that this is real, man. I can make shit move around pretty good now, and it's just because of all that practice and proving. you Nick, I'll take it. Because I mean, I do. I value everybody, even Lee. Everybody's like, "Oh, you just leave him alone." I'm like, "Why?" We need him too, and his 7,000 followers over there to understand their part of this too. I don't want them all to like die horrible deaths. It kind of sucks. I just, I just hope something clicks someday. And he starts every now and again. You'll see him tell his people something, and I'll leave him alone. I'll be like, "Fuck, man, he sounds like me today. That's good." That's I just warn people. You got 8,000 people over there. Give them their field. I don't know if he'll ever do that. Doubting Thomas. I've been doubtful myself. I can't blame anybody. But what you do get to a point that it's like, oh my God, is this guy this dumb, or is he just truly doing this for what? For what? I couldn't answer for him. So I just don't get it. Yeah. We need him to protect us from a sunburn, man. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm like, come on, Stewart. Kind of need you over here. What the fuck is wrong with you? You gotta call me names and shit. Look, there's a blue sun. I don't know what you want. There's two shadows sometimes in the day too. I've seen it myself. I didn't make those videos. Somebody pointed it out to me. It does. It does. Um, Jay, it's the fucking craziest thing. Every time they come at me, it exposes who they are and gives us more knowledge. It's the craziest thing. I mean, really, it's been a process of that mind bending. Like, we got billionaires coming at us. We got Five Eyes, a whole department of Five Eyes coming at us, and these motherfuckers just fail, 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 fail. And one of the most common things we always say is we need better trolls. I'm disappointed by my tax dollar investment if that's the best trolls we got. But it's really hard when they're working with lies. I can only imagine. I mean, Christ's sake, the everything I point at, you can see yourself with your own eyes. It's just nobody told you they were there. Well, that's because you're getting all three suns basically about that time of day. If you notice, when we got one setting, you've got rays coming out like that from the east. Um, Rays that are spreading from the east are not coming from the west. You know, that's two light rays. They will permeate in a direction, and it's not like there's a big fan over there pointing to a pinpoint. You know that some people. I mean, it's definitely evident that that shit's coming out of the east now. Not every day do you see it because it's ultraviolet and the light is still on. It's just the right atmospheric shit for the light to bounce off of. You're going to see all that ultraviolet right pretty clear. Somebody was asking, if you can't see the sun, then why is it making the shadow? Well, you got to keep in mind the reason you can't see an ultraviolet sun, its energy is too high. It's going to create a shadow. That you'll see. And it's evident that there's a shadow pointing towards our sun in the afternoon. And that's why you've got a really brilliant star over on this side of us, behind us, up more towards the north up in here. And if you go out, what, right now? Right now would be a pretty good time to go out and look at your north horizon. You're probably going to see something bigger than you wanted to. I've had people ask me, I can't find any stars over there. I'm like, yeah, I know. But you look at that, because people think I'm pointing at a big star. No. May want to sit down for this one. Fuck. You seen the movie Melancholy? That's right on your ass, motherfucker. It's been creeping for about 3 years. It's huge. You know, your tax dollars at work. I know, right? This is the best trolls you can get me for my tax. Come on. You got to be Fucking kidding me. Cool picture of Red's rays at sunset. I'll bet, man. As much as we talk about Ra, the blue Kachina, that red one is getting close too. That's why our sun's kind of freaking out. God, man, yesterday we had that whole backwind that blew that shit all the way to the front. I'm like, oh fuck. I've never seen that before. I've never seen it fucking just blah and blow it all out of the back to the front like that shit. And we've seen tornadic activities and all kinds of shit, but nothing like that. Nothing like that shit. That was fucking crazy. I was like, oh wow, we got the fucking. If that planet wasn't here, we'd have been hearing some fucking screechy talk. Oh god, it would have been crazy, crazy day yesterday. But so that planet you're looking at is the one making that double bow shot. These things are very intelligent beings. And they are creator's first creation. There are angels, and they're looking out for you, trying to slow us down instead of with intent this time, instead of having a mud flood accident. Yeah, blue Kachina rays, those are pretty easy to see. The red is a little bit harder to detect with your eyes than even the blue sun because it's still behind our sun. But oh boy, the sky's getting full. we've watched quite a few of these things get close to us in Iswa, and it always, man, I wish we had a forward Iswa. It would be pretty neat to see. But that's starting to look like some fucked up shit just every day, all day. The big crunch in the front and shit, and the IMFery and all that. It's like redundant to even make a video every day about that. That just adds on more videos. It's going to be a slow train wreck. We've been monitoring that in particular for 3 years, really close. And because it's gotten really interesting. I mean, fuck, you're sitting there and then there's everything in this wall looks pretty good. And then all of a sudden there's a little tickle of IMF in the back. And it's like, in the beginning, now it's like everywhere. But I mean, in the beginning, that's how it began. It was a couple of little fingers came out, and I was like, "Whoa, what the fuck is that, John?" And we debated about it, and then it became a little record over here. And then all of a sudden, we noticed there were other perturbing things coming at us, and I'm like, those are pretty close. How big do you think they are? It was, I mean, we had a lot of debates. About 6 months. And I walked out, and I was like, John, if they're that damn close, we're going to see them. And that ended the debate. About almost 2 years ago, I guess, is when I walked out and saw it for the first time. And we talked about it and stuff, but I never really mentioned it until it just became undeniable that there is something fucking massive on your horizon, because I noticed sometimes it wasn't there, but it was still kind of small back in the day. It's not small anymore. It's not hard to find. It's big. Well, it thank you for, I know, like I said, I know I sound crazy. Fuck's sake, I sound insane some days. Um, if you go look, I'm not wrong. And I'm happy to be able to point out these things and have people look, because for a long time I was pointing out the moon doing cartwheels, and I'd never made a video. All I had was a wiki page, and I couldn't get anybody to look. I didn't know anything about the internet. I just knew what was going on. And I came over here to find out more information. I'd never logged on online before because of Derek Bros in particular. Funny enough, saw him on fucking CNN with Seamus's mom. I said, I don't want to get a computer because of little weasel dicks like that guy. Over there talking about the benefits of spyware and shit. I was like, no, it doesn't sound good to me. Yes, I may still be crazy. I'm not wrong, my love. How you doing, dog? You know, when you see someone, I mean, I remember that's just what I used to call people like that. And I remember him in particular. And I was like, fuck, man, 20 years later, you fucking realize, holy mother of fuck, it's Weasel Dick. And it's like, why? Then, then you're like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. What the fuck is this guy talking to me for? Who the? And then I mean, I could walk you through a few steps of holy mother fuckness about that whole subject. Bill Gates' lesser known, fucking more influential partner has been up my personal ass for about 8 years since I quit working for Davis. There's been a few steps of holy mother of fuck, what is going on here in my life since then. I tell you, a few developing stages of realization. Mind bending. Yeah, busted that ass today. How long we been on? About 11 hours. Now, according to Sweetleaf, anything over 12 hours is narcissistic, so we're just going to have to cut it off here. But not the weekend. Yeah, once I get done, I mean, I'm always on live. I don't really I chat with y'all. I haven't really been trying to get too much of this internet shit. It's like it's time to take it to the people. We've got this. That's all I got. The research's been done, and I proved to myself this shit's fucking real. So I'm convinced that sitting on my ass making videos ain't gonna this isn't working. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna stop because it does reach people. Everybody learns new things, and it's exciting to watch people come and ask me a couple of questions, and me tell them to get fucking busy over there, and then they do. And then they do, and then 2 or 3 days, fuck's sake, man. We've met so many people just on the Twitch, never even knew over here, and then shoot them a bit shoot, and they come back 3 days later with their magnet in their hand. You know, you can tell when people want to actually figure out the truth. Uh, some people can recognize it still. Well, you know, you ain't gonna ascend from the human. It could be pretty bad for you if you don't know what's going on. We'll still be doing lives here. Um, you know, and I gotta tell you, when the net goes down, just listen to your heart. You're gonna get your instructions from Creator or Mom, and I know they have a knack of getting your attention if they want it. So play with your magnet, make them want to talk to you. Because I'm not gonna tell you where to go. Shoot, baby. Well, and that's another thing too is mastering your own human and not getting sick and stuff. Because when we go into mother's womb, there is no human underground. It's not created by the magnet. It's actually created by a surface phenomenon of lightning, um, and the ionosphere bounce. So you won't have it when you're in her sun. You'll have to be relaxed into her because that's just the way it works. You're on that magnet chain now when you're in her womb. Um, Fucking perfect design, amazing. It's not like a little dark cave. Uh, it's big. It's continents big. Yeah, you have to be able to maintain your own alpha waves through the process that we're fixing to go through. Um, we figured that out, fucking God, a few years ago. A couple years ago, anyway. The human. Um, that was totally divine intervention too. It was not my brilliance at all. That was just brought to me in a cell phone safety video that I didn't even know was playing. And I heard it. And I was at AT&T. I was like, oh fuck you, and I started hitting the X, and then it said Professor Schumann, and I was like, ooh, I got goosebumps. Eek. So I, I'm telling you right now, that was divine intervention. I was playing a video game. What's the name of it? One of the ones where you build your desert war or whatever. You build your little forts up and go blow up everybody. Well, I was building a fort, and that commercial came on and got my attention. I was like, wait a minute, hold on a tick over here. And went and started researching the human frequency a little more and learned where I was wrong about it. Made a video. I didn't even know there was a dude named Schumann. But I mean, when I was doing the whole Mark of the Beast, I didn't know the name of it. I still can't really say it right. But I knew that nerve sac was going to be target one. I knew that nerve sac around that heart was going to be target one. That took me all of about 15 minutes to decipher using known data about the topic. If someone has a legitimate question, I look at everybody's comments. Most everybody just gets a thumbs up or a heart or both. Some people get blocked. I usually hang them up on top first. The sex bots though, instantly. I'm like, what the fuck? Every time I turn around, they're talking a different language, trying to get you the same link. They get that instant block. Well, coffee, I am actually fixing to sign off for the night. I'm exhausted. I've sat here another hour. But basically, they just fear us getting together in cooperation and love. And, I say we do that. We've been fucking doing their bidding forever. It's not gotten anybody any good. I'm not telling you to hate the overlords. They've been misinformed since well before their parents left planet Heaven. In the same fashion we've been misinformed. Now, they know what they're doing in some aspects, though. They just need to stop being so fucking arrogant and look at what they're doing. And how to really fix their situation depends on them. Well, it was a rarity. It must have been a damn good question, Judith. Generally, I don't answer too many questions that I've covered extensively. I will send you somewhere to look sometimes, but yeah, I don't answer too many questions. It must have been a damn good one. Cool. Well, I'm glad I could help. I really am. I know it's a confusing globe out there, but they make it that way. If you have a little bit of a direction, it helps. That's for damn sure. It'll help. And that's all I want to do is just give you some direction to go look. That way you know these things. I don't want followers. I want leaders. You need to lead in this time. So, y'all have a good evening and keep doing your homework and stay on that magnet. And love every one of you. Thank you for being here and being strong. It ain't easy being different. But we're all designed the same way. Every one of us. Just kill them lies. And have a good night. I'm going to get me some sleep.